Jiang Nua had never experienced such agony throughout her entire life. The acrid scent of blood pierced through her eardrums. Her legs were devoid of strength, and she was oblivious to the whereabouts of her hands. She could not utter a sound, for her throat had long been torn apart. "You madwoman, get away! Get away!" A man's voice desperately pushed her aside. Thick blood congealed around Jiang Nua's eyelids, heavy enough to prevent her from opening her eyes. She should have perished long ago. Yet an unseen force clung to life, desperately grasping the man beneath her. This was the enemy who had caused her mother's demise, the one she loathed with every fiber of her being. The mutated creatures that feasted upon Jiang Nua would not spare her living prey, and the scent of blood attracted more beasts, who soon joined in the gruesome banquet. The man's wails gradually faded into silence, and amidst the chaos, the necklace around Jiang Nua's neck was bitten through. A strange light flickered before Jiang Nua's eyes, and the pain coursing through her body seemed to dissipate within a warm energy. She felt a momentary confusion, and then, as if jolted awake, Jiang Nua abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay the internet company where she had once worked, its walls adorned with the slogan, "Innovation and struggle, infinite future." Just a wall away, her colleagues appeared engrossed in their tasks, typing away at keyboards while occasionally sipping coffee. She extended her hand, observing her fair, slender fingers, the meticulously manicured nails, and a delicate woven bracelet adorning her wrist. These were not Jiang Nua's hands, rather. They were not the bloodied and scarred hands she had in the apocalypse. What was happening? Had she come back to life? From that brutal, dog-eat-dog world? She had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for a decade. Prolonged heat waves, torrential rains, and frigid temperatures had obliterated the city she relied upon, resulting in a 70% reduction in the human population. Earthquakes and supervolcanic eruptions not only annihilated humanity's shelters, but also unleashed acid rain upon the world. Under the shroud of volcanic ash, the earth plunged into an enduring darkness and extreme cold. Scarcity of resources, mutations among flora and fauna, rampant viruses, yet the most terrifying aspect remained the unrestrained nature of humanity when laws and morals crumbled. Jiang Nua's mind was a whirlwind. She had just perished amidst the gnawing of mutated beasts, that heart-wrenching pain still echoing within her. But in the next moment, she was transported back to the past. This was before the apocalypse began. Had she truly been reborn? Jiang Nua? Enough already. Have you even listened to what I said? A familiar male voice echoed in her ear, blooming a flower of rage in her heart. Jiang Nua looked up to meet the gaze of a seemingly sunny and handsome face. "Your design represents our team in the competition. What difference does it make if you or Yang Ning wins? If you insist on pursuing this, it affects us all. If this escalates, the company will suffer consequences, and you cannot bear that responsibility." In an instant, her memories rushed back. The man speaking was Wang Jianli, for years her senior, the project leader at her company. Meanwhile, she was merely a fresh recruit, newly immersed in the grueling 996 work culture. With her limited social experience, she was naive and foolish. Wang Jianli's occasional concern made her believe he was a decent senior. She had thought they were quietly developing a relationship, however. In truth, she was merely a fish in his pond, while this seemingly charming youth was nothing more than a sycophant to Yang Ning. Yang Ning was the illegitimate daughter of the company's owner, having joined the company around the same time as Jiang Nua. Yet she did little more than apply makeup and play on her phone. Colleagues were unaware of Yang Ning's true status, mistaking her for the boss mistress, vying to curry favor with her, including Wang Jianli. To make matters worse, Yang Ning, being lazy, sought to overshadow Jiang Nua's designs, inciting Wang Jianli to steal her USB drive. It was for this reason Wang Jianli pursued Jiang Nua. Jiang Nua raised her gaze, coldly regarding Wang Jianli, who continued his endless tirade. "Moreover, think about it, I am solely responsible for this project. If you escalate this, I will also be implicated. Can you bear to see me? What do I care?" Jiang Nua suddenly interrupted him. Wang Jianli was momentarily taken aback. Somehow, just moments ago, she had been on the verge of tears, easily manipulated. Yet now her demeanor had shifted entirely, her tone and gaze transformed as if she were a different person. An inexplicable chill enveloped Wang Jianli. Unbeknownst to him, he had already danced precariously at death's door several times. Having endured a decade of darkness in the apocalypse, Jiang Nuo, who had constantly grappled with death, bore an immeasurable amount of blood on her hands. Even she could not tally. Presently, she retained only the exterior of an ordinary office worker. Internally, however, she was a demon, stained with blood, capable of killing as easily as chopping vegetables. A glance around her at the metallic keyboard, the kettle beside her, the chair, the thermos, or the fruit knife, Jiang Nuo felt confident she could wield any of these to split open that scoundrel's skull. In the apocalypse's final moments, she had clung to life, determined to strangle Wang Jianli and drag him into the jaws of the mutated beasts alongside her. But that was not possible now the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Societal order remained intact, and to act against him would likely land her in a world of trouble. She would deal with him later. With this thought in mind, disregarding Wang Jianli's astonishment, Jiang Nuo turned and walked away. Arriving at her workstation, she closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. Her colleagues, having witnessed her argument with Wang Jianli, discreetly avoided her, whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Nuo was acutely aware that Yang Ning was their office goddess, and only she remained oblivious to the reality, having been driven to madness in pursuit of an explanation from Yang Ning these past days. I can't believe it. I truly hope she doesn't drag us down in Yang Ning's eyes. Just ignore her. When that happens, she's just jealous. She can't compare to Yang Ning's beauty and charm, nor her innate talent for producing work. What good does it do to vent frustration on Yang Ning? She simply didn't win the genetic lottery. Jiang Nuo paid no heed, opening her browser to peruse recent news, information, and the calendar again and again, confirming that she had indeed been reborn. It was now June, with merely 2 months remaining until the apocalypse descended. In 2 months, the sweltering heat would intensify, temperatures soaring from 45 degrees to over 50, and countless lives would be lost to the deadly heat. Yet this was merely the beginning. Given that fate had granted her a second chance, she vowed not to succumb to the same helplessness as in her previous life. She must prepare in advance. Thus, she needed money. Jiang Nuo was just an ordinary person, with no vast sums of wealth stashed away. Her savings barely exceeded 50,000. Therefore, her foremost objective was to amass wealth. Relentlessly pursue money. Jiang Nuo opened her laptop and drafted a secure spreadsheet, outlining her preparation plans. At the end of the workday, she packed her computer into her bag and left the company. As she reached the elevator, predictably, Wang Jianli blocked her path. "Xiao Nuo, are you upset?" Unlike the earlier confrontation, he wore a smile, his tone gentle, employing the tactics suited for a young girl. "I was too hasty before. Did I frighten you? I only meant, well, Yang Ning is well-connected. Why antagonize her? Let's drop this matter." "Fine." Jiang Nuo had no desire to waste another second on him. "You'd better bring money to settle this." "What do you mean?" Wang Jianli appeared utterly perplexed. "Flat rate 250,000. You give me the money, and I want to inform the boss that you've been involved with his daughter and have helped her steal my designs. I possess ample evidence." Jiang Nuo paused for a moment before adding, "And if you steal from me, I will certainly report you. You can decide how to handle that." Wang Jianli opened his mouth, struggling to find words, completely at a loss. How? How do you know about her and me?" Jiang Nuo, growing impatient, interjected, "Will you pay or not? Just say it. I know the boss is in the meeting room with a client. I wouldn't mind surprising him right now." Wang Jianli's expression darkened. "Are you out of your mind? Is a mere design worth this?" As he advanced aggressively, Jiang Nuo stepped aside and delivered a sharp kick to the back of his knee. Jiang Nuo. The pain caused Wang Jianli to stumble and kneel on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Are you insane?" Jiang Nuo looked at him coldly. 250,000. Wang Jianli, enduring both the pain and his fury, felt his thoughts racing. He couldn't comprehend why Jiang Nuo had suddenly transformed. He had perceived her as an inconspicuous girl, timid in crowds, yet now she was utterly unhinged. Wang Jianli calculated the stakes. Yang Ning, the boss' illegitimate daughter, had an abundance of money and was rather generous, having lent him luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. If he could successfully pursue Yang Ning, he would never have to struggle again. He could not allow this wretched girl to ruin everything. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jianli replied, "I don't have that much on hand." Jiang Nuo lifted her chin. "That's your problem. I will delete the evidence once the transaction is successful, but only before tomorrow." Watching Wang Jianli leave in a huff, Jiang Nua chose not to linger and exited the company. Breathing in the fresh air outside, she slowed her pace, observing the throngs of people among the towering buildings, the bustling shops, and the cacophony of honking cars. Despite having been away for a decade, Jiang Nua still remembered the way home. Following her memories, she took the bus, disembarking at various stops and winding through the familiar streets. As the elevator ascended floor by floor, her heart raced with increasing agitation. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and Jiang Nua felt her legs weaken. Trembling, she fumbled in her bag for the key to her home, standing before the door from her recollections. After several attempts to align the keyhole, she finally managed to insert the key. Calm down, she whispered to herself, her fingers tracing the keyhole until, with a satisfying click, the door swung open. Woof woof. A loud, excited bark greeted her ears as a fluffy black and white Siberian husky dashed to her feet. It was her dog. She had lovingly raised this husky since it was a puppy, its beautiful sapphire blue eyes and clean, soft fur now a bittersweet reminder of the post-apocalyptic world that had claimed it. When she had told Wang Jinli to get lost and their confrontation escalated, he had finally revealed the truth. That dog has been barking at me for ages. I was never fond of it. Though it has a bad temper, it smells delicious. It's just a bit skinny. You used to fatten it up. Such remarks were unbecoming of a human. Jiang Nua knelt down, embracing her dog's head, weeping uncontrollably. The husky, bewildered by its owner's sudden sorrow, stood still, allowing Jiang Nua to bury her face in its fur. Well, you're home from work early today. Jiang Nua looked up to see a middle-aged woman in a short-sleeved shirt and apron emerging from the kitchen, her face lighting up with joy. No, come here, just in time to taste my soup. Mom. Jiang Nua could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. In the harsh world they lived in, her mother had fiercely protected her, brandishing a kitchen knife to fend off any threats. In the end, it was her mother who confronted a group of assailants, shouting, "No, run!" And run she did for 10 long years. Surviving on scraps, battling mutated beasts, she bore countless wounds, feeling less than human. Each time she thought she might perish, her mother's words echoed in her mind, urging her to survive. Unaware of the turmoil, Yuruahua gasped in shock at her daughter's tears and hurried to close the door, helping Jiang Nua to her feet. What's wrong? Did you not get selected for that competition? You look so distressed. Her mother assumed it was the result of Jiang Nua's recent sleepless nights over design work. Jiang Nua did not explain, wiping her tears and gradually regaining her composure. Don't be upset. Let me get you a bowl of bone soup to warm your stomach. Yu Ruahua returned to the kitchen. The husky, still concerned, lay beside Jiang Nua, gently licking her fingers. Jiang Nua looked at it and stroked its head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Then she turned to the kitchen, vowing, this time, I will safeguard my mother. I will protect our home. Chapter 2. The beginning of wealth. A fragrant broth simmered for an hour using fresh bone marrow in a clay pot, garnished with freshly chopped scallions, exuding an enticing aroma. The first bowl of this delectable soup was delivered to Jiang Nua, who took a sip. The addition of corn and goji berries created a sweet and refreshing taste that danced upon her palate, complemented by the rich, milky broth, so delightful it made her question her very existence. In this apocalyptic world, even the most basic clean food was a luxury. Day after day spent in hunger. She had resorted to gnawing on anything alive, even rodents, long believing she had lost her sense of taste entirely. Mom, what did you add? It tastes so wonderful. Nothing much, just MSG and salt. With fresh bones like these, you shouldn't use too many seasonings. Can this be given to Ha-Mei? Ha-Mei was the name of her Siberian husky. Jiang Nua had initially chosen many beautiful names, eventually settling on this simple and somewhat silly one, which suited the dog's personality perfectly. I have some without seasonings left. Yuruahua handed Jiang Nua a bowl adorned with a small bone pattern at the bottom, specially prepared with unseasoned bone broth for Ha-Mei. Observing this tender moment, Jiang Nua's resolve to live well grew ever stronger. After finishing the soup, Jiang Nua eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, leaving Yuruahua somewhat perplexed. Coming from a modest single-parent household, Jiang Nua had lost her father early on. Yuruahua, feeling the weight of her daughter's lack of grandparents and the absence of a father figure, had doted on her excessively, fearing she would be bullied or feel unloved compared to other children. They say children of the poor mature early, but aside from helping her mother watch the stall during her childhood, Jiang Nuo lived like a little princess. Household chores were never her responsibility. As long as she claimed to be studying, her mother would cater to her every demand. Other children played with dolls and toys, while Jiang Nuo was given whatever she desired. When other kids attended extracurricular classes, she was enrolled regardless of her understanding. Yet, Jiang Nuo could not fully appreciate this. In her previous life, she had burned the midnight oil designing, and seeing her daughter's dark circles, Yuroha would sigh, "You must prioritize your health. What is the rush with design? Take your time. You and T understand, so stop bothering me. Time is too tight for that." Her lack of appreciation for her mother's love was evident. As she turned off the faucet, she reassured herself, "It's all right. Things will get better." After dinner, returning to her room after a long absence, Jiang Nuo quickly retrieved her laptop and opened a project proposal she had composed at work. This was her plan for surviving the impending apocalypse. She needed supplies, storage for those supplies, and a long-term secure residence. But foremost, she needed money. With only a few thousand in savings and the most valuable asset being their two-bedroom apartment in a school district, her monthly income comprised solely of her salary. It was insufficient. Jiang Nuo absent-mindedly touched the necklace around her neck, a piece her mother had carried as part of her dowry, said to be a family heirloom made of gold and jade. To Jiang Nuo, its design seemed somewhat garish. She had never liked it, but one day, when Yuroha excitedly unearthed it, she insisted Jiang Nuo try it on, praising its beauty repeatedly. Jiang Nuo had intended to wear it just to appease her mother for a few days, but soon forgot to take it off. Strangely, even during the early, dire days of the apocalypse, she had forgotten to exchange it for money or supplies. Now, however, Jiang Nuo's fingers felt empty. Where's the necklace? Her memory could not be faulty. She should have been wearing it. In a panic, she rushed to find a mirror, only to see a peculiar scar near her collarbone, with no trace of a necklace. As she continued to search, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she glimpsed another world. A foggy expanse revealed only a dilapidated wooden cabin, with dark, grimy walls and a half-rotten door. The surrounding fence was a chaotic mess of corroded wood, and nearby lay desolate fields, devoid of life. Shaking her head to clear the fog, the dizziness subsided, and her surroundings returned to her room. What just happened? Was that a hallucination? Focusing her mind, she recalled the sensation she had just experienced. Gradually, the image of the small cabin resurfaced before her eyes. Jiang Nuo felt as if she were holding a camera, viewing this small, desolate wilderness from a first-person perspective. Cautiously, she moved, slipping through the crumbling door. The roof was riddled with holes, promising leaks on rainy days, and the interior was bare, with peeling walls and an overwhelming emptiness. The only notable feature was a striking vanity cabinet by the window. As Jiang Nuo approached, she was astonished to see the necklace she thought lost displayed prominently atop the cabinet. She reached out to grasp it, but it eluded her, as if it were destined to remain there. Once considered gaudy, its elegance now radiated nobility. The golden sheen was captivating, and the jade pendant shimmered with a depth that was almost mystical. Her heart raced, as if submerged underwater, the pressure making it hard to breathe. Jiang Nuo quickly withdrew, standing up from her chair and drawing back the curtains to take several deep breaths. Gradually, she felt lighter, her heartbeat calming. Yet, her mind buzzed with excitement. To test her theory, after a moment of rest, she focused again and pressed her hand against a small stool in her room, attempting to transfer it to the desolate cabin. As the sensation in her hand faded, Jiang Nuo murmured, "I did it." Behind the cabin lay another empty space, where her little stool lay scattered on the ground. Could it be true? Had she gained a personal space? Yet if she could be reborn, then perhaps nothing was impossible. Suddenly, her phone rang, the screen displaying an unaltered contact name, accompanied by a loud ringtone. "How unfortunate," Jiang Nuo muttered, but still answered the call. "Xiao Nuo, there is a limit on account transfers. Let us meet up. I can't carry my things." Jiang Nuo felt a surge of caution towards Wang Jianli, a man who had survived so long in her previous life. He was not without cunning. Meeting him alone at night was risky. "No, let's meet at the company tomorrow at noon." No, I can't bring it to the company. Wang Jianli sounded anxious. Exhausted by his persistence, Jiang Nuo replied, Wang Jianli, understand this. I am not negotiating. If you don't have the money, don't bother me. Beep, beep, beep. He hung up, and Jiang Nuo, uninterested in him, changed the contact name and resumed working on her apocalyptic resource plan. The following day, refreshed and invigorated, Jiang Nuo did not go to work, but instead traveled to a remote office building. Following the address on a business card, she made her way until she found the door matching the one on the card and knocked. A young man wearing a hat opened the door. He was tall but hunched, appearing somewhat lethargic, his half-visible face lighting up with surprise. Are you the client? Please come in. The dimly lit reception room felt stuffy. Jiang Nuo paid no heed. She settled onto the sofa, pulled out a photograph from her bag, and placed it on the coffee table. This couple obtained their intimate photos and videos for me. The individuals she circled in the photo were none other than Wang Jianli and Yang Ning from their company's team building event. This man and the woman. I also need their hair. Jiang Nuo pointed to the image of the company owner, who was also Yang Ning's biological father, Yang Chengjun. Okay, but miss, this counts as two separate jobs. I understand. Jiang Nuo paused. Aren't you curious about my relationship with them? Rest assured, I understand and will not pry further. As for the payment, this time Jiang Nuo was resolute. Goods first, payment later. The man in the hat appeared quite troubled. It is not easy for a private detective who seems barely operational these days. However, Jiang Nuo had no time for his procrastination. What she needed most was speed. The post-payment arrangement would also urge him to deliver promptly. If it weren't for her own time constraints, she wouldn't have sought him out. It was indeed painful to pay up front for supplies in such a place. After a moment of hesitation, the man reluctantly agreed, promising results within a week. Once this matter was resolved, Jiang Nuo headed to her company. Upon arriving at the office, she found Wang Jianli waiting at her workstation, his face shrouded in clouds of discontent. Jiang Nuo walked straight over, forcing Wang Jianli to yield his seat as he lowered his voice. I transferred 50,000 to you yesterday. Today I can send an additional 100,000, but for the remainder. He secretly retrieved a box he had been concealing, its exterior quite exquisite. Upon opening it, the brilliance within was dazzling. A handcrafted watch, its diamond-encrusted dial shimmering brightly, with intricately interlocking components resembling a miniature universe. No wonder Wang Jianli dared not bring it to the office. This watch had been a gift from Yang Ning, and Wang Jianli cherished it dearly, reluctant to part with it even at the onset of the apocalypse. Yang Ning could effortlessly gift watches worth over 100,000, and thus Wang Jianli clung tightly to his wealthy benefactor. Jiang Nuo, I have done my utmost. Check online. This watch is valued at over 100,000 and far exceeds your requirements. I have all the documentation. It is undoubtedly authentic. If you truly wish to contest this, I cannot offer any more. Wang Jianli's face was one of helplessness. Jiang Nuo cast him a glance, acutely aware of his grudges and likely schemes to exploit her in the future to reclaim his money. Unfortunately, this world was nearing its end. Jiang Nuo felt no inclination to say more, urging him to transfer the 100,000 immediately while she deftly took possession of the watch. It indeed held its value and could be sold through the right channels. She swiftly opened her computer and, under Wang Jianli's watchful gaze, copied and sent all the contents from her USB drive, her award-winning work from conception to draft to final product, along with reference materials, website links, and everything else, to Wang Jianli's email, promptly clearing the USB thereafter. Wang Jianli let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Nuo then pulled out her phone, receiving the payment before blocking his account and deleting all their photos and chat records. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Nuo asked. We are settled, and there are no debts between us moving forward. Wang Jianli, his face etched with reluctance, could only nod and leave in haste. Yet, Jiang Nuo watched his retreating figure, a cold scoff escaping her lips. Blood debts are repaid in blood. There has never been such a thing as mutual non-owing. Chapter 3. High-temperature red alert. The midday news reports that numerous regions have recently issued high-temperature red alerts. Citizens are urged to prepare for cooling measures to prevent heat stroke. In some commercial areas, power usage is being restricted, prioritizing electricity supply for residents. The water level of the Long River has reached its lowest point in a decade. Jiang Nua stepped out of the office and into a noodle shop, ordering a bowl of beef noodles and relishing each mouthful. The television in the small eatery displayed the news, with the presenter still as captivating as ever, her voice soothing. Yet the news she delivered was far from pleasant. The world remained unchanged, still heading towards calamity. Jiang Nua was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Before leaving the office, she had taken the initiative to apply for her entire annual leave, allowing her to be free from work for the next 5 days. In a few days, she wouldn't even need to apply for leave. The heat and power restrictions would render the office uninhabitable, leading to a likely shift towards remote work. The fan in the noodle shop buzzed, while the weather forecast on her phone indicated a sweltering 35 degrees Celsius, a temperature that could render anyone uncomfortable. The absence of air conditioning meant the shop was sparsely populated, with only Jiang Nua, her complexion flushed from the heat, focusing intently on her meal. She even savored every last drop of soup. Exiting the noodle shop, the mere act of extending her foot felt the sharp sting of ultraviolet rays piercing through her shoes. She needed to hasten her pace. Jiang Nua contacted a real estate agency on her phone, getting straight to the point. "I want to sell my house." She chose this agency because they had persistently called her recently, expressing interest in purchasing a property. The house was located in a desirable school district. Although it had seen better days, it spanned only over 60 square meters, with an elevator that frequently malfunctioned and the community gate offering little in terms of security. However, there were whispers that the nearby elementary school was set to merge with a prestigious institution, becoming a branch campus, which would undoubtedly increase property values. The agency had been actively reaching out, as many families in the community were selling their homes. Jiang Nu was eager to act swiftly, making this agency the most suitable choice. This house would not withstand flooding. She needed to find new accommodations. Her mother had a penchant for stockpiling food and making cured meats. In the early days of the apocalypse, they had never been particularly short on provisions. However, when Wang Jinli sought refuge with Jiang Nua, she had not anticipated the relentless downpours and agreed to take him in. To her dismay, he brought along 2 of his unruly friends, and under the guise of protecting the 2 vulnerable women, they effectively took over Jiang Nua's home. Jiang Nua had confronted him on the spot, but how could she contend with several men? Yuruoa was wholly devoted to her daughter, and the house had long been transferred to Jiang Nua, with all necessary documentation in order. She had only 2 stipulations for the agency. Firstly, she needed a buyer who could promptly pay in full, and secondly, she required a 2-month grace period post-sale to prepare for the move. The agent concealed their excitement. This property was highly sought after, and the commission would be substantial, but they could not appear too eager. "Miss Jiang, your conditions are a bit stringent." Jiang Nua was fully aware of the implications and did not indulge them, responding straightforwardly. "Then perhaps we should reconsider?" The agent quickly changed their tone. No, our brand prioritizes efficiency. Rest assured, we can make this sale." Without delay, Jiang Nua contacted potential buyers for Wang Jinli's watch. In normal circumstances, allowing time for the property to appreciate might be wise, but Jiang Nua could not afford to wait and thus opted to lower the price, favoring a swift transaction. After a tiring day, Jiang Nua returned home, the night already having fallen, her body aching from the exertion. Her physical condition was subpar. The routine of leaving home, taking the elevator, catching a ride, and returning to the office left no room for physical activity. Poor fitness was a grave disadvantage in the apocalypse. Immediate improvement was necessary. To regain peak condition would require considerable time. Jiang Nua rechecked her savings. The property sold for over 90,000, combined with over 70,000 in savings and a transfer from Wang Jinli, totaling over 300,000. The house had already been listed, and the private investigator's work was underway. She could not afford to be hasty. Yet, with time pressing, she could not afford to waste it. With that thought, Jiang Nua sat up, concentrating her attention on controlling her space. Her ability to manage this space remained somewhat elusive. Moving objects in and out was mentally taxing, leaving her fatigued after a short while. Jiang Nua entered a near meditative state, meticulously examining every inch of her domain. She sensed that beyond the misty veil lay some hidden scenery, yet an invisible force prevented her from approaching it. Unbeknownst to her, it was not until her mother returned home with the dog that Jiang Nua was roused from her meditative state. Coming to her senses, she realized she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just bathed. Yet, she felt invigorated, her senses seemingly heightened. Nua Nua, come out for some fruit. Yu Ruahua's voice echoed from the living room. Jiang Nua stepped out, startling her mother with her appearance. Oh my, you look like you've just been caught in the rain. Wang Wang. Even Ha Mei joined in the commotion. Not minding, Jiang Nua was drawn to the bag of apples in her mother's hand, washing one before taking a bite. The crispness and sweetness lingered on her palate. Mom, these apples are truly delicious, right? Yu Ruahua beamed with pride. They were picked by us from our friend's orchard. We visited today and picked these myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nua felt a spark of inspiration. She washed several apples and brought them into the living room. Say, Mom, tell me more about it. I've recently taken on some freelance procurement jobs. If I could secure several large orders for fruit, it could be quite profitable. Yu Ruahua, with her limited education and heavy thoughts, was unaware of the impending apocalypse. Nor would Jiang Nua divulge her return from death. They had connections with fruit growers, eliminating the need for intermediaries. What's the price? I'll be buying in bulk. Buying in bulk will surely yield a discount. All right, Mom, please help me make the connections. What varieties do they have? I'll keep track. Jiang Nua felt a surge of delight. Fruits had become scarce in the apocalypse for an extended period. Jiang Nua had previously experimented by placing a cup of hot water in her space, only to retrieve it hours later, still steaming. Anything entering or exiting this space remained in its original state, functioning as a long-term preservation mechanism without mingling odors, greatly facilitating storage. Before bed, Jiang Nua sent a message to the previous real estate agent. I need to rent an empty warehouse. It can be old, but it must have good access for parking and unloading. I plan to use it for storage, renting for 2 months, preferably near a wholesale market. The agent responded promptly. No problem, I'll find some options for you. Jiang Nua had anticipated waiting a day or two for a reply, but to her surprise, her phone buzzed again shortly after she set it down. What do you think of these options? Link's impressed by their efficiency. Jiang Nua selected a suitably located warehouse and made the booking. This particular warehouse had previously been used for packaging supplies. It was modest in size, somewhat secluded, but convenient for vehicle access, costing only 2 dimes per square meter per day, totaling just over 100 for daily rental. I need it starting tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Nua followed her planned route, first heading to the agency to sign a contract and collect the warehouse keys, then straight to the largest grain and oil wholesale market in the city. While direct dealings with manufacturers would typically offer better prices, negotiating partnerships was not a matter of instant resolution, and Jiang Nua preferred to avoid drawing too much attention, opting for the wholesale route instead. Rice and flour are the most fundamental staples, and recently their prices have surged significantly. Jiang Nua opted for the 20-pound bags, purchasing 2,000 bags in total for a whopping sum of 220,000 yuan. Together, these 2 items amounted to over 80,000 pounds. Naturally, since she has been reborn, her aspirations extend beyond mere survival. She seeks a life of abundance. Thus, she also acquired 100 bags of glutinous rice, totaling 2,000 pounds. Perfect for creating sweet glutinous rice dishes, dumplings, and with the addition of brewing yeast for fermenting into sweet rice wine. Jiang Nua also purchased 500 pounds each of millet, mung beans, red beans, barley, black rice, cornmeal, and peanuts, all intended for porridge. She decided to buy a bit more soybeans, totaling 2 tons. In a post-apocalyptic world, these are invaluable resources, useful for making tofu, bean curd, and more, while also providing protection against radiation. Furthermore, soybeans are easy to cultivate, with just some ash and moisture. They flourish without the need for fertilizers. The total expenditure for the aforementioned legumes came to 40,000 yuan. With the staple foods nearly prepared, Jiang Nua was about to purchase cooking oil when she caught a whiff of a rich aroma of liquor emanating from a shop that brews grain alcohol. In a world ravaged by chaos, liquor is an absolute luxury. A sip of strong liquor can instantly dispel the chill during the harshest of winters. Moreover, high-proof liquor can serve as a disinfectant for wounds. During the coldest periods, a single bottle of liquor could skyrocket to the equivalent of 100 pounds of grain. Consequently, she entered the shop and ordered 1,000 pounds of 60-proof grain alcohol. The perspiring proprietor, recognizing her as a significant client, happily offered her a 10 discount and generously included large plastic barrels capable of holding 50 pounds each. The price of high-purity grain alcohol is not inexpensive. Even after the discount, it costs 15 yuan per pound. However, the proprietor assured her that his liquor was exclusively brewed from pure sorghum and was not diluted with inferior alcohol. Jiang Nuo requested expedited delivery, but the proprietor informed her that the earliest she could receive it would be in about 10 days due to the fermentation process and limited production capacity. Reassured by his words, Jiang Nuo paid a 2,000 yuan deposit and asked him to notify her once it was ready. After leaving the stifling brewery, Jiang Nuo hurried to the wholesale cooking oil market. She bought 500 barrels each of rapeseed oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil, all in 5-liter containers. She also noticed some ready-rendered lard and decided to purchase 1,000 pounds. Contrary to popular belief that lard is unhealthy, this is a misconception. In modern society, where people are often overnourished, any type of oil may be deemed unsuitable. However, in a post-apocalyptic environment marked by scarcity, such high-calorie food becomes highly sought after. The total expenditure for the various oils amounted to 85,000 yuan. In just half a day, her bank card was drained of funds, not only depleting her balance, but also maxing out her credit card and exhausting the payment platform's limit for the following month, prompting her to acquire a loan. Yet, Jiang Nuo felt no regret. Instead, she felt a profound sense of security, understanding that food is the foundation of survival. In the wake of an apocalypse, even the wealthiest sums become mere scraps of paper, useless digits. Only tangible supplies hold true value. As for the credit card debt, it would naturally be rendered irrelevant in the aftermath of societal collapse. After a morning of relentless errands, Jiang Nuo, panting from exhaustion, treated herself to an ice pop and checked the weather on her phone, noting a scorching 39 degrees Celsius. However, the actual surface temperature exposed to direct sunlight was far higher, making the pavement feel as if it were on fire beneath her feet. Many in the market eagerly anticipated rain to cool the oppressive heat, unaware that the days ahead would only grow hotter. She stopped by a nearby street vendor to enjoy a hearty bowl of pig trotters over rice, rich in fats and carbohydrates, perfect for replenishing her energy. As she savored the last grain of rice, Jiang Nuo paid no mind to the astonishment of onlookers at the hearty appetite of a seemingly delicate young woman. She simply relished her meal, feeling invigorated. By afternoon, the shop had prepared all her requested items. Jiang Nuo coordinated with a large truck at the market entrance and hired several laborers to assist in loading her purchases. She had already devised a plan for organizing the items once they reached the warehouse, having ordered numerous shelves from an online store to maximize space and facilitate future retrieval. The procurement process took far longer and was more labor-intensive than Jiang Nuo had anticipated. She had spent nearly an entire day acquiring staple foods. Initially, she considered comparing prices among various vendors, but the overwhelming variety left her dizzy. Eventually, she decided to rely on her instincts, purchasing for whichever vendor caught her eye. By nightfall, Jiang Nuo was utterly exhausted, feeling as though the air she exhaled was searing. Suddenly, her phone rang. Ding, ding, ding. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she answered, "Hello, Miss Jiang? This is the detective you hired. The items you requested have arrived." Jiang Nuo returned to her inbox and found a fresh email from the private investigator, accompanied by a 2 gigabytes compressed file. Chapter 4. A bounty of fatted lambs. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuo was warmly welcomed by Mei, who seemed eager to leap into her embrace, oblivious to the weight of her own presence. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, but Mei appeared increasingly attached to her. Without hesitation, she playfully ruffled the fur of her husky, eliciting a series of affectionate howls, before carrying the dog back to her room to boot up the computer. The private investigator had proven efficient. After settling the remaining fee as agreed, Jiang Nua meticulously examined the folder she received, which contained dozens of intimate photographs of Yang Ning and Wang Jianli, showcasing their close interactions and hotel visits, evidence that would leave little doubt in anyone's mind regarding their illicit affair. Additionally, there were several videos recorded from an awkward angle, yet clearly capturing both individuals' faces and voices. She opened the video to discern the details. Wang Jianli handed a USB drive to Yang Ning, saying, "This contains everything on Jiang Nua's computer. I registered in your name, so the reputation will be yours. She won't dare retaliate." Yang Ning, Gili Gruoming Hair Niles, replied, "Did you not break up with her? How did you manage to obtain this?" Wang Jianli chuckled. "It's simple. I just need to give a little signal, and she is quite obedient. Then you should find a time to sever ties with her," Yang Ning suggested nonchalantly. Wang Jianli's smile froze, and Yang Ning frowned. "What? Are you reluctant? Have you been with her?" No. Wang Jianli quickly professed his loyalty. "That is impossible. I have not touched her at all." Jiang Nua watched the video impassively. After 10 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Wang Jianli appeared to her as nothing more than a ghost. "Then that settles it. Now that we have the evidence, you must cut all ties with her," Yang Ning continued. Wang Jianli, however, was clearly unwilling. "That would be too lenient. I have a proposal." "Oh, I want her to handle a financial transaction to get her implicated." Wang Jianli's displeasure over the embezzled 250,000 was evident. He had been waiting for this moment. Yang Ning, unfazed, casually inquired, "But she hasn't even been coming to work. How do you propose to do that?" "I thought I could ask your father for assistance. It shouldn't be difficult," he replied. The ensuing conversation lacked substance. Yang Ning's attitude was indifferent while Wang Jianli was intent on scheming, displaying a tenacity that suggested he would not relent easily. After some persuasion, Yang Ning was swayed and promptly contacted her father, employing the devious tactics Wang Jianli had taught her. She began by claiming that a colleague suspected she was an illegitimate child, a despicable individual she wished to see imprisoned to prevent any mischief. Her father's voice echoed on the other end of the line, though it was inaudible in the video. "Dad, don't worry. This is my mother-esque strategy. You know how devoted she is to you, always concerned about your reputation, even at her own expense." Her words positioned the illegitimate child and the mistress quite distinctly, displaying considerable cunning. "Dad, trust my mother-esque plan. She has dealt with troublesome women for you before. This colleague is just a broke graduate. Why waste money on her? Let us get her locked up, and I'll find a few people to handle her." Her father seemed to agree, and Yang Ning elaborated on the details, assuring him that she and her mother had a foolproof plan to ensure the colleague would be imprisoned without burdening him. After hanging up, Yang Ning shot a glance at Wang Jianli, stating, "I've done as you instructed, leveraging my mother-esque name. Ensure you handle this cleanly." Wang Jianli, ever the sycophant, promised 1,000 times, "Rest assured, I have prepared everything and will cultivate the necessary connections." "Wasn't it the same method I used to assist your mother with that intern your father assaulted?" Yang Ning appeared slightly uncomfortable, but questioned, "Why does this preparation take so long? Can we not expedite the process? In the last month and a half, I'll push a little harder. We only need to establish this financial transaction. It's best to get in touch with a rival company to facilitate this properly," Wang Jianli replied with a smile. "Endure for just over a month, and I will ensure she is imprisoned. After that, you can vent your frustrations at will." The two embraced as the video concluded. Jiang Nua couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. What a wretched bunch they were. Yang Ning was particularly intriguing. Born as the illegitimate daughter of Yang Qingjuan's mistress, she had only recently been acknowledged and even arranged a position within the family business. However, Yang Qingjun was exceedingly cautious, leaving the mother and daughter with little to gain, as the fickle man had already found a younger secretary to dote upon. Meanwhile, Yang Ning had entangled herself with a married man, President Zhang, who was also a father. To summarize, she was the illegitimate daughter of a mistress who had become a mistress herself, a veritable nesting doll of deception. Though President Zhang was old enough to be Yang Ning's father, and his wealth was acquired through dubious means in the gray market, he was indeed affluent, lavishly generous. He provided Yang Ning with ample pocket money, which she then used to support Wang Jianli, her toy boy. Jiang Nuo set the dog aside and, adopting an anonymous account, began to compose messages. She found it tedious to address each matter individually, so she decided to act collectively. To Yang Ning, Miss Yang, I presume you wouldn't want President Zhang to discover your infidelity, would you? To Yang Chengjun, Boss Yang, surely you wouldn't want your wife to learn about your mistress and illegitimate daughter, would you? To President Zhang, are you aware that your young girlfriend is using your funds to support a younger man? To Mrs. Yang, Mrs. Jiang, do you realize that your husband is running the company through unscrupulous means while placing his illegitimate daughter right under your nose? In Jiang Nuo's eyes, these individuals were all mere sheep, ready to be sheared for their wealth. The first to respond was Yang Ning, her voice piercing through the phone before it even reached her ear. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Nuo remained silent, allowing the seconds to tick by, causing Yang Ning to grow increasingly anxious. Are you listening? She finally asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Yes. What? What do you want? Jiang Nuo was fully aware of their intentions, and she felt emboldened. She got straight to the point, her tone steady. In plain terms, if you wish to keep your affair with Wang Jianli from reaching President Zhang, you will need to pay 500,000 for the evidence. You are Jiang Nuo. Yang Ning recognized her now, her composure faltering for the first time as she exclaimed, How do you know about me? I have already prepared all the evidence, and it will be projected onto the large screen at the club owned by President Zhang for all to see. At last, Yang Ning grasped the situation, incredulity washing over her. You're insane. How could I possibly find 500,000? Why should I pay you? Her panic was understandable. President Zhang was not an easy man to deal with and had a strong sense of pride. If he discovered his mistress was cheating, the consequences for Yang Ning would be dire. Jiang Nuo remained unwavering. No money, no anonymity. The choice is yours. Wait, are you doing this for Wang Jianli? Yang Ning suddenly realized something, regaining her composure, her tone tinged with arrogance. I think there has been a misunderstanding. Let us arrange a time to discuss this with Wang Jianli present. Not interested, Jiang Nuo replied, her words measured. Tomorrow at noon, if I don't see the 500,000, I will ensure President Zhang witnesses a spectacular show. You. Yang Ning inhaled deeply. I truly do not have that kind of money. Your shoes, handbags, jewelry. You flaunt luxury every day. Selling a few pieces would more than suffice. Are you trying to ruin me? How much must I sell to gather that? If my parents find out about this commotion, you won't escape unscathed either. With only 50,000 in hand, Jiang Nuo had no desire to engage in idle chatter and promptly ended the call. After shutting her phone, she reached out to her detective, adding an additional request to her previous inquiry. I require the hair sample you were tasked to locate. Once acquired, please retain half for backup and send the remainder to an underground agency for paternity testing. Expedience is crucial. Ensure that both the backup and the test results are dispatched to me promptly. Ding! Jiang Nuo received a notification of a bank transfer. 110,000 in cash had just been deposited into her account. This sum was the electronic loan she had applied for the previous night. One must commend the efficiency of the current system. It had been resolved in less than 24 hours. Time is of the essence, and with funds now secured, she was eager to spend them. Armed with the address sent by her mother, she rented a small van and set off for the orchard. The location was quite remote, requiring a considerable drive. As the scenery transformed, transitioning from the concrete jungle to vast expanses of verdant fields, the sweet fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a welcoming committee. A few vibrant and spirited middle-aged individuals stood at the entrance, exchanging pleasantries as Jiang Nuo disembarked, before introducing their products. Thanks to you Ruahua's prior arrangements, the negotiations proceeded directly to the point. Our orchard spans a total of 1,300 acres, featuring a diverse range of fruits. While the yield per variety may not rival that of specialized orchards, the quality is exceptional, with all produce supplied directly to renowned fruit retailers. Once aboard the vehicle, Jiang Nuo was handed a small basket, and they intermittently paused to offer her samples. She graciously sampled the fresh fruits, glistening with droplets of water from a recent wash. In the sweltering heat, the cool, sweet burst of flavor was utterly delightful. After surveying the entire area, Jiang Nuo was thoroughly satisfied. Her only remaining concerns pertained to quantity and pricing. 3 yuan per kilogram for apples? Jiang Nuo was taken aback. Indeed, for fresh produce, with frozen stock also available, the seller assured her that larger orders could yield further discounts. The pricing was considerably more favorable than the market, and Jiang Nuo wasted no time placing her order. 5,000 pounds of apples, 5,000 pounds of pears, 5,000 pounds of summer oranges, 3,000 pounds of cherry tomatoes, 3,000 pounds of grapes, 2,000 pounds each of peaches and kiwis. Moreover, upon noticing the expansive watermelon fields, she was reminded that it was the season for watermelons, which were both affordable and exceptionally delicious. She ordered 20,000 pounds of watermelon. Given the current heat, consumption would be high. She could easily devour one a day. If storage were a concern, she would not have been so extravagant, but with no storage issues to consider, more was indeed better. In one fell swoop, after adding the shipping costs, she had spent another 100,000. Jiang Nuo's substantial order and straightforward contract left the sellers in high spirits. Some fruits were in short supply, yet they assured her they would supplement from a neighboring warehouse. Jiang Nuo had no objections. The uncertainty about the warehouse's capacity allowed her to manage the deliveries in batches. As truckloads of fruit were dispatched to her warehouse, she realized that many varieties were still missing, prompting a visit to the wholesale market. In a post-apocalyptic world, natural vitamins were sorely lacking. Even vegetables had become a luxury, let alone the delectable fruits. Although large-scale farms had begun cultivating acid-resistant crops, these primarily consisted of grains and vegetables, with fruit remaining a rarity even a decade after the world had changed. Thus, stockpiling fruits now was essential. On her return journey, she busied herself by browsing e-commerce wholesale sites on her phone, ordering bananas, mangoes, pineapples, lemons, strawberries, pomegranates, and dragon fruits. Before she knew it, her total had surpassed 50,000, leading her to unhesitatingly overdraw her credit limits on various platforms. As the clock inched closer to midnight, Jiang Nuo had yet to receive any messages from Yang Ning since turning on her phone that morning. Given Jiang Nuo's understanding of Yang Ning, she suspected that she might confide in her mother to strategize. Should such a scenario unfold, Jiang Nuo's 500,000 would be all but guaranteed. The mother-daughter duo would undoubtedly not relinquish their hold on Mr. Zhang easily. His wealth, coupled with a dubious background, made them wary of any repercussions. Jiang Nuo anticipated that they would initially swallow this hidden loss, only to seek retribution later. However, with the apocalypse looming, it was uncertain who would hold the upper hand. A cold smile flickered across Jiang Nuo's face. She was no saint, and those who had harmed or plotted against her would not be spared. Chapter 5. The arrival of 500,000 precisely at the stroke of 12, Jiang Nuo received Yang Ning's call. Come to the company parking lot and bring your evidence. In stark contrast to her panic of the previous day, Yang Ning's voice was not only clear, but also carried a hint of her usual haughtiness. During the most sweltering hours of the day, the office building's white-collar workers generally awaited their takeout deliveries, with few people idly strolling about. The entire street was eerily deserted, and Jiang Nuo encountered hardly anyone along her path. A text message arrived on her phone, containing the parking space number sent by Yang Ning. Before long, Jiang Nuo spotted Yang Ning leaning against a sports car, who greeted her with a disdainful snort. The Yang Ning before her was dressed scantily, her makeup exquisite, resembling a popular internet beauty, possessing ample assets to entice men. Where's the money? Jiang Nuo inquired. Show me the evidence first, Yang Ning replied, seemingly distracted. Jiang Nuo brought up the photos on her phone, swiping through them to clearly display Yang Ning and Wang Jinli heading to a hotel room, where they were already fondling each other before even entering. Yang Ning bit her lip. That night, she had just finished entertaining Director Zhang and felt unsatisfied by the older gentleman. Taking advantage of Zhang's slumber, she immediately summoned Wang Jinli for a second round of pleasure, never anticipating that their rendezvous would be captured so clearly. I prepared the money, but how can you guarantee that you'll erase everything completely? Once I have the money, I'll leave, Jiang Nuo fabricated casually. I'll leave Wang Jinli, leave this city, and never see you again. These words caught Yang Ning off guard, her expression betraying a flicker of surprise. I'm only after the money. I have no grudge against you, so don't overthink it. Jiang Nuo opened her photo album, revealing over a dozen more photos like the previous ones, all crystal clear. Yang Ning paused for a moment, then declared loudly, "All right, let's begin." Jiang Nuo watched as Yang Ning operated her phone, entering Jiang Nuo's phone number into Alipay and specifying an amount of 5 followed by 5 zeros. "Now it's your turn," Yang Ning urged her. Jiang Nuo acted decisively, directly resetting her phone, wiping all data clean. The progress bar on the screen slowly advanced, while subtle sounds echoed through the deserted parking lot. Jiang Nuo glanced up, noticing that Yang Ning maintained the same expression, seemingly monitoring her phone screen. But the restless fidgeting of her fingers betrayed her true intentions. Suddenly, Jiang Nuo used her momentum to leap onto the roof of the car in front of her. Yang Ning dropped her pretense, shouting, "Grab her." Only then did Jiang Nuo gain a clear view from her elevated position. From all directions, 5 or 6 men emerged from the previously empty parking lot, forming a circle around Jiang Nuo. Evidently, Yang Ning hadn't anticipated Jiang Nuo jumping onto the car right in front of her, as she exclaimed in frustration, "Don't just stand there like fools. Drag her down, strip her naked, and drag her outside." As she spoke, she lunged towards Jiang Nuo, attempting to force her off the car. Jiang Nuo swiftly retaliated, seizing Yang Ning's hair, twisting her wrist to tightly grip her long tresses. Let go of me," Yang Ning screamed in pain. Jiang Nuo stood on the car roof, clutching her hair, causing her scalp to ache as if it were about to tear, forcing her to desperately stand on her tiptoes. Jiang Nuo tightened her grip, eliciting another scream from her. "Let go of me, you little bitch." Jiang Nuo raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap to her face. Seeing her defiance, she slapped her several more times, swelling her face. "Why do you think I agreed to come to the parking lot?" she said coolly. "Did you think I didn't know what you were planning?" Jiang Nuo reached into her pocket, simultaneously pulling out a sharp fruit knife from her interdimensional space, pressing it against Yang Ning's face. Yang Ning, who had been screaming and cursing, felt the cold blade against her skin, causing her hair to stand on end, her voice trembling. What are you going to do? Tell these people to leave," Jiang Nuo said without panic. "Otherwise, your face will have a few more cuts." "Will Director Zhang still want you?" Yang Ning couldn't believe it. "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of death?" "Death?" Jiang Nuo found her threats utterly feeble. "You hired people to catch me, just to vent your anger or humiliate me in a vile way. You wouldn't dare to kill someone." She glanced at the 5 or 6 thugs and continued, "And why would these people help you commit murder? How much money did you give them?" The thugs hesitated, wary of Yang Ning being held hostage. As Jiang Nuo had said, they were just trying to make a living, and they had a bit of a connection with Yang Ning, who had offered them 5,000 yuan to vent her anger. No one in their right mind would commit murder for such a small amount, not even for 500,000 yuan. Jiang Nuo didn't take them seriously. After all, she was truly capable of killing. "Tell them to leave," Jiang Nuo demanded coldly. "If you dare touch me, you'll suffer a terrible fate." "Bitch," Yang Ning continued to curse. "I'll ruin your reputation and make you a social outcast." Jiang Nuo twisted the blade in her hand, making a small cut on Yang Ning's neck, causing blood to seep out. Yang Ning was terrified, not expecting her to actually harm her. "She's crazy. She's really crazy. She was just a recent college graduate, working overtime for a meager salary, a lowly ant. How dare she?" "A small cut won't cause much bleeding," Jiang Nuo said calmly, moving the knife slowly up to Yang Ning's cheek, adding coldly, "Even if I carve this place into a mess, you won't die. You deliberately chose a place without surveillance, so I can cut off pieces of your face." Yang Ning stopped screaming and cursing, closing her eyes and shouting, "Tell them to leave. And call the police. Someone help me call the police." Jiang Nuo almost laughed. She, an ordinary worker, was surrounded by Yang Ning and a few thugs, and they were afraid of her calling the police. Even if Yang Ning died here, the police would never find any murder weapon. She could even put Yang Ning's body into her interdimensional space. Without a body or evidence, there would be no case. The thugs exchanged glances, reluctant to call the police. After all, They all had some criminal history and didn't want to get involved with the police. Yang Ning was being foolish. Seeing them slowly retreat, Jiang Nuo grabbed Yang Ning's hair and started walking towards the more populated area, causing Yang Ning's scalp to ache as she gasped for air. Jiang Nuo had already put away the knife, and as they reached a more populated area, she released her grip. Yang Ning immediately covered her head, her beautiful face filled with malice, glaring at her as if she wanted to devour her alive. Jiang Nuo simply looked down at her. Her threats were insignificant in Jiang Nuo's eyes. Killing someone didn't necessarily require a knife, but relying on curses was useless. Yang Ning had lost a lot of hair, and her neck was still bleeding. She wanted to kill Jiang Nuo more than anything, but she thought that in a few days, Wang Jianli could use the same trick to get this woman imprisoned. Once she was inside, she could find someone to abuse her. Then, Yang Ning would witness her misery firsthand to ease her hatred. Too lazy to care about her thoughts, Jiang Nuo simply left. The previous intimidation had worked on Yang Ning and the thugs, but she also realized a fact. Her current body was too weak. If she faced more professional thugs or more vicious enemies, she would need more preparation to ensure her safety. First, she needed a suitable weapon, and she needed to strengthen her body. In fact, she could store giant rocks weighing over a ton in her interdimensional space, take them out to crush people to death, and then put them back, but this method could easily expose her secrets, so she would only use it when necessary. In truth, directly placing a person into the space could lead to instantaneous demise. However, she still harbored uncertainties regarding the rules of this realm. It was impossible to carelessly insert someone unless they were unequivocally deceased. Thus, fortifying her own capabilities was imperative. Jiang Nuo proceeded to the warehouse, where the fruits had largely been gathered. The grains and oils could be postponed, but fruits lacked specialized cold chain logistics and preservation methods, compelling Jiang Nuo to prioritize their transition into the space. Observing the time, which read 7:20, she focused her mind and commenced the transfer of the fruits that filled the warehouse. The larger and heavier the items, the more time and energy they demanded, compelling Jiang Nuo to gradually enhance her control over the spatial domain. Behind the dilapidated structure in the space lay a vast expanse of land, where she decided to relocate the fruits along with the shelves for the time being. Hours slipped by, and as Jiang Nuo wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced at her phone, she noted it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. At that moment, a call from the manufacturer she had contacted arrived, informing her that the quantity of water tanks ordered was too substantial to facilitate swift delivery, resulting in a delay. Frowning, she felt a pang of unease. These tanks were essential for water storage. She requested a refund of her deposit and sought to cancel the order, only for the manufacturer to promptly change their tune, assuring her of expedited shipping. Returning home, she engaged in some physical exercise until the late hours of the night, finally feeling at ease enough to take a shower and retrieve a bunch of lychees from a space. Fresh and chilled, their sweet flavor was delightful. Chapter 6. Do not vent your frustration on women. In recent days, Jiang Nuo had been bustling about, and it was evident to Yu Ruohua that she had tanned slightly under the sun. With concern, she inquired, "Is that outsourcing reliable? Why must you run errands during this scorching weather when you were previously working in an office?" At that moment, Jiang Nuo was preparing her attire for going out, donning sunscreen and specialized arm sleeves. Though a bit stifling, they would protect her from sunburn. The agency had delivered some good news regarding the housing situation. As expected, the agency itself had acquired the property. They agreed to Jiang Nuo's request to postpone moving, but if she intended to pay in full, they hoped for an additional discount of 100,000. After tax deductions, she would receive 6 million. Without hesitation, Jiang Nuo agreed. She needed the funds swiftly and could not afford to wait any longer. She tidied herself up and prepared to head out for the contract signing. "Mom, rest assured, I won't let myself suffer losses," Jiang Nuo said, turning to give her mother a reassuring smile before rushing back to check on her rarely lethargic husky, Hame. She advised, "The ground is too hot lately. Please don't take her out during the day. If you must, at least put some shoes or bags on her paws." The husky breed struggles with heat dissipation. "I know. I hardly want to go out during the day. It's too hot," Yu Ruohua sighed. Jiang Nuo felt a pang of helplessness as well. Her father had passed away early, and her mother had worked tirelessly at various odd jobs to support Jiang Nuo. Eventually, Yu Ruohua resorted to selling goods at the night market, tirelessly working day and night to provide Jiang Nuo with a good education and the best food and clothing. Her relentless efforts had taken a toll on her health, leaving her with back and leg issues. Consequently, once Jiang Nuo began working, she insisted that Yu Ruohua cease her labor. Though reluctant at first, Yu Ruohua acquiesced to her daughter's wishes. Jiang Nuo's decision to adopt a husky was motivated both by her affection for dogs and the desire to keep her mother company, encouraging her to exercise by taking the dog for walks. The morning sun was still gentle and the temperature relatively low. Jiang Nuo arrived at the real estate agency, where the entire transaction proceeded smoothly, facilitated by professional couriers, and soon the exchange was complete. After taxes, she received $6 million for the house, coupled with the $500,000 from Yang Ning. Her available funds now totaled $1 million. As for her credit card and electronic loans, she resolved not to repay them for the time being. While she had secured funds, new challenges loomed before her. The space was too small. The dilapidated house measured about 50 to 60 square meters, with a larger barren field nearby, approximately 1 acre in size. The vacant land behind the house was nearly filled with the fruits she had purchased, leaving little room for additional items unless they were placed on the field itself. Jiang Nuo did not wish to resort to that. She envisioned cultivating the land and optimizing the available space as a long-term strategy. Fortunately, the warehouse could serve as a transit station. With funds in hand, she would continue stockpiling goods. Following her plan, she intended to focus on food, particularly seasonings. Today's temperature had risen slightly compared to yesterday, and the wholesale market had shifted from its usual bustling state to a somewhat desolate one, with many shops operating only partially. However, this worked to Jiang Nuo's advantage. At one shop, the owner personally attended to her, ensuring high efficiency. "I need salt," she stated. "How much do you require?" 2,000 pounds. While that seemed substantial, Jiang Nuo intended to purchase 4 tons of salt, with the 2,000 pounds being merely a fraction of her plan. This salt was not solely for culinary use. Following acid rain, many mutated creatures, such as variant cockroaches, ants, and bedbugs, had emerged, exhibiting a natural aversion to salt. Thus, regularly sprinkling salt around her residence would effectively deter these unwelcome pests. Consequently, in addition to the 4 tons of refined salt, she also sought several tons of coarse salt. The owner hesitated, jotting notes in a small book before asking, "Are you preparing to open a store?" "But even for a store, you wouldn't need this much." Jiang Nuo did not respond directly, but countered, "Do you have that much stock on hand?" After a moment of consideration, the owner nodded affirmatively. "I do. While I may not have that quantity in my store, I can arrange for it to be delivered." "When can it arrive?" "Today, without a doubt." "Excellent. That saves me the trouble of visiting another store. Additionally, I require 2,000 pounds of sugar, 1,000 bags each of chicken essence and MSG, 1,000 bottles of 2-liter brewed soy sauce, 500 bottles of 2-liter brewed vinegar, 1,000 bottles of 1-pound broad bean sauce, and, no, 2,000 bottles of spicy sauce. Spicy sauce is marvelous. On days when I don't feel like cooking, a bowl of spicy sauce mixed with rice is simply delightful. Or paired with vegetables and meat boiled in water, dipped in spicy sauce, it creates a unique flavor. 200 bottles of 1-pound sweet bean sauce, 500 pounds each of both spicy and mild dried chili, 300 pounds of the best Sichuan pepper, and 200 bottles of large pepper powder. Furthermore, I need 200 bags each of 5-spice powder, curry powder, and 13-spice mix. Do you also have ginger? Yes, we do, the owner replied eagerly. We also have garlic. How much do you need? 1,000 pounds of each. Even if ginger and garlic cannot be entirely consumed, they can serve as cultivators. Do you have brown sugar? Jiang Nuo inquired. We only have it in bulk. Then I'll take 2,000 pounds. For women in a post-apocalyptic world, a bowl of steaming ginger brown sugar water not only wards off the cold, but also alleviates mild colds and fatigue, while a bowl of sugary water can quickly replenish energy. As the owner quickly recorded the items, Jiang Nuo mentally calculated her needs. These were the essential seasonings. She had no intention of experimenting with the highly concentrated additives circulating online. How much will that be? Let me calculate, the owner said, swiftly tapping on a calculator. After a few minutes, he responded, the total comes to 190,563. How about I round it down to a neat 190,000? Naturally, Zhang Nuo did not mind the few $100s. In that case, I also need some spices, Zhang Nuo added. Star anise, fennel, cinnamon, bay leaves, sand ginger, grass fruit, angelica, three-nail, nutmeg, and sand ginger. Whatever you have, please prepare some according to the ratios for making marinated dishes, totaling about 10,000, bringing the overall total to 200,000. Sure, no problem. I guarantee the marinating spices will be excellent. The owner happily accepted the transfer, promising that even if he had to work late into the night, he would deliver everything Zhang Nuo needed to her designated warehouse. From his tone, it seemed he would have a long night ahead. After careful consideration, she decided to hire a warehouse manager. Firstly, there would be too much inventory to sort through, and with so many tasks ahead, it would be impossible for her to remain at the warehouse constantly. Not far from the wholesale market lay a human resources market. Despite the sweltering heat, people still sought job opportunities. After a brief scan of the hall, Zhang Nuo spotted a modestly dressed young girl, likely under 20, dragging a suitcase. She approached the girl and engaged in conversation, finding that the situation matched her expectations. The girl, Lu Mei, was a student from an agricultural university. With classes suspended due to the heat, she had returned to her hometown and sought a short-term job to alleviate her family's burden. Zhang Nuo aimed to find someone simple and straightforward, and they quickly connected. Adopting the guise of a representative from a wholesale company, Zhang Nuo hired her. Come with me now. We could discuss the details while we work. We might have to put in extra hours tonight. With a loud exclamation of good fortune, Lu Mei followed Zhang Nuo back to the wholesale market to continue their procurement. Zhang Nuo purchased a variety of hot pot bases, spicy stir-fry seasonings, and other convenient cooking sauces totaling around 20,000 yuan. In the chaos of the apocalypse, there were numerous tasks at hand, and these seasoning packets were quite advantageous, as they could save considerable time when necessary. Zhang Nuo then made her way to the other end of the market to examine the dried goods. These items were favored by Yuruwa. They could be used for stir-frying or soups, so she ordered 200 pounds each of dried shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, white fungus, and dried daylily buds, along with some vermicelli. Although vermicelli is made from starch, it is more convenient to store than raw starch and appears to have a longer shelf life. She ordered 1,000 pounds. Additionally, 200 pounds each of dried tofu and dried bean curd skin were acquired. Upon settling the bill at this store, the total came to 55,000 yuan, primarily due to the high prices of dried goods. After reviewing the list, Zhang Nuo entered a shop that sold seaweed. In the apocalypse, marine resources were nearly extinct on land, making it essential to stock up on these dried goods. Thus, she ordered 1,000 pounds each of dried kelp, pickled sea cabbage, and pickled kelp, along with 200 pounds of dried nori. This brought the total to another 30,000 yuan. Lastly, she visited 3 wholesale outlets to order a ton of salt, totaling 12,000 yuan. By the end of her shopping trip, including transportation fees, she had spent a staggering 320,000 yuan. She had never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant daily necessities could surpass the expenses of staple foods, fruits, and oil combined. It truly is a case of not realizing the value of household essentials until one is in charge. As noon approached and the temperature rose uncomfortably, Zhang Nuo and Lu Mei entered the nearest restaurant. The air conditioning provided a welcome relief. Zhang Nuo was indeed hungry, and it was evident that Lu Mei had not been eating well in recent days. Let us eat casually. No need to stand on ceremony. In due time, these seemingly ordinary, homely dishes would become a rarity for most. After lunch, Zhang Nuo took Lu Mei to inspect the warehouse. Lu Mei's role was to receive and count the incoming goods, with no responsibilities for outgoing shipments. Zhang Nuo had set a fair wage of 1,000 yuan per week, which Lu Mei appreciated, viewing Jiang Nuo as an entrepreneurial youth. Lu Mei would not need to come in during the mornings, working instead from the afternoon until evening. Mornings were reserved for shipments, and Jiang Nuo could not have anyone present when she retrieved supplies. Since she was always busy, she needed someone to remain at the warehouse to receive, count, and inspect goods. If Lu Mei performed well during this time, Jiang Nuo would consider giving her a small bonus before the onset of the apocalypse, allowing her to stockpile supplies back home. In the early days of the apocalypse, rural areas fared slightly better than cities, though this advantage was relative and fleeting. After settling Lu Mei in, Jiang Nuo returned to the warehouse, expecting the first batch of goods to arrive in the afternoon. While waiting, she checked her card balance, which stood just above 258 million yuan. This included the proceeds from selling her house, and there was no second property to sell. She still had many items to procure: ready-to-eat foods, clothing, seeds, transportation, gasoline, weapons, furniture, and even daily necessities. Far too many gaps remained. A rough calculation revealed a significant funding shortfall, necessitating further efforts to generate income. With thoughts of making money igniting her determination, Jiang Nuo guided Lu Mei in receiving the first batch of supplies before heading directly back to the company. Wang Jianli was taken aback by her sudden appearance, momentarily startled and instinctively attempting to avoid her. However, Jiang Nuo blocked his path assertively. "Tell me, is the boss in a meeting?" Wang Jianli immediately became defensive. "Have you returned from your leave? Cut the nonsense. Is he in a meeting or not? What do you want?" Wang Jianli snapped, nearly losing his temper. "I've already given you the money." Jiang Nuo rolled her eyes, responding coldly. "I'm looking for the boss. This is none of your business. Just tell me if he is in a meeting, and don't make me unhappy." "He's not in a meeting. In his office. Are you satisfied now?" "Perfect," Jiang Nuo replied, not sparing Wang Jianli a glance as she strode toward Yang Chengjun's office, leaving him seething in her wake. Yang Chengjun, a quintessential Phoenix man, had risen through the ranks of business thanks to his wife's family connections and the fortuitous timing of the internet boom. However, his ability to maintain his profitable position relied heavily on his wife's network. Yet, he shamelessly indulged in an affair, fathering an illegitimate child and sleeping with his secretary. Jiang Nuo entered his office without preamble. Yang Chengjun, momentarily taken aback, saw her sitting there with an impassive expression. "Yang, I need to discuss something with you." "Who are you?" Yang Chengjun frowned. Was she one of the girls he had spent time with at KTV, or perhaps an employee from a recent team-building event? He recalled how she had resisted, but ultimately, her defiance had made no difference. Who else could it be? He scrutinized Jiang Nuo, noting her audacity in coming directly to his office. Taking a closer look, he found her plain yet delicate features appealing, coupled with a cool demeanor that piqued his interest. "I'm merely a salesperson here to sell a few items," Jiang Nuo stated, placing a DNA test result before him. "If you're not interested, I believe your wife will be." Having seen much in his life, Yang Chengjun was not easily rattled by her words. He scoffed dismissively and casually picked up the document. However, half a minute later, his demeanor froze. He took a sip of water, attempting to mask a flicker of panic, and then fixed a steely gaze on Jiang Nuo. "Are you sent by Jiang Qin?" he demanded. "Tell her I have always agreed to the divorce, but my conditions remain unchanged. No other tactics, and until the money is in place, I will not sign anything. Let us see who outlasts whom." Jiang Nuo chuckled softly, which only served to infuriate Yang Chengjun further. "What is so funny?" Shaking her head, she replied, "Hearing good news makes one smile, doesn't it?" Yang Chengjun, oblivious to her knowledge of his marital troubles, did not recognize that Jiang Qin would likely be keenly interested in the existence of his illegitimate child. After dealing with Yang Chengjun, she could approach Ms. Jiang for a favorable price. "You've misunderstood. I'm not sent by Ms. Jiang. I'm just an ordinary employee at your company. You may not remember me, but I joined last year in the art department, which means I am both a colleague of Yang Ning and a peer, privy to a few of your family secrets, and merely looking to exchange that knowledge for some compensation." Jiang Nuo was straightforward about her demands, stating a flat fee of 800,000 yuan. Yang Chengjun almost retorted with a scoff, but the words caught in his throat. He was in the midst of a divorce negotiation, and in their position, the stakes were perilously high. It was a tug-of-war where both parties sought to gain an upper hand, and one misstep could lead to utter ruin. Jiang Qin was always cautious, making it difficult to catch her with anything incriminating. However, that did not provide a justification for her audacious demands. After all, they had built their business with her and her father as support, and the notion of relinquishing company shares was nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. It is no secret that he indulges in extramarital affairs, but the existence of an illegitimate daughter is an unusual predicament. If Jiang Qin obtains evidence at this juncture, he will find himself in a precarious position. Yang Chengjun harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Qin, who, bolstered by her affluent and influential family, has maintained an air of superiority before him over the years. Had it not been for the company's ongoing struggles to go public, he would have long since cast her aside. The DNA test, if it could be bought for 800,000, would certainly be a worthwhile investment. Yet he, accustomed to his lofty status, cannot stomach the idea of being threatened by a mere girl. In truth, as soon as Jiang Nuo began to speak, he recalled that his daughter had previously informed him of a colleague suspecting her identity. He had not taken it seriously at the time, but now it seems that Yang Ning and her mother are rather reliable in alleviating his worries. Previously, an ungrateful intern had also been ensnared by them. As long as this woman is not sent by Jiang Qin, he can tolerate her presence for another month before she faces the consequences of her actions. Jiang Nuo was acutely aware of his thoughts, her disdain for him deepening. These middle-aged men, emboldened by a modicum of wealth, act with impunity, living in a way more despicable than dogs in the apocalypse. Jiang Nuo had endured long enough in this desolate world. Her hands were stained with blood. "Mr. Yang, I do not have much time. If you choose to forego this matter, so be it." Jiang Nuo had no patience for his games. If necessary, she would devise another means to acquire funds. As she collected the DNA test results and turned to leave, Yang Chengjun was momentarily bewildered. No, he must remain calm. He had seen many instances of the carrot and stick approach. This woman was merely feigning urgency to extort money from him. She would not truly depart. Then, Jiang Nuo decisively slammed the door shut behind her. Gazing at the closed office door, Yang Chengjun was consumed by rage, his temples throbbing. Had she truly left? That wretched woman! Panic began to set in, and he hastily called his secretary. "The woman who just left my office. Bring her back." "What's the matter, Mr. Yang? Is she your new flame? Should I—" "Silence. Just do as I say," Yang Chengjun bellowed, his fury palpable. The secretary, taken aback by his outburst, hurriedly ended the call to carry out his orders. Before long, the secretary called back. Upon answering, Yang Chengjun heard her voice tinged with frustration. "Mr. Yang, I called her back, but she refused to listen and insisted on leaving, claiming she was going to find the boss's wife. I couldn't stop her." In that instant, Yang Chengjun felt his blood pressure surge with anger. "Incompetent fool. Use any means necessary to bring her back." But, the secretary's voice quivered with helplessness. "But what? If she leaves, you might as well follow her." Yang Chengjun nearly shouted in exasperation. Suddenly, the phone emitted a collision sound, and Yang Chengjun was left bewildered. The thought of that woman presenting the DNA test to Jiang Qin made his teeth grind with fury. No, perhaps she was sent by Jiang Qin to test him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nuo's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Yang, there is no need to take your frustrations out on women. I'm coming back, so prepare to transfer the funds." Chapter 7. A fair exchange departing the company. Jiang Nuo's account swelled by 800,000. While this sum was less than ideal, Jiang Nuo prioritized immediate funds, unwilling to engage in protracted negotiations with Yang Chengjun, leaving her with no alternative. Successful businessmen like Yang Chengjun were often generous with their own indulgences, yet begrudged parting with even a pittance to others. Ultimately, regardless of Yang Chengjun's moral failings, her actions were unconventional in the current peaceful society. A swift resolution was crucial to prevent them from reacting in a way that would be detrimental to her. Wang Jinli's desire for retribution against her, manifested in his scheme for Yang Ning, ironically afforded her a month of respite. They anticipated her capture then, while she awaited the apocalypse. Conveniently, this obviated the need for an immediate relocation. As twilight descended, Jiang Nuo, seizing the moment, ventured to a private club named Juanhao. The club exuded opulence, its gilded decor reflecting a nouveau riche extravagance, a place Jiang Nua would never have frequented under normal circumstances. The proprietor of this establishment was Director Zhang, whose wealth was ill-gotten, derived from shady dealings. The club served as his venue for conducting business, cultivating connections, and indulging in pleasure. He was usually present. Jiang Nua knew of Director Zhang from a previous life. In the post-apocalyptic world, he exploited his resources and manpower, engaging in predation and theft, driving many to their demise, earning him notoriety. However, his reign was short-lived, meeting a grim end. Jiang Nua's knowledge of him came after his demise, as his domain was primarily in the northern district, far from a residence, with frequent calamities severing the cities north and south. Encountering Director Zhang proved straightforward. Jiang Nua simply visited the club, located one of his underlings, and presented him with compromising photographs of Yang Ning and Wang Jianli. The underling, after a scrutinizing glance, promptly notified his superior. The transaction with Director Zhang transpired more smoothly than anticipated. Jiang Nua's asking price was modest, 200,000 for all the photographs. Director Zhang resented Yang Ning using his money to support a gigolo. However, Yang Ning's father, a businessman, still held exploitable value, and possessing incriminating evidence against the young woman would facilitate control. 200,000 was negligible. He could easily spend more on a few bottles of wine at the club. He scrutinized Jiang Nua with interest, his gaze lingering on her form. Her physique and features were well suited for a lucrative position in his club. Her innocent visage and aloof demeanor only amplified the desire to degrade her from her pedestal and cast her into the mire, stirring an unsettling yearning. "Miss Jiang," Director Zhang said, his gaze lasciviously assessing her, "besides selling photographs, what else do you offer?" Jiang Nua remained unaffected by his gaze. Director Zhang's club was known for its prostitutes, whose daily activities were no secret. They had grown accustomed to objectifying women as commodities. While some of these women were indolent and depraved, many were driven by circumstance, forced to sell their bodies for survival. They were controlled, confined to this place, their earnings confiscated, and met with threats and violence if they resisted. Director Zhang and his ilk were feared for their ability to circumvent the law and trample upon others, inspiring fear and avoidance in ordinary people. However, their influence was limited to the fringes of legality. In the apocalypse, the darkest aspects of humanity would be magnified. But the current Director Zhang was constrained by too many concerns to warrant Jiang Nua's attention. "If you're not buying, then I'll leave," she stated, expressionless. "Hold it." Before Director Zhang could respond, one of his scarred underlings interjected, pointing a menacing finger at Jiang Nua. "Who do you think you're talking to, you little bitch? Sit down." He reached to force Jiang Nua onto the seat beside Director Zhang. Jiang Nua retaliated with a swift, resounding slap across his face. Then, she retrieved a stun gun from her canvas bag and thrust it directly into his eye. Zzz. Sparks erupted from his eyeball, and the thug screamed, clutching his eye as he convulsed on the ground. "Director Zhang, this is unnecessary," Jiang Nua said coldly. "I dared to come here, and I dare to leave. We're the only ones here. If we can't make a deal, let's part amicably. But if you want to turn hostile, you'll suffer more than I will." Director Zhang then scrutinized the large canvas bag on her shoulder. He had caught a glimpse of a knife inside when she retrieved the stun gun. He had underestimated her because she was a young girl, but she was a formidable character. Still, her brazen approach was intriguing. He doubted she would actually resort to violence. His underlings were adept at intimidation, but few dared to draw blood, and he wouldn't employ anyone who would commit murder. In this society, survival depended on operating in the shadows. This girl was likely just trying to attract his attention and curry favor. "There's no need for that, Miss Jiang. 200,000 is nothing. Your photographs are worth it," Director Zhang said, maintaining composure. "Let's consider it a friendly transaction." He opened a box on the table, revealing a jade Buddha. "Since we're friends, discussing money would be vulgar. I'm a businessman who wants to conduct business properly. The era of violence is over. I admire you, so I'm offering you this jade Buddha, which I received as a gift yesterday. Jiang Nuo glanced at the jade Buddha. Though small, its color was luminous and verdant. Even to her untrained eye, it was clear that it was a valuable item, easily fetching 200,000 to 300,000. He was unwilling to take a loss. He had likely acquired the jade Buddha from someone else and was now passing it on without a second thought. Jiang Nuo took the jade Buddha and approached Director Zhang, who stared intently at her face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Jiang Nuo understood his intentions. He didn't feel threatened. He simply thought that. Director Zhang, please escort me out, she said casually. As friends, it's my pleasure. Less than half an hour had passed since she dealt with Director Zhang, although she hadn't received cash. The jade Buddha should be sellable. Jiang Nuo checked her phone and realized that only the proprietress, Jiang Qin, remained. She had obtained Jiang Qin's phone number through company channels, and they had only exchanged 2 messages. The first was from her, Ms. Jiang. Are you aware that your husband is operating the company through improper means and has placed his illegitimate daughter under your nose? The second was Jiang Qin's reply. Let's discuss this in person. However, Jiang Nuo had no intention of meeting her. Of the group, Jiang Qin, Wang Jianli, Yang Ning, Yang Chenjun, and Director Zhang were all villains, while Jiang Qin was merely married to a scoundrel and preparing for divorce. Jiang Nuo had not heard of her committing any misdeeds and did not intend to threaten her. After a moment's thought, she took a high-definition photograph of the DNA identification report and sent it to Jiang Qin. Then, she took a taxi on a roundabout route before returning home. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nuo checked her phone and saw that Jiang Qin had sent her another message. Give me a call. Jiang Nuo reasoned that since they had already connected on WeChat, there was no harm in giving her number, especially since the world would soon face water shortages, power outages, and phones would serve no purpose other than as projectiles. Before Jiang Qin called, she received a text notification that someone had transferred 500,000 to her Alipay account. Jiang Nuo paused, then sent Jiang Qin a message on WeChat. Ms. Jiang, you didn't have to send the money. It's fine. I don't accept things from others without reason. Send me the DNA identification report, and we'll have a fair exchange. She was a decisive individual. Yang No, in need of funds, naturally accepted the offer. Jiang Qin promptly sent an address, to which Jiang Nuo dutifully dispatched the item. After a day's labor, she had acquired 3 million and a jade Buddha. Consequently, her account balance surged to 388 million. The jade Buddha, casually tossed into her dimension earlier, now beckoned Jiang Nuo to retrieve it for closer inspection. However, as her consciousness entered the dimension, she was utterly stunned. Jiang Nuo had always referred to her dimension as a dilapidated shack, but upon closer inspection, it had been entirely renovated. The exterior walls appeared newly constructed, with exposed brick and wooden stakes that were stable and well-organized. Even the door had been repaired, with both panels aligned and capable of closing, although the roof still leaked. Jiang Nuo's attention was drawn to the surroundings. Previously, the dimension consisted solely of a dilapidated shack, a barren acre of land, and a small patch of open space. But now, to the right of the shack, a small expanse of land had emerged from the veiled mist. Could this be a dimension upgrade? Not only had the house been refurbished with a door, but an additional open space had also appeared, providing even greater room. This meant she could hoard even more supplies. Simultaneously, the jade Buddha she had casually tossed into the dimension had vanished. Jiang Nuo thoroughly searched the area, but to no avail. If the disappearance of the jade Buddha had triggered the dimension's upgrade, could it be inferred that acquiring more jade could further enhance the dimension? Composing herself, Jiang Nuo subdued her elation. Her consciousness re-entered the dimension, focusing on the dressing table. The necklace on the display stand now possessed a verdant hue, even more striking than before. It was indeed as she suspected. Dimension upgrades required jade and jadeite. However, the price of jade was virtually limitless. A high-quality jade material could fetch hundreds or even millions, but Jiang Nuo could not afford to invest her funds in this pursuit at present. Nevertheless, since the dimension could be upgraded, it had to be done, and as quickly as possible. She needed to hoard more goods and develop the dimension's other functions sooner rather than later, as time was of the essence. After an extensive online search, Jiang Nua's attention settled on a mine's raw stone wholesale account homepage. The homepage contained sparse information, but it was located in a domestic border town and featured a few videos showcasing the environment and prices. The prices were primarily below 100 yuan per kilogram, uncut and unwashed, for direct pickup and wholesale. Jiang Nua's eyes lit up. These stones might be of poor quality, having been repeatedly selected and discarded, but they were still considered jade. Unable to afford high-quality jadeite, could she take the route of buying raw stones in bulk? If 1 kilogram of raw stone could achieve the same upgrade effect as 1 gram of jadeite, it would be a significant cost-saving measure. She immediately sent a private message to the account, expressing her interest in purchasing stones. The response was prompt, with the seller providing a price list. Compared to other accounts that charged tens of thousands for stones, the prices here were primarily 20, 40, or 60 yuan per kilogram. After some deliberation, Jiang Nua decided to purchase 10 tons initially. This was within a normal transaction range, neither too much nor too little, and she wanted to test the effect first. The seller provided an address, a time, and a phone number. Jiang Nua noted the information and returned to check train tickets. She would have to make the trip in person, as she could not have the items shipped. After making arrangements, Jiang Nua returned to the living room and informed Yu Ruohua that she would be away on a business trip for 2 days. Yu Ruohua's brow furrowed, her dissatisfaction evident. What's going on with your company lately? First, you're running errands, and now you have to go on a business trip. Aren't you supposed to be working with computers at an internet company? Don't you know it's not safe outside these days? The news says to drink plenty of water and protect yourself from the sun, and yet you're running around everywhere. Tell me, is someone deliberately targeting you? Is this some kind of workplace bullying? In the past, Jiang Nua would have been speechless, wondering why there was so much fuss. She was just going to work. You're overthinking it, Jiang Nua responded soothingly, sitting next to Yu Ruohua and voluntarily massaging her shoulders. I sought this out myself. If I perform well, I'll get a promotion, a raise, and a year-end bonus. What's not to like? Yu Ruohua was somewhat reassured and tentatively asked, Really? Of course it's true. You know your daughter. Would I be willing to run around everywhere if it weren't a great opportunity? In her previous life, Jiang Nua possessed the typical characteristics of a corporate drone: staying up late, disliking exercise, staying at home, and having the greatest amount of activity being the walk from the station to her house. You have the nerve to say that, Yu Ruohua said helplessly. However, since Jiang Nua had said so, she would believe it for the time being. Some time ago, her daughter had been working on a design, and she had barely smiled for months. Yu Ruohua had often advised her to quit if she didn't want to do it. She could find another job to support herself and not overwork herself so much. Now that her daughter was busy but appeared relaxed, Yu Ruohua felt much more at ease. Chapter 8. Spatial Upgrade. Jiang Nua, brimming with determination, embarked on her journey to the border town the very next day. After several hours on the high-speed train, followed by an extended bus ride, and finally a taxi, she had spent the majority of the day before reaching her destination. Upon her arrival, the first order of business was not to contact her employer or seek accommodation, but rather to locate a warehouse. Indeed, she required a temporary storage facility to discreetly manage her collection space. Fortunately, in this digital age, a simple online search for relevant keywords could yield the necessary supply and demand information. Contemplating the potential future scenario of internet outages in a post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Nua felt a twinge of regret. Jiang Nua's online search yielded several vacant warehouses available for immediate use, and she promptly selected one for a 3-day rental before heading to her lodging. Were it not for the purpose of collecting stones, she doubted she would ever have visited such a small town. Being on the border, she occasionally encountered individuals speaking foreign languages, and the geographical environment starkly contrasted with that of her inland city. Gazing out the window of her hotel room, Jiang Nua was inexplicably overtaken by a wave of melancholy. Her previous life seemed so simple, devoid of grand ambitions or ideals. She had not taken the time to explore diverse worlds or cherish the people around her. The memory of her mother's last moments suddenly chilled her demeanor. This was a nightmare she could never escape. She had never wished for her mother's silhouette to be less formidable, to step aside, or to refrain from sacrificing everything for her. At that moment, her phone rang, abruptly interrupting her thoughts. Expecting a call from the raw stone vendor, she was surprised to see an unfamiliar number. Jiang Nuo answered. Hello, Jiang Nuo, it's me. The voice on the other end sent a cold shiver down her spine. How unfortunate. Xiao Nuo, please don't hang up. I have something important to discuss. Wang Jianli hurriedly stated. It's quite urgent. Could you please return to the company instead of taking leave? No time. Jiang Nuo had no interest in engaging with this person, save for a desire to rid herself of him. Wang Jianli was taken aback by her brusque response, pausing momentarily before mustering the courage to continue. It's really urgent. The boss wants this, Yang Zong. Without hesitation, Jiang Nuo ended the call. Wang Jianli had set a trap for her. If she returned to work, he would assign her tasks, inundating her with numerous projects and transactions, leaving her bewildered and unaware of which project posed a problem. This strategy would ensnare her step by step. However, Jiang Nuo had no time to entertain their manipulations. She merely wished to avoid disruptions that would hinder her inventory progress. Otherwise, she would contemplate resolving the matter with a decisive action. A night passed, and Jiang Nuo rose early, hiring a truck along with a driver to head to the raw stone vendor's factory. Following the contact from the phone call, she swiftly met with the vendor. The man appeared unremarkable, not one from many words. He directly inquired, Here for the goods? Yang Nuo nodded. They entered the warehouse, where plastic baskets were filled with unremarkable gray stones. These are the newly arrived materials, a bit pricier, 60 per unit, the vendor explained. No problem. I'll take them for the company and wash them myself, Jiang Nuo replied nonchalantly. She had arranged a secured transaction for the raw stones, paying only a 30 deposit, which was secured through an escrow service. For a total of 600,000, she transferred 180,000, with the remaining balance to be paid upon confirmation through the platform. If the stones were genuine, she had no intention of defrauding anyone. But if they were counterfeit, she would have words to say. After the transfer, the stones were promptly loaded onto the truck. With each box of raw stones that filled the vehicle, Jiang Nuo felt a growing sense of anticipation. Upon arriving at the warehouse and unloading the stones, she compensated the driver with a pack of cigarettes as a token of appreciation. After securing the warehouse door, she began to store the raw stones in her space. Following her previous arrangement, she placed them into the dilapidated house. The stones were heavy, yet even with 10 tons of raw stones, they occupied minimal space. Jiang Nuo spent half an hour transferring everything inside. Afterward, she settled down and entered a state of meditation. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the surrounding mist being drawn toward the dilapidated house, slowly seeping inside. Time slipped away, and it felt as though she was on the verge of slumber when she abruptly emerged from her meditation, as though she had lost her footing. Without pausing for rest, she hastily examined her current space, resulting in a shocking revelation. While she anticipated the usable space would expand, she was unprepared for the emergence of a tree as the chaos receded. A tree. Jiang Nuo had never encountered such a specimen. Its trunk was so robust that it would take at least 5 or 6 people holding hands to encircle it. The branches formed exquisite arcs, and the leaves were of an unrecognizable variety. Regrettably, she could not capture its image within her space, but her intuition told her it was unlike any species found in reality. Amidst the obscuring mist, Jiang Nuo had never fathomed that such a magnificent tree could be concealed within. It emanated a sense of tranquility and stability, akin to a guardian of the earth. Simply gazing upon this tree brought her a profound sense of peace. The stones proved to be even more valuable than she had imagined. Jiang Nuo promptly opened her phone to explore other local trading markets, and by afternoon, she procured an additional 6 tons of goods from various sources. Fortune favored her, as acquiring loose goods was typically fraught with challenges. She fortuitously encountered a company that had canceled an order, and without delay, she struck a deal with the owner, who was eager to finalize the transaction. 6 tons for 300,000, with free delivery included. Although the expenses for raw stones were substantial, this investment was undoubtedly the most worthwhile of all. After absorbing the jade and emerald from the raw stones, the original state of her space became clearer. The singular house within transformed into a sturdy 2-story Chinese-style building, with all previously damaged areas restored. The vanity-holding necklaces was relocated to the second floor, enhancing the elegance of both the interior and exterior. A thought struck her, prompting her to check the adjacent field, which was now enclosed by a wooden fence, harmonizing beautifully with the nearby building and evoking a rustic charm. However, the field showed no signs of improvement, remaining dry, cracked, and unyielding. The water from the real world failed to penetrate the soil. Patience is key, she mused. The batch of raw stones had entered her space, but only a portion had vanished, leaving some intact on the ground. It appeared that not all of them were jade. Regardless, her objectives had been achieved, and she was content with the results. The remaining stones could serve as makeshift weapons. She contacted the raw stone vendor, and after discussing terms, she paid the final balance. The complexities of this industry were profound, with deceit lurking at every corner. Fortunately, luck was on her side. She encountered no significant troubles. Glancing at her remaining balance of 280,000, Jiang Nuo decided it was prudent to withdraw. The current size of her space was sufficient, and the house was at least habitable. With the remaining funds, she could confidently prepare for future necessities. With 2 days left on her warehouse rental, Jiang Nuo had no intention of idling. While exploring the area, she noticed that prices were considerably lower than those in the first-tier city where she resided. So she resolved to purchase remaining food supplies here. Without hesitation, she hailed a taxi to the local slaughterhouse, having already calculated her needs en route. Upon arrival, she approached the manager without delay to purchase meat. Given the conditions of her space, she insisted on acquiring freshly slaughtered animals. She ordered a total of 300 white pigs and 100 black pigs, with the processing included as a complimentary service, ensuring that the various cuts were neatly separated. Jiang Nuo requested that all the pork be cut into strips, ensuring that the entrails were thoroughly cleaned. This task was entrusted to specialized personnel, alleviating her concerns. However, the batch of goods would not be available immediately. Jiang Nuo would have to wait until the following day. Seizing the remaining time, she hurried to other slaughterhouses still in operation, procuring 50 cattle and 600 sheep, all to be butchered and cut into portions, with the offal set aside and packaged in foam boxes. The total expenditure for these primary meats amounted to 35 million. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Nuo felt particularly at ease due to the successful upgrade of her space, which significantly improved her sleep quality. Upon awakening, she promptly set out to collect her meats. Yet this was still insufficient. She required additional sources of protein. Thus, she proceeded to acquire 2,000 chickens and 2,000 ducks. Since her space could not accommodate live animals, and she was unable to raise chickens, she instead opted for 200,000 eggs. Although she deemed this quantity inadequate, it was a maximum supply from all nearby poultry farms. These acquisitions amounted to nearly 300,000. The local vegetables were also reasonably priced, and Jiang Nuo did not overlook this opportunity. She procured a variety of leafy greens, including napa cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, and spinach, totaling 2,000 pounds. For root vegetables, which could serve as staples, she acquired a substantial amount: potatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, white radishes, taro, lotus root, and yam, amounting to an impressive 3 tons. Additionally, she gathered assorted vegetables such as green beans, cucumbers, bell peppers, winter melons, eggplants, tomatoes, tofu, dried bean curd, and more, totaling another 2,000 pounds. Mushrooms, including enoki, oyster, king oyster, and button mushrooms, were combined for a total of 1,000 pounds. The grand total for the vegetables came to 180,000, encompassing a wide array of ingredients essential for home cooking. Jiang Nuo continued to follow her planned itinerary. Next came the fish. The quality of the local water was excellent, and the freshwater fish boasted tender flesh with a milder odor. Jiang Nuo initially intended to procure several thousand fish, but she realized that live fish could not be stored in her space. Opting for cleaned and processed fish, the price increased significantly, leading her to ultimately purchase only 1,000 fish, weighing a total of 5,000 pounds, at a cost of over 40,000. The various goods were delivered to the temporary warehouse the following day, and Zhang Nuo spent the entire night transferring them into her space. This endeavor proved to be highly fruitful, albeit one of the quickest expenditures of her money over the course of 3 days. Now, only 1 million remained. However, gazing upon the abundant food piled high within her space, Zhang Nuo felt a sense of relief and embarked on her journey back. Chapter 9. Renting a home on the return journey. In comparison to the high-speed train, the vintage hard sleeper carriage that Zhang Nuo currently occupied was far from ideal. Particularly under the sweltering heat, with the train lacking air conditioning, it felt akin to a vast steamer. Fortunately, the number of travelers was sparse, and the carriage was devoid of unruly children. Upon locating her bunk, Zhang Nuo climbed to the upper berth. With 10 hours of travel ahead, she resolved not to squander the time. Thus, she lay down, feigning sleep, while in reality, she allowed her consciousness to drift into her space. Now was the moment to meticulously observe the newly upgraded area. Indeed, the space had significantly expanded. She estimated that the area her consciousness could reach now formed a square with sides measuring approximately 50 meters. While not excessively large, the height was limitless. The small building was centrally located, and the yard in front, along with the expanse behind it, had increased considerably due to the upgrade. The previously adjacent shelves were now nearly 20 meters away from the boundary, and the sides of the small building also boasted much more space. These areas could be utilized for shelving and storage. Compared to before the upgrade, the usable space had at least doubled. Having assessed this, Zhang Nuo prepared to commence her tasks. Due to time constraints, the items she had purchased over the past few days were haphazardly piled together without any order, creating a chaotic mess. This disarray was quite unsettling for Zhang Nuo, who had a mild inclination towards organization, making it difficult to find anything. This was an opportune moment for her to categorize and organize everything. Fish with fish, meat with meat, vegetables with vegetables, and fruits with fruits. She meticulously placed each item on appropriately labeled shelves. The process of organizing and moving items with her consciousness was surprisingly swift. However, the continuous exertion in the space began to drain her mental energy, and soon Zhang Nuo felt fatigued. She decided to pause her efforts and let her consciousness rest once more on the tree situated at the edge of her space. Although she was unsure of its species, this tree was undoubtedly a living plant, implying that farming within this space could indeed be feasible and life could thrive here. Zhang Nuo eagerly anticipated the day she could truly enter this realm. To her amazement, she discovered that as long as her consciousness lingered near this tree, her mental energy recovered rapidly, even surpassing the restorative effects of sleep in the real world. This revelation filled her with excitement. With her current mental energy, she could manage to organize items within the space for about an hour. If the items were particularly heavy, that duration would decrease. Yet, as long as her consciousness was close to the tree, her mental energy would replenish swiftly, saving considerable time. Thus, Zhang Nuo continued to keep her consciousness within the space, meticulously going through all the items she had acquired. As she grew increasingly adept, she realized how incredibly convenient this method was. In reality, moving such a large quantity of goods would require considerable manpower, and placing items at height would necessitate ladders or even aerial platforms. However, by manipulating items with her consciousness, they seemed to magically relocate to any desired spot. When fatigue set in, she would rest, and once rejuvenated, she would continue her work. By the time Zhang Nuo had organized the supplies to a satisfactory level, she emerged from her space, only to find that the train was nearing its destination. Time had flown by remarkably fast. Nearly 10 hours had elapsed without her even noticing. As Zhang Nuo stepped off the train, her immediate reaction was the oppressive heat that enveloped her, causing her breath to hitch. She pulled out her phone to check the temperature, which had already soared past 44 degrees Celsius. Simultaneously, she received a barrage of notifications, all alerting her to high-temperature warnings issued by the local meteorological bureau, declaring it the highest temperature recorded in 30 years. The station, devoid of air conditioning, left every traveler discontented, either grumbling or too exhausted to speak, continually sipping water. Jiang Nuo joined the ranks of parched travelers and purchased 3 bottles of mineral water. Under such extreme temperatures, sweat glands work overtime, depleting vital fluids, making constant hydration essential. She opened 1 bottle to drink, while she discreetly stashed the remaining 2 into her space, a habit she had recently adopted, always buying extra to stockpile. At the station entrance, she also acquired several sun umbrellas, as the ultraviolet rays were particularly intense, not only bringing heat, but also posing a threat to the skin. The umbrellas would prove practical in the apocalyptic future, so she thought it wise to purchase them now. Upon exiting the station, the sun blazed down so fiercely that it was nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. Jiang Nuo quickened her pace toward the subway station, noticing that the people around her lacked vitality. Public places were under power restrictions. The station, shopping malls, and eateries had all ceased operations, leading to a noticeable decline in the number of individuals leisurely wandering outside. Arriving back at her residential complex, she spotted a commotion at the entrance, where a crowd had gathered. As dusk approached, street vendors began to set up their stalls, lining the roadside, and the area was permeated with the aroma of grease and refuse. The management of Jiang Nuo's complex had long been negligent, and the surrounding environment was chaotic and disorderly. Uncertain of the cause of the disturbance, she could only hear the central figure vehemently cursing in dialect, obscured by the throng. Disinterested in the spectacle, Jiang Nuo skillfully maneuvered around the crowd and headed home. Upon entering her apartment, she was immediately greeted by her husky, who rushed toward her, accompanied by a rush of cool air from the room. "Oh," Jiang Nuo chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she patted the dog's head, playfully admonishing, "Be good, don't bark now that I'm back." After placing her bag and umbrella down, she noticed Yuruawa standing by the living room window, peering downwards toward the complex entrance, completely oblivious to Jiang Nuo's return. "Mom, what is happening at the bottom of the building?" Jiang Nuo inquired just as Yuruawa turned around, eager to gossip. "Did you see? Those vendors are fighting over their spots." After watching for a while, Yuruawa lost interest and sighed, venting to Jiang Nuo, "Can you believe it? It's been this noisy for ages. Not long ago, we called the city management to chase away a bunch, and now they're back again, making a racket until the early hours. We pay the property management fee, yet no one seems to care. What management? They just crowd at the entrance, and the few times management attempts to shoo them away, they leave for a moment, then return right after. With the recent heat, people prefer to stay in, and they want to buy things nearby, so naturally, the demand increases the supply. There is no way to manage it." Listening to Yu Ruohua's lamentations, Jiang Nuo felt it was the perfect moment to broach the subject of moving. "Mom, let's rent a better place and move out for a while." Yu Ruohua was taken aback. Why change a perfectly good situation? Despite the property management's neglect and the disarray surrounding their complex, it was still a decent place to live. Jiang Nuo understood her mother's perspective. If not for her rebirth, she might have felt the same. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Most people in this world simply make do with what they have. However, knowing the impending future, Jiang Nuo realized they needed to relocate. The home they currently occupied would not withstand the forthcoming calamities. Yet, persuading Yuruahua would require a gentle approach, devoid of apocalyptic references. "Mom, have you seen the heatwave alerts? I've read numerous forecasts and analyses from experts. This weather will persist for a while, and it's only going to get worse. Our electrical system is outdated and poorly maintained, and we've already been experiencing frequent outages. In this weather, how can we manage? But where else can we go besides home? Recently, I ventured into the realm of fruit wholesale, earning a modest sum, which allows me to consider renting a luxurious apartment in an upscale community. I could pay the rent and reside there for a few months until the sweltering heat subsides." Jiang Nuo articulated her thoughts convincingly, emphasizing that the electrical systems in high-end complexes are exceptionally well designed, complete with backup power, and shopping is remarkably convenient. What do you think? On the other hand, Yu Ruohua, who has saved diligently for most of her life, felt it unnecessary to leave her comfortable home to rent a place for enjoyment. She pondered, why spend on rent when she could remain in her own abode? Financial matters are of no concern. A colleague from my wholesale outsourcing recently introduced me to promising business opportunities that could yield significant earnings, albeit with increased busyness. I worry that if the living conditions are inadequate, the hectic schedule may take a toll on my health. Jiang Nua continued to persuade me, asserting that while I might endure, Hame, my dog, cannot. Lacking sweat glands, she struggles with heat regulation and could potentially suffer. Hearing her name, the husky squeezed between Yuruahua and Jiang Nua, panting with her tongue lolling out. This sight made Yuruahua furrow her brow. When Jiang Nua mentioned her impending busy schedule due to business, Yuruahua was swayed. Regardless of the importance of money, nothing surpasses the health of her daughter. In such oppressive heat, the strain of earning a living is already considerable for her daughter. The thought of a power outage, rendering air conditioning useless, would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Moreover, having raised a dog for many years, she understood her pet's nature well. Huskies are Arctic animals, equipped with double coats that withstand severe cold, yet they truly struggle in high temperatures. Even during ordinary summers, they relied on air conditioning. Prolonged heat combined with power outages posed a genuine risk to her beloved dog. Yuruahua resolved to heed Jiang Nua's advice, conceding that they should rent. Yet, finding a suitable rental is no trivial task. It requires careful consideration, as many real estate agents are often misleading. Yang no responded affirmatively, acknowledging the challenge of locating an ideal residence. However, in these times, securing a property is not insurmountable as long as the financial resources are available. Jiang Nua promptly contacted real estate agents while also scouring online listings. Her primary concern was safety, as societal order is bound to deteriorate in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Thus, a clean, secure community with stringent access control would be preferable. She also favored top-floor apartments, considering that the world would soon face relentless torrential rains following the intense heat. These rains would persist for months, offering fleeting moments of hope when they ceased, only to return. Therefore, she sought residences situated in elevated locations, preferably in upscale developments, ideally on the top floor. The surrounding environment should not be overly complicated. Having too many neighbors on a single floor was unacceptable. A unit with only 2 households on the first floor or a single household per elevator shaft would be ideal, allowing for modifications to enhance security. As Jiang Nua continued her online search, the agent sent her numerous links that matched her criteria. One particular listing caught her eye, a luxurious apartment on the 36th floor of a newly developed community that had opened 2 years prior, emphasizing a lavish lifestyle. The environment boasted ample greenery, and access control ensured that outsiders must register for entry. The apartment featured a private elevator access, ensuring utmost privacy. Spacious with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, it was elegantly furnished and included a generous rooftop terrace. The rooftop terrace was broad and pristine, featuring a glass sunroom described as an ideal spot for enjoying the sun and sipping tea. Jiang Nua chuckled at the notion of tea, but recognized that such a sunroom could serve as an excellent space for planting. A valuable alternative since her current garden space was unyielding. Just as she planned to confirm this apartment with the agent, she stumbled upon another nearly identical listing for a unit on the 35th floor, right below the 36th. Upon closer inspection, she noted that while this unit lacked a terrace, it came furnished with essential amenities, allowing for a move-in-ready experience. The kitchen was well equipped with a range hood, refrigerator, oven, and even a dishwasher. The apartment met all her requirements, though the height remained a concern. Yet at that moment, no more suitable options presented themselves. Jiang Nua felt a spark of inspiration and sent both links to the agent. "I would like to rent both floors." "Excellent, no problem." The agent's swift typing reflected her eagerness. "Let me know when you're available to view the apartments. I will contact the landlord to arrange contract. Please negotiate on my behalf. I intend to rent for only 3 months. If all goes well, I am willing to pay you double the usual agency fee." "Understood. I will do my utmost." Chapter 10. A bold exploitation. That evening, Jiang Nua returned from a jog, having completed 4 sets of exercises, leaving her body sore and fatigued. The pain in her muscles was a clear indication of her current weakness. Her stamina and endurance were sorely lacking. After a refreshing shower, she basked in the comfort of the air conditioning while ordering 3 servings of crayfish for delivery. She relished one serving, casually stowed away the other two, and poured herself a bottle of iced tea, sipping it slowly as she lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. She first noticed a notification in her department group chat. As the team leader, Wang Jinli had informed everyone that due to the recent extreme heat and power restrictions, the company would not be using air conditioning and would shift to remote work. This was only a matter of time. She had just muted the group when she received a private message from Wang Jinli. There is something you really need to take care of, and this is also Mr. Yang's directive. Please don't make things difficult for me. I have my own challenges. Jiang Nua's expression hardened. Lately, she had been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and had no time to trouble Wang Jinli. Yet he seemed intent on seeking vengeance, persistently attempting to undermine her. His tenacity suggested that he and a few others had conspired against her, but for the moment, they were at a loss on how to proceed, resorting instead to devious tactics. With a flick of her fingers, Jiang Nua typed a response. What is it? There's an issue with the data you submitted to Qingxin in March. They need you to verify it again. I'm merely the intermediary here. You need to understand the situation. Qingxin has numerous collaborations with us, and you must be responsible to the company, shouted Nua. Jiang Nua paused, recalling that she had indeed been involved in a project with Qingxin. Qingxin, a competitor of Yang Qingjun, also operated in the online realm. In this market, there were only a few slices of the pie, and sometimes collaboration was unavoidable. This particular project involved a new app, where Yang Qingjun provided research data while Qingxin offered technical support. Jiang Nua had performed various errands for them, but ultimately, as a mere graphic designer, what significance could her verification of data hold? This was a blatant trap, an attempt to belittle her. Wang Jinli quickly sent another message. You need to go to the office today. I'll send you the account information. Download the data from my computer, verify it, and send it to Qingxin immediately. He also provided the contact details for Qingxin's manager. Jiang Nua tossed her phone aside, expecting some elaborate scheme, but finding the demand rather straightforward and crude. To them, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s, inexperienced and naive. Despite her recent upheaval, it was apparent that they believed manipulating her would be a simple task. If she went to the office to download the data and send it to Qingxin, Wang Jinli and the others would undoubtedly alert the authorities, leading to her imprisonment. However, the thought made her smile. The resources required for her and her mother to survive in a post-apocalyptic world were substantial, and since these individuals had presented themselves so conveniently, she had no qualms about exploiting them once more. Jiang Nua promptly called Jiang Qin. After a few rings, the call connected, and Jiang Qin's voice came through. Direct and to the point, you again? It's me, Jiang Nua replied. I thought we wouldn't be in touch again. I thought so too, but Mr. Yang is relentless, and I have to seek you out once more. Jiang Nua wasted no time and got straight to the point. Ms. Jiang, I wish to access Yang Rui's database. Do you have a way? Yang Qingjun's company was named Yang Rui, and it was said that Jiang Qin had been the legal representative during its inception, but as the company grew, she became distanced from it. The database? Initially, Jiang Qin's tone was indifferent, but her interest peaked upon hearing this. What do you intend to do? Acquire some data. You may be disappointed. Yang Qingjun has changed the password 3 times this month. He is very cautious. This was precisely what Jiang Nua desired. A smile unconsciously crept across her lips. That is perfect. I have the account and password. I take what I need, and you can take something in return. It's beneficial for both of us. After a brief silence, Jiang Qin hung up. Shortly after, she sent Jiang Nua a location via WeChat, directing her to a nearby CAF. Come here. Though Jiang Nua had intended to sleep, she quickly changed her clothes and took a shared electric bike to the CAF. It was already past 11 at night, yet the streets were bustling with people, as many preferred to rest during the sweltering afternoons and venture out in the cool of the night. As she arrived, she noticed that nearly all the stores were open. Even the supermarket that typically closed at 9 was still illuminated. Jiang Nua parked her bike and entered the CAF, where she found it nearly empty due to the oppressive heat. The commercial district was under power restrictions, and the CAF felt stifling. It was then that she spotted Jiang Qin seated by the window, dressed in a light brown suit. Jiang Qin appeared distinct from Jiang Nua's preconceived notions of a wealthy matron. She was well-groomed, yet exuded an air of simplicity and humility, lacking any ostentatious branding, resembling a competent middle-aged leader instead. As Jiang Nuo assessed Jiang Qin, the latter scrutinized her in return. Jiang Qin seemed surprised that a young girl like Jiang Nuo would reach out to her, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Understanding her thoughts, Jiang Nuo smiled and introduced herself. Ms. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Qin nodded, her nonchalant demeanor confirming Jiang Nuo's suspicion that she had researched her. I have no grievances with Mr. Yang, aside from the fact that he is somewhat insufferable, Jiang Nuo continued, but Yang Ning and her boyfriend have wronged me significantly, and they still refuse to let me go. I intend to retaliate. Jiang Qin nodded. You plan to access his company's database to enact your revenge? Of course. Jiang Nuo replied confidently. I intend to copy all the useful data and sell it to Mr. Yang's competitors for a small profit. You are quite audacious, Jiang Qin remarked. However, once you do this, it will be impossible to keep it under wraps. Are you aware of the consequences? Or have you already prepared to flee the country? Jiang Nuo dismissed her concerns with a smile. By the time any repercussions arise, it will be months later and the societal order will have collapsed. Who will care then? Without further elaboration, her smile only reinforced Jiang Qin's belief that Jiang Nuo intended to escape with her gains. Very well, follow me. Jiang Nuo followed Jiang Qin as they exited the CAF and entered the building housing Yang Rui through the underground parking garage. Yang Rui occupied the 21st floor of the building, but Jiang Qin led her to the 20th floor. Due to recent power restrictions, the elevators had no air conditioning, so they took the stairs. This suited Jiang Nuo perfectly, as the absence of surveillance cameras would minimize complications. The climb to the 20th floor left both Jiang Nuo and Jiang Qin slightly winded. But Jiang Nuo was taken aback to find herself more out of breath than Jiang Qin, who, despite sweating and panting, recovered quickly. Considering Jiang Qin's age, Jiang Nuo felt embarrassed by her own lack of fitness. She realized she needed to intensify her training. It was evident that Jiang Qin was not a weak, pampered woman. Her physique suggested she engaged in regular exercise. Jiang Qin unlocked a door, leading Jiang Nuo into a small consulting firm. I expected you would take me directly to Yang Chengjuan's office. Do you think I'm that foolish? Jiang Qin entered the innermost small office, where a computer sat on the desk. She powered it on and gestured for Jiang Nuo to take a seat. This is a listed company, and typically only a few people are present. I brought you here to monitor Yang Chengjuan. I'm aware he has some financial discrepancies, but I have yet to uncover concrete evidence. As she spoke, she pushed the keyboard toward Jiang Nuo. This computer can access Yang Chengjuan's company intranet, but he frequently changes his account, making it difficult for me to gain entry. Jiang Nuo nodded, recognizing Jiang Qin's meticulous approach, which spared her some trouble. Let us proceed without delay. Yang Chengjuan has delivered this opportunity right to us. Why not seize it? Jiang Nuo swiftly entered the account credentials, logging into the data intranet and directly downloading all the content related to new projects onto a portable hard drive. Next, it was Jiang Qin's turn. She was equally efficient, though Jiang Nuo did not observe her specific actions, trusting in their collaborative endeavor to acquire what they each desired. After collecting the hard drive, Jiang Qin quickly logged out of the account and dialed her technical staff, instructing them to retrieve the computer shortly, as she wished to avoid any scrutiny. Observing her actions, Jiang Nuo felt a sense of admiration. Ms. Jiang, if this divorce case proceeds, Yang Chengjuan is unlikely to gain any advantage. Jiang Qin remained unfazed, responding with an air of certainty that's hardly sufficient. I intend for him to face utter ruin and disgrace. Remarkable. Alas, it seems that before a resolution emerges from their divorce proceedings, the apocalypse may very well be upon us. Lost in thought, her phone chimed with a notification. Jiang Qin transferred 2 million to her, prompting a moment of surprise. Take it, Jiang Qin remarked. You seem to be in need of funds. Jiang Nuo remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, she had no justification for accepting Jiang Qin's money. Their collaboration had seen Jiang Qin contribute more effort. Though she longed to gracefully decline the offer, the reality of the situation rendered such sentimentality unnecessary. After some contemplation, She resolved to offer a few words of caution to Jiang Qin. She met Jiang Qin's gaze and said, "Ms. Jiang, what are your thoughts on the recent discussions regarding the impending apocalypse?" Jiang Qin furrowed her brow, a fleeting look of confusion crossing her face. "I don't frequent the internet." In reality, discussions on the apocalypse were limited to a small group and did not constitute a trending topic. Moreover, even for those that did engage online, the current era of information silos rendered such information difficult to encounter. People were unlikely to believe in impending calamity without first-hand evidence. Jiang Nuo rose from her chair, looking earnestly at Jiang Qin. "It will be prudent to stockpile some resources. It may prove beneficial." With that, she bid farewell to Jiang Qin and departed alone. She had done her part to offer a warning. Whether Jiang Qin chose to heed it was entirely her own decision. Chapter 11. Play with her to the end. Descending the staircase from the 20th floor, Jiang Nuo was drenched in sweat. The outside air was slightly cooler than during the day, but only marginally so. She hastily bought a bottle of mineral water from a roadside vendor. After quenching her thirst, Jiang Nuo passed by the CF she frequented. She adored iced lattes and ordered 50 cups to go, savoring one while storing the rest in her space alongside the water. Subsequently, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Jianli. "I'm busy, don't contact me." Wang Jianli, frantic, immediately called her. Jiang Nuo didn't even glance at the screen and hung up on him. Just as she hung up, Wang Jianli called again. Clearly, they believed she had fallen into their trap and were waiting to deal with her, only to receive a response of "I'm busy" after such a long wait. Jiang Nuo couldn't be bothered with him and promptly blocked him on WeChat. In Yang Chengjuan's office, the entire company was devoid of electricity, shrouded in darkness with only faint light filtering in from outside. Without air conditioning, the stifling heat caused several individuals to sweat profusely. Wang Jianli and a few security guards sat anxiously in the office, waiting restlessly. Wang Jianli assured Yang Chengjuan that if Jiang Nuo showed up tonight, he would log into the database and capture her red-handed with the security personnel. The act of stealing trade secrets could carry various penalties. But if Yang Chengjuan was willing to exert effort, sending her to prison for a few years would pose no issue. He was eager to see if she could maintain her arrogant demeanor once incarcerated. However, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, there was no sign of her, not even a whisper of movement. Having been bitten by mosquitoes several times, Wang Jianli suddenly received a WeChat message from Jiang Nuo. He opened it with excitement, only to be met with a few succinct words. "I'm busy, don't contact me." It felt like a blow to the head, leaving him bewildered. He couldn't fathom what had transpired with Jiang Nuo. Did his relationship with Yang Ning affect her so profoundly? She seemed like a completely different person. Not long ago, she had gazed at him with warm, infatuated eyes, believing everything he said. What was happening? Was it love turned to hate? Was it a twisted form of affection? Wang Jianli hurriedly replied to Jiang Nuo, but his message was met with an immediate red, indicating he'd been blocked by that vile woman. This was inconceivable. He tried calling her again. "Sorry, the user you're calling is busy. Please try again later." The monotonous mechanical voice echoed in the silent office, driving Wang Jianli to the brink of fury. Had she blocked his number too? What was she thinking? Was she willing to forfeit her job and salary? Did she think she could scam them and live off it forever? Wang Jianli was utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Not long ago, Jiang Nuo had been pliable and easily swayed by him. Was it truly worth this madness over a mere design, which was not even a remarkable piece of work? Overcome with anger, he kicked the desk with force. As long as that woman did not resign, he would play this game to the bitter end. After walking for some time, Jiang Nuo found a mobile phone repair shop. It was already past midnight, yet many shops were still open, albeit under restricted electricity usage. She spent 600 yuan on a second-hand phone, complete with a SIM card. Standing by the roadside, she also purchased some fruit and called the person in charge of Chengxin. She had searched for the contact number on WeChat, scrolled through a couple of moments, and confirmed that he was Li Duoguang, the technical general manager of Chengxin. During their previous project collaboration, she had met him once, so she recognized him. "Hello, is this Manager Li?" "Yes, who is this?" There was a brief pause before he inquired further. Jiang Nuo, dismissing any pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. I know Qingxin has recently launched several new app projects that compete with Yang Chengjuan's Yangrui network. I happen to have some information you might find intriguing. Shall we connect? Who are you? The other party's tone became defensive. Jiang Nuo hung up the phone without hesitation. At times like this, the more one seeks to ensnare the other party, the more one must remain composed. She was not a salesperson, and she had to appear indifferent to whether he accepted or not. Sure enough, Li Duowang quickly accepted her friend request. Jiang Nuo forwarded him several data points, along with her asking price. I am offering all foundational programming, user research, pain point data, product design, competitor analysis, operational flow, and user analysis for these 4 projects, all for a bundle price of 10 million. Transaction can occur on-site, no negotiations. Truth be told, if all this information were leaked to Qingxin, it would likely be enough to bring Yang Chengjuan's company to its knees. 10 million was merely a bargain. Given sufficient time to sell it piece by piece, the total could multiply several times over. However, she didn't have that luxury. After a prolonged silence, Li Duowang finally responded, "Please hold on." After that, there was no further communication. It was well known that Qingxin and Yangrui were rivals, engaged in open and covert battles for years. In the internet market, where data reigns supreme and quick profits are the name of the game, larger companies would swallow smaller ones in the blink of an eye. Jiang Nuo was fully aware of Qingxin's desperation for this information, so she felt no apprehension. After a long day, it was time to return home and rest. The next morning, Jiang Nuo rose early and checked her phone. Li Duowang had yet to respond, but she paid him no mind as she completed her morning exercises and set out. By 8 o'clock, the temperature had already soared to 37 degrees. There were no breakfast vendors by the roadside, save for a bun shop that remained open. Jiang Nuo bought 30 small steamed buns, 10 cups of soy milk, 10 fried dough sticks, and 20 pan-fried buns, ensuring she stocked up on food. She first accompanied the real estate agent to view a property. They arrived at the top floor, the 36th floor, which perfectly matched the images she had seen online. In fact, it felt even more spacious in reality. Each floor housed only one unit, providing a vast common area, with residents being either wealthy or elite. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered a spacious area, larger than Jiang Nuo's living room, capable of accommodating shoe racks, raincoat stands, storage cabinets, and featuring a simple security gate leading to the fire escape. The 35th floor mirrored this layout. Excluding the common area, each unit had a net area of 162 square meters, ample for living needs. Both apartments were furnished, and the kitchen was fully equipped. The bathroom boasted a hot water heater, bathtub, and shower, while the dining area contained a long table and chairs. And the living room featured a sofa. Jiang Nuo also visited the rooftop terrace, which was just as clean and uncluttered as depicted in the images, offering a vast and open space. Satisfied, she decided to rent both units on the spot. The reason for leasing both floors was that they were both vacant. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, unoccupied properties would likely have been ransacked, with unsavory individuals possibly entering and leaving behind trash and waste. Renting only the 35th floor would invite attempts to breach the 36th floor, and vice versa. Since the rent wasn't too exorbitant, she opted to secure both, thereby adding an extra layer of security. Along with the doubled fees for the agent, a total of 48,000 yuan was deducted from her account. Despite her efforts to economize, the money seemed to flow away like water. Now, she was ready to move at any time, but Jiang Nuo was in no rush. The air conditioning in the subway had been turned off, and, compared to before, there were hardly any passengers on the trains. Jiang Nuo casually selected a spot to sit, her gaze fixed on the route map displayed within the vehicle, lingering upon the home building material city. After a few stops, she disembarked. This area was replete with various stores offering building materials, furniture, home decor items, lighting fixtures, and doors and windows. Her objective was to locate a shop specializing in security doors and windows. In the event of an apocalyptic scenario, the treachery of human nature proved more terrifying than natural disasters. In her previous life, despite securely locking the doors with her mother, it was futile. They faced intruders who would pry open the doors or, with audacity, kick them down from the outside. Initially, they relied on the fierce presence of Yu Ruohua. brandishing a kitchen knife to intimidate trespassers. However, matters escalated as Wang Jinli brought others along, transforming Jiang Nua's home into a veritable open venue. Therefore, this time, she was determined not only to install robust security doors at the elevator entrance, front door, and main entrance of the house, but also to secure the fire escape corridor with an additional door. A triad of sturdy protective measures was essential to ensure her mother's safety. Emerging from the subway station, Jiang Nua endured the scorching heat as she opened her sunshade and proceeded towards the market across the road. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, with temperatures soaring to 46 degrees Celsius and the pavement radiated heat exceeding 50 degrees. The lively atmosphere typical of such home improvement markets felt particularly subdued under these conditions. As she passed by, Jiang Nua observed the shopkeepers on either side, listless in demeanor, with only the occasional delivery truck hauling building materials rolling past her. She moved briskly. Her recent days were either spent running errands for purchases or honing her meditation skills to master spatial manipulation and physical conditioning. When not pressed for time, she opted against taking the elevator, her agility having significantly improved since her rebirth. Before long, she found a shop that sold security doors. The proprietor, initially engrossed in his mobile phone, promptly emerged upon seeing her and greeted her enthusiastically. "Miss, are you interested in security doors?" Jiang Nuan nodded in affirmation. The owner immediately began his sales pitch. "We have stock available, along with custom options and a variety of styles. Just a moment while I fetch a catalog for you." He turned and quickly retrieved a book showcasing an array of security doors with brief descriptions. Jiang Nua flipped through it rapidly and inquired, "Are all these equipped with electronic locks?" The owner replied, "Currently, electronic locks are secure, offering dual protection through passwords and fingerprints." She clarified, "I am not interested in standard models. I require reinforced steel plates and mechanical locks, with double-layered bulletproof glass for the windows." In a world devoid of electricity, electronic locks essentially become obsolete, and even with batteries, their reliability is questionable. "Can you accommodate such specifications?" The owner's expression turned conflicted as he muttered for her to hold on, retreating to make a phone call. Although Jiang Nua could not comprehend the dialect he spoke, his demeanor suggested hope. "The doors you desire can be custom-made, but it will take some time." "How long?" she asked. "If you place an order today, we should be able to commence installation in 10 days, though the duration will depend on the number of installations." Considering the entire house's renovation, Jiang Nua pondered before continuing. "Both doors and windows will require a steel structure and double-layered bulletproof glass. Can you provide an estimated cost?" The owner replied, "It's difficult to determine at this moment. Precise measurements are necessary to finalize the pricing. I just need to know when you would be available. Right now works for me. I intend to find a soundproofing specialist as well, so we can coordinate." The owner's face brightened. "What a coincidence. A friend of mine specializes in soundproofing materials. Would you like me to have him come over to discuss?" Networking within the industry was customary, and Jiang Nuan nodded in agreement. This would save time and spare her from the harsh sunlight. She had intended to inquire about the introduction regardless. Chapter 12. Buy. Sell before long. The owner of the security door made a call to summon some personnel. After a brief inquiry regarding the quality and pricing of the soundproof materials, Jiang Nua guided them to the site for measurements. The security door required a total of 7 installations, one for each of the 2 layers of fire escape stairs, as well as for the elevator door and the entry door. All windows were to be replaced with double-layer bulletproof glass, and the balcony had to be completely enclosed with a steel frame. The soundproof materials would only be installed on the 36th floor. Once the 2 individuals completed all measurements and calculated the costs, the total came to just over 160,000. Given the sweltering heat, the risk of heat stroke during construction was quite significant. Although Jiang Nua was in need of funds, she did not wish to haggle with those who toil for their earnings and readily provided a deposit. The owner, pleased by her generosity, offered to install a rainwater collection point near the glass house on the rooftop free of charge, along with 4 5-ton water tanks, and he would connect the pipes to the 36th floor. Additionally, he would assist in waterproofing the rooftop and supplying enough soil to transform the glass house into a proper vegetable garden. Jiang Nua expressed her approval enthusiastically. Noting how securely she was renovating the property, the owner inquired if she required a safe. He was truly adept at business, seizing every opportunity. However, Jiang Nua did not need a safe. Her space was more secure than any vault. What about fire extinguishers and fire safety kits? After some contemplation, she decided that it would be prudent to prepare such items. Encouraged by his suggestions, Jiang Nua purchased several thousand worth of fire safety supplies, including extinguishers, escape ropes, gas masks, and braking hammers. Though she might not need them immediately, it was always wise to be prepared. Consequently, the total cost for the renovations of the two properties amounted to 172,000. The remaining balance was negligible, and Jiang Nua did not press the issue, insisting only that the quality must be impeccable. Otherwise, she would withhold the final payment. After finalizing the contract and paying the deposit, the owner promptly contacted the manufacturer to send the designs for customization, with a commitment to dispatch within 5 days at the latest. Jiang Nua was given 2 keys, assuring her that she could return for inspection once everything was installed. After deducting the renovation expenses, she found herself with 178,000 remaining on her card. Yet, there were still plenty of necessities to procure, such as a vital resource for the early days of the apocalypse: fuel. Fuel comes in 2 varieties, one for daily living, cooking, bathing, heating with liquefied gas and coal, and the other for generating electricity and powering vehicles, diesel and gasoline. In truth, following the receding floods, there is no shortage of fuel for daily needs. An abundance of deceased trees could be dried and burned. Although liquefied gas was somewhat difficult to source and price steeply, she contacted several suppliers to compare rates before placing her order. Not long after making the call, a weary middle-aged man arrived at her warehouse on a tricycle. Upon hearing her request for 1,000 large 50-kilogram gas canisters, he immediately understood. You folks are looking to substitute liquefied gas for acetylene, right? Many factories are doing the same. It's quite economical for cutting ordinary steel plates. Do you also require oxygen? I could deliver that as well. Jiang Nua agreed. As the price for oxygen was quite reasonable, just over 30 yuan per bottle, and having some on hand would be advantageous later, the total for 1,000 canisters of liquefied gas and 500 bottles of oxygen, including the deposit for the cylinders, came to 150,000. After paying the deposit, she understood that the subsequent payments would be based on the deliveries. She would not quibble over such matters, recognizing that ordinary people with a bit of money could still exchange for some supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. After completing these tasks, Jiang Nua felt utterly exhausted. The sweltering heat and excessive sweating left her feeling faint, and she could only quench her thirst with water. Yet even bottled water did little to alleviate her dry throat. Spotting a milk tea shop open on the roadside, her eyes lit up, and she approached to order 3 cups of iced milk tea. Only when the refreshing, sweet beverage filled her mouth did she feel a wave of comfort. In her memory, this particular milk tea shop was a popular online sensation, heavily marketed across the internet, always bustling with long queues. Yet now, it was completely devoid of customers. Jiang Nua decided to order a selection of their best sellers, both cold and hot, and stored them in her space in a secluded area. Coffee and milk tea could be stockpiled further down the line, but there was no rush, given her current routine of running errands. Buying dozens of cups each day would suffice for a lifetime. After a brief respite, Jiang Nua pressed on, arriving at a location selling honeycomb coal. Nowadays, honeycomb coal was seldom used, and it was no longer limited to the traditional round shape. Square molds could also be employed for production, allowing for better stacking and maximizing space utilization. Jiang Nua ordered 40 tons of honeycomb coal, equivalent to roughly 2 truckloads of coal. Compared to liquefied gas, the price of coal was significantly lower. Factoring in processing costs, the total came to merely 40,000. Given that mineral extraction would be completely halted for an extended period after the apocalypse, it was wise to stockpile additional honeycomb coal. Self-identifying as a company purchaser, Jiang Nua placed a substantial order. I require 40 tons of square-shaped honeycomb coal, properly packaged for me. The shop owner, covered in soot, was delighted by the large order. My shop is small, so I can only process 1 ton at a time for delivery. Is that acceptable? Yes, Jiang Nuo replied, leaving her warehouse address and Lu Mei's contact number. With the coal situation addressed, she felt a sense of relief. With liquefied gas and coal secured, the essential fuel for daily living was nearly resolved, but diesel and gasoline still needed to be acquired. Diesel was manageable, but acquiring a substantial quantity of gasoline would prove challenging, as it was classified as a hazardous material and strictly regulated. She would need to devise a strategy to procure it. Having been busy since early morning, Jiang Nuo felt hunger pangs as lunchtime had long passed. She sought out a popular fast food joint, indulging in fried chicken, grilled wings, French fries, egg tarts, and a chilled cola, relishing a high-calorie feast while also ordering a multitude of takeaways. By the time she finished eating, night had fallen, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees as foot traffic increased on the streets. Jiang Nuo initially planned to return home, but was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. She had 2 phones in her bag. Retrieving the one she used most frequently, she noticed there were no missed calls, yet the ringing persisted, indicating it was the other phone. The call was from Li Duoguang. "We are indeed interested in what you mentioned yesterday," he stated cautiously, "but how can I trust that what you say is true?" He added, "After all, both of us will bear significant risks regarding this matter." Jiang Nuo understood the gravity of the situation. Li Duoguang, as a general manager, could not make unilateral decisions, and he had likely spent the day in meetings with his superior and the board discussing the issue. A business secret of such magnitude was akin to a windfall, and whether they dared to accept it was questioned. Jiang Nuo suggested, "Let us discuss this in person." There was no hesitation from the other end. "All right." Jiang Nuo contemplated briefly, opened her map application, found a nearby shopping mall, and sent him the location. She chose this venue because the mall housed a supermarket and several cosmetic stores. Since the day before yesterday, most supermarkets in the city had only begun operating at 7 p.m., and at this hour it was already bustling with people. Jiang Nuo entered the supermarket first and filled an entire shopping cart with various essential supplies. While this amount was far from sufficient, it was an opportune moment to browse for any items she might have overlooked. Sitting at her computer, drafting a list, she felt uncertain that it was comprehensive enough. Thus, she wandered through the supermarket a few more times, reviewing each category, and indeed recalled several items that required significant stockpiling. Exiting the supermarket, she discreetly stored her purchases in her space in an empty corner and then proceeded to a large beauty retail store. Toner, moisturizer, emulsion, hand cream, lip balm, shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, face masks. In a post-apocalyptic world marked by frigid temperatures, where the mercury often plummets below freezing, skin is prone to frostbite and chapping. She does not utilize these products in large quantities, nor does she seek after luxury brands. Instead, she has selected a collection of cost-effective domestic products, sufficient for a lifetime of use. Fortunately, the store is currently hosting a grand promotion, which offers both discounts and reductions on purchases. Jiang Nuo spent over 40,000 yuan, and after applying various discounts, she was delighted to find that she saved over 6,000 yuan. The staff, mistaking her for a bulk buyer, informed her that she could exchange points for some sample sizes. Jiang Nuo exchanged all her points, acquiring a plethora of small bottles and jars. The volume of her purchases was overwhelming, prompting the staff to lend her a small card. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nuo discreetly placed her items into her space before returning the card. Glancing at the time, she realized she was already half an hour late for her 8 o'clock rendezvous with Li Duoguang. The meeting point was a dessert shop within the mall. Due to the heat, the shop was sparsely populated, and she could see a reserved middle-aged man seated by the floor-to-ceiling window from a distance. She first ordered dozens of desserts to take away before slowly approaching him and taking a seat. Li Duoguang looked taken aback. Hesitantly, he regarded Jiang Nuo and whispered, "Xiao? Xiao Jiang?" After speaking, he glanced around nervously before clearing his throat. "What a coincidence! Are you out shopping?" "No need for subterfuge. I'm the one who called you," Jiang Nuo replied calmly. Chapter 13. The balance exceeds 10 million. Li Duoguang was truly taken aback. They had spent the entire day deliberating and establishing various possibilities, such as the notion that it might be a ruse, with Yang Chengjuan's associates engaging in subterfuge. Alternatively, it could have been that Yang Chengjuan's wife, Jiang Qin, was orchestrating this to undermine him, especially since their marital discord had been public for nearly a year, and she was not one to be trifled with. However, he never anticipated that it would stem from a young woman within Yang Chengjuan's company. "I truly did not expect it to be you," Li Duoguang remarked, offering a wry smile. The girl seated before him exuded an air of calmness, her composure rendering their days' anxious discussions somewhat ludicrous. In just a few short years, Li Duoguang had ascended from a humble programmer to the position of general manager, thriving in the industry due to his remarkable talent for discerning character. During the collaborative project with Yang Rui, he had encountered her in meetings, perceiving her as an ordinary girl clad in professional attire, her hair neatly pulled back and bearing a modestly charming countenance, yet she had failed to leave a lasting impression. His memory, however, was renowned, and he could vaguely recall her surname, Jiang, though he could not recall the full name. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he sensed something different about her this time. Jiang Nuo, unfazed by his inner musings, produced her phone and displayed screenshots of several files stored within. Being well-versed in her field, Li Duoguang scrutinized them and quickly recognized their authenticity. Initially, they had presumed that even if a bonanza were to fall from the heavens, it would likely consist of only a portion of the data, given a multitude of documents associated with 4 or 5 new projects. Yet, it appeared that Jiang Nuo was indicating a complete package for sale. Had he lost his mind, or was the world truly in chaos? Regardless of the tumult within his mind, Jiang Nuo inquired directly, "Are you interested in purchasing?" "Of course," Li Duoguang replied swiftly, despite the lingering doubts in his heart. "All the materials are right here." Jiang Nuo shook a black external hard drive in her hand. "You can inspect it on-site, but please do not take too long. I have other matters to attend to." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Mr. Li, you brought your laptop, did you not?" Clearing his throat, Li Duoguang replied affirmatively. Retrieving his notebook from his bag, Jiang Nuo connected the external hard drive for him to explore. The more he examined, the more exhilarated he became, his face taking on a flush. This was not merely a windfall. It was akin to a colossal moon crashing down upon him. These projects meant that Yang Rui would be entirely sidelined, with Chengxin seizing the entire market share, which would effectively stifle Yang Rui for the next 3 years. During this period, Li Duoguang saw his own meteoric rise. He could even conceal a portion of the files, presenting only half or less to the company, thereby securing greater personal gains. Moreover, he could establish his own enterprise, leveraging Chengxin's resources for financing, attracting investments through these projects, thus profiting from both Chengxin and Yang Rui. Once this venture was concluded, he could expedite his divorce, marry a wealthy beauty, and emigrate to Europe, achieving financial freedom. The more he contemplated, the more he drifted into a reverie. Greed has been the downfall of many throughout history. He maintained his excitement while navigating the mouse until Jiang Nuo interrupted him, reclaiming the external hard drive. Li Duoguang's eyes remained fixated on it as he suppressed his emotions, offering Jiang Nuo a congenial smile. "Jiang, I am genuinely concerned for you," he said. "This matter cannot remain concealed. Yang Chengjun will inevitably discover your involvement." Jiang Nuo cut him off, uninterested in the middle-aged man's clumsy and unctuous theatrics. "What do you wish to convey?" "I am not inquiring about the source of your materials, but aside from me, have you disclosed this to anyone else?" Li Duoguang asked. "No," she replied. "That is reassuring." He seemed to exhale in relief. "Jiang, this secret cannot be kept indefinitely. To be candid, selling this to me would greatly benefit our company, and I cannot bear to see you ensnared in legal troubles. I will ensure that your identity remains concealed, never disclosing your name or status. You should hasten to secure your funds and leave the country." Jiang Nuo smiled, recognizing his feigned benevolence. In truth, he was likely intent on seizing a portion of the files and data for himself. Allowing Chengxin to become aware of her existence posed risks for her, but it offered him no advantages. "Rest assured, I will be leaving the country next month. No one will be able to trace me," she replied. "Mr. Li, I must confess, I possess some crucial data that I have not yet released. Once I am abroad, it will be of no use to me. At that time, I will send everything to your email as a token of gratitude." Jiang Nuo paused, enunciating each word clearly. It is for you, not for Qingxin. Anyone can make grand promises. In reality, Jiang Nuo had indeed retained some files as a safeguard, should Li Duoguang prove to be cunning and difficult to manage. However, it seemed that such a contingency was no longer necessary. Li Duoguang was utterly entranced by the prospect of profit. The transaction would be straightforward, and this time, there was no need for Jiang Nuo to hasten in for payment. He promptly made calls to expedite the process, even assisting her in locating a transfer account, facilitating the transaction through 2 intermediaries. After deducting fees, Jiang Nuo received 96 million, pushing her balance past the 10 million mark to an unprecedented 9 million, allowing her to stockpile an even greater variety of goods. Her sense of security grew stronger. If only she had begun with a few billion in her account, there would be no need for her incessant buying and selling. With the external hard drive in hand, Li Duoguang feigned concern for Jiang Nuo, urging her to maintain confidentiality while expressing his willingness to assist her in leaving the country. Eager for her to depart China promptly so that he might acquire the remaining files, he then hastily exited with his bag. Jiang Nuo, in turn, collected an array of desserts she had brought. This dessert shop truly offered a vast selection, featuring a blend of Hong Kong-style, Chinese, Western, and Japanese treats, resembling a veritable hodgepodge, leading her to overorder. Cheesecakes, cookies, double-skim milk, red bean ice, taro balls, mango pudding, yangji ganlu bowl cake, and wagashi. She ordered 3 of each item that caught her fancy. Ultimately, she struggled to carry all of it, but fortunately, the shop was devoid of customers, and the staff kindly assisted her to the mall's entrance. Early in the morning, before her alarm rang, Jiang Nuo was already awake, ready for another day of stockpiling. She began with some physical activity, noticing the positive effects of her consistent exercise. Previously, post-workout soreness was unbearable, but today, though still fatigued, she felt invigorated after sweating profusely, aware that her physical stamina was gradually improving. After a refreshing shower, she retrieved a cake and milk from the refrigerator for breakfast, finding the cake's flavor mediocre. She then took out a still-warm, fragrant cheese and bacon egg roll from her storage space. She was feeling indulgent. In her previous life, she could eat anything, but now she had become somewhat discerning after her return. Nevertheless, having her storage space was undeniably convenient. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she glanced at her phone. There were no new messages on WeChat, but she did receive a notification announcing that today was the 7/7 shopping festival, with several major platforms offering significant promotions. Merchants had taken to fabricating holidays almost monthly to stimulate consumer spending, but this time, the discounts were quite appealing, providing her an opportunity to stockpile goods. In truth, she had inquired with manufacturers, yet their offerings were limited, subject to waiting for orders, and she would have to cover shipping costs herself. Most manufacturers had established clientele, and she lacked the time to contact them individually. After consulting 2 suppliers, she discovered that their prices were not as favorable as those on 1688, and in fact, they were somewhat inferior to those on Duo, prompting her to abandon that route. Question: why do people abroad rush to buy toilet paper whenever a crisis occurs? Answer: because using leaves, branches, or stones is truly uncomfortable. Do not inquire how this knowledge was acquired. Tissue paper is the preferred choice. Numerous official stores of major brands, direct sales outlets, and platforms like 1688 are utilized to procure affordable options in bulk. A carton contains 40 packs, and a staggering 3,000 cartons were purchased. Additionally, large rolls of toilet paper, with 40 rolls per carton, were also acquired in the same quantity. There are also slightly coarse, coreless rolls that are quite inexpensive, totaling 8,000 bundles. Sanitary napkins and adult diapers are of utmost importance. Various brands were stocked up on, each with 1,000 packs, essentially ensuring supplies for future generations. Lighters are another essential item to hoard. These are reasonably priced as well, with branded goods on 1688 costing only $2.5 for a pack of 25, and discounts increase with larger quantities. Jiang Nuo placed orders from different stores, acquiring over 50,000 lighters. Next came household cleaning and bathing supplies. Dishwashing liquid was ordered in 305-kilogram barrels. Laundry detergent and liquid were stocked in anticipation of a less-than-ideal environment. during the volcanic eruption period. Venturing outside felt like a laborious endeavor. 1,000 barrels of laundry liquid and 1,500 barrels of 3.8 kilogram laundry powder were secured. Soap purchased through Pinduoduo was more affordable than her last inquiry at the wholesale market, resulting in a direct order of 2,000 yuan. Brooms, mops, basins, and buckets, though used sparingly, were also necessary purchases. Furthermore, essential electrical supplies such as wires, power strips, insulating tape, and potentially useful small tools were added to the shopping cart. As they were inexpensive, toothpaste and toothbrushes were also stocked adequately. Additionally, towels and bath towels were prepared, with 200 of each. Compared to towels, Jiang Nuo found disposable facial tissues more convenient, leading her to wholesale order 3,000 packs of 200 sheets each on 1688. 500 packs of disposable wet wipes were also acquired. Jiang Nuo previously purchased underwear and bras online, knowing her mother's sizes, and placed a bulk order. For convenience, she also bought 100 packs of disposable underwear. Affordable clothing was ordered in large quantities. She prioritized comfort over style, sourcing wholesale from 1688. The purchases were made by comparing different platforms, such as a 50 yuan discount for every 300 spent on Taobao, along with various coupons, making the process rather complex and time-consuming. While seated comfortably in the air-conditioned room, Jiang Nuo savored a dessert she brought back yesterday. She also replenished her stock of cooking oil with 500 barrels, which was slightly more expensive per unit than at the wholesale market. But the absence of shipping fees made it roughly equivalent. She bought 100 bottles of various vitamins and a selection of snacks. Her fingers glided across her phone, shifting the screen to the electronic section. In the early stages of the apocalypse, there would be no electricity, but Jiang Nuo prepared for a generator. By the middle to later stages, the base would have power, making it prudent to purchase some convenient appliances. Expensive electronics would be acquired later through zero-cost purchases. She enjoyed watching shows or variety programs while dining, necessitating the storage of large amounts of data. Thus, she purchased 510 terabytes hard drives. Chapter 14. Indulging in exquisite delicacies apart from films, television dramas, variety shows, and video games, those trifles that merely occupy time, Jiang Nuo harbored a plethora of materials she wished to preserve. These included various instructional documents, study materials, technical resources, and an array of documentaries pertaining to practical subjects such as technology, architecture, medicine, agriculture, animal husbandry, astronomy, and chemistry. Additionally, some less practical, yet enriching works in the realms of humanities and literature could also be stored if convenient. Many of these invaluable resources would likely be lost in the impending apocalypse. Thus, it was paramount to safeguard what could be saved, nurturing a glimmer of hope for the reconstruction of civilization. Jiang Nuo decided to procure 10 tablets, 10 mobile phones, and 10 laptops. While these items could be acquired at no cost, purchasing them as a precaution allowed her to store materials in advance. Once the goods arrived, she anticipated a considerable amount of time would be needed to locate and download resources. Time was indeed of the essence. With this in mind, Jiang Nuo contacted the telecommunications company to upgrade Lumay's broadband to 500 M and doubled her salary, tasking her solely with the online collection of these materials. Any costs incurred for downloadable content would be reimbursed, and should Lumay perform efficiently and swiftly, bonuses could be considered. Naturally, Lumay was eager to accept. Given the oppressive heat, she rarely ventured out and found downloading resources straightforward as a university student. Although she felt slightly embarrassed by her remuneration, Jiang Nuo urged her not to decline, emphasizing the vast quantity of materials required within a limited time frame. After completing all transactions, Jiang Nuo calculated her expenses, including the 600 yuan upgrade for the broadband. She had spent a total of 927,000 yuan over the course of 2 hours. These expenditures were necessary for both her and her mother. However, she had not forgotten about her beloved dog, Mei, and had refrained from stockpiling dog food until this shopping festival offered discounts. Mei was not finicky. She relished any dog food and was easy to care for. With ample funds now available, there was no need for excessive frugality. So, Jiang Nuo decided to purchase Mei's favorite varieties, complete with dried meat chunks. The average price was approximately 20 yuan per kilogram, with a promotion of 50 yuan off for every 300 yuan spent, resulting in a final cost of less than 15 yuan per kilogram. After some maneuvering, she ended up buying nearly 20,000 kilograms, 20 tons, of dog food, sufficient for 10 mice. The discounts alone save her over 30,000 yuan. However, Mei would not be subsisting solely on dog food. Her diet would include a variety of other items as well. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, Jiang Nuo envisioned treating her to occasional delights of mutated creatures. Upon confirming payment, 1,000,000 yuan had been effortlessly spent. Such extravagant online shopping would likely only occur once in her lifetime. Money, after all, must be spent. Otherwise, it would eventually become worthless paper. Throughout the day, Jiang Nuo oscillated between purchasing items on her phone and organizing supplies in her designated space. It was crucial to maintain order among the abundant materials. Haphazardly tossing everything together would complicate future retrieval and necessitate significant time for organization. As night fell, she realized she still had 11,900,000 yuan remaining after deducting her expenditures. She contemplated her upcoming essential outlays. She needed to rent a villa with a basement for moisture-proofing and waterproofing renovations to provide shelter during earthquakes. Additionally, she required solar batteries, medications, weapons, survival gear, a vehicle, power generation equipment, fuel, clothing, and bedding. The most vital item, drinking water, was not an immediate concern as she considered a trip to another province to procure pristine natural water sources. A water tank had already been ordered. Two other matters occupied her thoughts. First, she aimed to continue enhancing her own skills. With time running short, she intended to not only increase her physical fitness, but also to acquire practical abilities such as combat and diving. The second important task was to carve out time to treat Yuruohua. After a lifetime of hard work, Yuruohua was now living frugally, reluctant to splurge on expensive clothing or fine dining. With the apocalypse looming, Jiang Nuo resolved to occasionally indulge her in exquisite meals, fine Chinese cuisine, Western fare, seafood, and the like. Jiang Nuo herself adored gourmet food, and having lacked the means in her previous life, she knew that if she did not relish these experiences now, such opportunities would dwindle in the future. Thus, it was settled. They would enjoy a luxurious seafood buffet that very evening. You say there's no need for seafood, but I've already prepared dinner at home. Mom, this is a rare occasion for us, Jiang Nuo insisted, gently guiding Yuruohua into a seat. I've earned some money recently, and there's an even better opportunity on the horizon, so settle in and enjoy. Yuruohua remained hesitant, insisting that they need not dine out for seafood when she could prepare at home, which would be more economical. A meal here must cost at least 200 to 300 per person. Jiang Nuo chuckled softly. This is the city's most luxurious seafood buffet, priced at 1,099 per guest. Such a price was beyond their reach. Even a 100 yuan buffet felt like a stretch for Yuruohua. Yet, as they entered, the restaurant's ambience exuded opulence. Regardless of the heat outside, the air conditioning was splendidly refreshing, and the seating arrangements were intimate, adorned with greenery and tasteful decorations. The establishment boasted over 500 types of ingredients, all highly rated for flavor and freshness. The Boston lobster and king crab were served in limited quantities, 1 portion per person, delivered directly to their table. While the portions were modest, the quality was exceptional. The king crab was larger than her head. This was Jiang Nuo's inaugural experience with such high-end seafood, and Yuruohua was equally astonished, relishing each bite and savoring the delectable flavors. Mom, sit tight for a moment. I'll fetch some food, Jiang Nuo said as she made her way to the ingredient section. She began by selecting some mantis shrimp, which were impressively large and plump, already shelled to reveal their succulent, glistening meat, along with rich roe. Such premium seafood was something she had only seen in gourmet videos before. Salmon, Arctic shrimp, and sashimi were freshly sliced, while the oysters were notably large, with a young man continuously shucking them nearby as 2 others handled the grilling. There were also blue crabs, large scallops, fish maw, abalone, steaks, lamb chops, and grilled sausages. As the table filled to capacity, Yuruohua expressed concern, "Don't take too much. We'll be fine if we can't finish. Jiang Nuo reassured her, we'll manage to eat it all. Who knows what the future holds after the apocalypse? This may well be our only chance to indulge. Seafood was exorbitantly priced, and there was no need to stockpile excessively. As she ate, Jiang Nuo discreetly stored some in her space. After finishing her first round, she unabashedly returned for a third, each plate brimming with delicacies. Yuruohua was astonished by her appetite. Today's 200 yuan buffet was barely worth the effort. Concerned for her health, yet unable to resist, Yuruohua found herself peeling shrimp and extracting crab roe for her daughter. 3 hours later, feeling it was time to cease, Jiang Nuo recognized the absurdity of their indulgence, though, in truth, the entire experience was already quite absurd. Upon returning home, Hame, sensing the lingering aroma of extravagance, became restless, gazing longingly at the two. Jiang Nuo, with a flourish, retrieved 2 unadorned steak pieces from her space and placed them in Hame's bowl. Why do you feed it such good food? My mother remarked upon seeing it. Can't you save it for tomorrow? Hame replied. Occasionally, I ought to treat Hame to something nice. Yuruohua, still reluctant, noted that there was dinner prepared by me in the refrigerator. Feeding it that was already generous enough. Jiang Nuo opened the fridge and discovered that Yuruohua had, in fact, made dinner. Mother's cooking is truly delightful, even after indulging in a lavish meal outside. Nothing compares to the comfort of home-cooked dishes. The world is filled with countless delicacies, yet the taste that lingers in many hearts for a lifetime is undeniably that of a mother's cooking. An idea suddenly struck Jiang Nuo. Recently, Yuruohua had been cooped up at home, often expressing her boredom and lamenting that it might drive her into illness. Perhaps finding her something to do would be beneficial. Mom, may I discuss something with you? What is it? I've been working on some outsourcing projects lately. Our team has several members, and besides managing their tasks, I also have to order their meals twice a day, all of which are takeout billed to the company. Would you be interested in earning some money from this? Upon hearing about making money, Yuruohua's eyes sparkled with interest. How do we earn? The company allocates 60 yuan per person daily for meals, covering both lunch and dinner. With 20 people, that amounts to a reimbursement of 1,200 yuan a day. Jiang Nuo casually fabricated. If you take on the cooking, do you think there is a profit to be made? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuruohua, who cooked and shopped for groceries every day, expressed her confidence in the market prices. Of course. Do you know how much food 1,200 yuan can buy? It's definitely a lucrative venture. Her enthusiasm soared as she began to calculate the figures, growing more delighted with each number. Seeing her mother in such high spirits lifted Jiang Nuo's mood as well. She smiled and remarked, but I don't want you to overexert yourself. Perhaps we should find a couple of helpers. Yuruohua, nearly amused by the suggestion, laughed, cooking for just a few people, and you think I need helpers? Are you joking? After Jiang Nuo's insistence, Yuruohua agreed to hire one helper, deciding on a schedule of 4 days on and 1 day off. Recently, her mother had felt rather idle. Now that she had something to occupy her, her spirits improved significantly. She stopped watching television and began to sit down with a calculator to plan her grocery shopping for the next day. Jiang Nu also ordered a batch of meal containers, intending to portion the dishes prepared by Yuruohua into them for easy collection. The plan was to prepare meals for 20 employees, 2 meals a day, totaling 1,200 servings over the course of a month, complete with soup. Ultimately, her intention was merely to preserve some of those cherished home-cooked flavors, the essence of a mother-esque touch. Chapter 15. A lifetime without worrying about food before dawn. Jiang Nuo ventured out with a small cart. Since entering high school, she had not accompanied her mother on shopping trips, let alone to a bustling market like this. The sun had yet to rise, and after a night of cooling temperatures, the market was alive with activity, despite the chill of around 36 degrees. Jiang Nuo reveled in this impending cacophony of life. With a budget of 200 yuan to prepare meals for 20 people, she found it quite ample. Yuruohua began by purchasing some pork belly and a few chickens, then proceeded to select various vegetables, quickly filling the cart to the brim. Following that, she sought out spices, condiments, and oils. At that moment, Jiang Nuo caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Lotus leaf chicken, a delicacy she had not savored in quite some time. With finances not a pressing concern, she decided to indulge in some prepared foods. After instructing Yurohua to return home, Jiang Nua approached the stall selling lotus leaf chicken. This establishment had been in business for at least a decade, and Jiang Nua remembered enjoying their offerings frequently during her middle school years. According to the pleasantly plump proprietress, the chickens were free-range, raised on their farm, devoid of the hormone-laden feed that accelerated growth. Only 20 chickens were available each day, no more, no less. How many can you prepare daily? I wish to purchase a larger quantity, Jiang Nua inquired. We can only manage 20 chickens a day. We cannot produce more, the owner replied, shaking her head. Could you perhaps find a way? My demand is substantial, Jiang Nua pressed. The proprietress remained resolute. I cannot compromise on quality by sourcing chickens from elsewhere. While that may be profitable, it would tarnish my reputation. And such a compromise is unacceptable to me. With that assurance, Jiang Nua felt at ease and happily placed her order. I will take 20 chickens daily, packaged in takeout boxes, half a chicken per box, for at least 1 month. Can you deliver? It's not far. Certainly, the proprietress agreed, grateful for the business. Especially during this sweltering weather. Many vendors operated only at night, but she, being older, found it challenging to stay awake after dark. Over the course of a month, Jiang Nua could stockpile 600 lotus leaf chickens. Once the proprietor had packaged the day's chickens, Jiang Nua settled the bill and left a deposit for the following day, providing her contact information before heading to other prepared food stalls. Since she planned to stock up on prepared foods, it was essential to diversify beyond just lotus leaf chicken. She ordered beggar's chicken, jar chicken, mouth-watering chicken, white-cut chicken, saltwater duck, sweet-skinned duck, braised goose, braised pig ears, braised intestines, as well as spicy chicken feet, garlic chicken feet, and lemon chicken feet. None were to be overlooked. Each type would be ordered in quantities of 50 daily, accumulating a staggering 18,000 servings of prepared dishes over the month. After securing her orders at the market, Jiang Nua took a taxi to a nearby eatery renowned for its crayfish. The sleepy owner perked up upon learning of her substantial takeout order. How many do you require each day? 100, half spicy and half garlic, delivered to my specified location before 7 in the evening, she replied, totaling 3,000 servings of crayfish. With the crayfish confirmed, Jiang Nua sought out several small restaurants known for their delectable home-style dishes, including braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised intestines, braised beef brisket, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried meat, and more. The quantity she desired was contingent upon maintaining quality. She would order as much as the owners could manage, relying on their ambition and capabilities. According to the owner's estimates, with 8 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes daily, she would require no fewer than 30 servings of each item. Jiang Nua contacted 4 restaurants, predicting a minimum of 39,600 servings of home-style dishes by the end of the month. Considering the inconvenience of cooking in a post-apocalyptic world, she also decided to order an additional 10 pounds of rice daily, totaling at least 4,800 pounds over the month. In this bleak economic climate, the sudden influx of business delighted the owners, who pledged to maintain quality. Jiang Nua was unperturbed by the prospect of subpar offerings, as Lu Mei would oversee the deliveries, ensuring strict quality control. Any fraudulent practices would result in immediate termination of their partnership. However, such occurrences were rare. These small establishments were familiar to her, and their owners, while not excessively honest, were at least earnest in their business dealings. Jiang Nua also arranged for a bun shop, ordering a total of 50,000 buns, 50,000 dumplings, 10,000 flour rolls, and 10,000 xiaomai. She negotiated favorable prices with the owners, yet the cumulative cost for these prepared foods would exceed 100,000 yuan daily. The heat of summer posed a challenge, as food would spoil if left too long, so she contracted a courier for monthly deliveries. Though the work would be demanding, it was worthwhile. This bounty would sustain both her and her mother. Additionally, her mother would contribute around 1,000 servings from her own cooking, enough to last them a lifetime. The continuous delivery of prepared foods over the next 30 days would amount to over 2 million yuan. Of course, payments would not be made all at once. She could settle accounts every few days, and some unscrupulous vendors might expect deposits with the intention of deferring payments indefinitely. However, Jiang Nua had no intention of exploiting these ordinary people's goodwill. she would ensure timely payments. Having completed these arrangements, the clock struck 10 in the morning, and the streets were sparsely populated. Jiang Nuo did not linger in the oppressive heat and proceeded directly to the warehouse. With no delivery scheduled for the morning and Lu Mei absent, she closed the door and began swiftly storing supplies into her space. By noon, all items accumulated in the warehouse were transferred, and the meals prepared by Yu Ruohua arrived just in time, with Lu Mei responding to a call to assist with the delivery. "Mother has prepared a delightful spread today," Jiang Nuo remarked, examining the bounty. A box of stir-fried twice-cooked pork, a box of fish-flavored shredded pork, a braised chicken leg, stir-fried bok choy, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. With generous portions, this meal would be considered quite lavish in a restaurant, where it would cost no less than 70 or 80 yuan. Indeed, to save money, one must cook for themselves. Jiang Nuo opened 2 portions on the spot, sharing them with Lu Mei for lunch. Considering the timing, it had been a week since Lu Mei began working, and today she would receive her first paycheck. Upon receiving a transfer of 1,000 yuan, joy sparkled in Lu Mei's eyes. This was her first job and her first paycheck. In a time when remote work was the norm, graduates struggled to find employment, and business was dismal. She felt fortunate to encounter a boss like Jiang Nuo. As they ate, Jiang Nuo casually chatted with Lu Mei, discovering that she too had grown up in a single-parent household. Her father had passed away years prior, and her mother was now alone, tending to their farmland. Hearing this, Jiang Nuo shook her head inwardly. After the impending apocalypse, the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, and women would suffer first. Lu Mei's household lacked an adult male, making them susceptible to the harsh realities of survival in a cruel world. Countless individuals shared her plight. Surviving in the face of nature's brutal selection process required more than just physical strength, resources, luck, determination, and willpower. Lacking even one element could lead to elimination. "Do your best," Jiang Nuo concluded, "and at the end of the month, I will consider a bonus based on your performance." "Thank you, Sister Nuo. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is done well. In the afternoon, it is best to return home for a rest. I shall manage the shipments here, and you can come to collect them after receiving the call in the evening." After Lu Mei departed, Jiang Nuo found herself with no time for a nap. Upon entering the space, everything appeared as it had the day before. Jiang Nuo first inspected the various meats and fish, confirming that they remained as fresh as when they were first stored. Time had seemingly stood still. With this assurance, she began to organize the remaining items in the warehouse. An overwhelming amount of supplies cluttered the shelves, causing her discomfort. Thus, she resolved to tidy up. Organization is a daily necessity. Neglecting it would only lead to greater fatigue. After all the effort to acquire funds for such a stockpile, there is a sense of achievement in meticulously arranging it. Moreover, post-collection organization is insufficient. A well-thought-out plan is required during the collection process as well. For instance, placing supplies directly onto pre-designated shelves not only minimizes operational steps, but also enhances her mental acuity. In recent days, she had observed that the more intricate the tasks she performed within the space, the greater the drain on her energy. Yet upon recovery, her mental fortitude would experience slight enhancement, allowing her to sustain longer periods of activity. Within her inventory list lay several substantial and weighty items. Should her energy falter, she may find it challenging to store them within the space. After over 2 hours of diligent organization, all remaining supplies were secured, coinciding with the hottest part of the day. Gazing out at the scorching sun, Jiang Nuo felt averse to venturing outside, yet a multitude of items remained unpurchased. Thus, she donned a sunshade, a protective mask, and ice sleeves, armed herself with a bottle of water, and steeled herself to step out once more. The afternoon's objective was to procure medicinal supplies. In this apocalypse, the leading causes of mortality are hunger, cold, and illness. The first 2 factors, with the passage of time and a sharp population decline, would gradually diminish in their fatality rates. However, disease and injury have persistently plagued the entirety of the apocalypse she has known. Particularly in the mid-phase, a few capsules of amoxicillin could equate to a life saved. Even with the establishment of various survivor bases and shelters that revived some pharmaceutical production capabilities, costs and prices remain exorbitantly high. Some individuals painstakingly save for months, only to find themselves reverting to square one due to a minor infection from a small wound. Jiang Nuo possessed limited knowledge of medications. Many were regulated with scarce availability, making it impossible to stockpile them as one might with toilet paper. Instead, she resorted to a more laborious method, following her mobile map to visit pharmacies one by one. Her primary focus included anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, analgesics, antiseptic ointments, cold medicines, and antidiarrheals. With these, she could address everyday ailments herself. Additionally, she sought liver-cleansing medications, antihypertensives, treatments for acute heart disease, gastritis, and gynecological issues, anything that could be procured from pharmacy. Furthermore, she collected gauze, bandages, adhesive tape, hydrogen peroxide, medical alcohol, iodine, adhesive bandages, and disinfecting cotton, taking as much as she could acquire. She also aimed to purchase some health supplements, amino acids, vitamin tablets, and various oral solutions. For now, traditional Chinese medicine was unnecessary. She neither understood it well nor required it, as wild plants were abundantly available in the later stages of the apocalypse, and the primary treatment methods in major bases were predominantly herbal. However, this method of scavenging from pharmacy to pharmacy was remarkably inefficient. Each visit took at least half an hour, and as dusk approached, she had barely managed to visit 20 establishments. Additionally, the prices for medicines were steep. It felt as though she had purchased little, yet had already expended 100,000 yuan. While she wasn't particularly concerned about the money, the pace was far from ideal. It seemed imperative to find a way to connect with the senior suppliers of these pharmacies. Upon returning to the warehouse, Jiang Nuo found Lu Mei diligently cataloging the deliveries from the vegetable shop, the lobster vendor, and the small restaurant. Lu Mei was thoroughly engaged, fulfilling her promise from noon, which left Jiang Nuo quite satisfied. After dismissing Lu Mei for the day, she stored all the items in the space and returned home. Chapter 16. When the babysitter, as Jiang Nuo opened the door, the enticing aroma of various dishes wafted through the house. The meal on the dining table remained untouched, as her mother and Mei awaited her return. "You're back. Hurry up and eat, it's almost cold," Yuruohua exclaimed, her voice slightly shrill. "Mom, how do you feel today? Are you tired?" Jiang Nuo inquired. "Not at all," Yuruohua replied. "Honestly, cooking for 20 people is not much different from cooking for 5, especially with a helper. We finished in 2 hours this morning and 3 this afternoon. Once she was done, I watched television for quite a while. I told her not to bother with the cook for a few days and rest for one nonsense. It hinders my ability to earn money." Jiang Nuo chuckled. Her mother's energetic demeanor truly reflected her character. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. I'm quite hungry. Then make sure to eat plenty." The dishes on the table resembled those sent to the warehouse in the evening. To Jiang Nuo's surprise, her mother suddenly pulled out over 300 yuan in change from her bag with a mysterious expression. "What is this for?" "This is from the leftover money after grocery shopping," Yuruohua replied with a grin. "I didn't intend to, but according to the standards you set, it was impossible to spend it all. Tomorrow, we need to buy oil or seasoning, so there will be even more left." Jiang Nuo nodded. "You can keep whatever is left, buy something you like." "What I need to buy?" Yuruohua retorted. "No, Nuo, we must not be greedy. But we also shouldn't be overly honest. You can't just bury yourself in work. Consider the return as well. This society is fiercely competitive. Even vegetable sellers are scheming against one another." Sigh. Jiang Nuo thought to herself, this is just the beginning. However, she felt reassured. In the apocalypse, Yuruohua was certainly not the type to be naive, and her understanding of the world was clear as day. "By the way, I have a question for you," Yuruohua suddenly asked. "What is it?" "Today, Aunt Hu messaged me saying she saw you at the pharmacy and that you bought a lot of medicine. Sometimes, a city can be vast, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find someone. Yet at other times, it feels small, and one can unexpectedly encounter acquaintances." However, Jiang Nuo was a bit puzzled. "Who is Aunt Hu?" "It's normal not to remember her since you haven't seen her in 2 or 3 years," Yuruohua explained. "I just wanted to ask what you bought so much medicine for." "It's for the company." Jiang Nuo quickly thought of her excuse. We're preparing to donate a batch of medicine to schools in remote areas to help them set up a medical room. The others are too busy, so it fell to me. You need to handle this well, Yuruahua said earnestly. Actually, Aunt Hu asked me because she knows what it means. Her son-in-law works in the pharmaceutical industry and probably wants you to buy from him. What? Such a fortunate opportunity? Jiang Nuo felt invigorated. She had been troubled by the hassle of purchasing medicine daily. Then you should contact Aunt Hu right away and say, I need 500,000 yuan worth of medicine. Yuruahua served her some dishes, looking somewhat reluctant. Let us do it tomorrow. It's quite late now. Now, I can't sleep if this matter isn't settled. With a helpless shake of her head, Yuruahua sent a few voice messages on WeChat. As expected, Aunt Hu's inquiry was indeed about facilitating business for her son-in-law. Just as she hung up, Jiang Nuo received a friend request from him on WeChat, and she couldn't help but admire the efficiency. It seemed business was genuinely challenging these days. After adding him as a friend, the other party introduced himself. Zhou Yong, a secondary agent for a pharmaceutical group in this city, and it seems to be quite a substantial operation. He mentioned he was currently meeting with another client and asked if she would mind joining them for a discussion. Jiang Nuo certainly did not mind. The sooner she could finalize the medicine deal, the more time she would save. Zhou Yong had chosen a rather upscale Western restaurant for their meeting, and when Jiang Nuo arrived, his other client had not yet shown up. Being the first to arrive, Jiang Nuo directly stated her requirements. After listening, Zhou Yong replied, I have all the medicines you need. To be frank, as long as they aren't any special controlled substances, there won't be an issue. When can we complete the transaction? Not urgent, Zhou Yong replied. The reason I invited you today is that I need a small favor. It turned out that Zhou Yong was sitting on a batch of prescription drugs worth over 3 million yuan, which had already passed half of their shelf life, and he was eager to offload them. With half of their shelf life gone, they were indeed difficult to sell. After all, medicines are not like vegetables, and the quantities are minimal. The other client, Zhou Yong, was waiting for had come specifically for this batch of goods, but was being shrewd, dragging his feet on making a commitment, essentially trying to drive the price down. Zhou Yong wanted to use this opportunity to apply some pressure. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Nuo understood. To put it simply, he wanted her to act as a decoy. Because of my mother-in-law, I trust you, Zhou Yong said. Rest assured, if this deal goes through, I know the rules. This implied there was profit to be made, and Jiang Nuo was now fully awake. All right, let us see how things unfold. At that moment, the client Zhou Yong was waiting for arrived. Upon seeing him, Jiang Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Zhichuan. Jiang Nuo had a vivid and profound memory of this man in his 30s, characterized by his triangular eyes. In the early days of the apocalypse, those who survived not only faced food shortages but also battled diseases, leading many to perish during that time. Jiang Zhichuan had risen to prominence during that period. Leveraging the pharmaceuticals he controlled, he gathered a large group of followers, exchanging medicines for food and other supplies, preying on the gravely ill, demanding a minimum of 5 to 10 pounds of grain for a single amoxicillin capsule. With the combination of medicine and food, his following grew rapidly, ultimately evolving into a ruthless gang that engaged in criminal activities. The most repugnant aspect of this individual was his lewdness. Many lacked sufficient supplies to trade for medicine, and he demanded they exchange their bodies or those of their wives, girlfriends, or daughters. Moreover, numerous vulnerable women, those living alone, traveling unaccompanied, or unable to protect themselves, fell victim to his gang. Later, after the establishment of government bases, Jiang Zhichuan gained a modicum of power by donating some medicines, becoming a significant figure within the base and thriving. Among his victims was a girl Jiang Nuo knew. Now that she had encountered him, she certainly would not allow Jiang Zhichuan to benefit, and she needed to deal with him beforehand. However, the specifics of how to do so required careful planning. As this was not the apocalypse yet, and outright killing would lead to complications. Analyzing the current situation, it was highly likely that Jiang Zhichuan's extensive control over medicines during the apocalypse was connected to this transaction, indicating that the medications he was acquiring were immensely valuable in a post-apocalyptic context. Jiang Nuo pressed her lips together, her resolve firm. She needed to deal with him, and she intended to take the medicines as well. At that moment, Jiang Jichuan had already taken a seat, casting his lewd triangular eyes over Jiang Nuo. Oh, where did this beautiful girl come from? Quite lovely. Jiang Nuo ignored him. Boss Jiang, let me introduce you, Zhou Yong said with a smile. This is a friend of mine. Just call her Xiao Jiang. She is also very interested in the batch of goods I have. Jiang Jichuan is quite shrewd and certainly understands Zhou Yong's intentions. With a forced smile, he asked, Beautiful lady, I am Jiang Jichuan. A pleasure to meet you. Please, take a seat. I need to step out for a call. After Zhou Yong left with his phone, Jiang Jichuan immediately engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Nuo. Is Ms. Jiang a local resident? I haven't seen you around before. Do you know everyone in the city? Jiang Nuo maintained a frosty demeanor. Well, not exactly, replied Jiang Jichuan. But I certainly know all the businesses dealing in pharmaceuticals here. Jiang Nuo, wishing to avoid wasting time, stated directly, please get to the point. Sister, you are quite forthright. So I shall be as well, Jiang Jichuan said. I have been following the batch of goods in Zhou Yong's possession for quite some time and intend to secure it. Of course, I want to keep all the benefits to myself. You will certainly receive your share afterward. However, I wonder if you would be willing to extend some courtesy and let us be friends. In the world of business, everyone relies on their own abilities, Jiang Nuo replied. If you expect others to yield to you, I suggest you return to kindergarten. Jiang Jichuan's expression shifted slightly at her bluntness. Yet, as a shrewd businessman, he was careful not to reveal his thoughts and harbor doubts about Jiang Nuo's identity. In that case, I want to compete with the beautiful lady. Not interested? Jiang Nuo thought it inconsequential. After all, it was merely a pharmaceutical batch worth over 3 million. She could purchase it herself, if need be. Thank you. Jiang Nuo calmly raised her glass and took a sip of water, leaving Jiang Jichuan increasingly puzzled by her demeanor. When Zhou Yong returned, Jiang Nuo proactively stated, Mr. Zhou, I have just agreed with Mr. Jiang that he will not be taking this batch. It is all mine now, so let us sign the contract. Zhou Yong was momentarily taken aback. How had things changed so drastically in just a few minutes? The person he had brought along had turned into the genuine buyer. However, seeing Jiang Nuo's composed expression, he quickly regained his composure. That is fine, but I have a long-standing relationship with Mr. Jiang, and he was the one who initiated discussions about this batch, so I should at least consult him first. Jiang Jichuan's countenance darkened. He contemplated leaving, but was reluctant to part with the pharmaceutical goods. With Jiang Nuo still seated, he couldn't afford to lose face by changing his stance, so he merely huffed in irritation. Zhou Yong, observing his reaction, recognized that the deal was solidifying and felt a surge of joy, secretly giving Jiang Nuo a thumbs up. While others would go to great lengths to persuade a buyer, she had simply cut to the chase. Consequently, Zhou Yong displayed a conflicted expression. All right, Ms. Jiang, let us first sign your initial contract, and we can discuss the second one later. Jiang Nuo nodded, glanced at the list of pharmaceuticals, and without hesitation, signed for her 500,000 worth of goods. She then stood, bag in hand, and said, Mr. Zhou, I have purchased your pharmaceuticals, but you must clarify this matter with others first. She cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yong. I do not wish for any complications. Of course, Zhou Yong assured her. May I come to collect them tomorrow? Jiang Nuo inquired. No problem. I will contact you then. Jiang Nuo departed, and Jiang Jichuan's grim expression only lightened slightly after her exit. Who is she? He pondered, feeling an ominous chill. I have never encountered someone like her before. Her demeanor is quite bold. She does not belong to our industry. Zhou Yong chuckled, but her company's background is substantial. She wouldn't bat an eye at spending several million. The pharmaceuticals she purchased are intended for donation. That explains it, Jiang Jichuan scoffed, fixing his gaze on Zhou Yong. With her beauty, I thought she might be your mistress, acting as your decoy. Zhou Yong quickly shook his head. You're overthinking it, my friend. She wouldn't be interested in me. Let me be clear. If you want this batch, act quickly. If not, that's fine too. She isn't part of our industry, and donations cannot be made every month. A long-term business relationship is what I value, rather than a mere 10,000 profit. After a series of negotiations, Jiang Jichuan finally signed the contract, selling the batch at the anticipated price. Zhou Yong, adhering to his word, promptly transferred a 20 000 bonus to Jiang Nuo. When Jiang Nuo received the transfer notification, she had just reached the entrance of her residential complex. Her expression darkened momentarily. The receipt of the bonus indicated that Jiang Jichuan had indeed purchased the batch, and it seemed she would finally have the opportunity to take some action the next day. Chapter 17. The Dark Feast. The following day, July 9th, the temperature soared to an oppressive 40 degrees Celsius from the very early hours. Yet, Jiang Nuo had no time to rest. She spent the entire day bustling about, gathering supplies. She even treated Yu Ruohua to an extravagant buffet barbecue, which cost a staggering $16.88 per person. Upon making an inquiry, she discovered that business had been quite poor recently, and the usually posh establishment had lowered its prices to $13.88. Jiang Nuo cleverly informed Yu Ruohua that it was only $138 per person, having earned a little extra by cooking at home these past few days, which put her in high spirits. The restaurant, adorned in a stylish Japanese aesthetic, featured private dining booths. They began with several appetizers, small portions of fish, shredded radish, and cheese tofu served in petite bowls. Before Yu Ruohua could savor the flavors, they were gone. This place is beautifully decorated, but it's not as worthwhile as the last one, she remarked. The waitstaff, clad in traditional attire, continued to present dishes, describing them as they served. These are French oysters paired with salmon roe. Here we have purple sea urchin, served with plum wine jelly. As more side dishes arrived, Yu Ruohua struggled to discern any distinctive taste, but found the presentation impressive. Gazing at the lavish and expensive delicacies, Jiang Nuo reflected on her 10 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, where people resorted to anything for sustenance, even turning against one another. Perhaps humanity had indeed overreached in its demands from nature. However, Yu Ruohua's complaints were silenced as M12, M10, and M6 premium Wagyu beef arrived in wave after wave. Having never encountered such exquisitely marbled meat, she beamed with delight as she began to grill it. Only the M6 was available for unlimited refills, and Jiang Nuo discreetly stored some in her space while enjoying the feast. After their sumptuous meal, she received a call from Zhou Yong, requesting her to come pick up the goods. Jiang Nuo instructed her mother to head home first, and then called Lu Mei before setting off. Zhou Yong was already waiting, having prepared 30 boxes of medication worth 500,000, ample for a small truck. He handed Jiang Nuo a list for her to verify the quantities, which she glanced over and found satisfactory. I owe you thanks for yesterday. As soon as you left, Jiang Jichuan was eager to finalize the contract. Zhou Yong chuckled, mentioning he too had come to collect goods. He quickly added, "Don't worry, I've arranged for him to come 2 hours later, so your paths won't cross. Although you helped out yesterday, he is not someone you want to meet often." Jiang Nuo regarded him with a renewed sense of respect. Despite being a businessman, Zhou Yong had a decent heart. In this world, good people were scarce, and survival had become an insurmountable challenge. She instructed the small truck to head directly to Lu Mei's place while she purchased a plethora of beverages from a nearby milk tea shop. Adjacent to it was a stall selling grilled lamb skewers, which had suffered from the heat, resulting in a lackluster business. Jiang Nuo ordered 300 skewers and settled inside the tea shop, sipping her drink while enjoying the skewers until the rest were ready. Time passed swiftly, and she spotted another truck at the warehouse loading crates. Jiang Nuo maneuvered around to hail a car, giving the driver a 100 yuan cash tip, instructing him to wait by the roadside. It wasn't too long before Jiang Jichuan emerged, climbing into the passenger seat of the truck, which then drove away. Jiang Nuo immediately instructed the driver of the black car to follow. To her surprise, they drove straight out of the urban area. As they ventured into the less populated outskirts, Jiang Nuo felt her tension ease, for the city was rife with surveillance, making it inconvenient. The driver, perceiving her as a mere girl, chatted amiably, revealing he was not a regular cab driver, but had taken to driving due to the recent work stoppages. "My daughter got into a prestigious university last year, studying a commendable major, though it's quite far from home. I'm trying to earn a bit more money to send her pocket money for when school starts. It's tough for young girls without money. They can't even indulge in what they like." As the driver spoke proudly yet tenderly about his daughter, Jiang, who couldn't help but think of Yu Ruohua, who had also toiled tirelessly during her high school years to make ends meet. I was hoping to take her on a trip during the summer vacation. But with this dreadful weather, who would want to venture out? Although Jiang Nua offered little in response, the driver continued. My elderly mother called, lamenting how peculiar the weather has been this year. Winter temperatures hit 30 degrees, hail during the spring festival, snow in April, and now it's getting hotter by the day. She insists these anomalies signal impending chaos, urging us to return to the countryside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nua's heart fluttered slightly. The wisdom of the elderly, forged through years of experience, often held truth. The driver, momentarily taken aback, perhaps didn't he expect such insight from a young girl. Jiang Nua paused, reflecting. With little business on the roads and so many work stoppages, perhaps we should heed the wisdom of the elders? The driver nodded, either genuinely considering her words or merely acquiescing. Indeed, a trip back home could be quite refreshing. The countryside is certainly cooler than the city. Their conversation continued as the black car trailed Jiang Jichuan's truck to Wangzi Mountain, a scenic area typically bustling with tourists but now desolate. Jiang Nua paid the fare and disembarked, using the terrain for cover to observe from a distance. Soon, she spotted Jiang Jichuan near a modest two-story building. Quickly, summoned some people to move the goods inside. At that moment, another familiar face came into view. Fu Ming, Jiang Jichuan's primary henchman, notorious for his misdeeds. Brother Chuan, I thought we agreed to negotiate the price down. Why did you go ahead and purchase without consulting me? Fu Ming's tone reflected his reluctance. I called you, but your phone was off. Can I be blamed? Jiang Jichuan replied impatiently. Given the circumstances yesterday, if I hadn't acted, I wouldn't have secured a single pill. Zhou Yong's associate was trying to snatch the goods from me. Fortunately, she fled quickly. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her on the spot. That doesn't justify paying such a high price. Over 20,000 more. Fu Ming began, but Jiang Jichuan's expression darkened. The deal is done. If you're dissatisfied, I can refund your share. With that, Fu Ming fell silent, signaling the workers to follow him toward the back of the building. Jiang Nua discreetly maneuvered around the adjacent structures, trailing behind them. The small building was constructed against a steep hillside, with a simple steel awning providing shelter, beneath which stood a heavy metal door. The door swung open, releasing a cloud of white mist. The workers donned thick coats and, under Fu Ming's direction, swiftly began unloading boxes from a truck. Move faster, Jiang Jichuan urged. In this heat, every minute the door is open wastes countless kilowatts of electricity. Jiang Nua quickly grasped the situation. This was a cold storage facility. It explained how Jiang Jichuan managed to preserve his medications and supplies amidst the flood. With Wangzi Mountain's elevated terrain, the cold storage could safeguard many items, shedding light on his success in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Once the last of the medications were transported inside, and Fu Ming confirmed everyone had exited, he meticulously locked the cold storage door behind them. Refrain from venturing out in the coming days. Personally oversee the goods here, Jiang Jichuan instructed, having already contacted the relevant parties. The entire consignment should be disposed of within a week. Understood. Understood? Jiang Jichuan retorted coldly. You had better understand. Should I discover you gallivanting in search of women again, don't expect me to take you along next time. Following Jiang Jichuan's departure, Fu Ming returned to the small building in front, apparently responsible for guarding the cold storage. A notion stirred within Jiang Nua's mind as she surveyed the surroundings, then circled around to inspect the hillside above the storage. The terrain was rather steep, dotted with massive boulders. The slope was sparsely vegetated, covered mainly by wild grass, which had already been parched yellow by the sun. A smile gradually surfaced on Jiang Nua's lips. Originally intending to test the waters with Jiang Jichuan, a superior plan seemed to have emerged. She ascended to the hilltop, collecting 5 or 6 large stones into her spatial dimension. Subsequently, she found a secluded spot to rest, consuming some provisions and hydrating herself. Before long, darkness had fully descended. As the scenic area also had power restrictions, Wangzi Mountain was quite dark at night. Jiang Nua quietly approached the vicinity of the cold storage, illuminated by a flashlight. Predictably, only one room in the small building in front of the storage was lit, presumably occupied by Fu Ming. The other workers had all left for the day. Donning a mask and baseball cap, Jiang Nuo crept to the base of the building, retrieving a stone from her spatial dimension and hurling it towards the first-floor window. A resounding crash echoed as the glass shattered. Fu Ming, who had been watching television, swiftly emerged from the room in slippers, switching on the streetlights while brandishing a knife. He exclaimed furiously, "Who did this? Show yourself." Jiang Nuo stealthily approached. Fu Ming detected the sound of rapid footsteps approaching, but before he could turn around, Jiang Nuo brought a hammer down heavily on the back of his head. Fu Ming collapsed without uttering a sound, observing Fu Ming's limp form on the ground. Jiang Nuo hesitated briefly before binding his hands and feet with rope and sealing his mouth with tape. She then destroyed the surveillance cameras and confiscated the computer from Fu Ming's room, storing it in her spatial dimension. She also retrieved the cold storage keys from his person. Unlocking the main door, a bone-chilling gust of cold air swept over her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She quickly donned a down jacket before entering the cold storage. Jiang Zhichuan's cold storage was not large, spanning about 30 square meters, and was stocked entirely with pharmaceuticals, all neatly arranged on shelves with labels. Naturally, she did not hesitate to claim everything, storing all the medications. Just as she had finished collecting the items, she heard Jiang Zhichuan's voice approaching from outside. "Fu Ming, where the hell are you?" Jiang Nuo swiftly exited the cold storage, spotting Jiang Zhichuan's figure in the darkness, approaching from the side of the small building. Jiang Zhichuan also noticed a dark figure fleeing from the cold storage towards the mountain, and his heart sank. He reached the entrance of the storage. Discovering the door ajar and the lights on inside, he immediately erupted in a tirade of abuse. "Fu Ming, what the hell are you doing?" However, he dared not enter. If one were to be locked inside a cold storage, with no one to open the door from the outside, the only outcome would be death by freezing. Jiang Zhichuan gritted his teeth and pursued the dark figure. He intended to discover who dared to pilfer his possessions. In the darkness, Jiang Zhichuan fixed his gaze on the hooded figure at the hilltop, his eyes seething with rage. However, the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Crash, boom, what was that sound? Before Jiang Zhichuan could even comprehend the situation, he was struck by several boulders rolling down the hillside. Everything was finished. The lightest of the stones weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, all of which landed on him. After uttering a few agonizing cries, Jiang Zhichuan fell silent. Only then did Jiang Nuo return to the base of the hill, where she found Jiang Zhichuan lying on the ground, one arm and one leg crushed into pulp by the boulders. Other parts of his body also appear to have sustained numerous severe injuries. Even if he were to miraculously survive, he would be crippled, incapable of causing harm to others. She re-examined the scene, collecting anything that might bear her traces into her spatial dimension. She then untied Fu Ming, placing the cold storage keys back into his pocket. Having completed her preparations, she swiftly departed from the scene. Inside the hospital's ICU, Jiang Zhichuan regained consciousness. Standing guard at his side was not a family member, but rather one of the cold storage workers. The worker informed him that the rocks on the hillside had inexplicably slid down, striking him and causing severe injuries. He had just been rescued. Jiang Zhichuan's mind went blank for a moment. The stones on that slope had stood there for decades without incident. How could they have fallen on him? Jiang Zhichuan inquired, "Where is that dog, Fu Ming?" "We don't know. We haven't seen him." "Report. Report it to the police." Jiang Zhichuan exclaimed, nearly expending all his strength, his teeth clenched. "He stole my things and tried to kill me. He must be killed." "We've already reported it to the police," the worker responded. "Boss, don't get agitated. The doctor says we need your family to sign before they can operate on you." "What? What's wrong with me?" "Your left hand and right leg will probably have to be amputated." "Amputated?" Jiang Zhichuan's vision turned black, and he fainted once more. Chapter 18. Cold Weapons. On July 11th, Jiang Nuo visited the electromechanical market to collect her orders, primarily consisting of generators, solar panels, and batteries. Small diesel and gasoline generators were readily available for purchase, with a 6-kilowatt generator priced at merely 500 yuan. Such a generator would adequately meet the daily electricity needs of a household, and in case of necessity, two could be operated simultaneously. However, these products are notoriously difficult to repair when malfunctioning, Thus, Jiang Nua ordered 200 units along with various essential spare parts. The electromechanical market was only partially operational. After a thorough exploration, Jiang Nua purchased all available stock. Regrettably, none of the shop owners could provide information on sourcing large quantities of gasoline. She decided to shelve that concern for the time being. Next on her agenda were solar-powered devices. Initially, their utility was limited, as heavy rain and extreme cold would significantly diminish sunlight, resulting in low energy efficiency, especially during prolonged dark periods. It was not until the mid-stages of the apocalypse that solar energy would prove truly beneficial. Despite the scarcity of suppliers, she managed to place orders with 2 vendors for a total of 100 sets, each set comprising a generator, 12 solar panels, 8 batteries, switches, wires, and inverters. In total, this amounted to 100 generators, 200 solar panels, 800 batteries, and 100 switches, wires, and inverters. The combined power output of these sets was 1,000 kilowatts, theoretically sufficient for a residential building's everyday usage. While the number of generators was satisfactory, the accompanying batteries would undoubtedly fall short. Ordinary batteries typically degrade and require replacement after 2 years. Thus, she made sure to procure additional units. At a shop specializing in batteries, the owner introduced her to a new type of battery, reputed to store 15 kilowatt-hours of energy, capable of powering devices within the 6 kilowatt range and featuring rapid charging capabilities. However, the price was steep at 15,000 yuan each. Jiang Nua deemed it wise to purchase some, but not exclusively the premium option. Hence, she ordered 10 units for future outings. Additionally, she ordered 500,000 yuan worth of standard batteries, which were reasonably priced and could serve as emergency backups. After calculating her needs, she concluded that fully charging all the batteries would sufficiently supply her and her mother with power for 3 months at full capacity, or even a year with careful management. Coupled with the numerous generators, she felt well prepared. Having concluded her business at the electromechanical market, Jiang Nua proceeded to the city's largest sports and outdoor equipment store. Her initial focus was on inflatable boats. During flood conditions, boating would be the sole means of transportation, and a powerful, fast inflatable boat would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Fortunately, they were reasonably priced, with a top-quality model measuring 3 meters in length, complete with a gasoline engine, costing only 8,000 yuan. She ordered 20 units. Next, she turned her attention to smaller items: expedition gear, raincoats, waterproof shoes, hiking boots, climbing packs, ropes, tents, sleeping bags, high-lumen flashlights, tactical knives, magnesium sticks, and binoculars. She selected nearly 200,000 yuan worth of merchandise. To her delight, she discovered that the store also offered diving equipment, including wetsuits, masks, fins, and oxygen tanks. Most importantly, they provided diving training courses. In times of severe flooding, when water levels could submerge buildings up to the 3rd floor, most supplies would be lost to the depths. Without professional diving gear and skills, few would dare to retrieve them, as a moment's inattention could result in being swept away by strong currents. Jiang Nua purchased 20 diving sets, along with extra oxygen tanks, spending an additional 250,000 yuan, and decided to enroll in the diving training course immediately. The beginner training facility was located just behind the store. A remarkably fit instructor swiftly guided Jiang Nua to a large swimming venue. In the current weather, being submerged in water was undoubtedly the most comfortable option, and the swimming pool was bustling with activity. Fortunately, the diving training pool was designated for that purpose, with only a few individuals, all clad in wetsuits, practicing buoyancy. After changing into her diving gear, Jiang Nua began her lessons. The instructor was thorough, and Jiang Nua grasped the concepts quickly. Within 2 hours, she was able to dive to a depth of 10 meters and remain submerged for several minutes before ascending, according to protocol. As time drew near, the instructor advised her, perhaps it would be prudent to take a break today. Advancing too quickly may strain your body. Jiang Nua, not eager to rush, glanced at the clock and decided it was time to leave the swimming facility. Even at night, the temperature remained above 40 degrees. After a brief respite, Jiang Nua wandered into a quaint, secluded shop. Under the dim, yellow lights, the proprietor sat at the entrance, engrossed in a sports match while the fan whirred beside him, showing no inclination to greet her as she entered. The shelf displayed an assortment of antique vases, while the glass counter housed various old trinkets. Yet, this establishment specialized in cold weapons. After spending nearly a week on an enthusiast forum and sending out several thousand yuan in red packets for inquiries, she had finally tracked this place down. "Sir, I would like to see something else," Jiang Nuo stated. The owner continued to ignore her. "Nothing here. I was referred by Lao Guang," she persisted. "Which Lao Guang?" He replied. "The one from the slaughterhouse, with a scar on his face." "Who are you to him?" "I am his niece," Jiang Nuo replied, echoing the word she had learned from the forum. Upon hearing this, the owner, though appearing somewhat reluctant, slowly made his way behind the counter. "What do you want?" "A blade, preferably a large knife, and a dagger. If you have a gun, I would like that as well." The owner's brow furrowed. "What does a young girl want with these?" "That is not for you to inquire. Just tell me if you have them." Amused by her response, the owner chuckled and gestured for her to follow him. They passed through a door and ascended a narrow staircase. Jiang Nuo followed closely, maintaining heightened vigilance. The upper level resembled a tea and conversation area, and the owner gestured towards an old-style armchair. "Sit here, help yourself to tea. I will fetch the goods." After a 10-minute wait, he returned leisurely, cradling a large rectangular box that appeared quite heavy. Upon opening it, Jiang Nuo found 6 knives, which seemed to form a set, including both short and long blades. The long knives measured just over a meter, while the shorter ones included military and traditional styles. The craftsmanship appeared consistent among these blades, with sheaths and handles of a deep black hue, devoid of any intricate designs, save for fine non-slip textures on the grips. The owner withdrew each blade for her inspection. The blades were dark and gleamed with sharpness. "Have you seen enough?" the owner inquired. "Are you interested? The blades won't dull, will they?" she asked. The owner, seemingly amused, retorted dismissively, "If you want them, take them. If not, don't waste my time." "How much?" 5,000 for the whole set. 3,000. "I'll take as many as you have." The owner's expression darkened, and with a snap, he closed the box, his tone turning curt, "At most a 2,000 discount. Take it or leave it. Do you have anything better?" "This is all I have." It appeared that she had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, such items are inherently regulated, and even if available, the proprietor may not readily present them. 6 blades for 50,000 is not an unreasonable proposition. "I shall take this one. What are the others?" The owner's expression softened slightly as he retrieved a pair of daggers from his lower back, casually tossing them onto the table. Jiang Nuo examined them briefly. Their craftsmanship was quite refined, and the materials appeared commendable. The length was also to her liking. Compared to broadswords and short blades, these slender daggers were decidedly more suited to her grip. However, the price for this pair was not insignificant. Ultimately, she paid 68,000 in total to acquire them. Regrettably, the firearms she sought were not available here. After stowing the daggers in her pocket and hefting the weighty box down the stairs, the proprietor opened the shop's rear door, suggesting, "Exit this way." Beyond lay a dimly lit alley. Jiang Nuo promptly concealed her belongings within her spatial pocket, remaining alert to her surroundings, prepared to draw her weapon at a moment's notice. Fortunately, she traversed to a well-lit area without encountering any threats. It seemed she had been overly cautious. Yet such vigilance had become second nature in the post-apocalyptic world. With weapons in hand, Jiang Nuo felt an exhilarating urge to test them. She knew sleep would elude her tonight without doing so. Thus, she hailed a taxi to the warehouse, retrieving the daggers from her spatial pocket for a brief dalliance. Although her techniques were self-taught through sheer experience in the wasteland, her mastery of the daggers had matured into a formidable skill. The 2 daggers danced in her hands, akin to 2 agile serpents. Coupled with the advantages of her spatial abilities, their stealth and surprise attacks were significantly enhanced, amplifying the intimidation factor severalfold. Next, she turned her attention to the long blade. Unable to test its heft in the shop, she now realized that the proprietor had not overcharged her. With a decisive swing against a wooden plank, the blade sliced cleanly through, leaving a smooth, precise cut. Satisfied with her acquisition, Jiang Nuo resolved to intensify her training regimen the following day. There remained 36 days until the arrival of the apocalypse, and she was determined to condition her body to its optimal state during this period. Chapter 19. The killing moved. Jiang Nuo sprinted home from the warehouse, drenched in sweat by the time she arrived. After indulging in a refreshing shower and embracing her pet hamster, she devoured a hearty supper and savored a cup of milk tea, feeling rejuvenated. As she idly browsed her phone, she noticed a mix of complaints and expressions of joy online, as some relished the prospect of not having to work. At that moment, Yu Ruohua returned from her evening stroll, her face etched with worry. I've heard that our community will soon face power restrictions, and we might even run out of water. How long will this unbearable heat persist? Several elderly residents have succumbed, and the hospital is overwhelmed with heat stroke cases. Jiang Nuo, noticing Yu Ruohua's anxiety, reassured her. The supply of water and electricity should be guaranteed. Who can say for sure? Yu Ruohua replied. I'm gonna stock up on essentials tomorrow. What do you plan to buy? Jiang Nuo inquired. Certainly rice, flour, vegetables, and meat, staples that we all need. It's wise to have a surplus at home. Jiang Nuo recalled that in her previous life, her mother began stockpiling supplies around this time. Had she not been blinded by a deceitful man, they would have endured the early days of the apocalypse with greater ease. Do you need money? I could transfer you 20,000, she offered. Yu Ruohua shook her head. There's no need for your concern. It's time for you to rest. Indeed, it was late, yet her phone incessantly rang. With logistics and delivery services now operating from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., day and night had become reversed. On July 12th, Jiang Nuo found a highly rated combat club online. When she called, they welcomed beginners, but only opened in the evening. Just as she contemplated checking the warehouse, she received a call from the Mercedes-Benz dealership, informing her that her car had arrived. The luxurious SUV appeared rather utilitarian, with a boxy shape appealing to traditional masculine tastes. Yet it boasted a formidable V8 engine with a 4.0T displacement capable of tackling various terrains. Most importantly, the entire vehicle was bulletproof. She had paid extra for expedited delivery, foregoing extravagant features, and the price reached $2 million, still not the full amount. After completing the payment, she drove the car away. After practicing driving for half the afternoon, she felt it was time to head to the combat club. Upon arrival, she was greeted by Coach Wang, a robust man in his 30s who claimed to have won a bronze medal in the Asian Youth Free Fighting Championship, this club's prized asset. You must be Xiao Jiang, Coach Wang said, handing her a brochure. What kind of classes are you interested in? Jiang Nuo examined the brochure, which listed 4 types of courses: interest, beginner, amateur, and professional. I want the professional course, she declared, but I have limited time and wish to learn only what is useful. Money is not an issue. Well, Coach Wang pondered. I understand your eagerness, but without a foundation, I cannot place you in a professional course. I have a foundation, she replied. You've trained before? Coach Wang asked, surprised as he scrutinized the seemingly delicate girl. For how long? Several years, Jiang Nuo replied casually, reluctant to elaborate on the skills she had honed for survival. Coach Wang shook his head, clearly skeptical. If she had genuinely trained for years, he would have noticed. Instead, she appeared too youthful and delicate, perhaps merely a social media influencer seeking content for her channel. Teaching such individuals was challenging. They either lacked seriousness or, if they took it seriously, would likely complain after a few days of basic training. How about you start with an amateur class? After a year or two, I can teach you, Coach Wang suggested. Jiang Nuo frowned, sensing his reluctance to instruct her. Let's do this, she proposed. How about a sparring session? You want to spar with me? Coach Wang's expression was one of bemusement as he appraised her. I want to bully you. You can treat me as a challenger. Jiang Nuo said, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Would he dare accept her challenge? Coach Wang chuckled and shook his head. This tactic had little effect on him, akin to a child in kindergarten confronting an adult. Very well, I'll go easy on you, he replied, stretching his neck and looking confidently at Jiang Nuo. He believed he could demonstrate his professional prowess, hoping she would reconsider. He retrieved 2 pairs of gloves, offering 1 pair to Jiang Nuo. No need, she declined. Wearing gloves reduces my agility. Ascending the boxing ring, Jiang Nuo limbered up, shedding her jacket to reveal a sports tank top, with long legs and a slender waist. Her fair skin and striking features were complemented by a physique that was both alluring and athletic. Coach Wang, despite considering himself a man of decorum, could not help but admire her form. In turn, Jiang Nuo assessed him, recognizing the hallmark of a professional fighter. Although he had been retired for years, his physique remained muscular and robust, suggesting formidable strength and agility far surpassing her own. Having devised a strategy focused on close combat and swift resolution, Jiang Nuo tensed her entire body. Begin. At Coach Wang's command, Jiang Nuo propelled herself forward, her legs driving her swiftly into space. Anticipating her movement, Coach Wang evaded her punch by sidestepping. However, Jiang Nuo's true target was not his face, but rather a strike aimed directly at his throat. In a display of skill, Coach Wang narrowly avoided the blow, yet she grazed his throat with her fist. His face flushed as he coughed, visibly irritated. Stop! Do you not understand the rules of free fighting? Attacks to the eyes, throat, back of the head, and groin are prohibited. Jiang Nuo felt a twinge of disappointment. She sought to learn techniques for self-preservation, not mere showmanship. If the most effective strikes were off-limits, what was there to learn? When survival truly mattered, it would not be a fair exchange of blows, but rather a ruthless pursuit of any means to eliminate the opponent. In that moment, she had even held back her strength. Had she struck him with full force, it could have caused him to falter, leaving an opening. If her intent had been to kill, he would have already perished. Let us start over. Coach Wang, feeling a blow to his pride, readied himself again. Begin. This time, his demeanor shifted to seriousness, his attacks more powerful and rapid, incorporating small combinations. Jiang Nuo, unaccustomed to such relentless techniques, found herself knocked to the ground. Suppressing the pain, she sprang up and unleashed a flurry of attacks against Coach Wang. Strikes aimed at the eyes, ears, throat, knee collisions, and low blows, all executed with lethal intent. In her perspective, Coach, until she was pushed back to the edge of the ring, with no retreat left, she shouted loudly, "Stop, stop, stop!" Jiang Nuo swiftly retreated, panting as she half-squatted, closely observing every move of Coach Wang. The enemy might employ deceit at any moment, a lesson learned through blood and experience. "Xiao Jiang, you cannot fight like this." Coach Wang sighed. "We are practicing free fighting, not a battle to the death." Jiang Nuo shook her head, realizing that she had learned all she could hear. "Enough," she said, picking up her sun protection jacket, putting it on, and stepping out of the ring. Looking up at Coach Wang, she added, "I have no time to play around. Excuse me, I must take my leave." Watching the slender figure depart, Coach Wang sighed softly and called out to her, "Wait a moment, follow me." After saying this, Coach Wang led Jiang Nuo to his resting room, retrieving a USB drive from his drawer. "I know this is what you seek," he stated. Jiang Nuo took the USB drive, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "It contains some techniques, though they are explicitly prohibited during competitions and seldom applicable in regular practice. I hardly train them, but if you're interested, you can learn them on your own." Coach Wang elaborated. "I collected your trial lesson fee today, so it cannot be for naught." "How much?" she asked. "No charge," Coach Wang replied. "But I must remind you that your foundational skills are still lacking. Do not underestimate this. A solid foundation is the strongest support in any endeavor." "Thank you. I have learned a lot," Jiang Nuo said, storing the USB drive carefully. Coach Wang studied her for a moment longer, unable to restrain himself from frowning as he counseled. "I do not pry into your reasons for pursuing this path. As a young girl, you may have your own struggles, but I must caution you that violence will not resolve any issues. If anything arises, it is best to contact the police." Jiang Nuo shook her head, offering no explanation. Compared to ordinary people, Coach Wang was well-versed in combat, having trained for years, and he would likely survive in the apocalypse, yet he needed to adapt to the rules of that world. If there were to be a day they would meet again, what feelings would he have upon recalling this advice from today? Before leaving, Jiang Nuo left a parting remark. "Coach Wang, I hope to see you again." Coach Wang was taken aback, yet Jiang Nuo's silhouette had already vanished, leaving him standing in confusion. Chapter 20. Whitened Jiang Nuo returned home with the USB drive and quickly connected it to her computer to explore its contents. Inside were various images and videos. The images depicted detailed breakdowns of techniques, while the videos showcased demonstrations. Unfortunately, the videos were quite blurry, evidently recorded many years ago, making them nearly impossible to discern. They included classic fighting scenes featuring the signature moves of the world's top fighters. If these techniques were employed with agility, they could prove advantageous for swift victories and instant counterattacks. Jiang Nuo spent the entire evening dissecting and practicing, but alas, without a sparring partner. She was left to strike at thin air. The absence of real combat was a significant drawback. She practiced repeatedly, taking sips of water when fatigued, and even engaged in some archery. By the time she was thoroughly exhausted, the clock had already struck midnight. Yuruohua, accustomed to an early rising schedule and with little sleep, was already awake when Jiang Nuo decided to retire for the night. Upon seeing her showered, she advised, "Don't sleep just yet. Have something to eat first. Otherwise, you might sleep until noon, and your stomach won't handle it well." Although Jiang Nuo felt somewhat drowsy, she complied. Yuruohua was efficient, quickly preparing 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles paired with fried eggs, and sat down to eat with her. After just a couple of bites, Jiang Nuo heard Yuruohua inquire, "Xiao Nuo, you've been going out every day recently, yet you seem to have gotten quite a bit fairer. Is that true?" "Really? You can see it yourself. You look radiant," Yuruohua insisted. Jiang Nuo chuckled, not taking her words to heart. Since returning from the apocalypse, she had viewed herself daily and felt her skin was delicate and tender, impervious to the elements, unable to discern any notable difference. July 16th marked 30 days until the apocalypse arrived and was also the predetermined day for moving. The renovations on the rented house had been completed 2 days prior, and she had inspected the results, which were satisfactory. Moving sooner gave her a sense of assurance. As Yuruohua contemplated living there for 3 months and the ease of returning to fetch items, she quickly packed a few changes of clothes and daily necessities, then took her dog, Hammei, downstairs. The moment Hammei stepped outside, it was filled with excitement. However, the heat outside quelled its enthusiasm within a minute. Jiang Nuo trailed behind, locking the door. She lingered for a moment, gazing at the home where she had grown up, the walls marked with her childhood scribbles, and the back of the door inscribed with her height markings. Today, leaving meant she would likely never return. Jiang Nuo stored all her belongings in the space, stacking them in a corner of the small building. She then produced a heavy lock to secure the door, additionally wrapping it with a sturdy chain. Upon arriving at her new residence, she had rented both the 35th and the top 36 floors, but had not yet disclosed this to Yuruohua, instead leading her directly to the 35th floor. The corridor from the 34th to the 35th floor was guarded by a security door, requiring passage through 2 more security doors to enter. Yuruohua was already feeling dizzy. Heavens, why so many doors? What is the landlord thinking? Jiang Nuo, however, felt quite satisfied. The 35th floor alone was heavily fortified, and accessing the 36th floor from there would prove exceedingly challenging. She stood by the window, tapping on the genuinely fortified double bulletproof glass. During her inspection, she had struck it with a hammer with all her might, yet not a single crack had appeared. Jiang Nuo led Yuruohua to the rooftop, where they found a glass house with a vegetable garden and several water tanks, which further pleased Yuruohua. "Once it's empty, I can plant some vegetables. The landlord shouldn't mind, right?" Jiang Nuo shook her head. "Of course, you can plant whatever you deem suitable. I happen to have some seeds." She had procured a multitude of seeds for various vegetables and grains, as they had arrived in batches, and even if she were to plant them all herself, she would likely not finish within a lifetime. Pointing to the water tanks, Jiang Nuo explained, "These 4 large tanks can store 20 tons of water, primarily for rainwater collection, and they are equipped with filters, making them suitable for watering vegetables and bathing. With these water tanks, even if a complete water stoppage occurred in the future, securing water for daily life would pose no problem. Don't ask what happens when the 20 tons run out. They are water tanks. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it rained heavily, and we can collect more once this is used." Regarding drinking water, she planned to take a trip out of the province in a few days to locate a freshwater lake for high-quality water sourcing. With work halted everywhere and the wilderness largely devoid of human presence, it would not attract much attention. Jiang Nuo reflected on her current balance of 6.5 million. She could also purchase some purified water for storage. She contacted several companies that delivered purified water, arranging for a truckload daily, approximately 5 tons. After reaching out to 3 suppliers, she ordered 15 tons of purified water daily, totaling 500 barrels, for continuous delivery over 10 days. In total, 150 tons of purified water was not excessive and could serve as a supplement. Since the water barrels were included in the purchase, the cost was somewhat higher, but still within an acceptable range. Simultaneously, she ordered a batch of mineral water, including both small bottles and large barrels, along with various beverages, amounting to approximately 3,000 cases, with each case containing 20 bottles, totaling 30,000 bottles of large and small sizes, all to be delivered to the warehouse gradually. This altogether cost over 900,000. In her space, she still had 160 water tanks from previous storage, all equipped with purifiers, allowing for the collection of natural high-quality water, further storing 400 tons of drinking water. However, this caused the warehouse to approach overload. Jiang Nuo called Lu Mei, informing her that there would be a substantial influx of goods and that she might not have time to handle the downloading of storage data. She suggested Lu Mei could introduce a university classmate to assist on a daily wage basis. Lu Mei hesitated before responding, Nuo Jia. I actually have already enlisted a classmate as help. I've sent them red envelopes and daily bought them milk tea and snacks. They're all willing, and the progress has been swift. However, if you still wish to find someone specifically, I can look for more. Jiang Nuo understood. That's fine. Let be as you suggest. With so many items coming in, you need to be more careful. Lu Mei repeatedly agreed. She also purchased some construction machinery, 20 simple mixers, along with various spare parts and backup motors, totaling 500,000. With determination, she acquired a 53-ton excavator, including parts such as seals, various oil valves, special screws, oil pipes, bearings, hydraulic oil, and lubricants. She spent an additional 300,000 on parts, bringing the total expenditure to over 3 million. In the later stages of the apocalypse, as mutated creatures ravaged the land, if she intended to construct her own fortified base, the necessity for large-scale construction machinery was paramount. While the owner arranged for delivery trucks, Jiang Nuo inquired about the diesel situation. The excavator could not simply be driven to a gas station. Usually, someone would deliver fuel directly to the site. The excavator owner provided her with a plethora of business cards for fuel delivery, maintenance, and excavator operators. This was indeed a considerable help. Diesel and gasoline were the final supplies she needed to secure. Given the enormity of the excavator, its fuel consumption was staggering. The fuel delivery owner, undeterred by the sweltering heat, promptly drove over. The current price for diesel was 8 yuan per liter for number 0 diesel, typically sold by the barrel. A 400-liter barrel cost 300 yuan, with an additional 100 for transportation. They arranged a fixed delivery of 50 barrels daily, with payment upon delivery, for a continuous 10 days, amounting to a total of 20,000 liters of diesel, sufficient for her needs. With a significant business opportunity at hand, there was no need for her to toil at construction sites. The fuel delivery owner was naturally pleased and assured her of timely deliveries. Additionally, do you have gasoline? The fuel delivery owner pondered before replying, we do have some, but it's a bit tricky. It depends on the quantity you require. Jiang Nuo inquired further. What do you mean? You see, it's a regulated item, the owner explained. It's not worth the hassle for small quantities, but larger amounts can be managed. Jiang Nuo smiled slightly. How much can you procure? I will take it. 1 truck a day. Is that sufficient? He replied, referring to a truck capable of carrying 16 tons. This arrangement would last for 10 days, totaling 220,000 liters. Moreover, the oil supplier promised to assist her in securing a sufficient number of barrels for proper distribution. Jiang Nuo was pleasantly surprised. The most vexing issue had been resolved, alleviating the need for her to incessantly visit gas stations, thereby saving both time and effort. Upon calculating, the total cost for diesel amounted to 2 million, while the total for gasoline also reached 2 million. Consequently, Jiang Nuo's inventory acquisition list progressed to 90. However, her remaining funds were now less than 1 million. Chapter 21. In the Trap Bamboo Garden is a villa district nestled within the Nanshan Mountains. A few years prior, when the real estate market had not yet plummeted, there were plans to transform Nanshan into a small commercial area that integrated living, leisure, and tourism. Some investors seized this opportunity and hastily invested in the villa district. However, once the villas were completed, there was no sign of additional facilities, resulting in a desolate area where the villas stood alone, with virtually no other buildings in sight. Many of the buyers of these villas never moved in, leading to an alarmingly low occupancy rate. On some nights, hardly a light could be seen. The homeowners were not locals, yet they owned multiple properties. The villas remained unsold for an extended period and only recently began to be rented out. The real estate agents were concerned that Jiang Nuo might be dissatisfied with the low occupancy rate, yet they were unaware that this was precisely what she desired. She readily signed the lease agreement and contacted the owner of a security door company to install security doors and bulletproof windows. The preparations for this refuge against the impending calamity were nearly complete. Jiang Nuo had contemplated the emptiness of the villa district, reasoning that after the apocalypse, she could simply choose an unoccupied house, thus saving on rent. However, without renting, she could not commence renovations, so she decided to proceed with the lease. Regardless, when the end times arrived, this area would be thoroughly submerged, swallowed by water. She planned to move in only after the floodwaters receded, which would occur as the deluge subsided. On July 21st, there were 24 days remaining until the apocalypse. By day, she slept and trained, and in the evenings, she practiced diving. After leaving the gym, neglecting a meal, she drove to the city's largest clothing wholesale market. The market was experiencing intermittent water and power outages, and business was dismal. The following day, the wholesale market was to close temporarily. Upon her arrival, it was evident that there were nearly no customers. Only shopkeepers were tidying up their merchandise in preparation to close, while some shops had not even opened. Jiang Nuo had a truck stop at the entrance of the wholesale market and pushed a cart to collect her purchases. She had already stocked up on undergarments and shoes, so she sought to select some everyday wear. She chose comfortable and practical clothing in her and Yu Ruohua sizes, purchasing them without the need for price negotiations as the vendors readily offered their lowest prices. Anything sold was a small victory in these trying times. The shopkeeper sighed as she packaged Jiang Nuo's garments. The wholesale market was vast, spanning 5 floors, and even with only a third open, it was sufficient for Jiang Nuo to browse for an entire evening. In such weather, down jackets and furs were practically being given away. Jiang Nuo, not particular about styles, bought up the remaining inventory from one shop. Simultaneously, she procured wool blankets, cotton quilts, pillowcases, and pillows, recognizing that while their consumption would be minimal, having a reserve was prudent. Numerous athletic shoes were on clearance, priced almost like cabbage, and though the owner candidly admitted they were counterfeit brands, Jiang Nuo was indifferent and collected all suitable pairs. As for snow boots, hiking shoes, and sandals, even though she had already acquired some, she seized any appropriate options. In the end, she gathered additional supplies for outdoor survival, including tents, sleeping bags, and blankets. A small truck filled with her purchases made its way to the warehouse. On July 23rd, with 22 days until the apocalypse, Jiang Nuo had nearly completed her shopping, leaving her with over 400,000 yuan. Since acquiring the excavator and similar items, her storage space was almost filled. Although there was still room to stack items higher, it was evident that it would not suffice. Jiang Nuo planned to spend some of the remaining funds on jade raw stones to upgrade her space. Upon returning from the warehouse, she noticed her mother walking with Han Mei outside, accompanied by Aunt Hu, who lived nearby and had reached out to join her for a stroll. Jiang Nuo admired their determination. Despite the oppressive heat of over 40 degrees Celsius, they insisted on taking a walk, even more restless than Han Mei at home. However, she refrained from interfering with her mother, knowing there were only a few days left for leisurely walks. As she prepared to leave, her attention was suddenly drawn to Aunt Hu's bracelet. The wooden bead bracelet appeared unremarkable, yet Jiang Nuo sensed an unusual quality about it. It seemed to emit a friendly aura, vaguely connected to her space. Though she could not articulate why, her curiosity piqued, and she inquired, "Aunt Hu, Where did you purchase that beautiful bracelet? Oh, this? Aunt Hu lifted her hand with a smile. It was a gift from Zoyong. He said it's an old object that can ward off evil spirits. Nothing particularly valuable. Old object? Jiang Nua's mind raced. Upgrading her space required jade, which she had confirmed. Yet it did not imply it was the sole method. She felt a connection to the bracelet. Could it be a sign? As the evening was still young, she resolved to visit the antique market. She drove directly to the antique market, which was not truly a market, but rather an old street lined with shops selling antiques and paintings. Jiang Nua was not seeking expensive antiques. She intended to find some affordable items and test their efficacy. After visiting several shops, she finally found something that caught her eye: an aged wooden comb and a black lacquered copper box, both radiating a similar aura to Aunt Hu's bracelet. The comb was reasonably priced at a few hundred yuan, but the box's owner demanded 20,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Jiang Nua haggled slightly and acquired the box for 18,000 yuan. Just as she was about to return to her car to test the items, a slender middle-aged man with a mustache entered the shop, also seeking to purchase that very box. Upon seeing Jiang Nua exiting with it, he hurried after her. "Excuse me, young lady, wait up." Jiang Nua paused and assessed the man before her. He was not particularly pleasant to look at, exuding an air of cunning. Yet she sensed a similar aura emanating from him. He must have been wearing some sort of jewelry. "What do you want?" she asked. "I'd like to discuss something with you," he replied. "Could you sell me that box?" "Not a chance." She attempted to leave, but he blocked her path. "I'll add 2,000 yuan to whatever you paid. This item is crucial to me, truly." Jiang Nua dismissed him, resolute in her refusal to sell, regardless of the price. He smirked. "Don't be foolish, young lady." A cold smile crossed Jiang Nua's lips. She recognized the type: those who preyed on the weak. Typically, a good beating would suffice to deter such individuals. If that failed, two would do the trick. She replied calmly, "You may try." With that, she sidestepped him and returned to her vehicle. With a thought, she stored the comb and box while simultaneously entering her space. The comb and box vanished from sight, and although the mist surrounding the boundaries of her space lingered, it had noticeably thinned. Indeed, it worked. Moreover, the total cost of these two items was under 20,000 yuan, yet their effect rivaled that of the previous raw stones priced over 600,000. Jiang Nua felt a surge of delight and promptly resumed her shopping spree in various stores. However, her luck soon waned. After scouring nearly every accessible shop, she found nothing useful, highlighting the depth of the antique market's mysteries. Nevertheless, she made sure to leave her contact information with the shopkeepers, requesting them to notify her should they come across similar artifacts. On July 26th, with 21 days until the apocalypse, Jiang Nua visited the warehouse twice daily, taking detours to purchase any necessities she encountered, while dedicating the remaining time to training at home. Just as she was about to indulge in a relaxing bath, a call from an antique shop owner interrupted her, announcing the arrival of a remarkable item and inviting her to come take a look. Jiang Nua promptly changed her attire and set out. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor, and a tall young woman entered. Upon seeing her, Jiang Nua felt a flicker of familiarity. The woman recognized her instantly. "Jiang Nua, is it you?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Nua recalled the woman's name, Tan Ling, a junior of Wang Jianli, who had visited the company several times, seemingly infatuated with him. A fool much like her past self, oblivious to being led on, believing herself to be special. After the apocalypse, Jiang Nua had not encountered her again. She hadn't expected to meet her here. Frowning slightly, Jiang Nua inquired, "Do you live here?" "Yes, I reside on the 6th floor," Tan Ling replied. "How about you? Do you live here too?" "I've never seen you before. I just moved in not long ago." "Well then, we're neighbors now," Tan Ling remarked, seemingly pleased. Jiang Nua, however, felt indifferent towards her. She wished to avoid any associations with anyone connected to Wang Jianli. Had she known earlier that Tan Ling lived here, she would have certainly chosen another place. Sensing Jiang Nua's lukewarm demeanor, Tan Ling ceased her attempts at conversation, smiling as she exited the elevator, and the two parted ways. Jiang Nua arrived at the antique street. The shop was somewhat secluded, located deep within a narrow alley. Due to power restrictions, only a third of the streetlights were lit, casting a shroud of darkness over the lane. Upon entering the shop, the owner presented an ancient copper mirror. Without needing to inspect it closely, Jiang Nua sensed its uniqueness, far superior to the wooden box she had encountered the previous day. Naturally, the price was significantly higher. The owner immediately quoted 30,000. Jiang Nua was well aware that this price was inflated, as is common in the antique market, where deception reigns and prices are merely suggestions. After deliberation, she offered 5,000. The owner exclaimed, "You're quite the bargainer." Eventually, they settled on a price of 10,000, with payment exchanged for the item. Jiang Nua turned to leave, but as she stepped outside, she sensed the presence of two individuals lurking in the shadows behind her, while two more approached her directly. With a swift motion, the shopkeeper pulled down the rolling shutter, sealing the entrance. Nearby, several other shops that had been open moments ago were now tightly shut, enveloped in darkness. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Jiang Nua maintained her composure as the man with a mustache confronted her. "I warned you not to be ungrateful," he said in a low voice. "Leave the item and hand over that box, and you can walk away unscathed. Otherwise," the remaining individuals brandished steel pipes, encircling her. Unfazed by these common thugs, Jiang Nua deftly sidestepped a swinging pipe, pivoted, and delivered a kick to one assailant's chin while simultaneously striking another with the copper mirror. With a dull thud, both men collapsed. The remaining thug, witnessing her ferocity, quickly retracted his fist and stumbled back, attempting to flee. However, Jiang Nua would not grant him that opportunity. With a mere thought, she summoned a hammer from her spatial storage and struck him squarely on the back of his head. Watching him fall to the ground, Jiang Nua exhaled, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her performance. She cast a cold gaze at the mustached man. "I trust you know what to do next?" Chapter 22. The countdown to the apocalypse unexpectedly. This woman turned out to be quite formidable. The man with the goatee wore a pained expression, and I understood. "Let us hurry. I'm pressed for time." The man quickly pulled out a wad of cash along with his phone and watch. "This is all I have. If it ends up in your hands, I'll accept my fate, but don't go overboard." Jiang Nua seized the delicate cord around his neck and yanked it down, revealing an exquisite jade pendant. It emitted a rich aura of antiquity. This indeed could be considered a significant offering. Jiang Nua showed no interest in his money or other possessions. She merely inquired, "Why do you desire that box so fervently?" "It's not for me," the man replied. "Someone else wants it and is willing to pay a high price." "Who?" "I have only seen him once, a middle-aged man, but I cannot ascertain his identity." With no useful information forthcoming, Jiang Nua narrowed her eyes, contemplating the possibility of silencing him. With merely 21 days remaining until the apocalypse, she wished to avoid any complications. To kill or not to kill? Considering the bustling antique market, where it would be challenging to erase her traces completely, she composed herself and turned to leave. Upon returning to her vehicle, she stored the copper mirror and jade pendant within her spatial realm. As her consciousness re-entered this space, Jiang Nua felt an immediate difference. It had upgraded. The mist surrounding its boundaries receded by approximately 30 meters, revealing more of the area. Directly ahead stood a lush green lawn adorned with several unidentified wildflowers blooming gently. To her left and right, more trees emerged with patches of green grass flourishing in between. Behind the trees, a glimpse of a mountain appeared, from which a crystal-clear spring flowed down, winding its way past the left side of her house and quietly filling the small pond in front. This pond, measuring 200 to 300 square meters, was filled with the purest water. The presence of water marked the most significant transformation from this spatial upgrade, leaving Jiang Nua quite exhilarated. Though the volume was not substantial, its continuous flow promised an abundance over time. Jiang Nua focused her thoughts, controlling a cup to fill with the pristine water from the stream. The cup felt icy to the touch, and the water appeared exceptionally clear, exuding a subtle chill. Though unfiltered, Jiang Nua sensed that consuming it would pose no harm. Upon tasting the spring water, she found it sweet and far more refreshing than bottled mineral water. It invigorated her, alleviating some of her fatigue. Closing her eyes, she stifled her excitement. The spring water could restore some stamina, while proximity to the grand trees could replenish her mental energy, ultimately extending her daily training duration. Regrettably, the soil remained parched and cracked, still unsuitable for cultivation. Nevertheless, this upgrade had already brought her immense joy. Although the pond was not yet full, merely a shallow layer of water, its steady flow promised an increase over time. Importantly, this water surpassed any natural source in quality, conferring health benefits upon consumption. Determined to continue her pursuits, Zhang Nuo resolved to spend the money she had collected on antiquities. Should she fail to find any, she would invest in jade stones, avoiding miscellaneous items, all to enhance her spatial realm further. After departing from the antique market, Zhang Nuo drove through the city, ensuring no one followed her before heading to the warehouse. All goods had been collected, and with little new inventory arriving, Lume focused solely on data storage. She had filled a staggering 122 terabyte hard drives, generating over 600 printed pages of inventory stacked thickly. Lume meticulously numbered each document and labeled the hard drives, keeping a detailed record that reflected her considerable effort. "You may go home now," Zhang Nuo remarked, observing her. "Within a week, there will be widespread power and water outages across the nation. It will be too late to procure supplies then." Lume had worked diligently, saving Zhang Nuo much worry. In addition to her agreed salary, Zhang Nuo awarded her a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Lume had excelled in creating the data repository, earning an additional 2,000 yuan reward. "This," Lume exclaimed, taken aback, staring at Zhang Nuo. "I didn't expect such a sum. Take it. You're returning home and can buy something for your family," Zhang Nuo replied. Lume had performed excellently, and Zhang Nuo's generous bonuses concluded their partnership on a pleasant note. In the early days of the apocalypse, rural areas fared better than cities. After accepting the money, Lume returned to her hometown the following day. On the train, she video called Zhang Nuo to express her gratitude for the care she had received. Their conversation revealed that she was rushing home to help with the harvest, noting the oppressive heat necessitated evening work. As a laborer, her return would alleviate her family's burdens. Over the next month, she anticipated a busy schedule, hence the phone call en route. Zhang Nuo, seeing her seated in the train, felt reassured. She had deliberately sought out a worker willing to return home after their stint, as Lume hailed from a province over 1,000 kilometers away. With the onset of the apocalypse severing transportation links, reaching even neighboring cities would become arduous, and the long journey would likely preclude any future meetings. On July 29th, 18 days remained until the apocalypse. The daytime temperature soared to unbearable levels, compelling most people to venture out only after 9 p.m. News reports indicated that some remote areas had already initiated power outages, with numerous small rivers beginning to dry up, and vast swathes of crops wilting under the relentless heat. Moreover, the increasing frequency of fires, over 10 in a single day, was alarming. Aging electrical infrastructures were deteriorating, leading to frequent vehicle fires. Online discourse grew increasingly frantic. While some joked about the impending apocalypse, a minority began stockpiling supplies in earnest. Transportation and logistics were also affected, with prices soaring, particularly for essential goods like food. Fortunately, the government managed the situation adeptly, keeping price increases within acceptable limits, and reassuring the public of ample grain reserves sufficient to meet minimum national needs for over 6 months. While conditions remained relatively stable domestically, chaos reigned abroad. Amidst this turmoil, capitalists disregarded the plight of ordinary citizens, laying off workers while hoarding and speculating on essential goods, causing prices to skyrocket. In impoverished areas, life became increasingly grim, with protests erupting as desperate citizens engaged in zero-cost purchasing frenzies. Natural disasters had yet to strike, but human calamities were already unfolding. Throughout these days, Zhang Nuo navigated the antique market with caution, yet found nothing worthwhile. Although the market held genuine antiques among the fakes, she struggled to discern their essence, leaving her perplexed about the criteria of her spatial realm. Determined not to waste further time, she visited the raw stone market, purchasing nearly all remaining funds in raw stones, retaining only 20,000 yuan as a reserve. Perhaps due to the scarcity of raw stones, her spatial realm absorbed everything without affecting another upgrade. On August 3rd, temperatures reached a staggering 50 degrees Celsius, with merely 13 days until the apocalypse. All items on her list were finally secured. After consolidating everything into her space, Jiang Nuo commenced her final organization and inventory. The excavator had been relocated to the grassy area outside her small courtyard. The courtyard is pristine, adorned with beach chairs and a small table. A preparation by Jiang Nuo for the day when she can enter the space and enjoy tea and conversation with her mother while gazing at the scenery. Inside the small building, various pieces of furniture are meticulously arranged. Clothing, shoes, and bedding are categorized and placed neatly in a wardrobe and shoe rack. On either side of the building, there are stacks of 150 tons of bottled purified water and large barrels of white liquor. Behind the building, a spacious area is densely filled with supplies. With the expansion of the space, Jiang Nuo has divided all the provisions into 6 large sections. The first section is designated for food, the second for clothing, quilts, and outdoor gear. The third section contains daily necessities, electronic products, and home appliances. The fourth is for pharmaceuticals. The fifth comprises generators and various machine parts. Lastly, the fuel section holds coal, gas cylinders, diesel, and gasoline, all meticulously organized. With these resources, Jiang Nuo is confident that she and her mother can comfortably live out their remaining days. Feeling reassured, Jiang Nuo locks the warehouse, knowing it will no longer be needed. She returns home. Every day, Yu Ruohua keeps herself updated with the news and various rumors circulating among the neighborhood women, which leave her restless. Each evening at 8, she insists on taking Jiang Nuo shopping. However, the supermarket shelves grow increasingly bare, and the produce market sees a dwindling supply of vegetables and fruits, with even the oft-ignored sweet potatoes being snatched up. Fortunately, meat and grains are still relatively available, likely due to the government's activation of emergency resources in cold storage. Yet, even with rapid replenishment, it cannot withstand the overwhelming demand from the entire nation, with some individuals braving the scorching heat to queue for hours just to secure more supplies. On August 6th, the temperature peaks at 52 degrees Celsius, merely 10 days before the impending apocalypse. While the surface remains calm, an undercurrent of turmoil brews. Individuals with weakened constitutions begin to fall ill and perish, and hospitals are so overcrowded that even the corridors overflow with patients. Crematoriums operate around the clock, unable to keep pace with the relentless demand for cremation. Meanwhile, some unscrupulous individuals commence clandestine activities. Instill Chapter 23, Zero-Cost Acquisition, August 16th, a date that will forever be etched in the memories of the people. The apocalypse arrived in the early hours of August 16th, just past 5 o'clock, as the long-anticipated torrential rain finally descended, bringing an end to the sweltering heat that had persisted for days. Everyone reveled in the joy of the rain, eagerly awaiting the moment when they could step outside to breathe fresh air. However, it seemed as if the heavens had torn open, unleashing a deluge that inundated the city while many were still lost in slumber. Within just a few hours, the urban drainage system faltered, and low-lying streets and homes began to succumb to the rising waters. As the day drew closer, Jiang Nuo found her emotions increasingly serene. She had endured what needed to be endured and witnessed what needed to be seen. She understood what the apocalypse entailed and accepted that certain things could not be changed. Thus, she would strive to live as well as possible. August 15th marked the final day before the end of the world. After a restful 10 hours of sleep, Jiang Nuo rose, engaged in her customary morning exercises, swiftly repeating her combat movements. After a hasty breakfast, she began preparing for her outing, recognizing the significance of this day, rivaling all her previous hoarding and preparations. She donned a breathable black sun-protective shirt, a sun hat, and a pair of practical athletic shoes, all while shouldering a hiking backpack. From the refrigerator, she retrieved 20 chilled sports drinks and 10 ice pops, stowing them in her space. Through rigorous training, she had become adept at retrieving items from her space. With a mere thought, she could swiftly locate what she needed, having meticulously categorized her supplies, making the process instantaneous. She then gathered a stun baton, a dagger, a long knife, and a rope, placing them alongside the frozen drinks to ensure everything she might require today was at her fingertips in a mere blink. Additionally, she had ordered a pair of lock-cutting pliers over 2 meters long, capable of forcefully severing most locks in existence. Furthermore, she possessed 2 small electric saws, fully charged and each capable of operating for 3 hours without interruption, along with 2 fully charged balance scooters for mobility. Fully prepared, Jiang Nuo exchanged a few words with Yu Ruohua, advising her to remain indoors that day. Yu Ruohua obliged, expressing her trust, yet speculating whether the rain would truly arrive as forecasted. Jiang Nuo merely blinked, refraining from further comment, and reiterated her warning, which elicited laughter from Yu Ruohua, who assured her she would not venture outside before Jiang Nuo departed. From this moment forth, she would embark on her zero-cost acquisition. The streets were nearly deserted as Jiang Nuo drove directly to the port. The city's harbor ranked among the top 3 largest ports nationwide, with all imported and exported goods accumulating at the docks. Due to the oppressive heat, the daytime workforce was absent and nighttime productivity was low. Coupled with this global heat wave, maritime transport had been significantly affected, resulting in an overwhelming backlog of goods. Jiang Nuo parked her vehicle outside the docks, braving the searing heat as she walked out. With a mere thought, her balanced scooter materialized beneath her feet. She stepped on and practiced maneuvering for a short distance before blinking, causing the scooter to vanish in place. She momentarily experienced a fleeting sensation of weightlessness before standing firmly on the ground. After several repetitions of this process, Jiang Nuo became proficient, perfectly balancing herself as the scooter vanished, allowing her to mount it with greater speed. Today, she would traverse numerous locations, and this method would help conserve her stamina. Retrieving a chilled drink from her space, she sipped a few times, alleviating some of the oppressive heat. With an ice pop in hand, she glided onto the dock. Countless containers loomed like mountains, creating a veritable sea of steel. Previously, Jiang Nuo had little experience with such items, having only occasionally witnessed massive trucks hauling containers along highways, appearing to her as colossal behemoths. Now, she stood amidst a multitude of these giants, each brightly colored container stacked high like a child's building blocks. Containers were indispensable tools in modern transportation, capable of carrying goods and facilitating logistics with machinery, a testament to human ingenuity. Regrettably, such scenes were on the verge of being obliterated by the impending natural disaster, leaving uncertainty about whether they could ever be revived. Jiang Nuo shook her head, lost in thought. Everything before her would soon be submerged on the first day of the deluge, as the rain would persist for 2 months, raising the water levels at the docks by over 10 meters, washing everything into the depths of the sea. Jiang Nuo had hoarded sufficient supplies and had no desire to seize the survival resources of ordinary people. Thus, she waited until today to execute her zero-cost acquisition, knowing that anything she did not secure would soon be lost to the ocean. She resolved to salvage as much as she could. Although the docks were likely monitored, Jiang Nuo felt unconcerned, as the tides would soon engulf this place, washing everything away. Prepared for the possibility of encountering dock security, she was surprised to find the area deserted, with most of the lights turned off. The entrance bore signs of a fire, charred and darkened. After observing for considerable time, she finally lowered her hat, donned a sun-protective mask that covered her neck, and carefully ventured inside. Each container bore a label detailing the contents within, including the name, quantity, size, weight, and brand logo, all clearly presented for convenience. Jiang Nuo approached the nearest medium-sized container. Having done her homework, she had familiarized herself with the sizes of containers: large, medium, and small. For ease of transport, all sizes shared a uniform width of approximately 2.5 meters and a height ranging from 2 to 5 meters. The distinction lay in their lengths, with small containers measuring just over 2 meters and the largest reaching up to 12 meters. A single container could hold as much as a house, making it easy to imagine the volume of goods they could contain. Upon examining the label, Jiang Nuo discovered that this entire container was filled with clothing. The label provided ample detail, indicating that this was a complete shipment of wool products, including coats, woolen garments, and trousers in various colors and sizes. Wool is exceptionally warm and lightweight, proving to be highly practical in the apocalypse, with few drawbacks aside from its lack of durability. Given the ample space she possessed, she resolved to store the entire container in the vacant area behind her small house, stacking it conveniently. Continuing her search, she soon found a small container filled with daily necessities such as basins, cups, cutlery, and hangers. There were also bedding items, including down comforters, cotton blankets, and bed covers. Initially intending to cut the lock and take only a portion, she discovered the container was packed to the brim, resembling a warehouse. With nearly 1,000 sets of each item, all neatly arranged and labeled, making retrieval cumbersome. Consequently, she decided to take the entire container as well. After a few more steps, she claimed another container filled with a total of 15,000 thermos cups and jugs. Although she had no need for such quantities, she placed the items into her space without hesitation, aware that time was of the essence. In truth, the amount of supplies Jiang Nuo had accumulated since her rebirth paled in comparison to the sheer volume she could collect in a single foray like this. The thrill of a zero-cost acquisition was indeed exhilarating, explaining why individuals throughout history have risked everything for such opportunities. The sheer number of containers at the dock was staggering, stretching endlessly before her. At first, she diligently noted the types and quantities on a small notepad she carried. However, after an hour had passed, she reached the outermost edge and found herself compelled to abandon her records. She decided to gather everything available, collecting as much as she could. After glancing at the shipping list for a rough estimate, she resolved to meticulously document and organize the detailed inventory later when time permitted. Beginning from the outermost containers, Jiang Nuo accumulated over 10 small to medium-sized shipping containers before encountering several larger ones. The shipping list took her by surprise. To her astonishment, these 3 large containers were filled with vehicles. A total of 4 SUVs and 1 bus were inside. Without hesitation, she stored them all in her space, stacking them like a game of Jenga. As she progressed further, she noticed that the large containers generally contained ores, coal, and fertilizers. She made sure to collect every single one. Despite having only gathered a minuscule portion thus far, Jiang Nuo felt increasingly fatigued. The oppressive heat from the scorching sun at the seaside caused her to feel slightly dizzy. Previously, when visiting the harbor, the intense sunlight was tempered by the refreshing sea breeze, making it more bearable. However, today, the dock was devoid of any wind, leaving only the merciless sun to scorch the earth, with the air thick with a stifling briny scent. Jiang Nuo could not recall how she felt on this day in her past life, but everything seemed peculiarly off now. The steel containers were searing hot, and even touching them felt like a burn. Resting against them was out of the question. Scanning the area, she spotted a large forklift a short distance away, its windows wide open, providing some shade from the sun. Climbing aboard, she squeezed through the window into the driver's seat. The metal was indeed scorching, her hands turning red from the heat, but at least she was sheltered from the sun. She took out some ice water, drank half a bottle, and then closed her eyes, entering her space. She let her consciousness drift towards the trees, feeling the intricate network of their branches and leaves, which rapidly revitalized her spirit. From her space, she retrieved 2 ice cubes to hold in her hands and rested for 15 minutes. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, she resumed her task. Before departing, Jiang Nuo stored the forklift in her space, not neglecting the nearby large loader either. After taking a few more steps, she came across a parked large truck, which she also collected. After more than an hour of diligent work, she finally arrived at a section of green containers. A glance at the shipping list ignited a spark of excitement within her. The next 10 or so containers were all refrigerated. There were 2 types of refrigerated containers, those equipped with a freezer and those without. The latter required refrigerated ships for transport, but given the current weather, most containers would likely have freezers. These refrigerated units contained fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as temperature-sensitive meats, seafood, pharmaceuticals, and beverages. At last, she had discovered the items she had been yearning for. The shipping list provided detailed specifications, and Jiang Nuo eagerly photographed each entry with her phone. One entire container was filled with pharmaceuticals, causing her to sweat with excitement. She quickly grabbed water from her space to drink, but upon closer inspection, She felt a tinge of disappointment as the medications were quite homogeneous, consisting largely of a few categories, with half being animal vaccines of limited utility. Nonetheless, she knew she had to collect them. Further inspection revealed numerous meat products, lamb chops, beef, amounting to dozens of tons. The beef, specifically labeled for export, promised superior quality, and she stored every bit of it. To her delight, there was indeed seafood. Jiang Nuo retrieved her bolt cutters and opened the container, revealing shelves packed full of neatly arranged, fresh seafood. A total of 2,000 boxes awaited her, enough to supply countless markets in the local area and surrounding cities. She diligently collected them all. Chapter 24. The young man in black having collected a substantial amount of items. Jiang Nuo felt a surge of strength and did not linger in rest, continuing her exploration deeper within. The subsequent finds comprised an array of handicrafts, which, though aesthetically pleasing, held little practical value. Jiang Nuo lamented the wastefulness of these items occupying space, yet recognized the utility of the containers themselves. With the rising trend of container homes, they could provide shelter from the elements, offering protection against wind and rain, as well as insulation from cold. Thus, she reluctantly decided to collect these artifacts as well. The next two containers revealed industrial products, mechanical parts, tires, machinery, and raw materials for factories. An abundance of electronic devices dazzled her, particularly a batch of drones, totaling 3,000 units, which brought her a sense of joy. In harsh environments, drones could replace humans for reconnaissance and transport small items, proving exceedingly convenient. Just as she intended to gather everything, she suddenly heard faint voices in the distance. Instantly, her body tensed, and she instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Regaining her composure, she bore the searing pain of the hot steel skin against her hand and stealthily climbed atop a container, seeking refuge beneath a large plastic tarp draped over a cargo. After steadying her breath, she located a pair of binoculars and peered through a tiny gap to observe outside. Throughout her journey to the dock, she had encountered no other souls, leading her to grow complacent. Squinting slightly, she considered the implications of being discovered. If anyone were to witness her inexplicable ability to make those massive containers vanish, silence would be her only recourse. Listening intently, she discerned the sound of metal clashing in the distance. Following the noise, Jiang Nuo adjusted the binoculars, and her lens gradually revealed several figures. Among them was a young man clad entirely in black, tall and lean, accompanied by several robust individuals dressed in gray work attire. They were approximately 200 meters away from her. Reflecting on her previous actions, Jiang Nuo realized she had made little noise while storing her finds in the space. At this distance, they likely had not noticed her presence. The group appeared to have just arrived at the dock. Their bags had been hastily discarded as they retrieved scanning devices, folding carts, and a heavy-duty axe for forced entry. Jiang Nuo raised an eyebrow, noting their apparent intent to selectively choose items. After scanning several containers, they opened one and began transferring its contents onto the carts. However, they were not taking much, only about 10 boxes before they moved on to another container. Jiang Nuo understood that their limited selection was due to their already full carts. The gray-clad individuals began to transport their loads away, likely to offload before returning for more. Remaining motionless, she observed from a distance, surmising that they would soon depart. Their limited number indicated that their intentions were not grand. Throughout this time, the young man in black stood still, observing, neither participating in the search nor the hauling. His demeanor suggested he was either the employer or the leader. After a gray-clad man scanned several containers, he finally approached the young man and said something. The youth then moved toward a small container. Jiang Nuo adjusted the focus of her binoculars, intrigued by the peculiar nature of this particular container, which was completely sealed with multiple layers of steel. Despite the vigorous axe strikes, it remained shut. Without uttering a word, the young man drew a long knife from his sheath and, without hesitation, struck at the junction of the container, cleaving it open. He continued to chop until a sufficient entry point was created, after which he stood silently, sheathing his knife once more. The gray-clad individuals quickly advanced, prying and hacking until the opening was large enough for entry, and they stepped inside. Jiang Nuo furrowed her brow. This scene felt bizarre. as though the mundane world had intersected with an alien narrative. To observe more clearly, she directed her binoculars at the young man in black, determined to memorize his features in case their paths crossed again. As she adjusted the focus, the lens shifted slightly, and she carefully centered it on his face. To her surprise, he appeared remarkably youthful. Initially, she had assumed that this well-coordinated group would have a leader of some experience. Yet here stood a young man with a calm demeanor and an unadorned, strikingly handsome face. Everything about him seemed perfectly balanced, clearly visible through her binoculars. Jiang Nuo found herself unable to gauge his age or the true nature of their group. Instinctively, she continued to scrutinize him through the binoculars, hoping to glean some detail. Unexpectedly, he seemed to sense her presence, and his gaze shifted in her direction. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nuo was certain he had noticed her. Their eyes locked across the 200 meters, through the minuscule gap in the plastic tarp, as if they were sharing an unspoken connection. Jiang Nuo snapped back to reality, hastily retracting the binoculars and concealing herself thoroughly. Would she truly be detected from such a distance? It seemed improbable. She calculated in her mind the potential consequences of being discovered and the possibility of a confrontation. How could she emerge victorious? Could she unleash all the containers, thousands of tons of weight, to crush him? Would his agility allow him to evade or retaliate? Jiang Nuo steeled herself, attuned to the sounds outside, and once again raised the binoculars to peer through the narrow slit. The group remained present, within the container that the young man had just breached. It appeared they had uncovered something significant, as several gray-clad individuals carefully cradled 2 boxes. The young man acknowledged the boxes with a slight nod, intensifying Jiang Nuo's pulse. She sensed that the contents were indeed extraordinary. After they had carried away 4 or 5 boxes, the young man turned and departed, leaving the others to transport their findings. Jiang Nuo maintained her position, remaining utterly still until, after a considerable time, she heard the sound of an engine starting. Following the noise with her binoculars, she observed a truck departing, leaving the dock in silence once more. She refrained from emerging immediately, choosing to remain hidden beneath the plastic tarp. The heat was stifling, prompting her to summon an ample supply of ice from her space, relishing the refreshing coolness that enveloped her, preventing any risk of heat stroke. Approximately half an hour later, she finally ventured out. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Nuo suddenly called out, "Come out! I know you've discovered me." No response met her ears. "Show yourselves," she demanded, her tone sharp. Still, silence reigned. Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her actions, she reasoned that caution was never misplaced. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the only ones who might feel awkward were, well, there was no one else around to feel awkward. Jiang Nuo cleared her throat twice, stowing the knife back in her space and taking a few sips of water. It seemed that the group had genuinely departed. She walked straight in their direction, curious about what they were searching for. The group had opened 4 containers, all of which were now ajar. These containers were peculiar. They were largely empty, in stark contrast to others brimming with goods, containing less than 1/5 of their capacity. They had only taken a portion of the contents, leaving behind some items, likely due to the vehicle's limited capacity, which prompted them to selectively choose what was most necessary. Upon entering one of the somewhat empty containers, Jiang Nuo discovered a collection of metal plates. She was unable to discern the material, as the packing list provided no details. The plates varied in size, with the larger ones measuring over 2 meters in length and the smaller ones under 1 meter. Drawing her most trusted dagger, she scratched the surface of a metal plate and found it left almost no mark. Applying more force, she did manage to etch a line, but the blade sustained a slight damage, causing her to recoil in distress. What a treasure, she mused, promptly absorbing both the plates and the container into her space. In another container, she found some fabric, nondescript in a dull gray hue, reminiscent of the work uniforms worn by the group. The fabric felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Though little remained, most had already been removed. She collected what was left. In yet another container, the packing list hinted at something extraordinary. Inside were various chemical liquids and powders, neatly stored in glass and plastic bottles of varying sizes, organized within wooden crates. Jiang Nuo refrained from touching anything, securing the latch from the outside before absorbing the entire contents into her space. Finally, she approached the container that the dapper young man in black had sliced open. This was the most unique one and likely the true objective of the group. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to a large safe, which stood ajar, revealing an empty box within. She lifted the box to inspect it. It was solid wood and felt remarkably heavy, as if it were made of metal rather than wood. The box bore intricate carvings, resembling cloud patterns. With a fierce beast depicted in the center, its expression vividly detailed. Clearly, it was no ordinary item. The box measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, reminiscent of a legendary sword case, yet it was devoid of its intended contents, presumably taken by the group. Regrettably, her earlier visual limitations had prevented her from fully appreciating its form. It was likely the main target of their expedition. Apart from the safe, several ordinary wooden crates contained an assortment of knives, predominantly daggers. Jiang Nuo extracted one, finding it reasonably well-balanced and not overly heavy. She tested it against an ordinary crate, noting its sharpness, though it did not rival her favored steel knife. Nevertheless, its abundance was appealing. She counted around 30 of various sizes. Despite being the remnants of the dapper young man's selection, she cheerfully accepted them all, even the empty wooden box, which she found aesthetically pleasing, placing it atop the vanity in her small space. Thus, it became the first item to grace her new abode. After gathering this trove, the dock was nearly stripped bare, leaving only 2 containers filled with, although she could not identify the type of, she was certain it needed to be collected as well. Roughly estimating, she had gathered over 10,000 containers. Furthermore, all the tools and transport vehicles on the dock were also absorbed, leaving the area stark and desolate, with every container claimed. This was largely due to prolonged high temperatures that had caused many industries to stagnate, reducing the dock's throughput significantly. Otherwise, there would have been several times more supplies available. Jiang Nuo departed the dock, returning to her vehicle. Once inside, she activated the air conditioning and retrieved food and water from her space for a brief respite. She then delved back into her space, rearranging items to create more room. Upon reopening her eyes, she felt her mental and physical energy had been rejuvenated, allowing her to start the car and drive away. By now, it was already 7 in the evening. The setting sun continued to scorch the earth, giving no indication of the impending night. As Jiang Nuo drove along the coastal highway, the sea appeared as if dyed, merging with the sky into a fiery spectacle. Majestic crimson clouds filled the heavens, creating a breathtaking panorama. After taking a moment to admire the captivating scene, she resolutely turned the car onto the road leading back. Chapter 25. Do you still believe in humanity? On the return journey to the city, after driving for nearly half an hour, Jiang Nuo observed construction material and furniture factories lining the roadside. At this hour, all the streetlights were extinguished, and by the dim twilight, she noticed the main gate was ajar. This area, close to the coast, was the first line to be submerged. Anything useful was worth salvaging. As she approached in her vehicle, she discerned several warehouses. Dismounting, she found the path devoid of any human presence, indicating that the factory had likely ceased operations long ago. However, the earlier appearance of that group made her wary, prompting her to retrieve a dagger and flashlight, proceeding cautiously. Inside the warehouses were orderly arrays of various construction materials: stone, ceramics, timber, and cutting glass in myriad hues, some stacked and others boxed, all meticulously arranged. Jiang Nuo methodically collected items, scouring each warehouse thoroughly. As she exited, she came across several storefronts. Such establishments were typically operated by the manufacturers themselves, serving the dual purpose of production and sale. Without hesitation, she smashed the locks, rolled up the shutter doors, and illuminated the interiors with her flashlight, confirming it was indeed a shop selling renovation supplies: faucets, bathroom cabinets, paint, wallpaper, and more. With time limited, she hastily gathered everything, confident that there would be future utility for these items. Exiting through the back door, she found yet another factory. As the surroundings grew increasingly dark, Jiang Nuo barely took 2 steps inside before her foot kicked something. A chain. A sense of alertness washed over her as she followed the chain with her flashlight. To her astonishment, at the other end, nestled in the corner, lay a border collie wearing a collar. The border collie, renowned for its intelligence, typically displays black and white, golden, or rare meteor color fur. This particular one sported the uncommon meteor coloration. The dog was alive, lying on the ground, its chain tethered to an external door, secured to a hook embedded in the wall. The hook appeared somewhat loose, as if it had been violently tugged. Its spine was clearly visible beneath its emaciated frame, and it seemed to be on the brink of collapse from starvation in the sweltering heat. Nonetheless, upon the arrival of a stranger, the border collie squinted at Jiang Nua, emitting a low growl from its throat. The defining trait of border collies is their ability to herd with mere eye contact. Its lowered posture and unwavering gaze were instinctual behaviors inherited from its wolf ancestors. Despite its gaunt appearance and matted fur, Jiang Nua could still discern that this was once a magnificent specimen. Prior to the apocalypse, a border collie of this meteor coloration could command a price in the tens of thousands, and if it were a direct descendant of award-winning lineage, the value could multiply significantly. It was a mystery why its previous owner had abandoned it here, leaving it to fend for itself. Jiang Nua retrieved an iron axe from her space and approached the border collie slowly. It crouched lower, retreating slightly. At the moment she raised the axe, the dog instinctively shut its eyes, bracing for impact. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, a series of metallic clangs echoed as she severed the chain binding the border collie. From her space, Jiang Nua produced ample dog food and provisions, placing them before the bewildered animal. Even on the brink of starvation, it hesitated to accept the intruder's offering. "Good boy," Jiang Nua murmured, wanting to reach out and stroke it, but refraining, urging instead, "Eat." The two exchange a long gaze, and, eventually, the border collie shakily approached the food, lowering its head to partake. Jiang Nua softly spoke, "You can leave now. Your owner will not return, and this place will soon be gone." Afterward, she ventured into the warehouse. This factory primarily produced wooden furniture. Though small, it was filled with numerous items. Unable to take everything, she intended to search for supermarkets and hardware stores in the city, needing to preserve some space. Thus, she selected a few comfortable sofas, soft beds, and tables and chairs for her collection. She also gathered all the solid wood furniture and hundreds of tons of raw timber stacked outside. The remaining items were low-quality boards and lesser goods. Upon exiting, she noticed that the border collie had finished the food but remained, still waiting for its owner despite the severed chain. A pang of sorrow struck Jiang Nua. "Do you still believe in humanity?" She gazed into its eyes, sensing a strange connection, as if the dog could understand her thoughts, but she had lost that belief long ago. The border collie stood resolutely, its dark eyes glistening with innocence yet determination. With a sigh, Jiang Nua realized she had no time to linger. She left a large bag of dog food and water behind before departing in her vehicle. Returning to the city, just past 1 a.m, she found the streets bustling with more people than usual. She first stopped at a gas station, where a refreshing breeze greeted her, the air feeling remarkably pleasant. Her phone indicated a temperature of only 30 degrees. Just 30 degrees. Months ago, such a statement would have seemed unfathomable, yet now it stirred excitement. Entertainment venues remained closed, and late-night eateries were still shuttered, but the populace was invigorated, strolling through the streets to relish the comfortable temperature. "Ah, the hard days are finally over," Jiang Nua overheard someone remark. "Truly, it feels cool now. If only it would rain. If it rains, everything will be all right." Almost every storefront was open, with various small shops and supermarkets operating. Although staple goods like grains and vegetables remained in short supply, the city appeared to have regained its vitality overnight. Jiang Nua seized the moment, heading to the Old Town's western district, well prepared with her research. This area housed a wholesale market and several underground warehouses. Being low-lying, it was prone to flooding during heavy rains, and with the impending downpour, the underground warehouses would soon be submerged. In her previous life, torrential rains had lasted several days, leading to widespread power outages, yet many in the Western District had gone missing the following day, particularly around the wholesale market, where high-voltage electrical hazards made recovery impossible. Time was of the essence. She aimed to salvage as much as she could. Parking within the wholesale market, which had been closed for over half a month, she found hundreds of small shops locked and shrouded in darkness. Using her flashlight, she explored inside, discovering that many shops had already been looted, their contents stripped bare. The chaos had escalated, with some gangs targeting these closed markets, primarily focused on food items. Snacks, bread, pastries, candies, all but vanished. Even those that hadn't been robbed likely saw their owners retreating home. She made her way to the underground warehouse, prying open a lock. Although the warehouse held limited and assorted stock, her search yielded substantial finds. First were disinfectants, soaps, and laundry powder, over 50 boxes in total. There were more than 70 boxes of various stationery, paper, pens, notebooks, and file bags. Most abundant were small appliances: fans, heaters, electric blankets, hot water bags, razors, hair dryers, lamps, bulbs, power strips, and electric kettles, totaling over 130 boxes. Additionally, there were plastic products like brooms, buckets, cups, and toothbrushes, alongside textiles such as bed covers, blankets, and sofa cushions. While the quality was inferior to those sold in supermarkets, the sheer quantity promised future utility. All these soon-to-be-lost items were stored in her space. After collecting the warehouse's contents, Jiang Nuo proceeded to the market. The vast market has dwindled to a mere handful of usable items. Jiang Nuo has currently determined that she has located a hardware store. Various hardware accessories, tools, and pipes have all been meticulously gathered. She cannot help but reminisce about her previous life, when she worked in a medium-sized base. At that time, considerable effort was expended to repair a water pump. In truth, it could have been accomplished in just a few days with the appropriate tools and screws. However, the base was incapable of producing screws, forcing them to twist iron wires instead. She still vividly recalls the blood blisters that covered her hands after 10 arduous days, her nails having fallen off, with no anti-inflammatory medication available. She feared that if the blisters burst in the sweltering heat, they would become infected, and without any medication, people could only rely on their immune systems, which would soon falter. Who could have imagined that these seemingly insignificant items would become so vital? After gathering her findings from the hardware store, Jiang Nuo was about to depart when she noticed a door within the shop. Had she not emptied it, the door would have remained invisible. Using a large bolt cutter, she unlocked the door and stepped inside, only to discover that it led to another shop. However, every door and window in this establishment was sealed with iron sheets, rendering it invisible from the outside. This was a tobacco and liquor store. In the post-apocalyptic world, items such as tobacco and alcohol have become luxuries, and Jiang Nu naturally collected everything within into her space. Having completed the task, she started the car and left the wholesale market. It was already 4 a.m. In just over an hour, the torrential rain would begin. After some deliberation, Jiang Nuo realized that even with the rain, it would take several hours for the water to accumulate. She couldn't return home yet. She needed to seize the opportunity to continue her free shopping spree. Many items, if left behind, would simply be ruined by the rain. Thus, she turned the car around and headed to a supermarket not far from her home. This was an imported goods warehouse supermarket, the largest in the entire city. Its warehouse-style operation meant that most items were sold in bulk. The supermarket had 3 floors, but its location was low-lying, with 2 floors underground. After the heavy rain, it would be completely submerged. Any items not taken now would be lost forever. It was past 4 a.m., and the supermarket was already closed for business. However, when Jiang Nuo arrived, she noticed that the side door was wide open, clearly pried open. The alarm system had been smashed, and shattered glass littered the ground. Daily necessities and fresh produce were located on the first basement floor. Upon entering, she found that the shelves were nearly bare. 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce struggle over the remaining food. Jiang Nuo shook her head. These people had arrived late, and, upon discovering that the supermarket had already been looted, had grown bold enough to fight over the remaining fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat. The apocalypse had not yet officially begun, but chaos was already brewing. With food in short supply and prices soaring, some individuals had already resorted to various means to hoard resources and profit from the situation. However, Before long, their hard-earned money would become worthless pieces of paper. Finding nothing of value on the first floor, Jiang Nuo was about to leave when two men blocked her path. "Hey, little girl, why are you out stealing from the supermarket in the middle of the night?" Jiang Nuo cast a sidelong glance at the two men. They were ordinary-looking, lean fellows of average height. They were part of a group of four, having just driven off another group of three. "What did you take? Share some with your brothers," one of them said. The two men continued to approach Jiang Nuo, scrutinizing her. "You're quite pretty. Let your brothers take care of you," one of the men said, reaching out to her. A coldness flickered in Jiang Nuo's eyes. With a swift flick of her wrist, she produced a dagger and slashed at him while quickly taking 2 steps back. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony as a long gash appeared on his arm. Jiang Nuo's dagger was so sharp that it sliced through flesh like butter. A light stroke was enough to leave him with a gaping wound, and blood immediately gushed out. The people present were stunned. They had been arguing and threatening each other for quite some time, managing only to draw a bit of blood from each other's noses and deliver a few kicks. But this woman had come in and immediately attacked with a knife. Was she crazy? "You bitch, you've got a death wish." The man roared, enraged, but his arm throbbed with pain, and he could only clutch it and curse. "Hold her down. If I don't deflower her today, I'll change my name." Jiang Nuo ignored him and instead looked at his companions. "Are you going to avenge him?" she asked calmly. At this point, she was no longer afraid of killing. The few small fry before her were not worth fearing. The men stared at her intently, exchanging glances, and hesitated. Jiang Nuo continued, "I didn't take anything. My bag is empty. There's nothing here worth your trouble. He offended me first, and I gave him a cut. We're even. If you insist on fighting me to the death, fine. But you'll probably have to hand over your loot to someone else." Hearing her words, the men's attitude softened noticeably. They had only managed to seize these supplies by having one extra person on their side. Now that one of them was injured, he was nothing but a burden. He would be unable to help carry the goods, and if they ran into the other group of 3 again, they would likely lose everything. Thinking this over, the man with the gold chain, who seemed to be the leader, gritted his teeth. "Forget it. Let's go." "Go where?" the injured man cried, his face contorted with pain and sweat. "Are you guys spineless? Are you going to be scared off by a woman? If we don't get her today, you'll be stepped on by women for the rest of your lives. Enough. You brought this on yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." The gold chain man snapped, glaring at him and signaling the others to push the loaded shopping carts away. The injured man watched helplessly as his brothers nearly abandoned him, his face turning ashen with anger. But he was powerless to do anything and could only trail behind, muttering curses. During their near brawl, Jiang Nuo had already made her way to the 2nd floor. It was already 4:40 a.m., and she needed to hurry home with her loot. Every minute was precious and not worth wasting on trash. The 2nd floor was filled with household goods. Because the lights were off, it was pitch black inside. Jiang Nuo hid in the darkness, using her flashlight to observe. The vast supermarket floor was deserted. Aside from the toilet paper, which had been completely cleared out, many other items were already out of stock. However, most of the goods were still there. Clothing for men, women, and children, shoes, towels, skincare products, toiletries. Various pots and pans, countless items. Unable to be picky and with no time to spare, Jiang Nuo took everything, including the shelves themselves. The supermarket was simply too large, and clearing out just this one floor took half an hour. It was now 5:18 a.m. With the 2nd floor cleared, Jiang Nuo headed to the 3rd floor. The lights were on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nuo's heart skipped a beat. The lights being on meant that someone had been here, or even still was here. Moreover, the 3rd floor was close to the exit, making it easy to be seen. She grew cautious, no longer taking entire shelves at random, but instead carefully selecting items. The shelves stocked with snacks, canned goods, and instant food were almost empty. They had likely been looted, or perhaps bought out by citizens stocking up before the looting began. Continuing forward cautiously, she selectively grabbed items from more than 10 shelves. Suddenly, she spotted a figure. Jiang Nuo immediately stopped and hid behind a shelf to observe. The person was dressed in black and was very tall. Even before he turned around, Jiang Nuo's heart sank. When he did turn around, she held her breath, but it was already too late to hide. It was the young man with a knife she had seen in the afternoon. Jiang Nuo unexpectedly found herself face to face with him, and her heart pounded. A sense of danger made every pore on her body contract. However, she maintained a stoic expression, glaring at him coldly to show that she was not to be trifled with. He was carrying a large bag. Coming to the supermarket at this hour? He was undoubtedly here for the same reason as her. They were kindred spirits, and it was best to keep to themselves. The young man in black was incredibly perceptive. Jiang Nuo realized that he had noticed her before she noticed him. He looked up, and although his eyes were striking, dark and serene, Jiang Nuo had no time to admire them. She felt only alertness. She wanted no contact with this person. The young man in black glanced at her, his gaze calm and unwavering. After a brief 2-second pause, he averted his eyes, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. He took a few steps and began taking items from the shelves. Unlike the rabble she had encountered before, he had been purposefully searching for specific items since she had first seen him at the dock. As Jiang Nuo watched, he took all the dry cell batteries and placed them in his large bag. Finally, he looked at Jiang Nuo again. In that instant, Jiang Nuo felt that he wanted to say something, but he remained silent and turned to leave. Once he was far away, Jiang Nuo stepped forward to see that some batteries of various sizes remained on the shelves. What did this mean? She wondered. Could it be that he had left them for her? Jiang Nuo felt a peculiar and somewhat eerie sensation as the gaze of the enigmatic young man in black, peering through a telescope from the dock, resurfaced in her mind. Although it was impossible for him to have seen her, she could not shake the feeling that he had indeed caught sight of her. Her breath quickened. What should she do? He certainly hadn't ventured far. Should she go confront him? Yet, this thought flitted through her mind and was swiftly dismissed. Thus far, he had shown no signs of hostility, and his strength was unfathomable. Seeking confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. Better to let it be. He had already departed from the supermarket, and Jiang Nuo exhaled in relief as she turned her attention to the dry batteries left for her. Since he had the audacity to provide them, she certainly could muster the courage to take them. She gathered the batteries into her canvas bag and slung it over her shoulder. In the apocalypse, dry batteries were not essential provisions. They could neither be consumed nor drunk, and there was little inclination to engage with electronics. However, if one was not lacking in supplies, they could prove quite useful. With the departure of the young man in black, the third floor was likely deserted, emboldening Jiang Nuo to collect all the nearby shelves. After a few meters, she arrived at the home appliance section, where she gathered air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, fans, and washing machines. She also collected mountain bikes, bicycles, skateboards, and sleds. Once her task was complete, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to lean against the wall as her consciousness drifted into her space, drawing nearer to the towering tree within. Moments later, she exited the space, retrieved a chocolate bar, and consumed it, feeling revitalized before stepping outside. Seizing the moment, she broke open the door to the supermarket storage room. It was vast and shrouded in darkness as the lights were off. In the pitch blackness, she hastily collected everything within the storeroom, running and gathering items, losing count of her haul, which included all the shelves. The shelves contained small items, and as she ventured further in, she encountered heaps of larger goods, all packed in cardboard boxes, stacked upon one another, some separated by wooden frames and others not. Armed with a flashlight, Jiang Nuo meticulously collected everything in sight. When fatigue set in, she took a sip of water from her space spring, finally locating the cold storage. The cold storage was locked, but she used a cutting tool to unlock it, entering to seize whatever she could find: seafood, frozen goods, meats, beverages, frozen foods, and yogurt. She even collected all the ice cubes, not neglecting the carts and ladders. Once she had finished, she hurriedly exited. Just as she was about to leave the supermarket, a resounding clap of thunder erupted from the heavens. It was thundering. She rushed outside, as the terrifying thunder cracked through the darkness like a silver serpent, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. With each flash of lightning and rumble of thunder, rain finally fell after 3 long months of oppressive heat. Large raindrops began to pour down in a torrential cascade. Some individuals, roused from their slumber, erupted into cheers upon witnessing the rain, their jubilant voices echoing throughout every neighborhood and street. People celebrated with joy, some even dashing into the rain in their pajamas, reveling in the downpour. Finally, it was raining. Finally, the temperature was dropping. No longer would they endure the terrifying heat exceeding 50 degrees, and no one would perish from the heat or face fires. Tomorrow would bring better days. Work could resume, gatherings could be held, shopping could be done, songs could be sung, hot pot and drinks could be enjoyed. Travel could be undertaken, flights could be boarded, and the pleasures of life could be savored. If only it were not just past 5 in the morning. Everyone would be out celebrating. Jiang Nua silently lifted her gaze toward the pitch-black sky, the rain-drenched streets, and the lively street signs, striving to imprint the last visage of this city in her memory. Welcome to the apocalypse, she mused quietly within her heart, drenched in a downpour. As if the heavens had ruptured, Jiang Nua donned her raincoat, still carrying the canvas bag on her back. Inside were merely dry batteries, a deliberate choice to avert suspicion in case of a robbery during her return home in this rain. The bag's contents were insignificant, unlikely to attract unwanted attention. Rain lashed down with relentless fury, a cacophony of droplets echoing across the landscape. Her vehicle was parked roadside, but she was still on the 3rd floor. For safety, she eschewed the elevator, opting for the staircase. The stairwell was dimly lit, with only the green safety lights casting an eerie glow. As Jiang Nua entered, she encountered another individual. A chance encounter, a figure clad in dark attire, burdened by a bulging pack, emerged from another entrance, meeting Jiang Nua head-on. The dim light cast the figure in shadow, revealing a towering presence that evoked a sense of oppression. Yet, amidst the gloom, an inexplicable serenity emanated from his gaze, conveying an impression of formidable strength tempered with harmlessness. Frowning, she stood her ground, unwilling to allow a stranger to trail behind her. The dark-clad man seemed indifferent to her presence, proceeding down the stairs without a second glance. Maintaining a safe distance, Jiang Nua followed, her hand instinctively reaching for her dagger. They descended the stairs in tandem, Jiang Nua trailing behind. Upon reaching the exit, the dark-clad man abruptly halted, as if sensing something amiss. He then pivoted, heading towards the parking area. His reaction piqued Jiang Nua's curiosity. Could there be danger ahead? Should she proceed or follow suit? After a moment's deliberation, she decided to remain in pursuit. Keeping a discreet distance, Jiang Nua trailed the man. As they neared the parking lot, she observed that the basement was rapidly flooding, likely due to the area's topography and drainage system. Water cascaded into the underground space with relentless force, while desperate cries echoed from within, where the door was locked shut. Kick the door open. Is anyone out there? Open the door. We're waist-deep in water. It's rising fast. Damn it. Who suggested this route? Jiang Nua's brow furrowed as she recognized the voices of several individuals trapped inside, including the man she had wounded earlier. She had no intention of intervening, least of all to rescue such a reprobate. The dark-clad man discarded his pack and approached the door, blade in hand. Jiang Nua observed the peculiar weapon, a meter-long blade with a broad edge. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the steel lock as if it were butter. Jiang Nua was undeniably impressed. While she could have achieved the same result with a power axe, it would not have been as effortless. That a formidable blade, she mused, her gaze lingering on the weapon. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted from within. The wires are down. A spark flickered inside, followed by a collective shriek of despair. We're being electrocuted. Get out. Without hesitation, the dark-clad man pushed open the door. Water surged inward, overwhelming those inside. With remarkable efficiency, he seized 2 individuals, flinging them towards the door to safety. Then, he hauled another out against the current, as if dragging a weightless sack. Yang no retreated, preparing to slip away unnoticed. She had merely sought to gauge the man's capabilities, and now it was time to depart. However, as the gold chain-clad man emerged, cursing his misfortune, he spotted the discarded pack and lunged for it, greed gleaming in his eyes. Leave it, his companion cautioned. That guy might be trouble. Nonsense. You're afraid of everything. How'll we ever get ahead? He grabbed the pack, nearly dropping it due to its weight. With a grunt, he hoisted it onto his shoulder, only to collide with Jiang Nua. Their eyes fixated on Jiang Nua and her canvas bag, now visibly laden with goods. Having lost their own stolen merchandise, they eyed her possessions with ravenous hunger. You're still here, you ungrateful wretch? Stealing our goods? The gold-chain-clad man snarled. I haven't forgotten what you did to my friend. Before he could approach, Jiang Nuo struck first, delivering a devastating kick to his groin. As he doubled over in agony, she slashed his back with her dagger. She assessed their situation. Unarmed, exhausted from their watery ordeal, they were easy prey. This was an opportunity to hone her combat skills and regain her edge. Blood gushed from the gold-chain-clad man's wound, turning him into a crimson spectacle. Damn you! He roared, lunging at Jiang Nuo. His companion drew a knife, but his clumsy movements allowed Jiang Nuo to swiftly stab him in the shoulder. As he screamed in agony, Jiang Nuo retreated, preparing to finish them off. But the dark-clad man intervened, striking them both unconscious. Jiang Nuo scrutinized him, trying to discern his motives. Without a word, he picked up his pack and turned to leave. With nothing further to say, Jiang Nuo turned to go. Suddenly, the dark-clad man extended an object towards her. Jiang Nuo recoiled, creating a safe distance. In a blur of motion, he closed the gap and placed a cold, metallic object in her hand. She lowered her head and discovered a compact handgun, a Beretta BU-9 Nano. Jiang Nuo recognized this weapon, having encountered it once during the apocalypse. It was reputed to be one of the most common handguns in Western countries, small in size, easily portable, and capable of holding a sufficient magazine of 10 rounds. It could provide a degree of suppressive fire during a skirmish, making it one of the most advantageous firearms for survival. Jiang Nuo was genuinely taken aback, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. After handing her the gun, the man in black said nothing. He merely glanced at her before turning to leave. Regaining her composure, Jiang Nuo stepped outside and saw him board a vehicle in the distance. Without hesitation, she hurried back to her own car. Truth be told, she could not fathom why this individual would gift her a firearm. The situation felt exceedingly peculiar. Glancing at the gun in her hand, she let out a wry smile and stowed it away in her space. Strangely, her mind drifted to the bag of dog food she had left at the factory entrance for her border collie. In retrospect, his actions were perhaps similar to hers, simply a matter of convenience. Regardless, she felt a sense of relief that he was not an enemy. If he had been, matters would have been considerably more complicated. The rain poured down relentlessly, severely diminishing visibility. As Jiang Nuo drove, she struggled to see more than a few meters ahead, and the water accumulated rapidly on the roads. Fortunately, the residential area she had chosen was situated at a higher elevation. Gradually making her way home, the flooding was not as severe. Moreover, being an upscale neighborhood with newly paved roads, her return was remarkably smooth. She parked in an unoccupied space and concealed her vehicle within her storage. For the foreseeable future, the car would see little use. After navigating several security doors, Jiang Nuo finally arrived home. After 20 hours of being out in the world, she had only partially recuperated her fatigue with the spring water from her space. Nevertheless, upon returning to the comfort of her familiar surroundings, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and fatigue wash over her. Checking the time, it was now 6:26 p.m. Xiao Nuo, where have you been? Yu Ruohua had risen early. At this hour, she was already awake and concerned. You didn't come home late, and with such heavy rain, I was about to call you. I was out handling some matters. Jiang Nuo removed her raincoat, which Yu Ruohua promptly took to shake off the water before hanging it on the balcony. It's raining, how wonderful! Yu Ruohua exclaimed, gazing out from the balcony with unrestrained joy. Finally, the temperature has dropped. Everything should return to normal. Who knows? Jiang Nuo replied softly, fixing her gaze on Yu Ruohua. Mom, the rain is quite heavy. When I returned, the streets were already flooded. Please don't go outside. Oh, I know. Why would I venture out in such downpour? I can hardly escape the rain, and there's food and meat at home. If the rain keeps falling, I certainly won't be stepping out. Yu Ruohua chuckled in response. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Nuo realized her fatigue was mounting. She decided to take a brief rest before addressing anything further. Chapter 28. The rain falls relentlessly. The torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens as if it were free, inundating the low-lying shops and transforming the streets into vast expanses of water. Numerous vehicles were submerged, and many ground-floor apartments became uninhabitable. Fortunately, at Jiang Nuo's residence, there was no flooding yet, and all electrical facilities continued to function normally. Awakening from a deep slumber of 13 hours, she found it was already dusk. Yuruawa was on the balcony gazing outside, and upon seeing her rise, called her over for dinner. Jiang Nuo, still groggy from her long rest, lacked an appetite, so Yuruawa sliced some watermelon for her to ease into the evening. Noticing Jiang Nuo's pale yet rosy complexion, Yuruawa remarked, "What have you been up to these past few days? Running about in this sweltering heat. Now you can finally take a breather." Yang Nuo, sitting on the sofa, munching on the watermelon, replied, "I haven't been wearing makeup." Although she had tried it when she first started working, she quickly abandoned the endeavor due to her unsatisfactory results. Yet, this was the second time her mother had commented on her appearance. Perhaps it wasn't merely a mother's bias, but a sign that she had indeed become fairer. Could it be related to the spring water from her space? Ever since she had given her mother a taste, her overall condition seemed significantly improved. Outside, the rain continued unabated, and with rising waters, few dared to venture outside. Jiang Nuo aimed to relax today, indulging in a little exercise before reclining on the sofa with milk tea, watching her favorite shows. Yuruawa, concerned for her daughter who had been tirelessly running around for the past 2 months, occasionally brought her snacks. Thus, the first day of the apocalypse unfolded amidst the languid atmosphere. The relentless rain persisted for 24 hours. Flooding scenes dominated the internet, showcasing cities worldwide transformed into watery realms overnight. Many households were rendered uninhabitable, and with no sign of the rain relenting, some began seeking assistance online or in community groups. The streets were perilously submerged, rendering most vehicles inoperable, and the number of missing persons steadily increased. Authorities urged residents to seek refuge in higher floors. Despite the dire circumstances, the general sentiment remained optimistic. Families had stockpiled food during the preceding weeks, believing that the rain could not possibly last as long as the heat waves had. They reassured one another that enduring a day or two would lead to normalcy's return. However, pessimists voiced their concerns, and the notion of an impending apocalypse spread swiftly online. Some urged others to hoard supplies and seek shelter on higher floors, suggesting that the downpour might persist for an extended period. Yet, such sentiments were quickly ridiculed by influential figures online, who dismissed them as ignorant, arguing that anyone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education should know better. Supporters countered, recalling the initial claims that the heat would not last long, only to endure consecutive months of sweltering temperatures. With a cacophony of opinions, individuals found themselves unsure of whom to trust. That evening, Jiang Nuo's community began to experience flooding, with the underground garage being the first to succumb. Filled with rainwater before midnight, the first floor began to flood significantly, and residents, along with property management, spent the night moving valuables to the fire escape, creating a tumultuous scene. The downpour did not cease as anticipated. Within 3 days, the entire first floor was entirely submerged. Concurrently, many areas experienced power outages. Fortunately, the electrical facilities in Jiang Nuo's community were situated at a higher elevation, allowing them to maintain power and running water temporarily. Amidst this turmoil, the most lively conversations occurred not in the hallways, but in the owners' group chat. The residents of the first floor, now unable to inhabit their homes, resorted to sleeping in the corridors, reaching a state of despair. Some compassionate owners suggested that those on higher floors temporarily shelter their neighbors until the flood receded, a matter of just a few days. Ultimately, a solitary elderly resident on the 7th floor agreed to take them in, as her children resided abroad, leaving her home with empty rooms. However, others in different buildings faced far less fortunate circumstances. Despite being mere walls apart, many neighbors were strangers to one another, and few were willing to invite unfamiliar faces into their homes. Ding dong. While engaged in some light exercise, Jiang Nuo received a WeChat message from a familiar face. Evident from the adorable selfie of Tanling, Jiang Nuo had forgotten when she had added her as a contact. The previously dormant high school group, university group, and colleague group had sprung to life, with unread messages piling up to 99. Classmates she hadn't spoken to in years began reaching out, perhaps driven by boredom or anxiety, eager to share updates. Tanling, Jiang Nuo, Do you have enough food at home? If not, you can come over to get some. I live on the 6th floor. Jiang Nuo hesitated before replying. Thank you, I'm fine for now. Tan Ling continued. I heard you live with just your mother, right? Jiang Nuo furrowed her brow, unsure how Tan Ling had come by that information, and replied guardedly. Who told you that? Tan Ling. I saw it in the owner's group. They have ties with the property management and know everything about our situations. There are only about 30 households in our unit, and if the water rises further, they may need to accommodate families with fewer residents. Tan Ling. I only have my friend with me. Signed, my parents are in the capital, and they bought this home for me while I study here. I feel scared being alone, so I asked my best friend to stay with me. Now that it's just the two of us, it feels rather daunting. Jiang Nuo had been unaware of Tan Ling's circumstances, but could surmise that her family was well off. Wang Jinli was a person who would not rise early for anything less than profit, suggesting wealth played a role in their relationship. Tan Ling, by the way, if the water continues to rise, would you be willing to take in residents from lower floors? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Would it be better to have more people around? Jiang Nuo found the notion preposterous. You two are frightened even with your door locked, yet you would let strangers in, possibly including men? How does that make sense? Tan Ling, it's not that terrifying. We all live in the same building. A few days of mutual support might help. This line of thinking struck Jiang Nuo as utterly foolish, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you're scared, just secure your doors and windows. Finding ways to protect yourself is essential. Relying on others is futile. After typing this, she tossed her phone aside, unwilling to engage further. If others wished to play the savior, that was their choice, but she had no intention of getting involved. The rain continued to pour. Jiang Nuo spent her days either exercising or lounging on the sofa, occasionally petting her cat, Hame. With a plethora of shows and movies she had previously lacked time to watch, she now indulged in a backlog of entertainment, enjoying streaming resources that remained accessible even without an internet connection thanks to cache content. Yu Ruohua, feeling the monotony of the days, prepared various dishes to pamper her daughter. As power outages and internet disruptions spread across regions, discussions of the impending apocalypse dominated public discourse. Trapped at home with no outlet for their frustrations, the homeowners released their despair within the group chat. At first, everyone believed that the torrential rain would soon cease. However, a week has now elapsed, and the entire city has transformed into an expansive sea. The heavens and the earth are intertwined by a curtain of incessant raindrops, and rather than abating, the deluge shows signs of intensifying. Chapter 29. Circle of Friends. Yu Ruohua began to feel anxious. Sigh, who knows when this rain will cease? Even if it does stop, everything will likely be submerged. Jiang Nuo conceded that her mother had a modicum of foresight. Given the current predicament, the crops in the fields were undoubtedly lost, and the national grain reserves were nearly depleted. Therefore, even when the flood recedes, everyone would still face a severe shortage of food. Moreover, this torrential downpour showed no signs of abating in the short term. I wonder if the meat and vegetables we store will suffice, Yu Ruohua mused. How about we start eating less meat and more rice from today onward? Reduce our rations? And cut down on meat? May was the first to protest. After finally cooling off, you want to take my meat away? Absolutely not. Jiang Nuo gently rubbed May's head, urging her to calm down. Mom, you needn't worry about food, she reassured. We have plenty of grain at home. Plenty? Yu Ruohua replied. We have enough rice and flour, but at this rate, the vegetables will be gone in at most 2 weeks. As for the meat, I've managed to store some cured meats and sausages, which can last a while. But given the situation, being frugal is always wise. That's not what I meant, Jiang Nuo said, leading her mother to the 36th floor. As she opened the door, Yu Ruohua's astonishment was palpable. What is all this? Did you prepare all of this? And what about this house? This is all my doing. The 35th and 36th floors were originally one unit, and I rented both as a precaution. With the apocalypse upon them, Jiang Nuo felt it was time to reveal some truths. In fact, we have even more supplies than this. You needn't worry. I can explain anything you wish to know. Yu Ruohua pondered, gazing at the stacked provisions, and after a moment, she nodded. No wonder you were so busy recently. I thought, while everyone was working from home, why was my daughter out and about in this heat? And these layers of security doors. I used to think they were a hassle, but now I realize how secure they are. As she spoke, she affectionately grasped Jiang Nua's hand. You needn't explain anything to me. I trust you. As long as we are okay, that's all that matters. I may not be well educated, but I understand enough to know you have a plan. Yes, Jiang Nua replied, feeling a warmth in her heart. She buried her head on her mother's shoulder, regardless of what they had endured. The presence of family was both her vulnerability and her armor. Mom, I will protect you. Just trust me. Of course I trust you. Who else would I trust, if not my own daughter? Yu Ruohua meticulously checked the windows and doors of the 36th floor, ensuring everything was securely shut so no one could peek inside, and only then did she feel at ease. After having lived there for some time, she examined the 2 floors again, growing increasingly satisfied and praising her daughter's meticulousness. The staircase between the 34th and 35th floors had an iron gate followed by a security door, and the same was true for the stairs between the 35th and 36th floors. The glass windows were reinforced with steel bars and installed with bulletproof glass, providing maximum security. Thinking of the vegetables she had planted on the rooftop, Yu Ruohua felt even more reassured. Mom, this rain is unlikely to stop anytime soon, so you should prepare yourself mentally, Jiang Nua warned. Yu Ruohua sighed. How many lives will be lost? Jiang Nua bit her lip, choosing not to respond. How many lives lost? One could only say there were countless. The relentless downpour had persisted for nearly half a year, while there were brief interludes. The torrential rains would return without fail. People struggled to survive amidst such calamities. Crops perished, and many starved. When the interminable rainfall finally ceased and the floods receded, the nation and various factions could finally breathe and establish bases of varying sizes. However, when the bases first opened, chaos reigned. The one Jiang Nua had visited in her previous life was barely equipped, with only walls built and no shelters from the wind. People had to toil for food while facing continuous earthquakes and acid rain, and many did not survive. It would take another year or two before the houses were constructed, order was restored, and crops were planted, gradually leading to stability. As the saying goes, when the home is filled with grain, the heart is at ease. With Yu Ruohua's spirits lifted, the matter of rationing was no longer mentioned. Well, I shall prepare dinner. Tonight, we shall have ribs, half braised and half sweet and sour. Hame exclaimed in delight. Jiang Nua settled comfortably on the sofa, awaiting dinner, only to find her phone could no longer access the internet. Though she had anticipated this, a sense of regret washed over her, realizing this disconnection would last at least a decade. Fortunately, the 5G signal would hold for a few more days. In truth, whether or not there was internet had become inconsequential. The vast majority were unable to connect, rendering it meaningless. The official notices primarily encouraged everyone to focus on self-rescue. Remain calm and wait for the floods to subside. Jiang Nua casually opened the community group chat and noticed some residents were running low on their food supplies, seeking assistance and willing to pay exorbitant prices for provisions. Those with ample reserves began selling their excess. Upon seeing Tan Ling had also sold a bag of rice, Jiang Nua clicked on her friend circle and discovered a new post from her. The water has reached the 2nd floor. When will it stop? Thank goodness for Dreamy the little hamster. We stocked up enough supplies, or we would be starving. Laughing and crying emoji. The post included 2 photos, one of herself and another showcasing a modest pile of supplies. Jiang Nua couldn't help but grimace. There were still many who refused to believe that societal order would collapse. Some girls simply loved to share everything on their friend circles. Soon, they would become part of the unfortunate crowd. In the following 2 days, Jiang Nua focused on honing her combat skills. She envisioned conjuring a small dagger in her hand while throwing punches, striking her opponent before swiftly returning the weapon to her space, leaving them bewildered as to how they had been injured. She aimed to master her techniques to the point where the transitions would be seamless, but achieving such proficiency required immense practice. She admitted that the enigmatic man in black had spurred her on. Previously, she believed her survival skills honed in the apocalypse, coupled with good weaponry, were sufficient for self-defense. But now she realized that there were indeed stronger individuals in this world. To protect herself and her family, she needed to become even more formidable. After working up a sweat, Jiang Nua took a shower and emerged to her mother calling her. Dinner is ready. The table was set with fish-flavored eggplant, spicy stir-fried meat, and a winter melon shrimp soup, all visually appealing and aromatic, making her mouth water. How may desht over? Eager to dig in, for when it came to eating, she was undoubtedly the fastest. As Jiang Nua enjoyed her meal, she noticed her mother had barely touched her chopsticks. Lost in thought, and she asked directly, Mom, what are you thinking about? Yu Ruohua snapped back to reality. Since we moved here, I've taken Han Mei for walks and chatted with the residents of this unit. I suppose we've become somewhat familiar. Today, I overheard them discussing a plan to salvage supplies from the small supermarket within the community, which has been submerged for quite some time. They were asking who would be willing to go, and I intend to join. Salvage what? There is a small supermarket in the neighborhood with plenty of goods that have been underwater for ages. They're hoping to retrieve some supplies, Yu Ruohua explained. I thought about it. We could remain hidden, but if we never show our faces, it might raise suspicions that we have plenty of food stashed away. A brief outing could also help us gather some information. Don't you think? She spoke earnestly, adding, let us grow cautiously and not act recklessly. Jiang Nua pondered for a moment and replied, there is some truth to that. After reflecting further, she said, I shall go. Yu Ruohua disagreed, saying, the waters are too treacherous. Why would you venture there? Jiang Nua explained, I will not dive in. I will merely assist from the side. At least I can swim and have learned to dive. That makes it far safer than your involvement. Seeing her determination, Yu Ruohua reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall inform them. Just be sure to prioritize your safety. We are merely pretending. After all, we do not truly need that little bit of food. Rest assured. I am fully aware, Jiang Nua replied. Chapter 30. The salvage team, although she had only recently moved in, Yu Ruohua, of her age, possessed a certain social prowess, having acquainted herself with most of the residents in the apartment building. The initiative this time came from the 9th floor, where the homeowner, surnamed Du, was affectionately referred to as Brother Du. He was quite affluent, owning a large gym and maintaining amicable relations with the property management, which enabled him to run a small supermarket within the community, typically overseen by his mother. Unfortunately, their store, located on the ground floor, was inundated on the first day of the torrential rain. At that moment, there was still time to salvage some items. But Brother Du's family underestimated the severity of the situation, believing the rain would soon cease. Days passed, and the supermarket was submerged several meters beneath the floodwaters, rendering access impossible. As the supplies at home dwindled day by day, Brother Du came to the stark realization that the rain would not relent, and panic set in. Initially, he intended to retrieve their belongings on his own, but with the water rapidly rising to the 3rd floor and the torrential downpour continuing, even venturing out with a swimming ring posed a significant risk. Moreover, salvaging items from a completely submerged supermarket without diving equipment was an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, he had no choice but to rally the residents of the building, calling upon anyone who could contribute manpower or resources to devise a plan for retrieving the supplies and sharing them collectively. The supermarket offered essential living supplies, including instant noodles, sausages, eggs, snacks, and beverages, items with sealed packaging that, even after days of soaking, were likely still salvageable. Yu Ruohua took the initiative to spread the word, and soon, Jiang Nua found herself added to a WeChat group where Brother Du shared updates. He was candid, laying out the circumstances in detail, a skill honed through his business dealings. With everyone feeling anxious about the relentless rain and the prospect of running out of food, those with provisions were eager to assist, and responses flooded in. Jiang Nua noted that the group, including Brother Du, comprised 10 individuals representing 10 households, with Tan Ling among them. Brother Du stated, "These are the participants. Please change your names to your real names, and then we can discuss our roles." He announced that he could dive, and Tan Ling spoke up first, volunteering to retrieve items from underwater. "I can dive as well," he added. "Should we not construct a makeshift boat first? We could gather swimming rings and life jackets from our homes and tie them together to create a temporary vessel. We can also collect empty drink bottles to see if they can be pieced together." "No need for that. I have a small boat that can be used," came a voice. "Wow, that is splendid. My friend, you're practically a lifesaver." As the discussion heated up, Jiang Nuo remained silent, keeping an eye on the individual who had mentioned the small boat, a man named Wu Dei. For the foreseeable future, the small boat would be the sole mode of transport, granting him an advantage in the quest for supplies and significantly increasing his chances of survival. "I would like to inquire," Jiang Nuo interjected. "Wu Dei, what does your boat look like?" "Yes, we must clarify this as it pertains to safety." Wu Dei promptly shared a photograph. The setting appeared to be a guest room in his home, devoid of furniture but filled with shelves housing various intricate handcrafted models. Against the wall stood a workbench, with a small welding machine and an array of tools in the corner. In the center of the room lay a pile of stainless steel pipes, seemingly salvaged from a security window, alongside several boards presumably intended for constructing the small boat. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these boards were a hodgepodge of materials, scraps of stainless steel, iron sheets, and even flattened bowls and dishes. The revelation of what Wu Dei referred to as a boat stirred apprehension among the group. "Can that even carry a person? Surely it won't sink when placed in water?" Wu Dei reassured them. "It won't sink, I promise. I tested it yesterday." "Did you just make this small boat in the past few days?" Others pressed on. "Yes. Seeing the severe flooding outside, I realized that to venture out, a boat was necessary, so I got to work on it. It turned out to be quite timely." "Well done, Wu. You truly are the star of our unit, demonstrating remarkable craftsmanship." Upon witnessing this exchange, Jiang Nuo set her phone down and turned to Yu Ruohua, asking, "Mom, do you know Wu Dei?" Having settled in not long ago, but already grasping the situation, her mother explained that Wu Dei owned a repair shop and was exceptionally skilled, rumored to be capable of crafting anything. Previously, he had even constructed an oddly shaped vehicle for his daughter, which garnered attention in the community, nearly making him an internet sensation. She added that he was a rugged man, raising his daughter alone without much foresight, which explained his eagerness to join the salvage effort. "I'm aware of him. He runs a repair shop," Yu Ruohua replied. "I've heard he can do anything, even creating toys for his daughter. He once made a functioning princess carriage for her to ride around the neighborhood, drawing quite the crowd on social media." Jiang Nuo nodded, understanding now why he was so anxious to build a small boat to seek food. His practical skills, creativity, and proficiency with tools suggested that if he could endure these trying times, he would thrive in establishing a base in the future. Meanwhile, the group reached a consensus on their plan. That evening, Wu Dei would work late to reinforce the small boat, testing it again the following morning to ensure its safety before proceeding. Brother Du concluded, "Let us delineate our roles to avoid any chaos later." After a brief tally, the roles within the salvage team were swiftly established. Out of 10 participants, Brother Du would retain 30% of his own belongings, while Wu Dei, Tan Ling, and Wang Chong, the primary divers, would each take 20%. The remaining 6 members assisting would evenly split the final 10%, as their contributions primarily involved light labor. Brother Du stated, "Let us agree on this. Everyone should stay alert to group messages. I cannot predict when we'll assemble, but there will inevitably be times when the rain lessens, and we will set out then, depending on the circumstances, understood?" "Understood. We shall follow Brother Du's lead," came the chorus of agreement. That night, Jiang Nuo stayed up late, engrossed in the news. The relentless downpour had even led to widespread power outages in high-altitude regions, and those still able to connect to the internet were few and far between. Based on her hazy recollection, it would only be a couple of days before phone signals would be entirely disrupted, making every moment of connectivity precious. The night passed in tranquil stillness. For breakfast, her mother prepared steaming pork buns and freshly made soy milk. Jiang Nuo washed an apple and sliced 2 kiwis, ensuring a balanced intake of carbohydrates, protein, and vitamins. After breakfast, she received a notification from Brother Du, announcing a gathering on the 3rd floor at 8:30. Dressing in comfortable sportswear and tying her hair back, she retrieved a long nylon net from her supplies and made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the meeting point, the rest of the salvage team arrived shortly thereafter. Tan Ling was the last to arrive, holding a pair of diving goggles. She greeted Du Gu and then waved to Jiang Nuo as she approached her. "You're here too?" Tan Ling smiled. "Actually, we're not lacking in food right now. I just wanted to bring up some sanitary pads and sleep pants." But my roommate was too focused on buying snacks and forgot about these essentials. Indeed. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly today, Tan Ling added. Let us hope so, Jiang Nuo replied, her tone neither warm nor cold. The group was not particularly familiar with one another, and there was little to discuss. Noticing Jiang Nuo's aloof demeanor, Tan Ling shook her head slightly, perhaps sensing that Jiang Nuo was not easy to approach, and thus turned her attention back to Du Gu. Du Gu provided a brief introduction of everyone, primarily focusing on the three main players, while the others would assist them. It was at this moment that Jiang Nuo turned her gaze to Wu Dai, a man in his 30s, slender and slightly disheveled. Likely due to working late the previous night, his eyes red-rimmed. The small boat he had assembled was already prepared, although it appeared to be a makeshift construction. The craftsmanship was commendable, with smooth, even welds reinforced with several pipes from security screens, making it seem quite sturdy. All right, everyone is here, Du Gu announced loudly. Let's begin. Everyone, please lend a hand as we place the small boat into the water for a test. The group donned their raincoats and collectively pushed the boat, allowing it to glide smoothly into the water, although they had chosen a time when the rain was at its lightest. Jiang Nuo found herself momentarily breathless as the dense raindrops pelted down upon her. She quickly regained her composure, noticing that the others were also gritting their teeth and persevering through the downpour. Wu Dai climbed aboard to inspect the vessel before signaling to the group, "No leaks. You may come aboard." A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone. Chapter 31. Not to be provoked, Wu Dai's small boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals at a time. The primary effort in rowing fell upon him, and he distributed 3 rudimentary paddles to the others. If we coordinate our strokes according to my directions, we will progress much more swiftly, he asserted. The group, undeterred by the pouring rain, complied and began rowing. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the community, not too far from their destination. Jiang Nuo, being part of the last group to board, exerted herself for a while before spotting Du Gu waving at them from a distance. Wu Dai and Du Gu remained aboard the small craft, while Jiang Nuo and the others crowded onto a narrow platform above the supermarket. Tan Ling, having shed her outerwear to reveal a swimsuit, donned a bathing cap and goggles as she engaged in warm-up exercises, exuding a professional demeanor that justified her role as the primary diver. Once her warm-up concluded, she acclimatized to the water, sticking out her tongue, "It's so cold." Du Gu promptly reassured her, "Hang in there, Xiaotan. We've brought ginger soup for you to enjoy once you're back up." Accompanying her in the dive was Wang Chong, a stocky man in his 30s with a buzz cut, whose bare arms displayed an elaborate tattoo, giving him an intimidating appearance. He scowled at Jiang Nuo and the others, barking orders, "Hurry it up. Isn't it cold in the water?" Prompted by his words, the group hastily assisted in securing ropes around the two. "Be alert. If I tug on the rope with force, you must pull up quickly. The current is swift, and everyone understands the dangers of going under. One moment of inattention could cost a life." We understand, they replied in unison. After Wang Chong finished speaking, he bit down on the key that Du Gu had given him and plunged into the water. He thrashed about underwater for a while before resurfacing quickly. "Damn it, it's too murky down there. I can't see anything, not even the keyhole." An older woman chimed in, "The keyhole should be easy to find." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Chong retorted, clearly irritated. "If it's so easy, why don't you give it a try?" The woman fell silent, cowed by his aggressive response. Wang Chong grumbled and dove in again, but after 2 more attempts, he emerged empty-handed. Realizing the difficulty, Tan Ling suggested, "Take a break. Let me give a shot." She took the key from Wang Chong, initially intending to bite it, but recalling how Wang Chong had done so moments earlier. She rinsed it in the water instead and threaded it onto her finger. Wang Chong observed her actions closely. "Oh, the beauty finds me repugnant," he remarked with a smirk, though his gaze remained ominous. Tan Ling playfully dismissed his comment. "Not all, Wang Gu." Wang Chong said nothing further as Tan Ling swiftly submerged herself. Jiang Nuo, having practiced diving for a few days, noted that Tan Ling's movements were far more agile and professional than Wang Chong's. Yet due to the exceedingly poor visibility underwater, it took her several attempts before she finally managed to unlock the door. Soon, various items began rising to the surface: cigarettes, balloons, plastic toys, trivial goods typically found at the entrance of a supermarket. The individuals above quickly sprang into action, retrieving whatever they could, regardless of its utility. Wu Dei and Du Gu, aboard the small boat, collected items from farther away, while those who could swim dove for closer finds, and those who could not swam alongside to assist in organizing and packing. With the door now open, the official retrieval of goods commenced. Wang Chong and Tan Ling submerged with large nets, capturing beverages, milk, and bottled condiments, while the instant noodles and snacks were allowed to float down the current for easier collection. Without oxygen tanks, their efficiency was quite poor, and they required breaks after each round. They fashioned a makeshift canopy from extra raincoats to provide some respite. A man from the 11th floor brought 2 thermos containers filled with ginger soup prepared by his wife, allowing them to sip a bit during breaks. As the rain began to pour again, Wang Chong gritted his teeth and urged Tan Ling, "There are still plenty of items inside. Let us not rest. We must fetch them first." Tan Ling nodded and once more plunged into the water alongside Wang Chong. As they managed to retrieve a considerable amount, Du Gu and Wu Dei began ferrying the items back, and it was undeniable that the collective mood was buoyed by the abundance of supplies. Jiang Nuo wielded a telescopic net pole that extended over 4 meters, with a robust nylon net that proved highly effective. Although the stainless steel material was somewhat heavy, it was easily maneuverable once one adjusted to the water's flow. 6 individuals assisted her from above. Although she did not dive in, she managed to haul in more items than the combined efforts of the other 5, appearing effortless interactions. The others, witnessing her efficiency, opted to assist her instead, helping to locate items, directing her, and unpacking the net, far quicker than diving themselves. "Your net is truly remarkable," the man from the 11th floor chuckled. "We're all saving energy by following your lead. It looks like the kind used for deep-sea fishing. Do you fish too, young lady?" "Not all. I won in a company raffle," Jiang Nuo responded calmly. "What floor do you live on? You seem a bit unfamiliar," the man from the 11th floor inquired. Before Jiang Nuo could answer, an older woman nearby interjected loudly. "She lives on the 35th floor, having just moved in a month ago. It's just her and her mother at home." Jiang Nuo furrowed her brow. This woman, Lu Shuqin, resided on the 14th floor. The residents' WeChat group had all changed their names to their real ones, and she had discreetly matched names to faces upon her arrival. "Lu Jia, you certainly seem well informed," the man from the 11th floor remarked with amusement. "Of course I know. Her mother is quite formidable, always stocking up at the supermarket before heavy rains." Hauling various bags home, Lu Shuqin said, deliberately sighing, "With all that food, you must struggle to finish it, right?" "Lu Jia, that is quite presumptuous. You seem to frequent the supermarket as well. I believe you purchase the most of anyone on our floor," the man from the 11th floor countered. "Huh, nonsense. It's your wife who stands in line at the supermarket all day, hauling bags home. Don't think I'm oblivious," Lu Shuqin exclaimed dramatically. "I merely buy groceries for my large family. Our rice supply is nearly exhausted. We're left with just some noodles to sustain us. Don't even mention it. Who isn't in the same boat? When it comes to shopping, who isn't buying? With a family, it barely lasts a few days. Otherwise, who would venture out in this downpour to retrieve items? We 6 can barely share one portion. I wonder if it will be enough for a day." This conversation prompted a collective sigh from the others, but once they finished sighing, they couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nuo with renewed scrutiny. Jiang Nuo realized that Lu Shuqin's words had drawn the attention of several individuals. With only 2 women on the 35th floor, you are indeed at a disadvantage. Within the owners group, some had connections to the property management, and each household's circumstances were generally well known. At that moment, Wang Chong resurfaced, and Lu Shuqin hurried to grab the bag he held. But before she could secure it, he released his grip, causing the contents to scatter into the water and swiftly drift away. Fortunately, Jiang Nuo reacted swiftly, extending her net to salvage a majority of the items, though the remainder sank below the surface, likely lost to the depths. The others, still shaken, rushed to assist Jiang Nuo in retrieving the pole. Wang Chong, witnessing this, erupted in anger. "Damn it, you foolish woman. Can't you be more careful? I risked my life to retrieve that." If it weren't for Xiao Jiang's quick actions, everything would have sunk. Lu Shuqin, chastised, fell silent, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, Du Ge and Wu Dei returned, having rowed back with 2 large bags of biscuits. Tan Ling also swam over to lend a hand. As the rain intensified, both Tan Ling and Wang Chong began to show signs of fatigue. Tan Ling's face turned pale from the cold, and her irritation was palpable. You all need to handle the items with care. Honestly, that old fool, only here to make up the numbers, doesn't he have any awareness? Unable to assist, yet proving to be a hindrance. It is indeed quite unfortunate. Wang Chong continues to scold. Lu Shuqin, being of considerable age, feels profoundly distressed to be reproached so harshly, yet dares not confront Wang Chong and his companions, merely casting a resentful glance at Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo's gaze, too, is cold as it meets hers. The rain pours heavily, causing discomfort among the group. With gritted teeth, Wang Chong turns to Tan Ling and asserts the necessity of one final venture to retrieve all that is needed. Tan Ling nods in agreement, while Du Ge produces several chocolate bars to replenish their energy. The two hastily consume the chocolate before plunging back into the water. At the slightest movement of the rope they are to pull, given the ominous weather, Du Ge feels a tinge of anxiety. I and Wu Dei will handle the cargo. You all assist with the people. Move swiftly, and Xiao Jiang, keep an eye on the goods that are exposed, Du Ge meticulously instructs. The group executes their tasks commendably, and during this dive, they manage to recover a significant amount of supplies. Once they surface, Wang Chong quickly dons his clothing, shivering from the cold. We must return first. You all remain to sort and count the items. Tan Ling hastily puts on her outerwear and raincoat, clutching the thermos as she finishes the last of the ginger soup, exclaiming, "Indeed, I must hurry and take a hot bath." Thus, the group departs in batches with the supplies. Jiang Nuo and Lu Shuqin stay behind to tally the items. Once Wang Chong and the others have ventured far, Lu Shuqin suddenly seizes a large bag of biscuits and stuffs it in her clothing, intending to hoard some for herself. From the 11th floor, a voice interjects, "Sister Lu, this is far too conspicuous. Even if we remain silent, others will notice at a glance. I advise against this." Both Du Ge and Wang Chong are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Wang Chong's name, Lu Shuqin's expression falters, and she reluctantly discards the biscuits, yet feeling resentful. She finds 2 bags of candy to conceal in her pockets. Chapter 32. Complete power outage. Wu Dei eventually arrived to retrieve the 3 of them. He was astute enough to notice Lu Shuqin's bulging pockets and cast a glance at Jiang Nuo and her mother, but ultimately remained silent. Back in the apartment building, they were relieved to be out of the torrential rain and could finally relax. "Let's rest for a bit, then bring the dinghy up after we've divided the supplies." "It's too difficult to move right now," the man from the 11th floor suggested, wiping the rain from his face. At that moment, Wang Chong and Tan Ling, having changed into dry clothes, also came downstairs. With 10 people in total, Du Ge took the lead in dividing the resources into 10 portions. They hadn't realized how much they had gathered while they were out, but now that everything was piled together, it was quite substantial. After all, they had salvaged most of the supermarket's contents, making the half-day's effort worthwhile. As agreed, Du Ge would take 3 portions, Wang Chong, Tan Ling, and Wu Dei would take 2, and the remaining portion would be divided among the others. During the distribution, Lu Shuqin was naturally the most assertive. She surveyed the scene, seized 2 large bags of instant noodles, and turned to Jiang Nuo, "Say, little girl, you should take less." Jiang Nuo looked at her, questioning her audacity. "It's just you and your mother at home. You won't even be able to finish all the food. Why bother competing with us for this little bit? My family has 4 people, and we've been hungry for days," Lu Shuqin argued, self-righteously. Jiang Nuo scoffed, "Your hunger is of no concern to me." Lu Shuqin, taken aback by her retort, initially flushed with embarrassment, then became enraged. "You had the easiest time today, contributing the least. What did you even do? You didn't go into the water, and we were the ones carrying everything. You just stood there, scooping things up with a net, and your clothes didn't even get wet. What about us? Is that so?" Jiang Nuo said calmly. "Without me, Wang Chong's entire bag of supplies would have fallen into the water." Her mention of the incident immediately diminished Lu Shuqin's momentum. and the word she had been about to shout died in her throat. We will adhere to the agreed-upon distribution, and I shall receive my due share, Jiang Nua stated clearly, stepping forward to reclaim the instant noodles. Lu Shuqin's face contorted with displeasure. Being rebuffed by a young girl like this was humiliating. Fine, keep it if you want. Some people are just callous, preferring to hoard things and let them rot rather than see others go hungry. Lu Shuqin muttered under her breath, her resentment growing. With a glint of malice in her beady eyes, she feigned tidying up and walked behind Jiang Nua, intending to shove her into the water when no one was looking. But Jiang Nua was too quick for her. Before Lu Shuqin could make contact, Jiang Nua elbowed her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Lu Shuqin lost her footing and plunged into the water with a splash. Help! Save me! Jiang Nua watched Lu Shuqin flail in the water, showing no emotion. The others exchanged glances, unsure how to react. Fortunately, Lu Shuqin knew how to swim. After her initial panic, she gradually regained her composure, grabbing onto the outer wall of the third floor and yelling, "Pull me up! Give me a hand!" Dugu and the man from the 11th floor quickly pulled her out. "You little bitch! I curse you to a miserable death." As soon as she was out, she began to rant, ignoring the water dripping from her face. Everyone saw it. "She pushed me into the water. What do you think should be done about it?" Dugu and the others shook their heads, remaining silent. In such a confined space, everyone was aware of what had transpired. Lu Shuqin was no saint, but this little Jiang was a ruthless one. If Lu Shuqin hadn't known how to swim, that shove could have been fatal. Seeing that no one was coming to her aid, Lu Shuqin could only resort to empty threats. "Just you wait, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. Shut the hell up." Wang Chong, clearly annoyed by her, roared, "Do you want me to kick you back in there?" Bullies fear the relentless, and the relentless fear those who have nothing to lose. The tattooed man's outburst silenced her immediately. The law of the jungle was beginning to manifest itself in this post-apocalyptic world. The others may not have said anything, but they were also annoyed by Lu Shuqin's antics. Especially those who had assisted in the salvage operation, their clothes still soaked and shivering in the cold as they were forced to stand there and witness her tantrum. "I have something to say," Wang Chong announced. "Although we agreed on the distribution beforehand, I believe that those who contribute more should receive more." Everyone turned to him, curious about his intentions. "You're Tan Ling, right?" Wang Chong said to Tan Ling. "I'm a straightforward person, so don't think I'm bullying you just because you're a woman. Although you went into the water as many times as I did, you mostly retrieved useless items. Several times you went down, you were just collecting paper and sanitary napkins. I dragged out so many bags of rice I almost drowned. I definitely deserve to take more than you, since sanitary napkins can't be eaten and are useless to me. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing that everyone was watching her, Tan Ling could only offer an awkward smile and say softly, "Brother Wang, you can take the food. I'll keep the sanitary napkins. Is that all right?" "Then it's settled," Wang Chong said, taking at least half of Tan Ling's share and adding it to his own bag, while giving her the sanitary napkins and tissues. Tan Ling probably hadn't expected him to be so overbearing, and being intimidated by his size, she didn't dare object. Seeing how easily she could be manipulated, Wang Chong began to size her up. "We're neighbors, and there will be plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future, so I won't stand on ceremony." The old woman also seized the opportunity to grab 3 packs of sausages from behind Wang Chong, saying, "You're just a young girl. You can't eat that much anyway. I'm sure you've hoarded a lot of food at home. If you ask me, people like us who are starving don't even think about sanitary napkins. You're such a kind girl, unlike some people who have hearts as black as coal." She shot Jiang Nua a venomous look before quickly heading upstairs with her loot. The others remained silent, taking their respective shares and leaving. Jiang Nua estimated that Tan Ling had received less than 10 of the agreed-upon 20, but since she didn't object, there was nothing to be said. Wu Dai took out a woven bag and helped Tan Ling pack her belongings. "Do you want me to help you carry it upstairs?" "No need," Tan Ling said, brushing her hair back and smiling. "Actually, I was mainly after those items, but Brother Wang is—" She hesitated, then added, "Never mind. Thank you, Brother Wu." Tan Ling took the bag and walked upstairs alone, pausing as she passed Jiang Nua, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Wu Dai took out a rope to secure the dinghy, preventing it from being washed away. "You should take it home," Jiang Nua said to him before leaving. Wu Dai was taken aback, then realized what she meant and thanked Jiang Nuo. Thank you for the reminder. Back home, her mother and Hame greeted her. How was it? Yu Ruohua asked, touching her clothes. Although they weren't very wet, she still felt a chill. Go take a shower and change clothes. Don't catch a cold. Jiang Nuo handed the bag to her mother and said, let's have instant noodles for lunch today. It's been so long since we had instant noodles. I've actually been craving them, Yu Ruohua said. Okay, I'll go cook them now. By the time Jiang Nuo finished showering, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles were already on the table. Her mother's way of cooking instant noodles was divine. She would peel the tomatoes, dice them, and simmer them in a pot for about 10 minutes. Then, she would add the seasoning packet and a small amount of pickled vegetables before adding the noodles and cooking them until they separated. At this point, she would add the washed vegetables and cook them for 1 minute before ladling everything into a bowl, topping it with a fried egg and a few slices of ham. Tomato soup infused instant noodles, served in a bowl, accompanied by a medley of vegetables and generously ladled with broth, allowed for a hearty meal with minimal effort. After consuming a bowl of these convenient noodles, Jiang Nuo felt a warm sensation envelop her, the lingering chill from the rain having completely dissipated. Yet, she still craved more. When meals fell short, snacks would suffice. Jiang Nuo resolved to forego her afternoon workout and grant herself a half-day reprieve, seizing the opportunity to indulge in some online browsing. However, before nightfall, the bedroom lights abruptly extinguished. Had the power finally gone out? This was, after all, to be expected, considering the water had risen to the 2nd floor. The homeowners group erupted into chaos. Although there was still a bit of battery left in their phones, it would soon be depleted, plunging everyone into a state of panic. Was it a circuit breaker issue? Did anyone know how to fix it? Life without electricity was surely arduous. The neighboring community seemed unaffected, so why were we in darkness? As discussions swirled among the residents, Wu Dai quietly sent a message. I have some understanding of these matters. I shall investigate. Jiang Nuo observed from her window as Wu Dai navigated his small boat towards the distribution room. However, the situation remained unclear as he soon returned, making several trips back and forth, yet the repairs were not completed until the early hours of the morning. In the absence of light, the entire community was shrouded in darkness, punctuated only by the sound of heavy rain and the occasional cries of children. Those fortunate enough to have battery life on their phones spent the night lamenting in the group chat, fretting about what the future held, their messages brimming with tension and anxiety. Jiang Nuo awoke the following morning at 7, pressed the light switch, and discovered that the power had yet to return. This time, it was indisputably a complete blackout. Chapter 33. Reluctance to break the facade, Jiang Nuo awoke and stretched languorously as she retrieved the battery from her storage space. Preparing to connect it to a power strip, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Who could it be? Yu Ruohua, more alert than she, immediately moved towards the staircase upon hearing the sound. Jiang Nuo intercepted her, listening intently for any further noises, then opened the door. Through the outer iron gate, she observed Tan Ling standing alone outside. Are you looking for me? Jiang Nuo inquired, regarding her closely. Tan Ling nodded, her demeanor tinged with concern. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, she summoned the courage to speak. Jiang Nuo, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Last night, I received a call from Wan Jinli. Fortunately, my phone still had some battery left, otherwise I would have missed it. She patted her chest, as if relieved. Wan Jinli? The mention of his name darkened Jiang Nuo's expression. He sought you out? Yes. He mentioned that his situation is dire, primarily due to a lack of food. He's on the brink of despair. I was thinking of inviting him to my place. I still have plenty of provisions. Tan Ling's tone reflected her worry, yet her face also bore a hint of infatuation. I recall that you two share a good rapport. Now that he is in trouble, let us go retrieve him together. Yang no stopfet. You seek to court disaster. If you wish to perish alone, do not do so at my doorstep. Tan Ling was taken aback by her words. Incredulity etched on her face as she struggled to process what Jiang Nuo had just said. Why do you speak so harshly? What does perish even mean? She was both angry and anxious, unable to fathom Jiang Nuo's perspective. His residence is not far. We can borrow Uji's small boat and have him take us without any danger. We could quickly bring him back. Why would he assist you? Jiang Nuo retorted. It's not as if he owes you anything. I suggested exchanging food for his cooperation, and he readily agreed. Jiang Nuo frowned slightly. Have you been boasting about your roommate's stockpile of food? No, I am not foolish. When I posted on social media, I only showcased a small portion. Most of our supplies remain unphotographed. Tan Ling hastened to clarify, eager to prove her intelligence. My roommate is somewhat introverted. Recently, she has been buying excessive amounts of supplies, influenced by doomsday prophecies circulating online. Now, our home is overflowing with food, and it would be no issue to share some with Wugu and bring Wan Jinli here. Jiang Nuo found herself at a loss for words. Honestly, Tan Ling, you are fortunate to have such a remarkable roommate in these trying times. However, you seem intent on squandering this fortunate hand. Observing Tan Ling's singular focus on Wan Jinli, Jiang Nuo felt a mix of frustration and pity, reminiscent of her own past foolishness. She could not resist offering one last piece of advice. Your roommate is innocent. Do not drag her down with your reckless choices. I implore you not to proceed. Tan Ling's fury erupted. I have tolerated your condescension for too long. Jiang Nuo, your tone is so sarcastic, as if someone has wronged you. Who does not know what you truly think? Is it not because he called me instead of you? His affections are his own to choose. If you care for him, you should compete for his attention. Jiang Nuo gazed at her as if she were daft. Which of your eyes sees that I harbor feelings for him? Is it not so? Tan Ling countered, her agitation evident. Why else would you consistently target me with your barbed remarks? When I was retrieving items, you took advantage of the situation. I was bullied by Wang Chong and others, and you merely stood by. Jiang Nuo found the situation absurd. You cannot even voice your objections, yet you blame others for not aiding you? Tan Ling's face flushed with indignation. You need not disguise your feelings. I know your thoughts. However, Wan Jinli is my senior from university, and we have known each other for quite some time. Perhaps he is simply being considerate of you as a newcomer at work. But your misunderstanding of his kindness is your own issue. Do not place the blame on others. Her tone grew increasingly fervent, chin raised defiantly. There is no need for rivalry among women. Even if you misunderstand him, you should still pursue him instead of directing your resentment towards me. Are you finished? Jiang Nuo regarded her with an impassive expression. If you have concluded, you may leave. When one is consumed by romantic folly, they truly become deaf to the words of others. Jiang Nuo, weary of her tirade, simply shut the door. Tan Ling stood dumbfounded, staring at the door that had slammed shut. After a moment, she stomped her foot in frustration and walked away. In the afternoon, as the rain subsided slightly, Jiang Nuo observed Wu Dai maneuvering his small boat, ferrying Tan Ling away from the community. The boat bobbed precariously in the turbulent waters, akin to a leaf adrift in the current. It would not be long before the vessel would return with Wan Jinli. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would save her the effort of seeking him out later. Once he arrived, he would never have the opportunity to leave this building again. Knock, 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 knock. Another series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Just as Tan Ling had departed, someone else sought her out. Jiang Nuo pondered briefly, likely guessing the identity of the visitor, and proceeded to open the door. Standing outside the iron gate was an unfamiliar girl, her short hair lending her an air of determination. Clad in athletic attire, her face was marked with anxiety. Hello, Jiang Nuo interrupted her. You must be Ming Ming, right? The girl hesitated momentarily before nodding. Yes, I'm Li Ming, Tan Ling's roommate. Jiang Nuo did not invite her in, but instead inquired from behind the gate. What brings you here? Li Ming bit her lip, gazing at Jiang Nuo. I wanted to discuss something with you. What are your thoughts on Wan Jinli? What do you think? Jiang Nuo retorted with a question of her own. Li Ming lowered her gaze, as if organizing her thoughts. I have not interacted with him extensively, only 2 or 3 times. My impression is that he is quite a charming young man, courteous in his dealings. However, perhaps I'm being overly cautious. I cannot shake the feeling that he is keeping Tan Ling hanging on, almost using her. It seems she had held these thoughts for quite some time, as she expressed them all at once. Tan Ling comes from a well-off family and has always had things easy. She is rather naive and romantic. To be blunt, she is love-struck. Wan Jinli only seeks her out when he needs something, claiming to be busy otherwise. He sends her messages of good morning and good night, and when she reaches out, he replies promptly. When she is feeling down, he offers comforting words, and this has left her utterly spellbound. Yang no nodded. Indeed, this aligns with Wang Jinli's pattern. Yet those good mornings and good nights are likely mass messages, she mused. Given the current situation, we cannot predict when this storm will cease, nor whether the waters will recede. Tomorrow remains uncertain, and everyone is barely holding on. I cannot maintain the same optimism as Li Meng's eyes reflected her concern, but Ling dismissed her worries, claiming she was overly paranoid. Now that she intended to bring Wang Jinli over, they were to live together. The prospect filled her with trepidation. You sought me out merely to share this? Jiang Nuo raised an eyebrow. When Ling decided to fetch him, you did not object. Is it too late to express your fears now? I opposed it vehemently, she replied. I argued with her last night, and again, just before she left. She seems almost possessed, refusing to listen to anything I say, even calling me cold-hearted like you. Li Meng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the heat of our argument, she insisted the apartment was hers, that she had contributed half the funds for our supplies. Although I managed the procurement alone, she claims she has every right to assist a friend. Jiang Nuo remained silent. Li Meng was reluctant to confront Ling directly. What good would it do to voice her concerns? Standing outside the iron gate, Li Meng let out a sigh and lowered her head. I have known Ling for many years, she murmured. Despite her occasional infatuation, she is truly a remarkable friend. My training venue is far from the school. Yet she took the initiative to invite me to stay. Although I insisted on paying the rent and took on more household chores over these past 2 years, she has treated me exceptionally well. I find it hard to harden my heart. Chapter 34. Is someone watching you? Li Meng may have been burdened by her solitary anguish for far too long, thus feeling compelled to confide in this stranger her innermost thoughts. She expressed her feelings openly. Yet, if I were to confront her and she chose Wang Jinli over me, demanding that I vacate, where would I find solace? Even if Ling permitted me to take half of the supplies, in this precarious situation, possessing resources without a stable shelter would only exacerbate my plight. The outside world has become a deluge. Ling is an adept swimmer, a valuable skill indeed. Having years of camaraderie with her is far superior to facing this tribulation alone. That was my initial consideration. Jiang Nuo was willing to listen to her lengthy discourse, primarily to glean information about Ling, to ascertain the essence of her character through Li Meng's revelations. After all, since she had brought Wang Jinli into their midst, Jiang Nuo certainly harbored intentions to eliminate him. She was keenly aware of the need for vigilance regarding these individuals. Li Meng retained a semblance of clarity, yet she was oblivious to the brutal reality of the apocalypse, particularly regarding Wang Jinli's true nature. In truth, you possess a solution. You simply lack the will to act. What solution? Jiang Nuo inquired. Lock the door. Barricade it with all the furniture at your disposal. Your supplies are sufficient to sustain you for a considerable time. Ling, by bringing him back, would only face starvation alongside him, rendering her powerless against you. Within a week, they would inevitably turn against one another. You could observe how long her infatuation would endure, Jiang Nuo suggested. Li Meng was momentarily speechless, evidently shaken by Jiang Nuo's words. She closed her eyes and remained silent for more than half a minute before bitterly admitting, what you propose is indeed the best course of action, but I cannot bring myself to do it. I envision Ling, hungry and beseeching for my help, and I cannot bear the thought of denying her, especially when she has not wronged me in any way. Jiang Nuo shook her head. Then I have nothing more to say. I can guide her, but she ultimately chooses to disregard it, acknowledging the danger, yet clinging to illusions of friendship, only to witness the inevitable unraveling. This is a slow demise. Words from others hold little weight. Few possess the clarity to make decisive choices until the very last moment. Li Meng clenched her fists and raised her gaze to Jiang Nuo. I have contemplated this for a long time. The only solution I can conceive requires your assistance, and I hope you will consider it. I assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded. She paused, as if reaching a resolution. While Ling is away, I wish to conceal a portion of my supplies with you. I ask for your safekeeping. Half of these provisions will be yours. Jiang Nuo found this proposition curious. You do not even know me, yet you wish to entrust your belongings to me. If I were to abscond with them, what recourse would you have? You distrust your longtime friend, yet place your faith in a stranger? You decline to accompany Tan Ling in retrieving Wang Jinli, which I perceive as astute. In contrast with Tan Ling's perspective, Li Meng responded. What did she say about me? Zhang Nuo inquired. Li Meng hesitated, then softly replied. She claimed you harbor unrequited feelings for Wang Jinli, perceiving her as a rival, while asserting that Wang Jinli's affections lie with her. This plea for assistance was directed at her, not you, which incited your indignation. Yet I do not believe it to be so. In fact, I witnessed you at the staircase yesterday, where Lu Shuqin attempted to push you into the water. You reacted swiftly, forcing her to plunge instead. As an athlete, my dynamic vision surpasses that of others. Your movements were decisive, indicating you possess some skill. Taking a breath, she continued, I am willing to gamble. Even if I lose and you claim everything, that'll be my choice. Giving to you is no different than giving to anyone else. I accept the stakes. Moreover, when Wang Jinli arrives and realizes our supplies are not as abundant as anticipated, might that not prompt Tan Ling to awaken from her delusions? I decline. Zhang Nuo replied softly. I see no necessity to entangle myself in your troubles. In this apocalyptic world, the goodwill of a stranger signifies little. I prefer to remain uninvolved. Li Meng gritted her teeth. I understand your concerns. As I mentioned, half of the supplies left with you will be yours. Additionally, I possess 2 firearms, and I will relinquish one to you. Firearms? Zhang Nuo's interest peaked. Where do they come from? I am a national-level shooting athlete, having achieved top 8 in the World Championships, Li Meng explained. Recently, with the rumors of the apocalypse proliferating online, I discreetly concealed 2 firearms in my home. I can also teach you how to use them, enhancing your shooting skills. My only request is for you to safeguard the supplies, and when the need arises, I ask for your assistance. Zhang Nuo weighed her options, realizing the allure of this offer. In the later stages of the apocalypse, mutated creatures were rampant, and most missions involved confronting them. No one had explicitly trained her in firearms. She had merely survived through sheer will on the brink of death. However, her confidence in marksmanship was lacking. Furthermore, while her self-defense was manageable, she needed additional security for her mother. With only a pistol gifted by a mysterious benefactor, bearing a mere 10 rounds, her resources were insufficient. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were akin to divine artifacts, their deterrent power astonishing, significantly enhancing one's survival odds. Li Meng's willingness to part with one indicated her determination. Very well, I accept this arrangement, Zhang Nuo stated decisively. Your supplies may be temporarily stored in my residence, but I must clarify one stipulation. Should you require my assistance in the future, you must adhere to my directives. After all, it is said that good advice is often disregarded by the infatuated. I refuse to bear the consequences of your capriciousness. Agreed. It is settled. Li Meng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Let us gather the items now. There's quite a bit to transport. It would be best if your mother joined us. With the 3 of us working together, our efficiency will increase. We must complete this before Tan Ling returns. One moment, Zhang Nuo said as she turned back into the room, retrieving 2 large hiking backpacks from her space, and called for Yu Ruohua, briefly explaining the situation. Are we just helping her hide her belongings? No problem, Yu Ruohua agreed, though she cautioned, be cautious, do not let her pull any tricks. Yes, Mom, whatever occurs. Do not say a word. Simply follow my lead, Zhang Nuo instructed. Yu Ruohua nodded in assurance. Accompanied by her mother, Zhang Nuo and Li Meng ascended to the 6th floor. As Li Meng opened the door, Yu Ruohua observed her with a wary gaze, positioning herself protectively behind Zhang Nuo, resembling a hen guarding her chicks. Li Meng felt somewhat embarrassed and cast a pleading glance at Zhang Nuo, who urged, You may enter first. As she spoke, her knife was already positioned against Li Meng's back. Without hesitation, Li Meng stepped inside, cooperating with Zhang Nuo to inspect the premises for any intruders. Once they confirmed the absence of others, they gently closed the door. Upon entering the living room, a collection of food supplies greeted their eyes. Rice, noodles, vegetables, canned goods. Instant noodles. Precisely the items Tan Ling had showcased on social media, revealing that Li Meng had indeed made diligent preparations. Had it not been for Tan Ling's incompetence, the two of them could have barely weathered the storm with these provisions. Wang Jinli's residence was not far from here. According to Wu Dajiang, if fortune favored them, he would return in an hour and a half. Thus, they needed to transport the supplies to the 35th floor without being detected during this time frame. "Follow me," Li Meng instructed, leading Jiang Nuo into the bedroom. Li Meng opened the wardrobe, which was devoid of clothing but filled with neatly packaged compressed biscuits and bagged food. Stockpiling compressed biscuits was indeed a wise strategy. They occupy little space, offer comprehensive nutrition, encompassing protein, carbohydrates, sugars, vegetables, and vitamins. Nearly all the essential nutrients required by the human body. A mere small piece suffices to meet daily needs. To demonstrate her sincerity, Li Meng was the first to produce 2 long black fabric bags. As she unzipped them, dark rifles were revealed. Jiang Nuo had initially assumed that the weapon she mentioned was merely a training air rifle, only to discover it was indeed a genuine firearm, complete with a scope. This girl certainly had her secrets. After showing her the rifles, Li Meng swiftly zipped them back up. "If this rain ceases and the world can return to its former state, I hope you will return it to me, as it is, after all, illegal." Jiang Nuo nodded in agreement, of course. Li Meng then retrieved several boxes of ammunition from the wardrobe, instructing Jiang Nuo to place them in her backpack. Before hastily packing some compressed biscuits, "I purchased 500 kilograms of compressed biscuits, totaling 5,000 pieces, available in various flavors, all with the latest production dates. They can be stored for a minimum of 6 years." Yu Ruohua moved with greater agility than either of them. She heeded Jiang Nuo's guidance without uttering a word, focusing intently on gathering supplies. As soon as Li Meng extracted items from the wardrobe, Yu Ruohua swiftly packed them into the backpack. Jiang Nuo realized she had underestimated Li Meng's resourcefulness. The compressed biscuits were lightweight and had a long shelf life, making them vital supplies in the later stages of the apocalypse. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. Had this stockpile fallen into Wang Jinli's hands, it would have become his leverage for a resurgence. Both backpacks were filled to capacity, and the excess was carried in plastic bags. Jiang Nuo informed Li Meng, "I will take these up first. You all hurry. Be careful and try not to be seen." "The key is on the shoe cabinet," Li Meng replied, continuing to retrieve items from the wardrobe. Jiang Nuo took the key and stepped outside. The coast was clear. Once in the hallway, she transferred all the items into her space, paused for a moment, then returned with 2 empty backpacks. "Did anyone see you?" Upon entering, Li Meng asked anxiously. "Exercising caution is not a flaw." Jiang Nuo shook her head in response. Chapter 35. Just wait and see a significant amount of supplies awaited retrieval on Li Meng's bed, primarily consisting of dry rations and freeze-dried foods that she had purchased online. Freeze-dried food, a process involving vacuum freezing and drying, preserves the original freshness, flavor, aroma, and nutritional value of the food, even its appearance. Remarkably, these items can last up to 5 years without preservatives. Initially a luxury reserved for astronauts, this technology has gradually become commonplace. Jiang Nuo, who has pets, occasionally buys freeze-dried food for her dog, Hame, but she had never encountered such a diverse selection before. These were custom orders from a foreign company that specializes in this type of food. Since the apocalypse discussions intensified online, the company's website orders surged. Fortunately, I ordered early and received a shipment 3 days before the heavy rain. I vacuum-packed everything again, ensuring they will last 7 or 8 years without issue, Li Meng explained. Li Meng had amassed a comprehensive collection of freeze-dried items: mushrooms, vegetables, corn, strawberries, diced beef, shrimp, kung pao chicken, and more. To prepare them, one simply needs to soak them in warm water, and they swiftly regain their original form, retaining their color, aroma, flavor, and texture. The beef and shrimp are pre-seasoned and can be consumed directly after soaking in hot water. In total, Li Meng had stockpiled 500 packets of freeze-dried food. If consumed sparingly, 1 packet a day could sustain them for 6 years. Additionally, she had a large stash of dark chocolate and 200 packets of protein powder. You young people certainly know more Yuruahua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with interest. I had no idea such things could be purchased. Yet, Li Meng's expression turned somewhat bitter. I spent all my savings on these items and maxed out my credit card. If Tan Ling hadn't insisted on fetching Wang Jianli, we would have had enough to survive. With a sigh, she added, I should have considered renting a new place. However, it is too late to say anything now. What will you say to her when Tan Ling returns? There is no need for an explanation. She is rather oblivious and won't realize how much I purchased. Li Meng replied. She wants to inquire further before the food runs out. Recognizing her resolve, Jiang Nuo refrained from further comment. During this time, Jiang Nuo made 3 more trips to transport goods, each time discreetly depositing them in the space and returning empty-handed. By her 4th return to Li Meng's place, only a single large bag remained. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Meng sighed with relief, feeling somewhat steadied. Jiang Nuo glanced at the time. It had been over an hour since Tan Ling left to fetch Wang Jianli, and the rain outside intensified. Yu Ruohua stood by the window, pulling back the curtain a fraction to observe outside. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Xiao Nuo, look, is that the person you mentioned returning? Jiang Nuo approached and confirmed that indeed. Wu Day's small boat had returned, carrying a total of 5 individuals. Originally, the boat could only accommodate 4, so they had tied 2 swimming rings around it and filled it with empty beverage bottles to enhance buoyancy. Spotting Wang Jianli in the distance rekindled Jiang Nuo's resentment, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an urge to drown him. Yet, she restrained herself. Killing him outright would be too lenient. Why are there so many people? Li Meng appeared distressed. Who are those 2? They are Wang Jianli's friends, Jiang Nuo disclosed, fully aware that this had happened in her previous life as well. They had agreed that only Wang Jianli would come, but upon her consent to harbor him, 3 arrived instead. Jiang Nuo erupted in anger, blocking the entrance to deny them entry, but their numbers overwhelmed her, and they swiftly turned hostile, occupying her home. Jiang Nuo argued with them, but was ultimately outmatched. The neighbors merely watched with indifference, some even enjoying the spectacle while retreating after the confrontation. The names of her adversaries remained etched in her memory. One was Zhang Cheng, and the other Lu Wenyi. Li Meng's expression darkened, her eyes filled with turmoil. The 6th floor would soon become a coveted target in the eyes of the entire block. With everyone starving and fearing food shortages, they had brought in 3 large men, clearly indicating they were not in need. The arrangement with Wu Dai for food could not remain a secret. What reason did they have to assist her? How much supplies do you actually have on the 6th floor? She felt a chill run through her, closing her eyes for a moment. Ultimately, she could not abandon Tan Ling and gritted her teeth, saying, Jiang Nuo, you should return. I will call on you when I need your assistance. Jiang Nuo regarded her. Warning, the 2 individuals accompanying Wang Jianli are not good people. Take care. With that, she left with Yu Ruohua. Once outside, and finding no one around, Jiang Nuo placed the bag back into the space and ascended the stairs with her mother. As they approached home, Yu Ruohua suddenly noticed her empty hands and gasped. Xiao Nuo, where are your things? The matter of the space will come to light eventually, so I chose not to hide it, Jiang Nuo replied. I put them away, Mom. I will take time to explain later. For now, let us head home. Yu Ruohua paused for a moment, then nodded resolutely. All right, as long as you know what you're doing, I want to pry. Upon returning, they opened and closed door after door until Yu Ruohua felt a sense of security wash over her. I'll go prepare dinner. We still have potatoes. Tonight, I'll make you a beef stew with potatoes and some potato pancakes, she said, heading to the kitchen. Curious about Li Meng's freeze-dried foods, Jiang Nuo casually took out 2 packets, soaking them in warm water. In no time, a vibrant serving of strawberries and a steaming plate of kung pao chicken were ready. She sampled a strawberry. Though not as delectable as fresh ones, it was still delightful, bursting with fragrance and a sweet tart flavor. The kung pao chicken was even more appetizing, tasting nearly identical to the Western-style dish. While it could not compare to the stir-fried meals from domestic restaurants, in this apocalyptic setting, it was undoubtedly a gourmet delight. Having satisfied her curiosity, Jiang Nuo placed Li Meng's supplies in a dedicated corner of the space and refrained from touching them again. The tender beef stew was rich in flavor, and the potatoes absorbed the essence of the meat, making them soft and fluffy, pouring the luscious broth over ice, complemented by a side of pickled vegetables and a bowl of fresh vegetable and mushroom soup to cut through the richness. Jiang Nuo was thoroughly captivated by her mother's culinary skills. Compared to extravagant feasts outside, these homely flavors were immensely satisfying, filling her with warmth and comfort. With water and electricity cut off, gas had long been unavailable. Yu Ruohua now cooked using liquefied gas, relying on the provisions she had stockpiled during her supermarket trips. She was cautious, opting to prepare meals on the 36th floor, ensuring all doors and windows were tightly sealed. The soundproofing on the 36th floor had cost a fortune. When the doors were closed, not a whisper could be heard from outside. Just as they finished their meal, Jiang Nuo was contentedly sipping her soup when a loud knocking reverberated through the house. The sound echoed from the hallway, startling Yu Ruohua. She glanced at Jiang Nuo, who frowned, and asked with concern, "Should we open the door?" "Yes," Jiang Nuo replied. "If my guess is correct, it's likely Wang Jianli." Sure enough, when Yu Ruohua went to the stairwell to open the door, she found Wang Jianli standing there, feigning a smile and addressing her, "Auntie." Initially, Yu Ruohua had a favorable impression of Wang Jianli, but after hearing about Li Meng's situation, she sensed something was amiss. "Who is your auntie?" she replied coldly. This Wang character had already caused enough trouble for others. He dared to encroach upon her daughter as well, and she would not hesitate to chase him away with a kitchen knife. Wang Jianli, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor, maintained a smile and inquired, "May I ask if Xiao Nuo is here?" "She is not." As Yu Ruohua was about to slam the door in exasperation, Jiang Nuo approached her, gently nudging her aside, signaling her to step inside. Yu Ruohua understood her intention and moved to the side. "What brings you here?" Jiang Nuo initially wanted to ignore him, but she believed in resolving her own issues, determined not to let her mother shield her this time. Upon seeing her, Wang Jianli's expression immediately shifted to one of sincerity and tenderness. "Xiao Nuo, I've come to apologize to you." Jiang Nuo regarded him with a cold gaze, remaining silent. He paused, then continued, speaking as if to himself, "You've misunderstood many things, such as my relationship with Yang Ning. It's true that we had a past, but I was not entirely in control of the situation. I know you've endured much suffering. I don't expect your forgiveness, but I simply want you to know the remorse I feel." Jiang Nuo merely watched his performance in silence. "Are you finished? If so, you can leave." "Xiao Nuo, please don't be like this," Wang Jianli said, his brow furrowed. He reached out, intending to grasp her through the iron gate, but before he could touch Jiang Nuo, he felt a sudden chill on his wrist. Immediately following, a sharp pain surged through him, and he noticed a cut on his wrist, from which blood rapidly flowed. "Ah!" Jiang Nuo watched him coldly, casually brandishing a dark dagger in her hand, as if it were a familiar serpent. The blade was so swift that a mere stroke had lacerated his skin. Could she sever his hand entirely? Wang Jianli was terrified and retreated several steps, fearing another attack. His face ashen. "What are you doing?" Tan Ling's shriek echoed from behind. She had come to find Wang Jianli and witnessed the scene, her eyes blazing with fury. "Are you insane? Jianli merely wanted to have a reasonable conversation with you, yet you're so ungrateful. Do you realize that going to the hospital is not an option right now? If the wound becomes infected, it could be fatal. You lunatic, leave immediately, or I'll cut you down as well," Jiang Nuo said with indifference. Tan Ling quickly removed her coat and pressed it against Wang Jianli's hand to stanch the bleeding, her heart aching at his condition. "Jianli, let's go." She supported Wang Jianli in anger, but Jiang Nuo paid no attention to her words and slammed the door shut. "Don't bother with her, Jianli. She's the type who would destroy what she can't have." "I think she has psychological issues," Tan Ling consoled. "I'm fine, don't worry," Wang Jianli replied, his eyes fixed on the closed door, his heart seething with resentment. He refused to believe that Jiang Nuo had ceased to care for him so quickly. Without love, where would hatred come from? Her current animosity towards him indicated that she still cared. Just wait and see. Chapter 36. Will the rain ever cease? After being met with a cold reception at Jiang Nuo's place, Wang Jianli returned to Tan Ling's home, feeling utterly dejected. Li Meng's room was well equipped with a medical kit, complete with disinfectants and bandaging supplies. Tanling promptly gathered the necessary items and carefully tended to Wang Jinli's wounds. To his surprise, he discovered the depth of his injury. The application of iodine stung painfully, causing him to wince, which tugged at Tanling's heartstrings. "What did that woman, Zhang Nuo, say?" Zhang Cheng inquired. Wang Jinli shook his head and turned to Tanling. "It seems we may have to rely entirely on you now." "Don't say that. It feels distant," Tanling replied. "These are extraordinary times. How could I possibly turn my back on you in your moment of need? There's no need for such formality." "Thank you. I'm truly grateful for your presence." Wang Jinli smiled gently. Once Tanling finished bandaging his wounds, she hurried to the kitchen. "Meng Meng, is dinner ready?" Li Meng, busy organizing leftovers in the refrigerator, ignored her question. With a sigh, Tanling remarked, "Didn't I ask you to prepare something before I left? Jinli and the others are genuinely starving. We've been out of water and gas for days. How could I possibly cook?" Li Meng slammed the refrigerator door shut. Understanding her mood, Tanling chose not to press her further. Instead, she grabbed several boxes of self-heating rice, a cake, and some muffins, along with milk that Li Meng usually saved for special occasions. "We have guests today. We mustn't be stingy." Wang Jinli and the others, famished, stared in awe at the spread, abandoning all decorum as they dug in. The meal vanished in an instant, and Tanling quickly realized there wasn't nearly enough food. "Jinli, slow down. You still have injuries," she cautioned. "Thank you." Wang Jinli finally noticed his unrefined eating habits, and Tanling's concern for him only deepened her affection. "It's all right. We have plenty of food," she reassured him. "Tonight, we'll enjoy a self-eating hot pot. And there are snacks too. You won't go hungry again." "I'm fortunate to have you." Wang Jinli gazed at her, softly saying, "In the past, I was solely focused on my career, eager to achieve success to pursue my dreams. This torrential rain has compelled me to pause and reflect. I've come to realize that fame and fortune are merely ephemeral. What truly matters is cherishing the people and emotions around us." His epiphany struck a chord with Tanling, who took a tissue to dab at the corner of his mouth. Having eaten their fill, Zhang Cheng, lounging on the sofa, teased, "Jinli, your girlfriend treats you exceptionally well. We single folks can't help but feel envious." Wang Jinli cast a subtle smile at Tanling and replied, "Your envy is of no consequence." Seeing him not refute the term girlfriend sent Tanling's heart racing, her cheeks flushing with warmth, while Li Meng, witnessing this, felt increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, Li Meng brought a bucket into the room and stated, "The water supply is cut off. We can only collect rainwater outside and filter it. Otherwise, we won't have anything to drink." Yet Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi appeared oblivious, closing their eyes as if pretending to be asleep. Li Meng felt a chill in her heart. She realized these two were attempting to assert their dominance over her. In times like these, she couldn't allow anyone to think they could easily manipulate her. Since they were Wang Jinli's friends, she approached him directly and said coldly, "Wang Gu, I understand your relationship with Tanling and have no objections to your staying here. However, given the current situation, I believe we need to be clear from the outset. If we're to live together, we must unite as one to overcome this challenge. When there's work to be done, it's best if we all share the burden. What do you think?" Wang Jinli straightened his posture, adopting a gentle demeanor. "You make a valid point. Zhang Cheng, did you hear that?" "I did." Zhang Cheng opened his eyes, sitting up with a grin. "Don't worry, little lady. With us big men around, we want to let you two girls bear the burden alone, right?" "Absolutely," Lu Wenyi chimed in, winking. "Leave the heavy lifting to us. You two just need to remain beautiful," he joked. Li Meng was taken aback by their shamelessness. They had barely arrived and were already so brazen. Seeing Li Meng's displeasure, Tanling felt compelled to mediate. "There's no need to fret about water. With this heavy rain, we want to be short on it," she said. "Meng Meng, let us first arrange the rooms so they can rest properly. We can discuss other matters later." With 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, but only 3 rooms available, the situation was tricky. One room was the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, occupied by Tanling. The second was a guest room where Li Meng currently resided, leaving only a third room with a tatami mat available. "Meng Meng, why don't you move in with me? You can give your room to Jinli since he has an injury. It would be uncomfortable for him to squeeze into the tatami room. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi can take the guest room. What do you think? Absolutely not. Li Ming immediately objected. She was not only a bit of a neat freak, but her room was meticulously arranged, from the carpet by the bed to the potted plants on the table, all chosen with care. Why should she relinquish her well-organized sanctuary to a man she barely knew? Come on, that is a bit unreasonable, Zhang Cheng interjected. That tiny tatami room is hardly suitable for 3 grown men. Li Ming stood her ground, insisting, it's just temporary, it's only a few days. Why is it such a hassle to move around? Ming, please try to understand, Tan Ling urged, gently holding her hand. Isn't it fine to share a room with me? Li Ming withdrew her hand, maintaining a stoic expression, ignoring Tan Ling. Lu Wenyi, sensing the tension, chimed in sarcastically. If I recall correctly, this is Jinli's girlfriend's place, right? Or have I misremembered? Li Ming shot him a glare. What do you mean by that? The owner of the house is here speaking civilly, and you're acting all high and mighty? We're all temporary guests here. You don't need to flaunt your superiority. How much is the rent? I'll pay every penny. With that, Lu Wenyi tossed a few bills onto the coffee table. Tan Ling felt caught in a dilemma, torn between her best friend and her boyfriend's companions. She couldn't comprehend why Li Ming, who had always been her understanding friend with a good temperament, was being so critical of Wang Jinli. Hey, Wenyi, please put the money away and stop saying things in anger, Tan Ling pleaded, discreetly pulling Wang Jinli's hand, her eyes pleading for his understanding. Let us not argue, Wang Jinli interjected, holding Tan Ling's hand. In these exceptional times, we must unite to weather this storm and not quarrel over trivial matters. How about this? They can take the guest room, and I'll sleep in the living room. If Li Ming finds it inconvenient, I can sleep outside. After all, it's a single entrance, and there's plenty of space for a small bed. Upon hearing this, Tan Ling immediately stood up to protest. No way. You still have injuries. You're my guest, not a homeless person. How can I let you sleep outside? Li Ming eyed Wang Jinli coldly, retorting, men say such things lightly. Would you truly let him sleep outside for a night? Let us see if he can handle it. Ming, could you refrain from speaking like that? Tan Ling felt anxious, caught in a dilemma, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Tan Ling, do not fret. I am perfectly fine, Wang Jinli reassured her. It is entirely natural for Li Ming to be unwilling. After all, everything follows a certain order of precedence. Li Ming's heart gradually sank. Wang Jinli's standing far surpassed that of the 2 others. Tan Ling was no match for him, and with just a few words, he could render her completely submissive. Sister, if you refuse to relinquish the room, so be it. My friends and I can manage with the living room. However, I must confess that I prefer to sleep without clothing. So should I encounter you while heading to the restroom, please do not accuse me of impropriety, Zhang Cheng said. His legs sprawled across the sofa, a grin on his face. Wang Jinli interrupted. What nonsense are you spouting? You have no sense of occasion when it comes to humor. Ming, please, just let the room go. Tan Ling, feeling utterly helpless, grasped Li Ming's hand and pleaded, would you do this for my sake? We could share a space, complete with a private restroom. How convenient. We could chat and pass the time together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Confronted with their relentless pressure, coupled with Tan Ling's unwavering obedience to Wang Jinli, Li Ming felt a profound sense of helplessness. She clenched her fists, her hands trembling slightly. Yet she found herself compelled to yield. If only this rain would cease. Once it does, she would vacate immediately, and everything would come to an end. But would this rain truly stop? Chapter 37. How he accomplished it. Jiang Nuo awoke from her slumber. Outside, dawn had broken. Yet the thick soundproof curtains allowed no hint of light to permeate the room. Disliking the inky darkness, she connected a small night lamp to a battery, casting a gentle glow that did not disturb her slumber. Lying in bed, she listened to the torrential rain outside. Since the apocalypse, this relentless sound had become a familiar presence, one that everyone had gradually acclimatized to. She rose to engage in physical exercise. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated creatures proliferated, and flocks of birds darkened the sky, a veritable nightmare for all bases. The food chain's dominance of humanity was increasingly challenged by the mutation and evolution of numerous plants and animals. While animals and plants evolved, humans struggled to find their own path of evolution. The powerful leaders of the major bases were merely those with superior physical capabilities, skilled in combat. Yet there was no mention of supernatural abilities. The encounter with the mysterious figures at the docks had sparked her suspicions about the potential for human evolution. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, she must swiftly enhance her strength to protect herself and her mother. She began with foundational physical training, followed by practicing combat techniques through video tutorials. When fatigue set in, she took a sip of spring water from her space and retrieved a dagger, repeatedly practicing a series of swift, thrusting motions. The broadsword she currently possessed was her most expensive yet longest blade, though it felt unwieldy in her hands, limiting her to only executing agile slashing techniques, which was somewhat regrettable. She found herself more suited to a lighter short blade, observing the fluid movements of the mysterious figures, who could slice through steel as effortlessly as cutting tofu, left her in awe. She wondered how they achieved such finesse. As she reflected, she recalled how that day, amidst rising waters, she had been hesitant to leave, merely wishing to gauge the depth of that individual. However, fleeting glimpses had left her perplexed, rendering imitation impossible. Before she realized it, she had trained until noon, her body drenched in sweat. In recent days, she and Yuruahua had taken to dining and bathing on the 36th floor, where soundproofing was optimal and the rooftop water tank was conveniently connected. Yuruahua prepared meals there, and after eating, she would take her dog, Hame, for a stroll in the stairwell before returning to the 35th floor to watch shows on her iPad. Had it not been for the need to stay alert to any commotion below, she might have found it tedious to descend to the 35th floor. Presently, electricity in their home was primarily used for lighting, bathing, and charging devices. Beyond that, it was scarce. A single battery could last quite a while, and she had numerous batteries fully charged in her space, along with several solar panels. Previously unaware, she discovered that solar energy could also be harnessed on rainy days, as the vacuum tubes still collected heat even without sunlight. Although the power generated was insufficient compared to sunny days, Jiangnua had set 2 panels to charge slowly, more than adequate for illumination. After a refreshing shower, she heard Yuruahua calling her for lunch. As Jiangnua stepped out, a rich aroma wafted through the air. "Mom, what are you cooking that smells so delightful?" "Hot pot fish," Yuruahua replied from the kitchen. "The fish in the freezer has been there for days. It must be consumed soon." Indeed, fish is best enjoyed fresh. Once frozen, it takes on an unpleasant odor, making it ideal for hot pot preparation. I've tossed in the remaining ingredients from the fridge and turned it off. The battery power is limited, so we must conserve. Yuruahua skillfully chopped cilantro and added fish to the pot. Jiangnua approached to assist, only to be gently shooed away. "Just wait and eat. No need to complicate things. Then I'll add some ingredients. You can throw these in," Jiangnua insisted, retrieving duck gizzards and quail eggs from her space. "I also want luncheon meat, hot pot noodles, lotus slices, and potato slices." Yuruahua, accustomed to her sudden procurement of items, took them without a second glance, merely inquiring, "Can we finish so many ingredients?" "Why not?" Jiangnua replied with a smile. "And don't forget about Hame. How can it eat hot pot? It's too spicy." "Hame, are you underestimating me?" Jiangnua stood by the kitchen, eagerly watching her mother cook as they exchanged light banter. "Xiao Nua, didn't you mention you have coal briquettes?" Yuruahua asked. "Yes, indeed. Do you have a stove?" "I do," Jiangnua affirmed. Yuruahua relaxed slightly. "Make sure to store them properly. This weather is damp, and regardless of where you keep them, be vigilant. It seems this weather won't improve anytime soon, and coal briquettes may prove invaluable later." Before long, the hot pot fish, along with the vegetables, was brought to the table. "Come eat. This damp weather calls for something spicy to dispel the humidity," Yuruahua urged. Jiangnua made no hesitation. It must be said, her mother's hot pot fish was exceptionally delicious, tender, silky, flavorful, and devoid of any fishy taste. Dipping it in the sauce created a sensation of spiciness, numbing, and freshness that was utterly delightful. As she savored the meal, Ha Mei approached, holding its food bowl, eyes wide with eagerness. You want some too? It's very spicy. Woof. Woof. Jiang Nua selected a slice of luncheon meat from a pot and placed it in Ha Mei's small bowl. Warning, be careful not to burn yourself. Ha Mei cautiously sniffed the offering, perhaps unfamiliar with such flavors. Ultimately, however, it succumbed to the temptation, devouring the luncheon meat, only to be met with dismay. Ha Mei woof? Jiang Nua nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Ha Mei leaping 2 meters into the air, yelping in surprise. I told you it was spicy, yet you didn't believe me. Hurry, go drink some water. Ha Mei dashed to its water bowl, burying its head to drink. Jiang Nua suddenly noticed that Ha Mei seemed to have grown and perhaps even become more intelligent. Once a purebred Siberian husky, it had never been particularly bright. Yet now it approached meal times, bowl in mouth, with expressive gestures, making it seem as if communication was effortless. Jiang Nua pondered. Could it be the result of daily consumption of the spring water from her space? Yu Ruohua returned Ha Mei's bowl to its place, refilling it with dog food. After its rocky introduction to hot pot, Ha Mei vented its frustration at the dog food. In a frenzy, it devoured half the bowl. Woof, woof. That's all there is, Yu Ruohua remarked without turning. You know, the amount you eat in one sitting now is what you use to consume in an entire day. Do you still have the audacity to ask for more? Ha Mei, woof, 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 woof. Woof. Ha Mei nudged against Yu Ruohua, playfully whining and stealing glances at her. When Yu Ruohua remained unmoved, Ha Mei resorted to bringing over a couple of napkins, rubbing its face against them with its hind legs. Yu Ruohua. Jiang Nua couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing how Ha Mei mimicked Yu Ruohua's habit of using tissues when she cried while watching television. Eventually, unable to resist, Yu Ruohua poured more dog food. Jiang Nua contemplated thoughtfully. The spring water from her space had indeed induced changes in Ha Mei. It was not outside the realm of possibility. She had been consuming it regularly, resulting in significant improvements in her physical condition, enhanced hearing and vision, and an overall vitality that allowed her to thrive on just 5 hours of sleep. The changes in her mother were equally apparent. Her hair had become slightly less gray. Her spirits were elevated, and her skin exuded a newfound radiance. While the spring water may not possess the miraculous ability to induce mutations or reverse aging, it undoubtedly improved health and rejuvenated vigor. The process may not be swift. It unfolds gradually, day by day. My mother has not always enjoyed robust health, perhaps due to her excessive fatigue, and she has accumulated a number of minor ailments. Once she has taken some time to recuperate and her health improves, along with her strength and overall condition, we will be able to exercise together. However, she feels it is necessary to first assess Ha Mei. Ha Mei, come with me upstairs. Woof. Ha Mei eagerly followed, blissfully unaware that it was about to face the most exhausting night of its life. Chapter 38. The arrival. In order to ascertain the changes that had occurred in Ha Mei, Jiang Nua conducted a series of tests. The first was a weight check. Ever since the prolonged heat wave, Ha Mei had lost considerable weight, but now it had regained its bulk, appearing significantly more robust. To be precise, it had gained strength. Its fur had also transformed, becoming sleek and soft, reminiscent of its winter coat. It seemed to have grown slightly in both length and height. Most importantly, its eyes now sparkled with a newfound liveliness, no longer bearing that previous dullness. Of course, these were merely superficial alterations. Jiang Nua was more keen to uncover the latent qualities hidden within its physique, such as strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and intelligence. Thus, she began her assessments one by one. First, the strength test. Stand still. I will place some weight upon your back, and do not move. Jiang Nua fetched several bags of rice, adding them one by one. Initially, Ha Mei handled the weight with ease, but upon reaching 7 bags, equivalent to 140 pounds, it began to falter, its legs trembling slightly. This was enough to astonish Jiang Nua. Could an ordinary dog bear such a burden? Many humans would struggle with 140 pounds. At a weight of 100 pounds herself, Ha Mei could easily carry her. Next came the speed and reflex tests. They raced up and down the staircase, Jiang Nua exerting all her effort. Yet after merely 10 laps, Ha Mei had completed 15, utterly dominating the challenge. Perhaps it was folly to compare herself to a sled dog in terms of running speed. Given its swift agility, its reflexes were equally impressive. As soon as Jiang Nuo directed her laser pointer, Ha Mei's paw would promptly strike the spot. However, after a long period of inactivity, Ha Mei seemed reluctant to cease play. Woof woof woof. It barked, its eyes pleading for more engagement. Yet, Jiang Nuo had no time to indulge it further. She initiated the endurance test, urging it to leap and bound in the corridor. It ran tirelessly for an entire hour before finally collapsing on the ground, whining adorably. This was utterly outrageous. Jiang Nuo realized that in terms of strength, speed, and endurance, Ha Mei surpassed her. Truly, humans could not compete with dogs. After a brief rest, Jiang Nuo posed a question to Ha Mei, stating, "Now answer my question. A correct answer earns a reward, while a wrong one incurs a penalty." Ha Mei responded with a puzzled bark. "Incorrect. What is 1 plus 2? Woof woof," came the reply, still incorrect. "Your meals will be docked today." Ha Mei fell silent. Following these preliminary assessments, it became evident that Ha Mei displayed a greater aptitude for communication than the average dog, yet its intelligence still left much to be desired. Perhaps her expectations had been overly ambitious. She mused that had she brought back that border collie she encountered by the sea, diligently feeding it spring water, it might have graduated from elementary school by now. After providing Ha Mei with some meat and freeze-dried food from her storage space, Jiang Nuo sat down with an apple and yogurt, and together they replenished their energy on the staircase. It was time to sleep. Jiang Nuo affectionately ruffled Ha Mei's fluffy head. "Woof, woof, woof," it exclaimed joyfully. "Tomorrow, we continue testing. Woo." The following days were marked by relentless rain. With no electricity, gas, or food, many households were nearing their breaking point. Some individuals knocked on doors, seeking to borrow food. But in such dire circumstances, everyone was akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to assist one another. Whenever Jiang Nuo grew weary from training, she would turn her attention to Ha Mei, and after several days, notable progress was evident. It could now jump high enough to touch the chandelier on the ceiling. As noon approached, Jiang Nuo returned to the 35th floor with Ha Mei, only to discover that her mother was not home. Just as she was about to step out in search of her, the door swung open, revealing Yu Ruohua's return. "Mom, where have you been?" Seeing her daughter's concern, Yu Ruohua smiled and replied, "I went downstairs to borrow some food." Jiang Nuo thought she must have misheard. "Borrow food? I know that as futile. But you chose to take the initiative." As she changed her shoes, Yu Ruohua explained, "If I don't ask, they will assume we have food and come knocking. That would be quite troublesome." "It's fine. They can't get in," Jiang Nuo replied calmly. "Mom, please don't go out alone in the future. It doesn't feel safe." "Don't worry. I was just pretending to ask while gathering some news," Yu Ruohua reassured her. "While our home appears secure, remaining isolated and unaware of the outside world is not wise. We must stay informed." Jiang Nuo nodded silently, acknowledging her mother's point. Indeed, information deprivation is never beneficial. Possessing adequate intelligence is crucial for formulating precise strategies in such uncertain times. However, allowing her mother to venture outside alone felt unsafe. Perhaps she needed someone to serve as her eyes and ears. This matter warranted careful contemplation, and Jiang Nuo set it aside for the moment. "I'll discuss this with you later. I need to prepare dinner first," Yu Ruohua said, making her way to the 36th floor. However, Jiang Nuo called out to her, "Mom, let's not cook today. We can eat something ready-made." Yu Ruohua shook her head. "Those instant noodles, ham, and pre-packaged meals cannot compare to a home-cooked meal. I still prefer what I make myself." Jiang Nuo retrieved 2 meal boxes from her space and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. One contained spicy stir-fried pork with potatoes, and the other, dry-fried cauliflower with preserved meat and mushrooms, accompanied by steaming rice. "Take a look. Do you like the flavor?" Jiang Nuo smiled at her mother. Yu Ruohua was momentarily stunned. She was aware that Jiang Nuo occasionally produced items from thin air, yet she had always assumed her daughter had a hidden compartment for storage. She had not realized Jiang Nuo could conjure things directly from nowhere. Yu Ruohua stared at her, mouth agape, for a long moment. "Hurry and eat," Jiang Nuo said, settling onto a mat on the floor and pushing the meal boxes toward her. Upon closer inspection, Yu Ruohua's astonishment deepened. This was indeed her own cooking. The disposable meal boxes and the dishes reminded her of when Jiang Nuo had mentioned preparing work meals for profit before the torrential rain. Yu Ruohua glanced at Jiang Nuo, biting her tongue to suppress her questions. After a prolonged internal struggle, she ultimately refrained from inquiring, having promised her daughter not to pry. Yet the effort was arduous. Seeing her mother's expression, Jiang Nuo bit her lip and sat up straight, solemnly stating, "Mom, I know you're questioning your eyes, but you're not mistaken. I truly possess the ability to place items into a different space and retrieve them. Whatever I put in is exactly what comes out." Yu Ruohua swallowed hard, still grappling with the shock. "How did you acquire such a power?" Jiang Nuo pulled down her collar, revealing a peculiar scar near her collarbone. "Do you remember the necklace you gave me?" Yu Ruohua nodded. "Of course, it was passed down through our family. You looked lovely wearing it. When you stopped wearing it one day, I thought you didn't like it anymore, so I didn't ask further. Then you became busy, working in the heat every day, and I simply forgot to inquire about the necklace." The necklace shattered, Jiang Nuo confessed, deliberately withholding the truth of her previous death to spare her mother's feelings. "After it broke, it left a mark on me, and from that moment, I gained the ability to access this alternate space. So, it is," Yu Ruohua murmured as she digested this inexplicable reality. Reflecting on what Jiang Nuo had been so occupied with recently, her astonishment gradually transformed into euphoric delight. In today's world, what does a daughter's ability signify? It signifies their survival. The more Yu Ruohua pondered, the more exhilarated she became, her face flushed with excitement, her gaze intense, her heart pounding like a drum. "How wonderful! Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "No. Wait." She desperately suppressed her overwhelming emotions. "You shouldn't have disclosed this to me. Such a secret should remain buried within your heart for safety. Why did you reveal it? You would have discovered it eventually." "Jiang Nuo, serve her some dishes. I did not wish to keep it from you. I simply could not find the right moment to share it, fearing it would cause you undue worry." Yu Ruohua composed herself, took a few bites of rice, and then savored the stir-fried chili peppers. Although prepared some time ago, it tasted as if it had just been cooked, truly miraculous. She felt as if she were in a dream. "I am getting older, and I may not handle things as adeptly as you do. If you deem it necessary to keep something secret, then do so. If you wish to speak, then speak. Regardless, I will never divulge this secret to anyone." Yu Ruohua gazed out at the torrential rain from the balcony. "I will heed your wishes. Though I can offer little help, I can only cook and take care of you." With this understanding, Jiang Nuo exchanged a knowing smile with her. In this lifetime, they must support one another and strive to live well. As the mother and daughter continued their meal, they began discussing Yu Ruohua's plan to borrow grain. "I heard them talking about the 6th floor today," Yu Ruohua remarked. "Their lives are about to take a turn for the worse." Jiang Nuo inquired, "What did they say about the 6th floor?" "They mentioned that everyone is starving, yet the 6th floor managed to bring back 3 large men from outside, indicating they're not lacking in food. Who wouldn't feel envious?" Yu Ruohua instinctively lowered her voice and continued, "Our unit needs to form a building committee, initiated by that Wang Chong, who naturally will serve as the head. He is quite shameless, already having a wife, yet he still shows interest in that girl Tanling. He was already keen to target the 6th floor, and now that it has become the focus of everyone's attention, it is certain that action will be taken against them in a few days." Jiang Nuo was not surprised by this development. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "There is no need to wait for a few days. Wang Chong has just assumed the role of head. He will need to establish his authority, and he will act within 2 days at the latest." Yu Ruohua listened, feeling a twinge of concern. "If Li Ming comes looking for you, then what will you do?" "Do not fear, I have it all figured out." As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Nuo's eyes. Wang Jinli, she would personally deal with. Chapter 39. Cultivating vegetables. The following morning, the members of the building committee arrived at the door, going from house to house, urging those with surplus food to contribute in order to alleviate the plight of families suffering from food shortages. It was unthinkable for neighbors to witness others starving without offering assistance. They announced that Wang Chong was contemplating a public grain management system, which would involve collecting all the food from the entire building for centralized management, distributing daily rations to each household. This proposal garnered the support of the majority, while a minority opposed it, those who had stockpiled sufficient supplies and could afford to ration their food for a while longer. The supporters were naturally those whose reserves were dwindling. Facing hunger, the public management system would sacrifice a small portion of those with ample supplies to benefit a greater number, earning Wang Chong the admiration of many. At this critical juncture, the outside world was engulfed in torrential rain, turning the building into an isolated island. The elderly within the building were struggling to cope, and a heavy cloud of despair loomed over all. If Wang Chong could temporarily resolve the issue of hunger, he would certainly find support. The first target for food collection was Brother Du's household, as he had acquired the most during the last salvage from the supermarket, making him a prime candidate in Wang Chong's eyes. Though reluctant, Brother Du had no choice but to produce some food when confronted by the group, wishing to avoid trouble. Yu Ruohua and the other ladies in the building learned that the sixth floor had also been approached. Except for Li Meng, who opposed the idea, the rest chose to keep the peace. Even Zhang Cheng and others complied, offering up some of their surplus. Those with food eventually contributed something, fearing retribution from Wang Chong and the committee. After all, Wang Chong had made it clear, if you claim you have no food, do you truly? We must investigate to ascertain the truth. To avoid drawing ire, Yu Ruohua also relinquished half a bag of flour for the committee's distribution. Jiang Nuo did not agree with her actions, believing that yielding was tantamount to conceding ground. Yet Yu Ruohua felt that being assertive would only serve to shield Wang Jianli and the others from trouble. Seeing her resolve, Jiang Nuo decided to acquiesce for the time being. Conflicts were inevitable. Avoiding them only led the other party to believe they could take advantage. However, petty squabbles were of little interest. To establish authority, one must be resolute enough to instill fear, ensuring that even with tenfold courage, others would hesitate to provoke. Jiang Nuo was already prepared for this eventuality. A week passed in relative calm, but the committee members found it increasingly difficult to procure food. While some families claimed they had nothing to eat, it was hard to believe the sixth floor's assertions of emptiness. When Wang Jinli and his group arrived, they appeared gaunt and weary, but after a few days of respite, their health visibly improved, revealing that they had been well fed. The entire building was envious of the hidden stores of food they possessed. When the representative from the sixth floor, Tan Ling, declined further requests for food, the committee members, led by Lu Shuqin's family, erupted in anger at Wang Chong's home, demanding action. What should we do now? The sixth floor is too selfish. They have so much food that they can't finish it, yet they refuse to help their neighbors. They even invite outsiders to feast with them. When we ask for a little food, it feels like begging. Their attitude is utterly disgusting. The residents of the sixth floor had previously flaunted their abundance on social media, and now they claimed to be out of supplies. Were they deceiving the public? Their ostentation was appalling, especially when so many were on the brink of starvation. After 2 days of inaction, Wang Chong finally decided to take action as tensions escalated. The public's ire was palpable, with many expressing a desire to confront the sixth floor directly. Wang Chong smiled, recognizing that the community's frustration could be harnessed. Jiang Nuo, though not privy to all the details between the committee and the sixth floor, had a good sense of the unfolding situation. With Li Meng still absent, she opted to observe and wait. During this time, both she and Yu Ruohua were preoccupied with their farming plans. Prior to the apocalypse, Yu Ruohua had successfully grown some plants in a glass house on the rooftop, but with the arrival of heavy rains, the crops had begun to wither, struggling due to temperature fluctuations and lack of sunlight. Despite Jiang Nuo's reassurances about her ample supplies, Yu Ruohua remained unsettled, believing that even a fortune could dwindle if not replenished with harvests. Thus, they uprooted the dying plants and turned the soil, adding fertilizer. Jiang Nuo also retrieved a hard drive from her space, gathering useful information on cultivation and transferring it to a tablet for Yu Ruohua's perusal. After thorough consideration, they decided to plant cherry radishes and lettuce. Cherry radishes, also known as 30-day radishes, are prized for their rapid growth, taking only about 30 days from sowing to harvest, ideal for urban balcony gardening. They are sweet, crunchy, and perfect for salads. Lettuce, a staple in many diets, complements grilled meats and adds freshness to burgers and sandwiches, also maturing in about 30 days and capable of multiple harvests. Both vegetables are relatively easy to grow, though lettuce requires vigilance against pests. Having acquired a plethora of seeds, most at an incredibly low price, Yu Ruohua and Jiang Nuo planted the cherry radishes and lettuce into the prepared soil. Following the guidelines they had studied, Yu Ruohua felt a twinge of anxiety, having failed once before, while Jiang Nuo, though confident, did not wish to waste any seeds. After a moment's thought, she fetched some spring water from her space, sprinkling it onto the newly sown seeds, believing that the vitality of the spring water would benefit the plants. The results were astonishing. The next afternoon, Yu Ruohua discovered that most of the seeds had already germinated. The sight of tender green sprouts filled her with joy. "In all my years, I have never seen crops grow this quickly," she exclaimed, marveling at the rapid progress. "I have a spring in my other space that revitalizes both people and animals. The water I gave you is from that spring. Have you noticed fewer gray hairs?" Jiang Nuo suggested. Yu Ruohua paused, touching her hair. "With everything going on, I haven't had time to look in a mirror. Just washing my face feels like an accomplishment. But now that you mention it, I have been sleeping much better lately. I used to wake up in the middle of the night, but now I sleep soundly until morning, and I don't feel tired during the day." She turned her gaze to Jiang Nuo. "I knew it. You are becoming more and more radiant, exuding an aura that surpasses even the brightest stars." Jiang Nuo chuckled at the flattering remark, appreciating the unwavering support of her motherly friend. As a mother, one often perceives her child as nothing short of perfection, finding beauty in every aspect. Even during the times when the daughter, weary from late nights spent on projects, appeared pale and exhausted, her mother would still proclaim her to be a fairy. It was only before the emergence of the spring water in their space that her mother first remarked on the lightening of her skin. Thus, Jiang Nuo paid little heed to such remarks, focusing instead on their vegetable garden. The benefits of the spring water for cultivating plants were evident, yet its supply was limited. Each day, she, her mother, and Han Mei consumed it, and until now, they had not accumulated much. The small pond remained quite shallow, and she hesitated to use it daily for watering the garden. Instead, she decided to water the vegetables every 3 to 4 days, ensuring they received the spring water twice a week. This would suffice to keep the vegetables alive and flourishing. Perhaps within 30 days, they could harvest the produce. Glancing at the time, Jiang Nuo suddenly had a thought and turned to Yu Ruohua with a serious expression. "Mother, from this moment forth, you absolutely must not go outside. Stay on the 36th floor, prepare meals, tend to the vegetable garden, and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily." "Why?" Yu Ruohua pondered. "Are you concerned that the building committee will trouble us?" "Yes, but do not worry. I shall handle it. Just follow my lead and avoid wandering about." Seeing her daughter's earnest demeanor, Yu Ruohua quickly nodded in agreement. "I will do as you say. While I may not be able to assist much, I will ensure I do not cause you any trouble." Chapter 40. On the 36th floor. Knock, 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 knock. Knock. Li Ming was resting alone in her bedroom when she heard a loud banging at the door. Frowning, she quickly dressed and stepped outside. "Who the hell is it now?" Zhang Cheng shouted from the living room. "6th floor. Open the door. We are the building management committee. Open up." "Again? Is this never-ending?" Zhang Cheng replied impatiently. "We have no food left, so please stop coming." At that moment, everyone gathered in the living room. Tan Ling appeared somewhat frightened, tightly clutching Wang Jinli's arm. "Hurry up and open the door. Don't test our patience." The voices outside continued to shout. "This won't do," Wang Jinli said to Zhang Cheng. "You've dealt with the committee before. What are they like?" Zhang Cheng scoffed that Wang Chong leads them. He is a bit cunning, and everyone now follows his lead. Lu Wenyu had just woken up, shirtless and wearing only shorts, seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, grumbling about how they had already given them food twice and they were still unsatisfied, ignoring them entirely. Wang Jinli pondered, but what if they keep knocking? If they force their way in, the three of us might not be able to stop them. Hearing this, Tan Ling grew even more frightened, her face paling. "I detest that Wang Chong. I don't want to see him." "Don't worry. I'm here," Wang Jinli whispered reassuringly. "Yes, sister-in-law, don't fret," Lu Wenyu added. "There are 3 big men here. How can we let them bully you? Worst case, we'll just fight. They wouldn't dare do much. As the incessant knocking continued, Wang Jinli exchanged glances with the other two, and they stood together, ready to confront the intruders. Seeing Wang Jinli so dependable, Tan Ling seemed to relax a bit, moving closer to Li Meng and whispering, "You see, without them, how can we manage?" Li Meng, expressionless, looked at her. If it weren't for them, none of this would have happened. Tan Ling shook her head, feeling that Li Meng still held onto her prejudice against Wang Jinli, and not wanting to argue further. She felt a wave of frustration. At that moment, Zhang Cheng walked to the door and yelled, "Who the hell is banging? If anyone dares to bang again, I'll come out and deal with you." Bang! But instead of a reply, a heavier kick landed on the door. Zhang Cheng felt humiliated, turned back, and grabbed a kitchen knife, while Lu Wenyu followed with a chai. Wang Jinli smiled gently, presenting an amiable demeanor. "Thank you, Brother Chong. From now on, I shall align myself with you, contributing to our building and assisting everyone in navigating through these trying times." Wang Chong replied, "All right, it's settled then. Now tell me, where can we find more food?" At that moment, every gaze in the room was fixated on Wang Jinli. Was there indeed a place within this building where more supplies could be found? Everyone was eager to hear what he would reveal. Only Li Meng's expression shifted slightly, as if she had discerned his underlying intentions. She bit her lip tightly, casting a silent glare in his direction. Wang Jinli offered a slight smile, extending a finger toward the ceiling. "So, I shall disclose this. It is located on the 36th floor. Chapter 41. If you can't beat them, join them." Wang Jinli was not entirely certain whether Jiang Nua's family possessed a substantial stockpile of supplies. However, based on his understanding of the Jiang family, particularly her mother's penchant for thriftiness, it was evident that she couldn't resist a bargain or a price drop. She often rose at dawn to procure meat from the supermarket, freezing it for later use. Additionally, her mother had a knack for making sausages, cured meats, and air-dried chicken, preserved foods that could last for an extended period. Moreover, prior to the torrential rain, this eccentric woman had solicited a sum of money from both him and Yang Ning before abruptly relocating here. On the very first day, Wang Jinli arrived at this complex. He attempted to visit her, yet he was thwarted by 2 layers of doors in the corridor. When he inquired with Tan Ling, she had no recollection of these doors and could not ascertain when they had been installed, nor whether it was related to Jiang Nua's move. However, the fact that she had a sum of money in hand and had relocated to a secure location suggested something significant. Did she possess prior knowledge that warranted such preparations? Of course, these were merely his speculations. Nonetheless, these considerations were of little consequence. Whether or not Jiang Nua's household was stocked with provisions, the madwoman was indeed acting irrationally, locking the doors tightly and preventing anyone from approaching her residence. Would she willingly allow Wang Chong to enter and search her home? It was implausible. Wang Chong had stolen his belongings, and his animosity was palpable. Yet his resentment towards Jiang Nua was even more pronounced. If he could not live comfortably, then neither should she. Ideally, he envisioned a confrontation between Wang Chong and Jiang Nua, resulting in mutual destruction. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of malice flickered in Wang Jinli's eyes. If he could find another opportunity to eliminate Wang Chong and shift the blame onto Jiang Nua, he could assume control of the residence committee and dominate the entire building. To ensnare Wang Chong, he needed to dangle an enticing bait. "Brother Chong, I am aware that the top floor harbors an abundance of supplies, all of which are food items, sufficient to sustain the residents of the first floor for an extended period." Wang Chong cast a skeptical glance at him. It seemed unlikely that the top floor was inhabited by a mother and daughter duo with the surname Yu or something similar. The woman had previously approached him for food. Lamenting her dire circumstances, she hardly appeared to possess an excess of provisions. "Brother Chong, there are matters we must discuss in a more private setting." Wang Jinli, sensing his skepticism, deliberately lowered his voice to pique his curiosity. Wang Chong's interest was indeed piqued. He was eager to discern what Wang Jinli had to say. So he gestured for the others to continue moving items while he led Wang Jinli outside. "Here, you can speak freely." Wang Jinli adopted an earnest expression. "Brother Chong, did you notice that I mentioned the 36th floor, not the 35th? Wang Chong paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Our building comprises 36 floors, with Jiang Nuo and her mother residing on the 35th. They installed 2 doors in the stairwell between the 34th and 35th floors, a wrought iron gate and a security door. But what about the 36th floor? Why has no one ever seen anyone from there? Wang Jianli continued. The 36th floor is uninhabited. It is filled with supplies. Trust me. Wang Chang's body tensed at the revelation. Of course. We have the 36th floor. Wang Jianli pressed on. Brother Chang, Jiang Nuo is my colleague. I know she scammed a substantial amount of money before the downpour, converting it all into supplies, which she has concealed on the 36th floor. The entire space is crammed with goods. If you don't believe me, compel her to open the door. I would never deceive you. Wang Jianli was willing to risk it all, confident that Jiang Nuo and her mother had stockpiled food. Even if it was not as extensive as he claimed, they would undoubtedly resist allowing anyone to enter and search. As long as she and Wang Chang clashed, the situation would become more manageable. Are you certain? Wang Chang inquired, visibly intrigued. 100% certain, Wang Jianli asserted with conviction. Moreover, her apartment is fortified with multiple doors, ideal for establishing a base for our residence committee. Given the current climate, with the rain showing no signs of abating and chaos looming, it would be prudent for you to seize both the 35th and 36th floors. Wang Chang nodded, increasingly appreciative of Wang Jianli's cunning. What about the mother and daughter? How will they be dealt with? If they are willing, we can arrange for other families in the building to take them in temporarily. If they refuse, there is little we can do. These are extraordinary circumstances. Let her report it to the authorities if she wishes. Wang Chang had similar thoughts, but deemed it more fitting for Wang Jianli to articulate them. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a hand on Wang Jianli's shoulder. You make a valid point. Let us proceed this way. You will lead the charge, and we will pay a visit to the 35th floor, requesting them to open the door. Wang Jianli's expression stiffened slightly. Brother Chang, I'm more of a thinker than a fighter. I may not be of much assistance in a scuffle. Wang Chang chuckled, patting his face. You devised the strategy, yet you refuse to partake? Do you take me for a fool? Not only will you go, but I expect your 2 companions to accompany us as well. As a member of the residence committee, you must contribute significantly. Wang Jianli felt a flicker of apprehension at the thought of the madwoman wielding a knife, but he swiftly reassured himself upon observing Wang Chang's massive fists. Of course, I will go. Rest assured, Brother Chang. However, we should deliberate further and formulate a plan. Wang Chang, disinterested in overthinking, grew increasingly fond of Wang Jianli's frequent suggestions, adopting a more familiar tone. What plan? Brother Chang, I propose this. Hold off on distributing the supplies acquired from the 6th floor today. Let us allow the residents to feel a pinch of hunger. Simultaneously, we should spread the word about the 36th floor being filled with food, ensuring everyone is aware. Wang Jianli smiled. This way, you won't even need to speak up. The residents will naturally clamor to storm the 35th floor. We will have a legitimate cause, and our momentum will be considerable. What do you think? Wang Chang erupted in laughter. You're quite devious. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. In high spirits, Wang Chang ordered that some food be left behind on the 6th floor, considering it a small reward for Wang Jianli. The atmosphere in the room was chaotic. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi, bruised and battered, lay on the sofa, cursing while applying ointment, and Tan Ling was sobbing uncontrollably nearby. Wang Jianli gently reassured Tan Ling. Do not fear. I have joined the residence committee now, and no one will bully you again. But our supplies are gone. Tan Ling's fear lingered. What will we do now? I spoke with Wang Chang. He has set aside some provisions for us. We will ration them and manage for the time being. Do not cry. I won't allow you to go hungry. If you keep crying, it won't be attractive. He wrapped his arm around her waist, wiping her tears away. Listening to his soothing voice, Tan Ling gradually felt better and was no longer as panicked. You were frightened today. You should rest for a while. But the place is such a mess. I need to tidy up. Do not worry about cleaning. Rest first. We can handle that later. I need to check on Zhang Cheng and the others. They sustained injuries while protecting the supplies. I will return to keep you company later. Wang Jianli comforted Tan Ling and escorted her back to the bedroom. He glanced at Li Meng, who had been observing with indifference. He had intended for her to stay with Tan Ling, but her cold gaze made him uncomfortable. Since arriving on the 6th floor, Li Meng had harbored an apparent disdain for him, remaining silent while possibly plotting something nefarious. A couple of days prior, Zhang Cheng had contemplated taking his frustrations out on Li Meng, but Wang Jianli had restrained him. Now that events had unfolded in this manner, it seemed unnecessary for him to be overly courteous towards a burdensome woman. Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, Wang Jianli maintained an amicable facade, suggesting to Li Meng that everyone should retire to rest. Li Meng paid him no heed, her expression impassive as she observed him assisting Zhang Cheng and Lu Yiwen into the room. Without needing to overhear, she could surmise the nature of Wang Jianli's conversation with Wang Chong and the intentions that had transpired. He had deftly redirected blame, casting aside the troubles of the 35th floor while leveraging resources from the 6th floor to strike a favorable deal with Wang Chong. Whether his motivations stemmed from a genuine desire to curry favor for sustenance or harbored ulterior motives mattered little to Li Meng. Once she regained her composure, her concerns for Jiang Nuo began to diminish. Firstly, the 35th floor was fortified with numerous barriers, as long as Jiang Nuo refrained from opening the door. Breaching the premises would prove to be no simple feat, even if an intrusion occurred. Jiang Nuo possessed 2 firearms, which would be more than sufficient to instill fear among a ragtag assembly. Furthermore, Li Meng believed Jiang Nuo to be a person of remarkable poise, likely holding additional cards close to her chest, leaving little room for her own apprehensions. What occupied her thoughts now was the question of her own course of action. Chapter 42. The disappearance of friendship. Li Meng returned to her bedroom, where Tan Ling's eyes were still red. She spoke softly. Meng Meng, why do you think good people suddenly change like this? It's merely a storm. How could it corrupt the hearts of so many? Do you still think this is just a storm? Li Meng inquired. What else could it be? Tan Ling replied, her expression bewildered, seeing her helpless demeanor. Li Meng felt a surge of compassion and sat beside her. Have you considered what we would do if the rain never ceased, or even if it did? Other disasters followed? How could that be possible? Why is it impossible? Li Meng countered. When the temperature reaches 45 degrees, who can foresee it escalating to 50? And when it hits 50, everyone will be saying that rain will resolve everything. But then what? Who knows if the day the storm ends brings hope or despair? Tan Ling sighed deeply, overwhelmed and lying back on the bed. Here you go again. Why do you always think of the worst possible outcomes? You think I'm paranoid, don't you? Li Meng met her gaze. The last time you said, that was when I maxed out my credit card hoarding supplies. Do you still hold that view? Tan Ling was taken aback. Li Meng's words struck her like a heavy blow, leaving her dizzy and in pain, and she felt tears welling up. Please, just stop. Today has been awful enough. Let me rest. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Li Meng, feeling soft-hearted again, shook her head and poured her a glass of warm water. Tan Ling, I don't mean to upset you, but I say this to encourage your strength. In tough times, we cannot rely on others to survive. We must first become strong ourselves. Tan Ling lay still, uncertain if she absorbed Li Meng's words or was simply too exhausted to respond. Before long, she drifted into sleep. Li Meng remained silent. She went to the bathroom and retrieved a bag from beneath the vanity, hidden beneath some clothes, containing 2 folding knives. Such items, when brandished carelessly, could be seized and turned against oneself. She initially intended for both herself and Tan Ling to have one, but it seemed wiser to forego that now. The folding knife was acquired during a competition abroad last year in a Chinatown. Its mechanism resembled that of a butterfly knife, concealing the blade, yet it was more slender and exquisitely crafted, resembling a fan meant for a girl. With a simple flick, it transformed into a weapon. In critical moments, this knife could save a life or take one. The mechanism of the folding knife was more intricate than that of a butterfly knife, requiring significant skill to wield effectively. For days, Li Meng had been practicing in secret. From now on, she would keep this knife on her person at all times. Once proficient with her right hand, she would train her left, for one could never predict which hand would be needed in a life-or-death scenario. After exhausting herself with practice, she climbed onto the bathtub ledge, where she had hidden some compressed biscuits behind the LED mirror. Taking half a piece, Li Meng swallowed slowly. With food scarce, the remnants left by Wang Chong were now in Wang Jianli's possession, and he would surely cast a disapproving glance her way. To lull them into a false sense of security, she needed to appear starved. Now was not the time to seek out Jiang Nua. She had to learn to fend for herself. At this point, relying on others meant certain doom. After practicing for a while longer, Li Ming tucked a knife into her pocket and returned to her bedroom to rest. Once she lay down, she fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke, the night had deepened, and Tan Ling, who had been beside her, was now gone. Checking the time, it was past 2 a.m. If Tan Ling was not in the bedroom, then where could she be? Just as she pondered this, the door swung open, revealing Tan Ling in her pajamas. Upon seeing Li Ming awake, she paused and said, "You're awake. I saw you sleeping and didn't want to disturb you for dinner, but I brought you something." She placed a small piece of bread on the bedside table. Naturally, Li Ming accepted the food, nibbling on the bread. Glancing over, she noticed Tan Ling's flushed cheeks and swollen lips as she lazily unbuttoned her garment, leaning against the bed. "Did he take advantage of you?" Li Ming asked. Since Wang Jianli had moved in, Li Ming had repeatedly warned Tan Ling against becoming intimate with him, cautioning that it would leave her. Wu Dai anxiously exclaimed, "It is not as you perceive. I genuinely went to repair the electrical room, making several trips home merely to fetch tools. However, the flooding was so severe that it became impossible to continue the repairs, leading to my eventual abandonment of the task. The components I disassembled were intended for future use. Now, they're all ruined by the water. While anyone can speak sweetly, the true circumstances are known only to oneself." Wang Chong, with a sardonic tone, fixed his gaze upon him and his daughter, stating, "There is no need for superfluous words. Either you are going or you are not. Make your position clear." "Very well. I shall comply," Wu Dai replied through clenched teeth, "but I will solely be responsible for opening the door. Everything else is beyond my concern." "Nor is it necessary for you to concern yourself," Wang Chong replied, satisfied that Wu Dai had finally acquiesced. He stood up and, as he reached the door, added, "I will give you 1 day to prepare whatever you need for this so-called flame. We shall meet promptly at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow at the stairwell of the 35th floor." With that, Wang Chong departed with a flourish. "Daddy," his daughter said, fear gripping her as she clutched Wu Dai's hand, "he is not a good person. Please do not go with him." Wu Dai gently stroked his daughter's head, feeling a pang of sorrow. He too did not wish to go. He understood all too well that aiding a malevolent figure would ultimately lead to dire consequences. The 36th floor might offer a means to counterbalance Wang Chong's influence. And regardless of rational thought or fundamental morality, he could not lend his support to Wang Chong. After lulling his daughter to sleep, Wu Dai sat alone in the living room for an extended period, contemplating deeply until he reached a resolute decision. He rose decisively, turned off the living room lights, quietly opened the door, and after ensuring the coast was clear, swiftly made his way to the staircase leading to the 35th floor. Chapter 43. The informant. In the past few days, Jiang Nua had been occupied with gardening and training, occasionally entertaining the idea of training her dog, Hame. She fantasized that the water from the spatial spring was not given in vain. Perhaps, if Hame evolved significantly in the future, it could assist her. However, this plan faltered at the first step. She harbored serious doubts that Hame was merely feigning ignorance. Whenever food was mentioned, it understood perfectly, darting off with a bowl in its mouth, playfully rolling around. Yet, when asked to perform some training, it would suddenly appear bewildered, feigning ignorance and attempting to evade the task. Was it a case of selective stubbornness? Observing Hame lounging on the stairs in a relaxed manner, Jiang Nua shook her head, deciding to temporarily abandon her canine training ambitions. So be it. Let be lazy. After taking a shower, she found it was already past 2 in the morning. Her mother was sound asleep, yet she felt quite alert and retrieved a portion of spicy crayfish and a bottle of cold soda from her spatial dimension, preparing for a late-night snack. As was her nightly routine, she ascended to the 35th floor to check if the curtains were drawn properly and to listen for any unusual sounds outside her door. Coincidentally, just as she reached the doorway, she heard a faint scraping noise at the iron gate of the stairwell, as if something was being dragged against the metal. Frowning, she pondered if someone was trying to pry the door open. She strode over, directing her flashlight at the shadow outside the gate, demanding, "Who is there?" "Shoo, quiet. Jiang Miss, it's me." Jiang Nuo did not recognize the voice, but as the flashlight illuminated the figure, she quickly discerned it was Wu Dai. "What are you doing?" she inquired, instinctively clutching a dagger that had silently found its way into her hand, stepping back cautiously. "I'm knocking," Wu Dai whispered. "I'm afraid of being discovered. So I couldn't knock loudly and had to make a little noise. I've been hiding here for almost an hour." "Oh," Jiang Nuo replied. "Do you need something from me?" "On the morning of the day after tomorrow, Wang Chang is coming with people to break into your home. He wants me to forcibly open those 2 doors and seize all your supplies. You need to think of a way to deal with this," he warned. Jiang Nuo was not surprised at all. She had anticipated this day would come. However, at the dawn of the 3rd day, in chapter 44, Jiang Nuo awoke at her usual hour of 8 a.m. Emerging from her chamber, she found Yu Ruohua had already prepared breakfast. She savored a spoonful of the warm, comforting congee, then cleaved open a salted duck egg with her chopsticks, watching as the golden, natural oils mingled with the rice. The combination was exquisitely textured, both grainy and tender. Paired with grilled sausages, it was an impeccable repast. Jiang Nuo reflected that even before the cataclysm, she had rarely dined so well. Consumed as she was by work, relentless overtime, and haphazard meals. Now confined indoors, her mother was conjuring culinary wonders. Having finished breakfast, Jiang Nuo glanced at the time. It was 8:30. She placed her utensils down, assisted her mother with the washing up, then settled down with her tablet to watch a serial drama with her. "Mother," she said, "please refrain from coming to the 35th floor later. I have some matters to attend to." Yu Ruohua, ever perceptive, sensed something amiss. "What sort of matters?" "Nothing of grave concern. Rest assured," Jiang Nuo replied. "Just stay clear, and I will handle everything. Have faith in me." Yu Ruohua hesitated, then nodded in assent. "Very well. If I can be of assistance, you must inform me. But if I cannot, I will not intrude." Jiang Nuo smiled faintly, grateful for a mother who possessed such clarity in critical moments. "Just enjoy your drama," she said, and left the 36th floor. The stairwell between the 35th and 36th floors was secured by 2 doors, and the 36th floor was soundproofed, provided Yu Ruohua kept her doors and windows closed. Any disturbances below would be minimal. Before 9 o'clock, a cacophony of voices arose outside. "They've arrived," Jiang Nuo murmured. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was pounding forcefully on the security door. "Open up, 35th floor." Jiang Nuo approached the stairwell, unlocked the security door, and peered through the iron grating. A considerable crowd had gathered, no fewer than 20 souls. Leading the aggressive assault on the door were 3 matrons, with Lu Shuqin at their vanguard. Behind them stood 7 or 8 middle-aged men, while Wang Chang and Wang Jinli lurked at the corners. Wu Dai, brandishing a blowtorch-like instrument and a mask, brought up the rear. Lu Shuqin was particularly agitated, practically plastered against the bars. "We've been calling for ages. Are you deaf? Or are you hiding in there? Engaged in some nefarious activity?" she shrieked. Jiang Nuo was disinclined to engage her. There was no glory in besting such a woman in argument. "Speak your piece," she retorted. "What did you say?" Lu Shuqin exploded, her voice rising in pitch. "Is that any way to speak?" "Enough, enough, let's get to the point," others urged. Reluctantly, Lu Shuqin reined in her temper. "Listen," she said, "every household in this building is contributing their food supplies for unified distribution by the building committee. You're the only one who hasn't complied. Open the door now and hand over your provisions." Jiang Nuo's expression remained impassive. "Hand them over on your say-so? Who do you think you are?" Lu Shuqin's voice soared. "We are the building committee. I'm a member of the building committee. Young lady, you must be reasonable." One of the other matrons chimed in. "These are extraordinary times. We must stand together and overcome adversity. Indeed, we must collaborate or we will all starve." "And how much have you contributed?" Jiang Nuo inquired. "If I had any, I would certainly contribute it all." "So you've contributed nothing yourself? But you expect others to give to you?" Jiang Nuo regarded her with sardonic amusement. "Without compassion, do you have no conscience? Hoarding so much food, have you no shame? How can a young woman be so callous?" "Who told you I have a lot of food?" Jiang Nuo asked. "He did." Lu Shuqin pointed at Wang Jinli. "He's your colleague. He knows everything about you. He can't be mistaken." Jiang Nuo glanced at Wang Jinli, who, caught out by his so-called ally, recoiled slightly. "Open the door now," several women demanded, pounding on the security door. If you don't open it, we'll break it down. Be my guest, Jiang Nuo replied. If you can manage it. Wang Chong pushed his way to the front, his expression menacing. If we can't break the door, we'll breach the wall. Don't think you're invincible. Open the door now, and I might spare you. Otherwise, you and your mother are doomed. Brother Chong, don't get worked up. Let me talk to her, Wang Jinli interjected. He had hoped to pit Wang Chong against Jiang Nuo, but now it was time to rally support and add fuel to the flames. After all, he had his eye on the position of building manager, and with so many people backing him, he was less fearful of Jiang Nuo. I know you've stockpiled supplies on the 36th floor. You have so much food. What would it cost you to share a little? Can you really stand by and watch others go hungry while you feast? Once the storm passes, we'll still be neighbors. Don't push things too far. Anything else? Jiang Nuo asked coldly. Wang Jinli continued. Furthermore, I've been trying to persuade everyone to negotiate in good faith out of consideration for our past association. But now everyone is desperate. If you continue to selfishly hoard food and coldly watch us starve, I can't guarantee what might happen next. Finished? Jiang Nuo asked. Very well. Wait here. She turned and went back inside. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her intentions. Wang Jinli, you're a marvel, Lu Shuqin exclaimed, her face suddenly alight with joy. Is she going to get the keys to open the door? Wang Jinli frowned, suspecting it wasn't that simple. But the others were swayed by Lu Shuqin's words, and their spirits rose. I thought she'd be harder to deal with, but a few words softened her up. Wang Jinli is handsome. What girl could resist? She's being sensible. Amid the chatter, Jiang Nuo returned, wielding a recurved bow, an arrow nocked and ready, a quiver slung across her back. Her gaze fixed on Wang Jinli. Lu Shuqin says you told everyone I have food. Is that correct? Wang Jinli's face froze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he grabbed Lu Shuqin, intending to use her as a shield. But he was too late. Thwack! With a sharp report, an arrow pierced the gap in the security door, piercing Wang Jinli's shoulder. Lu Shuqin screamed, recoiling in terror. She pummeled Wang Jinli with her fists. Let go of me. I'm going to die. Let go. Wang Jinli felt a searing pain in his shoulder, exacerbated by Lu Shuqin's blows. Turning to flee, Jiang Nuo unleashed another arrow, this time striking his calf. Wang Jinli howled in agony and tumbled down the stairs, landing heavily on the landing below. You bitch, you. Thwack! The third arrow missed, merely grazing Wang Jinli's ear, but tearing away a large flap of skin and flesh, causing blood to gush forth. Wang Jinli collapsed, screaming, but the fall drove the arrow in his shoulder deeper, causing him to lose consciousness. Everything had happened so swiftly, no one had anticipated Jiang Nuo's violent response. Even Wang Chong was momentarily stunned. Screams echoed through the stairwell. Oh my God! Murder! Someone's killing people on the 35th floor. Help! This is against the law. Are you insane? Attacking in front of so many witnesses, you're finished. A sudden chill coursed through Wang Chong's heart. At this moment, as the building manager, he had to assert his authority, lest he lose his credibility and be unable to control these individuals in the future. However, he then noticed Jiang Nuo knocking another arrow on her bow, adjusting her aim directly at him. In that fleeting instant, their cold gazes locked, her delicate fingers poised on the string, as if she were observing a dying ant. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, his heart seemingly halting as an instinctive foreboding gripped him. He was destined to perish. Wang Chong screamed as he fled downward, urging everyone to hasten their escape. Witnessing his panic, the others dared not linger, hastily retreating. Even the unconscious Wang Jinli, supported by Zhang Cheng, mustered his last strength to evacuate. As the corridor emptied in the blink of an eye, a chilling smile crept across Jiang Nuo's face. She was acutely aware that this was far from over. Chapter 45. A reckoning in blood besmirched with gore. Wang Jinli limped back, 2 arrows piercing his shoulder and calf, his ears caked in blood. Tan Ling, aghast, trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Jinli, what happened to you? Wang Chong followed, slumping onto the sofa, wiping his face in frustration. Stop crying. Will tears solve anything? Startled by his rebuke, Tan Ling snapped out of her daze and frantically retrieved the first aid kit from the bedroom. Fortunately, Li Ming had stocked it well, a vestige of her outdoor pursuits in college, where she had learned rudimentary first aid. However, the arrows had pierced through flesh, and extracting them threatened copious bleeding. Compounding the issue, Wang Jianli's agonizing wails amplified her tremors. Tan Ling found herself ensnared in a nightmare, teetering between her resolve and the encroaching darkness threatening to engulf her vision. Ultimately, with the assistance of Zhang Cheng and Lu Yuan, she managed to staunch the bleeding. The absence of anesthesia transformed the procedure into a torment that pushed him to the brink of oblivion. It's excruciating. Be gentle. Be gentle. Wang Jianli howled, inwardly cursing Jiang Nua 1,000-fold. Tan Ling bandaged his wounds, her heart aching as she observed his garments saturated with blood. She attempted to help him change, but even the slightest movement elicited a blood-curdling scream. Overwhelmed with anguish, Tan Ling embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. After a prolonged interval, Wang Jianli regained a semblance of composure and feebly addressed Wang Chong, Changji. Lu Shuqin is compromised. She must be ousted from the committee. He harbored a deep-seated resentment for Lu Shuqin, the obtuse woman who had betrayed him. Had she not divulged his involvement, Jiang Nua, that unhinged woman, would never have discerned his role. All right, I understand, Wang Chong replied dismissively. Sensing his ire, Zhang Cheng pledged, don't worry, Jianli. We'll settle accounts with that old crone later and avenge you. Wang Chong demurred. Lu Shuqin is elderly. Assaulting her might lead to fatal consequences. Then we'll seize her household supplies. Zhang Cheng exclaimed. Changji, Jianli has been deceived to this extent. There must be retribution. Wang Chong harbored some displeasure, but, observing Wang Jianli's condition, he suppressed his feelings and conceded, fine, but don't go overboard. Wang Jianli gasped for air, his voice trembling as he spoke. Changji, you witnessed it. Jiang Nua is ruthless. Even with the door sealed, her stockpile of resources must exceed our wildest dreams. Having suffered a setback, Wang Chong's face was grim. I didn't anticipate that vixen possessing weaponry. This matter is proving problematic. How about this? You all rest for now. We'll reconvene and devise a new strategy. What's the point of waiting? Zhang Cheng interjected. Since she's merciless, we shouldn't show her any leniency. So what if she has a bow and arrow? We could deflect them with anything. Precisely. With objects to shield us from the arrows, Wu Dai can breach the door. Lu Wenyi concurred, and 2 more people can wield long poles with knives attached. If she dares to intervene, we'll impale her through the door. Zhang Cheng elaborated. We can also smash her windows from the stairwell. If we manage to break them, we can fashion a long ladder to reach her home directly from the 34th floor. Then, even if she possesses extraordinary abilities, she'll be at our mercy. After contemplation, Wang Chong swiftly endorsed the plan. Then commence preparations immediately. We'll execute the plan tomorrow. That night, Wang Jianli endured profound discomfort. Beyond the physical agony, he wrestled with inner turmoil. Grievously wounded and hemorrhaging profusely, his body was severely weakened. Although the wounds had been disinfected and the bleeding staunched, the 2 deep punctures demanded immediate tetanus prophylaxis. Yet, Li Ming claimed she had no tetanus vaccine, dismissing Tan Ling's tearful pleas. The specter of infection, death, or amputation haunted Wang Jianli, fueling his homicidal rage. Fortunately, Tan Ling tended to him with meticulous care, changing his bandages and dousing his wounds with antiseptic solution every few hours, sparing no expense. After swallowing 2 tablets, Wang Jianli drifted into a fitful slumber, only to be roused by Tan Ling, who proceeded to change his dressings once more. The renewed assault on his wounds, the excruciating pain of torn flesh, sapped his strength, leaving him devoid of the energy to cry out. His blood-soaked garments clung to his skin, exacerbating his suffering as sweat mingled with the gore, making him feel as though he were being roasted alive. He had never experienced such torment. He even contemplated whether a swift arrow to the heart would have been preferable to this agonizing ordeal. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi were engrossed in preparations for the assault on the 35th floor, while Wang Chong merely paid a fleeting visit before vanishing. Wang Jianli harbored resentment toward them all. Had he outlived his usefulness? Quiet. Keep your voices down. Move quickly. Bring up the coffee table. In the stairwell, Wang Chong rallied his forces. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi spearheaded the advance, lugging a heavy wooden coffee table, using it as a makeshift shield as they ascended the stairs. The remaining members of the group trailed behind, clutching long poles and chunks of tile, proceeding with utmost caution. Upon reaching the landing leading to the 35th floor, they found Jiang Nuo absent. Zhang Cheng and his cohort hastily propped the coffee table against the security door. Wu Dai go, observing Wu Dai's sluggish approach with a blowtorch. Wang Chong glared at him. Hurry up, you idiot. Do you realize the consequences of delaying us? Reluctantly, Wu Dai advanced. However, before he could ignite the torch, Jiang Nuo emerged from her apartment. She had briefly returned to the 36th floor and had been monitoring the situation on the 35th floor ever since. Any disturbance instantly reached her ears. With composure, she retrieved her recurved bow, curious to witness their latest scheme. Upon stepping outside, she found a coffee table barricading the security door, with several individuals cowering behind it. What is this? A shield? Jiang Nuo set aside the recurved bow, retrieved her katana from her interdimensional storage, and strode down the stairs. The sight of the long blade instilled trepidation in Wang Chong and his accomplices. But they had reached a point of no return. Don't be afraid. The iron bars will protect us. She can't reach us. Attack. Use the poles to stab her. 2 poles with affixed blades pierced through the bars, aiming at Jiang Nuo. However, their movements were too sluggish. With a swift flourish, Jiang Nuo severed both poles with her katana. The blade simultaneously pierced through the security door, aimed at Zhang Cheng's chest. Sensing imminent danger, Zhang Cheng abandoned the coffee table and fled, but the blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a gash. Wang Chong and his cohort retreated to the landing, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Jiang Nuo. Smash the windows. At Wang Chong's command, 2 individuals shattered the stairwell windows and hurled objects at Jiang Nuo's bedroom windows. However, to their astonishment, despite exhausting their ammunition, they failed to create even a hairline crack on the glass. Unbelievable. Her windows are bulletproof. Wang Chong and his confederates were consumed with frustration, yet they found themselves utterly helpless. The 35th floor was impregnable. Despite their numbers, they had failed to breach even the outermost barrier. Jiang Nuo narrowed her eyes, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Is this the extent of your capabilities? I offered you the opportunity to enter, but you failed. Now, it's my turn to come after you. The sight of Jiang Nuo advancing with her blade sent shivers down Wang Chong's spine. Retreat, retreat, he commanded decisively. The group once again abandoned their belongings and fled. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Jiang Nuo's gaze turned icy. But fool me thrice. It was time for more blood to be spilled. Jiang Nuo returned the katana to her interdimensional storage, locked the door, and returned to the 36th floor. As she opened and closed the doors, her mother emerged, her face etched with anxiety. Jiang Nuo smiled reassuringly. Mom, everything's fine. Yu Ruohua held her daughter close, ensuring she bore no injuries, before finally releasing a sigh of relief and hastily offering her some food. Come, I'll cut some fruit for you. Please have a bit. Jiang Nuo gazed at the diced mango and watermelon, picturing her mother alone on the 36th floor, consumed by worry and fear, yet bravely resisting the urge to rush downstairs. Instead, finding solace in the act of cutting fruit to distract herself. Such fierce struggles, however, would gradually become the norm in society, and her mother would need to acclimate to it. Jiang Nuo, observing her mother, suddenly inquired, Mom, what would you think if I were to kill someone? The question left Yu Ruohua profoundly shaken. Amidst the ongoing storm, she had witnessed the slow disintegration of morality and order. Yet the notion of her daughter committing murder was a concept that felt beyond her grasp. However, Jiang Nuo's expression remained eerily calm, prompting Yu Ruohua to delve deeper into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she enveloped Jiang Nuo in her arms. Expressing affection was not her generation's forte, and such intimate gestures were rare. Yet in that moment, her embrace was both resolute and powerful. With a trembling voice, Yu Ruohua recounted, Little Nuo, I recall an incident from your childhood. What happened? Jiang Nuo leaned against her mother's shoulder, softly asking. You were always honest and introverted, never confiding in me when you were bullied. It was during your second year of middle school when a teacher called me, saying you had gotten into a fight at school and sent a classmate to the hospital, urging me to apologize. When I arrived at the hospital, I found the injuries were not severe. The other child's parents were being deliberately malicious, knowing we had little money, insisting on various tests, and threatening long-term hospitalization, demanding that we pay until we were destitute, and essentially requiring me to publicly apologize and kneel before their child. At this point, Yuruahua's eyes glistened with tears. It was then I realized that little monster had been envious of you and had bullied you all along, and you had endured it for an entire semester before finally snapping. Her voice suddenly hardened. I know my daughter. She never seeks trouble and is kind-hearted. For her to have beaten someone to the point of hospitalization signifies something. She could no longer endure it, having suffered countless grievances. I was too heartbroken to scold her or demand an apology. That little monster deserved to be punished. And I would only say, well done. We will not bow our heads to apologize. That is simply impossible. Jiang Nuo felt a pang in her heart. After a decade of turmoil, she thought she had become strong enough to remain stoic. Yet, every word from her mother stripped her of that facade. Memories of that day flooded back to her. She recalled Yuruoha was storming into the principal's office, demanding justice, declaring, they may be wealthy and powerful, but what does it matter? If it comes to it, I will transfer schools. If we lose money, we can sell our house. If they force us into a corner, we will ensure they do not have it easy either. The barefooted fear not the shod. Let them come and try. The recollection was vivid. Yuruohua firmly grasped Jiang Nuo's hand, her tone grave. Little Nuo, this world has descended into chaos. Regardless of how others behave, all I desire is for you to live well. Understanding her mother's intent, Jiang Nuo's eyes brimmed with tears. With her mother's unwavering support, she felt a sense of tranquility within, free from any lingering worries. Okay, here's an improved and more refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 46. Severance following yet another unsuccessful attempt to breach the 35th floor. Wang Chong and his cohort were plunged into deeper despondency. In truth, Wang Chong had begun to succumb to apprehension. Jiang Nuo's words, dismissed by the others, echoed in his mind, stirring a disquiet he could scarcely ignore. Yet, feeling cornered, he dared not voice his trepidation. If you ask me, Zhang Cheng declared with malice, now is the time for decisive action. Let's incinerate her. Wang Chong cast a disdainful glance his way. What about the supplies? Are we to burn those as well? Then we'll smoke her out. Lu Winnie proposed. We'll gather garments, bedding, rubber, chili peppers, anything that'll produce noxious fumes, and set them alight in the stairwell. If one day doesn't suffice, we'll persist for 2 or even 3. Let's see how long she can endure that. She has 2 floors above her. She could simply retreat to the roof. How much material do you propose to burn indefinitely? Stop being so presumptuous. Wang Chong, increasingly irritated by Zhang Cheng, wore a darkening scowl. With Wang Jinli's severe injuries, you two should focus on tending to him. Once he recovers, we'll reconvene and strategize. His intellect surpasses ours. Zhang Cheng, conceding the wisdom in this, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but that wretched woman got off easy. Wang Jinli endured another round of dressing changes. He yearned to escape the torment, but Tan Ling, fearing infection, insisted on disinfection every 4 hours. Each time, he was jolted awake just as he drifted off, the searing pain driving him to the brink of despair, eliciting cries of agony. Since Wang Jinli's injury, Tan Ling had remained steadfastly at his side. Witnessing her beloved in such a state, she silently cursed Jiang Nuo countless times, consumed by a fervent desire to end the madwoman's life. With Tan Ling's attention monopolized, Zhang Cheng and Lu Winnie found themselves idle, barred from assailing the 35th floor by Wang Chong, and with dwindling food supplies, they grew restless and discontented. Wang Jinli certainly has good fortune, Zhang Cheng remarked enviously, eyeing Wang Jinli's room. In this day and age, even men must rely on their looks. He, too, had sustained injuries, albeit less severe than Wang Jinli's, and had shed a considerable amount of blood. Yet, He was left to tend to his own wounds, for Tan Ling had no inclination to care for him. There was, however, another woman within the building, attractive in her own right, but possessed of an aloof demeanor, as though their fates were of no consequence to her. She remained perpetually locked away, and one could only wonder if she had perished from starvation within. Fixating on the door, Zhang Cheng's thoughts grew increasingly lascivious. Lu Winnie understood his intentions. They were deprived of female companionship, yet in the past, they had been able to seek it out weekly for a mere pittance. Now, they had been confined since the onset of the torrential rains. Wang Jianli has it good. He may be incapacitated, but the sounds emanating from his room the other night, the commotion Tan Ling made, have left me aching with desire, Lu Winnie murmured. Zhang Cheng smirked. It's not as though we lack a woman within these walls. Surely, she wouldn't dare resist. Where's the pleasure in no resistance? I prefer a struggle. Exchanging knowing glances, the two men rose in unison and approached Wang Jianli's chamber. Dan Ling, we need a word, they called out. Tan Ling, weary from her vigil over Wang Jianli, had dozed off by his side. Hearing their summons, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. What is it? I was wounded by that madwoman Jiang Nua and lost a great deal of blood, Zhang Cheng said. I wish to cleanse myself, but I lack a clean towel. Could you spare one? Upon hearing Jiang Nua's name, Tan Ling's eyes flashed with animosity, and she felt a surge of camaraderie with Zhang Cheng. The towels are in the bedroom. I'll fetch one for you. With that, Tan Ling retrieved a key from her handbag and returned to the bedroom. Lu Winnie surreptitiously memorized its location. Once Tan Ling had drifted back to sleep, he stealthily pilfered the key, brandishing it with a triumphant eyebrow raise at Zhang Cheng. Tonight, we shall have our fill. Since Wang Jianli's injury, Li Meng had sensed impending doom. For the past 2 days, she had scarcely left her room, subsisting on meager rations of compressed biscuits and water. She even slept with a knife at her side. Tan Ling, consumed by her devotion to Wang Jianli, had scarcely returned to the bedroom, save to retrieve items. Li Meng had found no opportunity to speak with her, and her anxiety mounted. Hearing the door creak open, Li Meng assumed it was Tan Ling returning and paid it little heed. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, she sensed something amiss, and a chill ran down her spine. A hand suddenly clamped over her mouth, and she was forcibly pinned to the bed. Li Meng attempted to scream, but the hand smothered her cries, cutting off her air. Then, she saw Zhang Cheng and Lu Winnie, shirtless, grinning at her. In the next instant, a barrage of blows rained down upon her head. Li Meng had once read an article on criminal psychology that mentioned rapists often struck their victims' heads to induce disorientation and incapacitate them. Never had she imagined she would become a victim herself. The blows to her head left Li Meng reeling, nauseated. As a trained athlete, she recognized the symptoms of a mild concussion. She dared not move, but then Zhang Cheng began to tear at her clothing. Li Meng felt bile rise in her throat. Little sister, you've finally fallen into our clutches, Zhang Cheng sneered. You're about to be thoroughly defiled. Are you pleased? Her outer garments lay in tatters, and those repulsive hands continued to tug at her trousers. Li Meng trembled uncontrollably, trapped in a waking nightmare. She had believed herself capable of handling this, immune to fear. But as reality crashed down upon her, she loathed her own helplessness. Li Meng could not suppress a scream. Slap! Slap! Zhang Cheng delivered a series of stinging blows to her face. Go on, scream. Each cry will earn you another slap. The slaps, paradoxically, roused Li Meng from her stupor. As Lu Winnie resumed tearing at her clothes, she frantically groped for her folding knife. Seeing her produce what appeared to be a folding fan, Lu Winnie scoffed. But with a flick of her wrist, the object transformed into a blade, which she plunged towards him. Lu Winnie recoiled, leaping off the bed. Li Meng, untrained in combat, lacked finesse in her attacks. She could only clutch the knife and pursue Lu Winnie with frenzied abandon, but he managed to evade her strikes. Yet, Li Meng's true objective was escape. As Lu Winnie and Zhang Cheng backed away, she seized the opportunity to twist the doorknob, fling open the door, and flee with all her might. Stop, you whore! The two men gave chase. As they reached the doorway, Tan Ling, alerted by the commotion, emerged to find Li Meng, clad only in a torn and disheveled shirt, pursued by the two men. She flew into a rage. Stop! Tan Ling shouted, stepping in front of Li Meng and glaring at them. What is the meaning of this? I took you in, not to be repaid with such treachery. Turning to Li Ming, she embraced her protectively. Ming Ming, are you all right? Zhang Cheng and Lu Winnie, mindful of their connection to Wang Jianli, ceased their pursuit, though they remained unperturbed, exchanging smirks. Sister-in-law, you misunderstand, Zhang Cheng said. Misunderstand what? I witnessed you chasing her with my own eyes. Ming Ming is my friend. How could you do this? Lu Winnie chuckled. It's all a misunderstanding. She's the one who seduced us. Nonsense. Tan Ling sputtered, her anger reaching a boiling point. Ming Ming is not that kind of person. She's never even been in a relationship. How could she seduce you? It's the truth, Lu Winnie insisted. Sister-in-law, you're unaware, but she's been harboring feelings for Wang Jianli for a long time. She's been consumed with jealousy every time she sees you together and has even expressed a desire to kill you. You're too naive, treating her as a friend when all along she's been coveting your boyfriend. Lu Winnie delivered his words with earnest conviction. Tan Ling was initially filled with indignation, but was suddenly rendered speechless by his words. How could this be possible? She stammered. Why is it impossible? Zhang Cheng interjected. You are unaware that every time she sees you, she wears a scowl, and while claiming to distrust Jianli, she is merely envious. This isn't the first time she has tried to seduce us. Every time you and Jianli share a moment, she goes mad with jealousy, questioning why it isn't her and why Jianli would choose you, seeking us merely to stave off her solitude. Indeed, she even remarked that if it weren't for you, she would be the one with Jianli. I assure you, I am not fabricating this. Tan Ling's mind became a whirlwind. She did not want to believe it. Yet it was true that since Wang Jianli's arrival, Li Ming had never uttered a kind word. Despite Wang Jianli's innocence, she had consistently opposed their union. Why the persistent opposition? With this thought, many previously incomprehensible matters began to find their explanations. Throughout it all, Li Ming had remained silent, feeling nauseous at the vile accusations, even refraining from offering a defense. She observed as Tan Ling's expression shifted from anger to shock, then to confusion, ultimately landing on suspicion. Meanwhile, her own feelings of camaraderie towards Tan Ling gradually cooled, until they vanished entirely. Ming Ming, do you truly have feelings for Jianli? Tan Ling inquired. Why have you never confided in me? We are best friends. Tan Ling Li Ming shed tears, yet her gaze revealed a chilling resolve. Farewell. From this moment forth, I shall harbor no sympathy for you. After uttering this, Li Ming turned, flung open the door, and dashed into the enveloping darkness. Tan Ling watched her determined figure, feeling utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how everything had spiraled into such chaos. Zhang Cheng, witnessing the opportunity slip away, felt a sense of foreboding. Had it not been for Tan Ling's sudden interruption, they would have been reveling in their success by now. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous knocking resounded, causing Zhang Nuo to furrow her brow as thoughts raced through her mind. Grasping a dagger, she cautiously approached the hallway and opened the security door. At that moment, twilight lingered, casting a dim light upon a slight figure standing motionless outside the gate. Li Ming? Zhang Nuo surmised the turmoil she must have encountered upon seeing her disheveled state. Zhang Nuo, grab your gun and accompany me to the 6th floor, Li Ming commanded, each word deliberate. Help me eliminate them. Zhang Nuo was not taken aback. And Tan Ling? Her fate is of no concern to me anymore, Li Ming replied. Zhang Nuo nodded, responding lightly, very well. It seemed as if she were merely agreeing to partake in a meal rather than to assist in an act of violence. Li Ming's mind was in disarray, fixated solely on the task of eradicating the loathsome individuals on the 6th floor. It was only when Zhang Nuo opened the gate and handed her the gun that she regained some clarity. Having practiced shooting since the age of 12, participating in numerous competitions and earning accolades, a gun had once been merely a tool of sport. Yet now, as she gripped the weapon, it transformed into a source of security, dissipating the flicker of fear that had lingered in her heart. With a firearm in hand, she felt invincible. The gun is merely for you to wield. Eliminating those scoundrels, Wang Jianli among them, hardly warrants the expenditure of ammunition, Zhang Nuo remarked, her gaze steady upon her. This marked the first time Li Ming witnessed Zhang Nuo step beyond that threshold. In recent days, Regardless of the tactics employed by Wang Chong and his associates, they had been unable to breach this primary line of defense. Her calm demeanor seemed to foreshadow that something significant would occur upon her emergence. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 47. Double kill on the 6th floor. Wang Jinli was soundly asleep, while Tan Ling found herself unable to rest. She was anxious to seek out Li Ming. It was nighttime, and where could a girl like her go? Yet, if she left, who would look after Wang Jinli? Frustrated, she sighed just as she heard the sound of keys turning in the lock. Realizing that Li Ming had returned, her spirits lifted, and she dashed outside. However, her joy turned to shock when she saw Li Ming entering alongside Jiang Nuo. A fiery hatred ignited within Tan Ling as she confronted Li Ming, demanding to know why they were together. Li Ming merely regarded her with indifference, which only fueled Tan Ling's anger. Stepping closer, she insisted, "How do you know each other?" Just as she approached, Jiang Nuo kicked her down and tossed a rope to Li Ming, instructing her not to let Tan Ling interfere. "What are you planning?" Tan Ling sensed something was amiss, but Li Ming was swift. Before Tan Ling could react, Li Ming had seized the rope and pounced, pinning her down onto a chair. As an athlete, Li Ming possessed superior strength and agility, easily overpowering Tan Ling. It wasn't until the rope had encircled her several times that Tan Ling began to struggle. But it was futile. Li Ming used her weight to tighten the bindings, and as Tan Ling lost her strength, she began to scream, "Li Ming, you are betraying me. What did you meet Jiang Nuo? Let me go. Please, let me go." Li Ming, drenched in sweat, tightened the rope further and secured it with a knot. Once she completed this task, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, finally realizing how arduous fighting and struggling could be. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Cheng and Lu Yiweng rushed to the living room, but upon seeing Jiang Nuo playing with a dagger in her cold, piercing eyes, they hesitated, feeling a sense of foreboding. "You are walking into a trap." Zhang Cheng grimaced as a shoulder wound throbbed painfully, wishing he could eliminate this woman. Jiang Nuo regarded them with disdain. In her past life, these two had followed Wang Jinli into her home, attempting to bully her, only to be chased away by her mother wielding a kitchen knife, a desperate act that ultimately led to her mother's demise on the way to the base. The memory of this fueled Jiang Nuo's unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Seeing her stand still, Zhang Cheng exchanged glances with Lu Yiweng, who understood the cue and picked up a steel pipe from the wall, charging at Jiang Nuo. "If you die, everything on the 35th floor will belong to us." Lu Yiweng swung the pipe with all his might, aiming for Jiang Nuo's head, convinced that a single blow would shatter her skull. Yet, the anticipated outcome never materialized. Jiang Nuo simply sidestepped, and as Lu Yiweng regained his balance to attack again, the dagger in Jiang Nuo's hand pierced his side. The sound of the blade entering flesh was sickening. Lu Yiweng initially felt no severe pain, but soon realized the gravity of his injury as blood gushed forth. Jiang Nuo twisted the knife before withdrawing it, leaving him in shock, blood pouring from the wound. "Jiang Nuo, you will not escape unscathed." Tan Ling, still bound to the chair, struggled to reach Jiang Nuo, but before she could rise, she collapsed with a cry, chair and all. What chilled her further was Li Ming's indifference, standing by and watching without offering any assistance. Lu Yiweng lay on the ground, his will to fight extinguished as he pleaded for mercy. "We were just following Wang Chong's orders. If you're looking for someone, find him, not me." He attempted to reach for the first aid kit on the sofa, but the moment he moved, the wound bled more profusely, worsened by Jiang Nuo's earlier twist of the knife. Lu Yiweng nearly lost consciousness as he crawled to the sofa, barely able to touch the kit, which Jiang Nuo snatched just out of reach. "Useless. You are doomed today," she taunted, watching as he writhed in agony, unable to even scream, his mouth agape as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Nuo turned her gaze towards Zhang Cheng, who had been observing from the sidelines, hesitant to act due to his shoulder injury. He was taken aback to see Lu Yiweng fall so quickly, prompting him to rush into the kitchen to retrieve a watermelon knife. Brandishing the knife, Zhang Cheng aimed it at Jiang Nuo while glancing towards the door, where Li Ming stood guard with a gun, its authenticity unknown. After weighing his options, Zhang Cheng resolved to confront Jiang Nuo directly, reasoning that despite her madness, she was merely a woman, inherently weaker. He believed that if he could land a blow, it would provide him the chance he needed. With this thought in mind, he tightened his grip on the knife and hurled a lamp at Jiang Nuo. He threw everything within reach, desperate to land a hit, but ultimately failed to connect. A smirk spread across Jiang Nuo's face as she taunted, "Since you lack the courage to attack, I shall take my turn." The dagger in her hand dripped with blood, Zhang Cheng's brother's blood. The metallic scent heightened Zhang Cheng's adrenaline, awakening his ferocity. In that moment, he decided to strike first. "D!" he shouted, lunging at Jiang Nuo with the knife aimed at her face, anticipating her instinctive reaction to guard herself. However, Jiang Nuo did not flinch. With a deft maneuver, she sidestepped and thrust the dagger into his back. She offered no opportunities for retaliation, twisting the blade to exacerbate his injury. You, Zhang Cheng gasped, unable to muster any further words before collapsing heavily to the ground. Tan Ling lay on the floor, trembling as she observed the blood-soaked room. In that instant, she realized that Jiang Nuo was not merely a madwoman. She was a remorseless demon. As Zhang Cheng fell, Jiang Nuo kicked the watermelon knife away from him and turned her attention to Li Meng, commanding, "Bring me the knife." Li Meng's face was pale, shaken by the gruesome scene before her. Yet, witnessing the lifeless forms of Zhang Cheng and Lu Yiwang stirred a dark satisfaction within her. She picked up the watermelon knife and approached Jiang Nuo. "These two will soon bleed out if left unattended," Jiang Nuo remarked, "but your vendetta remains unfulfilled. Now is your chance to act." Li Meng nodded, knowing she intended to kill them both. If she did not act today, the shadows of this night would haunt her for the rest of her life. However, as she held the heavy knife, aiming it at Zhang Cheng, her hand trembled uncontrollably. Blood continued to flow, and the sight was overwhelming. Li Meng struggled to breathe, feeling faint. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Nuo shook her head and swiftly cut Zhang Cheng's throat. As he convulsed once before succumbing to death, Jiang Nuo then turned to Lu Yiwang. Without sparing a glance at Li Meng, she prepared to end Lu Yiwang's life. "Wait, let me do it," Li Meng suddenly spoke up. She cast aside the watermelon knife and seized a rifle slung across her body, chambering around and taking aim with fluid precision. Years of dedicated practice rendered her hands as steady as a rock, devoid of any tremor. Li Meng squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Lu Wenyu squarely in the forehead. Lu Wenyu's eyes widened in shock, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Li Meng clutched her weapon tightly, drenched in cold sweat, her mind in a haze, yet strangely relieved. She had taken a life, and there was no turning back. If the flood recedes and societal order is restored, she would face legal ramifications. Yet, reflecting on the terror and humiliation inflicted by these two, she felt no regret, not in the slightest. Indeed, Jiang Nuo remarked with a hint of indifference, "This girl possesses decisiveness, though it was a waste of a bullet." Li Meng, still holding her gun, replied absent-mindedly, "I know where there are more guns and ammunition. Once the rain stops, I shall inform you." Jiang Nuo raised an eyebrow, considering it rather good news. Then, her gaze shifted to Tan Ling, bound and sprawled on the floor, her eyes wide with panic. "There's still one inside. Do not let her scream." Li Meng nodded and approached Tan Ling with a towel in hand. Realizing that Jiang Nuo was about to target Wang Jianli, Tan Ling was desperate to scream, but Li Meng swiftly stuffed the towel into her mouth. With her beloved in peril, Tan Ling struggled with all her might. However, bound by multiple layers of rope and with her mouth securely gagged, she could only emit muffled whimpers, tears streaming down her face. In her despair, Tan Ling felt helpless. The person she cherished most was in danger, while her best friend was complicit in this cruelty. 3 rooms lay before them. 2 doors stood ajar, while one remained firmly shut. Upon entering, Jiang Nuo swiftly dispatched the 2 individuals within, and aside from the final gunshot, there was little commotion. Now that Tan Ling's mouth was silenced, it was likely that upstairs and downstairs remained oblivious to the fact that a life had been taken. Yet, those inside the room could not be unaware. This implied that Wang Jianli, fully aware of his companion's grim fate, chose to remain silent within. Jiang Nuo approached the closed door, turned the knob, and found it unlocked. She could simply push it open. After a moment's thought, she slowly twisted the handle, stepped back a few paces, and suddenly hurled her body against the door with all her might. Bang! The door slammed back against the wall, colliding with Wang Jianli, who had been crouched behind, preparing to ambush. The impact left him disoriented, his wound threatening to burst open. He let out a pained scream, his body ricocheting off the wall, gritting his teeth to prevent the knife in his hand from falling. But Jiang Nuo had already entered, unhesitatingly delivering a kick to the injury on his lower leg. Wang Jianli was nearly overwhelmed by the pain, yet Jiang Nuo followed up with another kick, sending the knife flying from his grasp. Observing the man sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, Jiang Nuo's gaze hardened as she spoke slowly. The moment I laid eyes on you again, I could have killed you. Do you know why I've waited until now? Chapter 48. Triple kill. As Wang Jianli witnessed the door slam shut, his wounds began to rip open, rendering him nearly immobile and devoid of any hope for escape. He collapsed to the ground, weeping. Jiang Nuo, can you not be reasonable? What have I done to deserve this? He gasped in pain, struggling to articulate his words. I merely assisted Yang Ning in acquiring your design. Surely, that does not warrant a death sentence? He continued. Later, Yang Ning and I indeed intended to design you, thus granting you access to the company's database. But you did not bite the bait. Even if I informed Wang Chong about your resources, I gained nothing in return, only to be left severely injured. Do we truly harbor such deep-seated enmity to justify this situation? Tears streamed down Wang Jianli's face as he wiped in anguish, portraying himself as the utmost victim. Jiang Nuo merely regarded him with icy indifference. Noting her silence, hope ignited within him, and he pressed on. Jiang Nuo, you may find it hard to believe, but I genuinely love you. My involvement with Yang Ning was merely a fleeting lapse in judgment. She is the boss's daughter and pursued me openly. What choice did I have? But you must trust that I harbor no feelings for her. The only person I have ever loved is you. Remember when I first joined the company? I had no ulterior motives. My affection for you was pure. Jiang Nuo responded slowly. Is what you say truly sincere? A wave of elation surged through Wang Jianli. He had known all along. Jiang Nuo still held feelings for him. No woman could resist a heartfelt confession, especially from someone who had mastered the art of manipulating emotions over the years. Of course it's true. Jiang Nuo, believe me, I have long regretted my actions. That is why, upon my arrival here, you were the first person I sought out. I truly. Before he could finish, Jiang Nuo delivered a swift kick to his face, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Do you think you are the only one capable of playing with emotions? Wang Jianli, spitting blood from the impact, realized he had been deceived, and a chill coursed through his veins. His only path to survival lay in eliminating Jiang Nuo. He cast a furtive glance at the knife that had fallen nearby, feigning excruciating pain as he inched closer. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, Jiang Nuo, may you meet a gruesome end. Your hands are stained with blood. You shall descend into hell. It seemed effective. His curses drew. Chapter 49. Deadly poison. When Li Meng arrived to see Jiang Nuo, she was welcomed into the 35th floor after passing through 4 doors in total, the 2 doors in the corridor and the 2 at the entrance. The same security measures were mirrored from the 35th to the 36th floor, leaving Jiang Nuo unconcerned about any potential mischief from Li Meng. She had changed into a clean outfit, washed off the bloodstains, and carried a bag containing weapons belonging to Wang Jianli and the others, including steel pipes, a watermelon knife, a short blade, and 2 handcuffs. These items are safest with you, she stated. I have only kept a saw for my temporary use. Jiang Nuo accepted the bag and gestured towards 2 large storage bags in the corner of the living room. This is your share of supplies. Please take a moment to count them. No need. Li Meng shook her head, appearing somewhat dazed. After a brief silence, she delivered a piece of news. Tan Ling is dead. Wang Chong had thrown Wang Jianli's corpse out the window, and as she watched it sink into the water, Tan Ling, heartbroken, raved and cursed at Li Meng. That night, Wang Chong took in the traumatized Tan Ling naturally. His intentions were clear to all. Yet now she had become a mere pawn in his game. Who would truly care for the fate of such a girl? However, before Wang Chong could act, Tan Ling, murmuring Wang Jinli's name, climbed to the window and leapt into the water. At this point, a sardonic expression crossed Li Meng's face. In the end, she still believed that Wang Jinli loved her. Perhaps that belief provided her with a semblance of comfort. Jiang Nuo shrugged, pondering that everything was ultimately a matter of personal choices. Li Meng fell silent again, and after a moment, she removed the gun from her side and placed it on the coffee table. There are 29 rounds left in the magazine. Take them all. My gun, the bullets, all my weapons. They're yours now. Jiang Nuo raised an eyebrow, suspecting what Li Meng was about to convey. My gun and my belongings are now entrusted to you. I will serve you from now on, hoping you will take me in. Li Meng closed her eyes, trying to dispel the painful memories. I do not wish to return to the 6th floor. I can sleep anywhere, even on the floor of the corridor. Li Meng stated earnestly, I am but your weapon. Wield me as you see fit. Jiang Nuo shook her head, replying, I will not easily trust anyone. I understand, Li Meng replied calmly. She retrieved a small package from her bag and began to peel away the layers of bubble wrap in front of Jiang Nuo. The meticulous packaging indicated that it was not an ordinary item. Once unveiled, it contained 20 disposable syringes and 3 brown glass vials. This is ricin poison. When needed, it can be drawn out using the syringe. Li Meng inhaled deeply. Ricin is an extremely potent toxin. A minuscule dose, perhaps 1/20th of this small vial, can be lethal. You are aware of cyanide, yes? Ricin's toxicity is 6,000 times that of cyanide. It can dissolve in water, be injected directly, or even cause poisoning through inhalation. Li Meng resolutely pushed these items towards Jiang Nuo. I went through great effort to obtain this. It is my greatest asset and trump card. She smiled ironically. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, it is less effective than a fist. I am simply too weak to utilize it properly, but you are different. Jiang Nuo blinked, feeling a surge of excitement. If used correctly, this could indeed be a formidable weapon. With your capabilities, you can fully exploit these toxins, striking me down without a trace. You could also apply it in necessary places to thwart my scrutiny. Li Meng proclaimed, I said I am your weapon. You may choose not to believe me, but now my life rests in your hands. With such unwavering conviction, Jiang Nuo felt no desire to further test her resolve. Engaging in discourse with an astute and rational individual was refreshing. Rather than responding immediately, she asked, what are your thoughts on the future? Do you have any plans? Li Meng pondered for a moment before replying, when the temperature reaches 40 degrees, everyone claims it will soon cool down, yet it escalates to 45, then 50. When heavy rain descends for 3 days, people say it will soon cease, yet it continues for 10, 20 days. Our community is upscale, situated on elevated ground, and the residents are financially secure. Before the downpour, many stocked up on supplies, but even so, chaos has ensued. In areas with poorer conditions, it must be a veritable hell on earth. I believe that even if the natural disasters abate, societal order will be challenging to restore. To survive, I must enhance my own strength. Li Meng gazed at Jiang Nuo. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't be alive. I thought I was an athlete, trained long-term with better physical and mental resilience than most, but the reality has proven I am still far from sufficient. Do you have specific ideas? Jiang Nuo inquired. I do, Li Meng nodded. I am quite skilled with a slingshot. It is a sort of talent of mine. As a child, I could accurately hit the glass on the 4th floor with a slingshot. It was this talent that led my parents to send me for shooting lessons. Li Meng glanced at her hands, her gaze becoming more resolute. Guns are useful, but ammunition is limited. The same goes for your recurve bow. Using an arrow means one less arrow. Generally, we should conserve where possible. However, a slingshot is different. One can simply pick up stones by the roadside. Ideally, we could craft a batch of iron balls or even design them with spikes or barbs to increase lethality. Moreover, a slingshot is easy to carry and inconspicuous, yielding surprising results. As she spoke, Li Meng produced several sheets of paper for Jiang Nuo to see, displaying sketches of her designs. I have drawn the designs for the slingshot and bullets, preparing to ask Wu Dai to help me create them. I will exchange all remaining food from the 6th floor as payment. I can also teach you, whether it be firearms or slingshots. I will share everything without reservation if you are interested, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Li Meng laid out all the conditions she could offer, gazing earnestly at Jiang Nuo. I will never betray you, nor will I be a burden. I possess my own food. All I ask is for you to take me in. Having expressed everything she could, she surrendered the rest to fate, taking a deep breath and clenching her fists tightly. Agreed, Jiang Nuo responded. In truth, she had entertained similar thoughts. While having both the 35th and 36th floors certainly doubled the security, it also complicated the observation of external movements, especially since she and her mother primarily resided on the 36th floor, where they ate, gardened, and slept. To enhance secrecy, they had invested heavily in soundproofing the 36th floor. While ensured privacy, it also hindered their ability to hear outside sounds. You may stay on the 35th floor, but you must remain vigilant for any commotion at the door. If anything arises, come find me, and no unauthorized actions are permitted. Understood? A glimmer of excitement crossed Li Meng's face, and she appeared relieved, assuring, I will be obedient. However, there were 2 doors between the 35th and 36th floors. If you knock, I may not hear you well. Do you have a solution? Jiang Nuo inquired deliberately. That is simple. I have some bells. I can string them together and tie them on the 36th floor. When I need to reach you, I will tug the string to ring the bells as a signal. How does that sound? That works. Jiang Nuo nodded in agreement. Well, since that has been settled, I assure you that without your permission, I shall not venture into the corridor, nor shall I dare to touch the door leading to the 36th floor. Li contemplated for a moment, suggesting that you might smear castor bean toxin on the door as a means to test my resolve. Her self-discipline struck Jiang Nuo as somewhat amusing. No need for that. Chapter 50. Harvesting vegetables with Jiang Nuo's permission, Li Meng descended to gather her belongings. Having resided there for several years, she possessed a considerable array of items, food, clothing, daily necessities, and various artifacts, packed in several large woven bags. Recently, a gruesome incident had occurred, and the bloodstains from the 6th to the 16th floor remained vividly apparent, leaving no one willing to clean up the mess. The atmosphere in the building was tense, with residents opting to remain indoors. During her multiple trips, Li Meng encountered no one, successfully transporting all her belongings to the 35th floor. Naturally, this was merely the beginning, as she intended to take all her furniture as well. Armed with a saw, she planned to dismantle it for firewood. Jiang Nuo provided her with 4 keys, 2 for the corridor doors on the 35th floor and 2 for the apartment door. She meticulously threaded them onto a leather cord, securing it around her neck and concealing it within her clothing. To remain vigilant of any external disturbances, she opted not to sleep in the bedroom, but instead converted the living room sofa into a makeshift bed. Jiang Nuo informed Yu Ruohua of this arrangement, who expressed concern. Xiao Nuo, the world has grown treacherous. We must be cautious. We need to utilize those we can trust, for many tasks cannot be accomplished alone. However, we must also be on guard. We are cultivating vegetables above, and many might covet them. Each time you go down, ensure the corridor doors are securely closed. Rest assured. Mother, I am well aware of that, Li Meng replied, confident that she would not forget the importance of closing doors. In fact, prior to the apocalypse, Jiang Nuo had installed a high-voltage electric shock device on the security door of the stairwell on the 36th floor. She had not activated it before, as it required a battery. When the door was subjected to a certain amount of pressure, it would release a powerful electric current and sound an alarm. Li Meng had agreed to communicate solely through a bell, promising not to tamper with any other areas, as long as she adhered to the rules. She would be safe from electric shocks. Although Li Meng appeared genuinely intent on seeking refuge, the unpredictability of human nature remained a concern. Jiang Nuo cautioned Yu Ruohua about the electrical current at the corridor doors, saying, Mother, you are on the 36th floor. Without my presence, do not venture outside. If you do not open the door, Mei will not be able to leave either. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruohua felt a wave of relief and nodded. You are indeed the steady one. At noon, Jiang Nuo craved snail rice noodles, but Yu Ruohua could not tolerate the scent, despite Jiang Nuo's numerous attempts to persuade her. It had proven fruitless. Thus, she rolled up her sleeves and decided to cook for herself. Our lettuce in the garden has sprouted, she noted. although it was still tender and somewhat wasteful. Why not pick a bit to taste? It would be perfect to accompany your stinky noodles, her mother suggested. Jiang Nuo retorted, "It's not stinky, it's soulful." She made her way to the vegetable garden, where the previously planted lettuce and cherry radishes were flourishing. She watered them with spatial spring water every 3 days to ensure their survival, and although they were originally set to be harvested in 30 days, judging by their growth, they could be ready in just 20. Having grown for 15 days, the lettuce was still tender and not as vibrant. But Jiang Nuo was eager to sample its flavor and selected the 2 fastest-growing heads, familiar with the cultivation and harvesting knowledge of various balcony vegetables. This was her first hands-on experience, and she felt a tinge of anticipation. There were 2 methods for harvesting lettuce. One involved cutting the entire plant, leaving the roots in the ground for further growth, which was the common practice seen in markets. The other method was to pluck the outer leaves, allowing the heart of the lettuce to continue growing. Naturally, in pursuit of her snail rice noodles, Jiang Nuo opted for the latter. After carefully detaching the leaves, she examined them closely. Having eaten lettuce since childhood, she thought it unremarkable, yet this particular batch seemed imbued with a unique vitality, tender green with a jade-like sheen. She sampled a small piece, and it was sweet and remarkably crisp, infused with the essence of spatial spring water and the natural texture of fresh vegetables. Truly, the difference was evident when compared to store-bought greens. These leaves, nourished by pure water or spring water, were exceptionally clean and required only a quick rinse before use. Jiang Nuo fried an egg, prepared the snail rice noodles, and added the vegetable leaves just before serving. She had purchased 2 packs of flavored bamboo shoots, ensuring a double infusion of soulfulness. Just as she presented the dish, Yu Ruohua dashed away, prompting Jiang Nuo to chuckle and relish her meal in solitude. In the afternoon, Jiang Nuo switched off the electric current with a remote and descended to the 35th floor to check on Li Meng. She had already fashioned the bell and handed it to Jiang Nuo, saying, "You can hang this on the balcony of the 36th floor, allowing the cord to dangle down." Upon inspection, Jiang Nuo noticed that Li Meng had also placed several large water buckets on the balcony and had moved up 2 pure water machines from the 6th floor. "I have 2 pure water machines that are currently inoperable due to a lack of electricity. You can take them," Li Meng offered. Jiang Nuo examined the devices. These reverse osmosis machines could extract water molecules, transforming tap water into purified water. Domestic models cost around 1,000 yuan each, while imported ones were pricier. Jiang Nuo had acquired over 30 units during her $0 shopping spree at the supermarket, all stored in her space. As she only consumed spatial spring water, these machines were of little use to her. "No need to worry, just leave them on the 35th floor. They might be useful for salvaging parts in the future," she replied. Of course, Li Meng nodded in agreement. The pure water machines were not operational, but Li Meng utilized an activated carbon filtration method for rainwater. She had a compartment between her wardrobe and the wall filled with activated carbon, although it wasn't crucial to hide it, as Wang Chong and the others were primarily interested in food. Having chopped up some furniture from the 6th floor for firewood, she boiled the filtered water for drinking. She stored the boiled water in a thermos, with around 20 cups of various sizes. One batch would suffice for a long time. Next, she dismantled all the remaining furniture and doors on the 6th floor, completely emptying the space. If the rain continued, fuel would become scarce, and by delaying the dismantling, she would merely be benefiting others. On the first day of moving, Li Meng treated herself to Kung Pao chicken, complemented by a quarter of a compressed biscuit, making for a delightful meal. "Jiang Nuo, could you arm wrestle with me?" Li Meng suddenly asked. "I plan to have Wu Dai make you a slingshot to gauge your arm strength and match you with appropriate resistance." "Sure," Jiang Nuo replied, sitting down to compete. With her enhanced physique from consuming spatial spring water and her consistent training, Jiang Nuo easily overwhelmed Li Meng, as if she were merely pressing down on a piece of paper. Li Meng, momentarily dazed, exclaimed, "You are truly, incredibly strong." After a brief pause, her eyes sparked with determination. "I must also strive to improve." Chapter 51. The slingshot. Before Li Meng could seek out Wu Dai for assistance with the slingshot, Wu Dai had already arrived at her doorstep. He pinned a note and crouched before the corridor door on the 35th floor, attempting to stealthily slip the note inside. However, in the process, he accidentally bumped into the door, producing a faint sound. Li Meng, who had been attentively listening to the commotion outside, immediately grabbed a knife and stepped out to investigate. Just as Wu Dai finished inserting the note and was about to leave, the security door swung open, revealing Li Meng standing there with a knife in hand, nearly scaring him to death. Li Meng regarded him with a stern expression. Wu Dai, flustered and unsure, dared not flee or make any sudden movements. He stammered an explanation, claiming that he had made a deal with Jiang Nuo and did not intend to disturb the door. Li Meng picked up the note he had dropped, noticing it was densely filled with writing, resembling a novel, momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment, Li Meng said, retreating inside. She pulled on a rope that hung from the balcony above and gently shook a bell. She did not ring it continuously, but rather in a soft, rhythmic manner every 10 seconds. Soon enough, she heard the sound of a door opening from the staircase. Indeed, it was Jiang Nuo descending. Upon hearing the details of the situation and observing Wu Dai's shaken demeanor, Jiang Nuo could not help but chuckle. I do have a deal with him. He informs me about happenings in the building, and if the information proves useful, I will compensate him. Li Meng cleared her throat. I understand. Next time there's a disturbance at the door, I'll first check if a note has been slipped inside. Jiang Nuo replied. Li Meng, let him in. After all, he has matters to discuss with you. It may take some time to clarify. With Jiang Nuo's consent, Li Meng opened the door, gesturing for Wu Dai to enter. This door was shrouded in mystery to the inhabitants of the building, considering that Wang Chong and his associates had exerted considerable effort in vain to break it down. And 3 lives had been lost in the process. The remnants of that bloodshed still lingered on the staircase, now dried but still hauntingly vivid. As Wu Dai stepped through the threshold, an inexplicable tension washed over him. His legs felt weak, yet he was oddly exhilarated. Please, have a seat, Li Meng instructed. Wu Dai glanced around the modest living room, where a single sofa had been converted into a makeshift bed, clearly indicating someone had been sleeping there. He had no intention of sitting on it, and instead cautiously settled cross-legged on the floor. Li Meng paid no mind to these trivialities and retrieved her design sketches. At that moment, Jiang Nuo also fetched 4 eggs and handed them to Wu Dai, saying, now that you're here, I might as well give these to you. Next time, just remember to come and collect the items on the night the red paper is posted at the door. Keep an eye out. Wu Dai accepted the eggs, his spirits soaring. Thank you. He carefully tucked the eggs away, fearful of breaking them, as they were meant for his daughter, who was still growing and needed the protein. Fortunately, he possessed some skills and was able to collaborate with the 35th floor to trade for supplies to nourish her. Since Jiang Nuo had instructed Li Meng to dispose of the 3 corpses at Wang Chong's doorstep, the building had been eerily quiet. Even Wang Chong himself had become subdued. Rumor had it that he had not even left his door in days. The absence of incidents implied that Wu Dai had little to report and, therefore, would receive no compensation. He could only document whatever information he managed to gather, fearing Jiang Nuo might deem his insights useless. To avoid this, he endeavored to write extensively about the circumstances of every household, hoping that at least one piece of information would catch her interest. To his surprise, this strategy proved effective. Jiang Nuo carefully tucked the note away, choosing not to examine it just yet. She anticipated that there would be little to report in the coming days. But Wu Dai remained her informant and would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. This slingshot, are you capable of constructing it? Li Meng returned to the topic at hand. Wu Dai scrutinized the sketches before exclaiming, Ah, what is it? Jiang Nuo inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Nothing, I just happen to know about this type of slingshot. In his area of expertise, Wu Dai's confidence surged, and he spoke more rapidly. There are quite a few enthusiasts for this kind of slingshot, secretly using them to hunt birds, and they utilize steel balls as projectiles. What else do you know? Jiang Nuo asked. Though Li Meng had been quite adept with slingshots in her youth, she had never used a professional one. It was beneficial to learn more. Wu Dai, invigorated, straightened his posture and declared, coincidentally, I have a friend who is into slingshots. I once assisted him in modifying one, but he preferred purchasing directly from those renowned German brands. He paused briefly, Then continued. From what I understand, the projectiles for this type of slingshot are steel balls. Due to their smooth surface and spherical shape, they distribute force evenly, ensuring accurate shots. This is the first time I've seen the design you've drawn. If the projectiles have edges, they may not hit the target. Li Meng responded with confidence. You need not worry about that. Very well, I will share everything I know. The smallest diameter for steel balls is 8 millimeters. They're typically referred to as 8 balls. The largest is approximately 18 millimeters, known as 18 balls. This pattern continues. The larger the ball, the greater the lethality, although not everyone could draw it back. I have seen friends use slingshots that could pierce thin wooden boards with balls of 9 millimeters. And they can even penetrate beverage cans. One friend even attempted to shoot through thick iron plates, using a 12-millimeter ball. He managed to pierce the plate after 10 consecutive shots at the same spot. Jiang Nua's interest grew with every detail. In Huagua, acquiring firearms was exceedingly difficult, and ammunition was finite. Even if one could find bullets, each shot meant one less in supply. She envied the fictional heroines who could easily procure arms along the border. But reality was far less accommodating. Bows and arrows faced similar issues. Although arrows could be retrieved, they still suffered from wear and tear, often resulting in deformation after being shot. While her wrist strength was not a concern, mastering the slingshot could serve as a viable alternative to guns and arrows. However, while effective, slingshots could also be taxing on the hands. Most individuals would experience pain after drawing back a 12-millimeter ball, risking strain. Thus, some opted for tungsten balls, which were harder, denser, and possessed superior penetration capabilities compared to steel balls, though they were also more costly. Wu Dai shared his knowledge of slingshots in detail. If it weren't for this torrential rain, I could have gone to buy some projectiles. 1,000 of the 8-millimeter balls would only cost a little over 20 yuan online. Now, however, it poses a challenge. Let us set aside the projectiles for now. Can you construct this slingshot? Jiang Nua inquired. Wu Dai nodded. Yes, I can make it. It's not difficult. All I need is a Y-shaped steel frame, a bit of polishing, and rubber bands, which I have on hand. Can you polish without electricity? Yes. Wu Dai patiently explained, gesturing animatedly. My polishing lathe operates like a sewing machine. You've seen old-fashioned sewing machines, right? They run without electricity, albeit slowly and without cutting capabilities. Polishing is no issue. That's reassuring. Li Meng sighed in relief. Please begin crafting it today. Wu Dai examined the sketches more closely, furrowing his brow. The design you've drawn differs from any slingshot I've encountered. It appears more elongated. Are you certain this is how you want it? Additionally, those projectiles seem to enhance lethality, but they must be smooth and rounded to distribute force evenly. How will these odd shapes perform? He quickly added, I mean no offense. I just worry you might be unable to utilize them, thus wasting your efforts. Li Meng remained unperturbed. Just focus on making it. Your compensation will be ample. Wu Dai pondered for a moment, then replied, Sister, the slingshot is easy to make, but those projectiles will be more challenging, although they appear small. The spikes and barbs require cutting or welding. I will first create the slingshot for you. I have bearings at home, and I can disassemble the steel balls from them for temporary use. As for your design projectiles, I will need to devise a plan. That works, Jiang Nuo replied. You may begin the construction. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 eggs from her pocket, which served as a deposit. Li Meng observed this and presented a pack of ham sausages to Wu Dai. They decided to create 2 slingshots, one for each of them. A fair arrangement given their respective contributions. This was Li Meng's suggestion and her initiative to engage Wu Dai. However, she did not hinder Jiang Nuo from contributing. Nor would Jiang Nuo assume responsibility solely because she had more to offer. A clear understanding was essential for a lasting collaboration, and they shared this tacit agreement. Chapter 52. Borrowing from him, Jiang Nuo returned to the 36th floor and, noticing her mother was absent, surmised she had gone to the rooftop garden, so she followed suit, eager to taste her mother's cherry radishes. Xiao Nuo, come quickly and take a look. Yu Ruohua beckoned her from the glass house. Stepping outside, the thunderous sound of the rain became almost imperceptible to Jiang Nuo. The city's water levels continued to rise. The sky cloaked in a dismal gray that enveloped the surrounding buildings, rendering the atmosphere utterly lifeless. Upon reaching the garden, Jiang Nuo was greeted by a surge of vitality. Yu Ruohua pulled out a cherry radish, shaking it in front of Jiang Nua. Look, isn't it beautiful? Jiang Nua examined the radish closely, and it was no wonder it was named a cherry radish. It indeed resembled a cherry, its hue of vibrant crimson, plump and spherical, approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, resembling a piece of fruit. She rinsed the radish in her spatial pocket and took a bite. The crisp texture and abundant juice burst forth with a sweet essence. The radish was devoured in just 2 bites, leaving Jiang Nua wanting more. If it was this delectable raw, how delightful it must be when prepared as a salad. Truly, it was a product of the spatial spring water, each radish radiating a charming aura. I think it's about time to harvest. These don't grow very large. The sooner we harvest, the sooner we can plant anew. The lettuce can stay in the ground a few more days, Yuruahua stated, plucking the radish tops and extracting 3 or 4 vibrant red radishes, their appearance tantalizing. Her face lit up with joy. We'll have these for dinner. Radishes can be eaten raw or in salads, and the leaves can be stir-fried, rich in vitamins. Jiang Nua inspected the lettuce. In just 2 days, it had flourished. The tender green leaves now speckled with vibrant hues, each stem glistening. Unlike radishes, which are uprooted, lettuce can be trimmed and will continue to grow anew. Jiang Nua estimated that her stock of lettuce seeds would last a lifetime. The mother-daughter duo efficiently harvested a small patch of cherry radishes. Initially, Jiang Nua worried about Yuruahua's back, but her mother's vigor suggested otherwise. Jiang Nua retrieved some spatial spring water, and they rested while enjoying the refreshing drink. After drinking this, our regular water tastes so bland, Yuruahua remarked. This must be what they mean by the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to simplicity. Jiang Nua smiled slightly. However, if this water is left exposed too long, its vitality dissipates. We can only draw it fresh. I'll fetch some more for Hame later. Lately, Hame had been unusually lethargic, only rousing from sleep during meal times to eagerly approach her bowl. Otherwise, she spent most of her time dozing, seemingly gaining a bit of weight and her fur becoming softer and more abundant. Seeing her healthy, Jiang Nua let her rest. After all, it was preferable to her bouncing around and causing chaos. After finishing the cherry radish harvest, Jiang Nua began selecting seeds for planting. This time, she opted for varieties that required a longer growing period, choosing tomatoes and potatoes. She buried the seeds in the soil, watered them with spatial spring water, and awaited their germination. Gazing at her plot, a profound sense of satisfaction filled Jiang Nua, and she thought of the barren fields in her spatial realm. The space had also undergone upgrades, yet that particular field remained parched, impervious to any effort. Jiang Nua attempted to water it with spatial spring water, but it yielded no response, and she, reluctant to waste the precious resource, abandoned the endeavor. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If seed from the real world couldn't be planted in her space, what if she tried the reverse? Could she plant the spatial plants in the outdoor garden? Seizing the moment, Jiang Nua's consciousness swiftly entered the spatial realm. The only plant she possessed was a towering tree of unknown species. She had never encountered this variety before, and despite scouring her data, she found no mention of it, confirming it was not of this world. Approaching the tree, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, an indescribable vitality emanating from it, soothing her mind until all extraneous thoughts faded away. On 2 occasions, Jiang Nua had brought a book into space, using her consciousness to turn the pages while seated near the grand tree, finding it remarkably easy to immerse herself in the reading. She longed for the day she would truly step into her space. As her consciousness circled the magnificent tree, she discovered several silvery fruits nestled among the branches. Gently pulling one, she retrieved it from the space and examined it in her palm. The silver, smooth fruit was about the size of small glass marble, exuding a faint fragrance. Jiang Nua found a large flower pot, planted the fruit within, and drenched it with spatial spring water, placing it in her bedroom. Once these tasks were accomplished, she recalled the note from Wude. He had written extensively, detailing the conditions of every household, pouring out all the information he had. Interestingly, he mentioned the 34th floor. Ever since the tragedy, the family residing there had been under immense stress, living beneath the very floor where a murderer resided. Their methods particularly gruesome. The haunting memories of the bloody corpses left them sleepless. Eventually, they sought out Wang Chong, expressing their fear of remaining on the 34th floor and hoping he could mediate a move to a different level. As the building manager, Wang Chong had already searched the premises and confiscated whatever could be taken, leaving little for him to gain. Coupled with Jiang Nua's presence, he had grown disinterested in the committee's affairs. He informed them that only the 6th floor was vacant, and they could move there. The family from the 34th floor, hearing this, could only depart in disappointment. While the 35th floor housed a murderer, the 6th floor was the scene of a crime. With bloodstains on the walls and floors, who would dare reside there? After reading the note, Jiang Nua set it aside. Although it contained no critical information, it provided her with insight into the building's residents, preventing her from feeling isolated. Wu Dai had gathered much during his venture. Now, he faced hunger, with only a few eggs and a pack of ham left, just enough to sustain him a few more days, and that was merely a deposit. With an extra ration, there was a glimmer of hope for survival. If only they could endure until the rain ceased. Upon returning home, Wu Dai wasted no time in crafting slingshots, pouring more effort into this task than he did for his own projects, not even pausing for a drink. By nightfall, he had completed 2 slingshots. Clutching them, he ascended to the 35th floor and stood at the doorway, preparing to knock. Just as his hand rose, the door swung open unexpectedly. Wu Dai jumped in surprise, stammering, I didn't touch the door. How did you know? Don't be afraid, Li Meng reassured him. I patrol regularly and happen to see you. Li Meng did not open the iron gate immediately. Instead, she called for Jiang Nua. Once Jiang Nua arrived, she allowed Wu Dai inside to inspect the slingshots and the 8 projectiles. I made them as per your request. One can withstand a pull of 35 kilograms. The other 60 kilograms, Wu Dai explained, placing the slingshots on the coffee table. Li Meng picked one up to test it, her expression revealing satisfaction. Jiang Nua also tried the one with 60 kilograms of pull. To her, it posed no challenge. The 8 steel balls seemed rather few, yet they would suffice for practice. I can create special projectiles. I have ample steel materials at home, but they require cutting, which needs power. Unfortunately, my diesel supply is exhausted, Wu Dai admitted. His head bowed. Jiang Nua frowned slightly. While obtaining some diesel was feasible, she did not entirely trust Wu Dai at this moment. I know where to find diesel. Li Meng suddenly remarked that at Wang Chong's residence, Zhang Cheng had mentioned that while searching for supplies, they had found a small quantity of diesel on the 25th floor. Approximately 8 liters. That should suffice. It's more than enough for my cutting needs. The remainder can be managed with polishing. 2 or 3 liters will be adequate. Wu Dai quickly responded. Very well, Jiang Nua replied calmly. I will go and borrow it from him. I'll accompany you. Li Meng instinctively reached for a knife. Jiang Nua shook her head. There's no need. I shall return swiftly. Their seemingly mundane conversation sent a shiver down Wu Dai's spine. This hardly seemed like a simple borrowing, did it? Chapter 53. Mental control. Wang Chong was currently sorting through the supplies at home. Although he had not collected much from the building, the combined efforts of dozens of households had yielded a modest amount, with the 6th floor being the most fruitful, as nearly everything had been transported to his residence. The room was brimming with goods. It would have been ideal if all of this were solely his. But Wang Chong dared not be so selfish. He had to distribute a bit each day to stave off starvation, as the last thing he wanted was for people to rise in revolt out of desperation. There was a loud knock at the door, and Wang Chong felt a surge of irritation. Day in and day out, trivial matters seemed to find their way to him. He was part of the building committee, not a community service worker. These mundane issues were usually handled by Lu Shuqin, but after she had exposed Wang Jianli, the 2 brothers had confronted her, resulting in them assaulting both her and her husband. Now, recuperating from their injuries, they were no longer in a position to help. The 3 worthless men had met their demise, their bodies left at his doorstep like a grim display. Reflecting on it now sent chills down his spine. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. In a foul mood, Wang Chong opened the door with a scowl, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints when he saw Jiang Nua standing there. The words caught in his throat, and he quickly changed his demeanor. Miss Jiang, please. Come in. Jiang Nua wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, Do you have diesel at home? Wang Chong's heart sank. What did this mean? He nearly broke into a sweat. Perhaps he did have a little? Jiang Nuo fell silent, her gaze icy as she scrutinized him. He swallowed hard, suddenly considering the fact that she was unarmed and standing right in front of him. Did this imply that he had an opportunity? Despite being uncertain about how she had managed to eliminate 3 strong men, he thought that if he were truly desperate, he could surely overpower a single woman. Fantasy aside, Wang Chang's body obediently moved toward the interior of his home as he spoke. Miss Jiang, wait a moment. I will fetch it for you. He returned with a bucket of diesel and quickly handed it to her. Jiang Nuo barely acknowledged him, taking the diesel and departing without a word. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Chang exhaled in relief. He recognized how cowardly and laughable his behavior was. Yet, he had felt a palpable sense of lethal intent from Jiang Nuo on 2 previous occasions, and it still haunted him. In a world where survival was paramount, why invite trouble from a deadly force? A small bucket of diesel was of no use to him. It couldn't be consumed or drank. Upon returning to the 35th floor, Jiang Nuo handed the diesel over to Wu Dai. The entire exchange took less than 10 minutes, leaving Wu Dai utterly bewildered about his life choices. He cautiously asked, Wang Chang, is he dead? Not dead, Jiang Nuo replied. Then, did he just give it to you? What else could he do? Jiang Nuo retorted. Wu Dai fell silent, realizing that the seemingly fearsome Wang Chang was utterly submissive in Jiang Nuo's presence. It seemed the last encounter had genuinely terrified him. The 8-liter diesel container was relatively small, akin to a laundry detergent jug, which Wu Dai concealed within his clothing before taking his leave. Once he had departed, Li Meng eagerly wished to test out a slingshot. She drew a simple target on a piece of cardboard and propped it against the living room wall. The living room was spacious, with the furniture stowed away and awaiting to be chopped for firewood, offering at least 6 meters of movement space. Li Meng fired several steel balls, missing the first couple of shots, but she remained unperturbed, pausing to adjust her stance and strength in search of a comfortable angle to pull back the rubber band. On her 3rd attempt, there was a loud pop as the steel ball shot forth, striking the bullseye. A smile of delight spread across Li Meng's face. Jiang Nuo, give it a try. Jiang Nuo nodded, mimicking Li Meng's movements, while Li Meng assisted in adjusting her hand position and explained the aiming principles. As expected of a professional marksman, Li Meng possessed solid foundational knowledge, and Jiang Nuo quickly grasped it. After aligning her aim, she swiftly released the rubber band. Bang! She missed. The steel ball ricocheted off the target, sending the cardboard flying. What a pity you were so close. It was likely due to an unstable release. Just practice more. Li Meng encouraged. However, with only 8 steel balls, they would soon have to scavenge for more after a few shots. Jiang Nuo pondered if there was something else that could serve as an alternative. Her gaze landed on the fish tank in the corner of the living room. The fish tank belonged to the homeowner, yet since Jiang Nuo had moved in, it had remained empty, filled only with water and small pebbles at the bottom. Now, the tank was pushed into a corner alongside other furniture. Can this be used? Jiang Nuo pointed to the fish tank. Li Meng noticed the pebbles inside, and her face lit up. I think it will work. She brought the fish tank out and emptied the stones onto the floor, selecting the smoothest and roundest ones, ultimately gathering over 50 usable pieces. One for each of us to practice, she declared. After practicing for a while, Li Meng felt satisfied with her performance and shifted her focus to teaching Jiang Nuo. Although Jiang Nuo was familiar with firearms, she was starting from scratch with the slingshot. After some practice, hitting the target was no longer an issue, and Li Meng increased the difficulty, instructing Jiang Nuo to hit a plastic bottle from 5.5 meters away. This challenge proved daunting for Jiang Nuo, as she missed all 50 attempts, leaving her slightly disheartened. While Li Meng helped her collect the stones, she reassured her, "Don't rush. This difficulty is inherently high for beginners. However, I want you to have a training goal. If you can hit 3 out of 10, we can switch to moving targets." Jiang Nuo nodded and asked Li Meng, "How did you develop your accuracy? Is it purely talent?" "Not entirely," Li Meng replied, pondering before stating earnestly. "There's an ideal state during aiming where one becomes completely immersed in their own world, wholly focused on a single target. As long as I can enter this state, I have confidence in hitting every shot, unaffected by external distractions." Li Meng sighed as she spoke, However, achieving that state is quite rare, and I seldom manage it. I don't fully understand the secret behind it, but I've discussed it with some seasoned marksmen. It may sound a bit mystical, yet in competitive sports, while skills can be honed and physical attributes are often comparable, it is those with robust mental fortitude and high concentration who tend to emerge as champions. Jiang Nuo reflected on her words, lost in thought. She recalled a peer from her elementary school days who excelled at table tennis and later joined the provincial training camp, with coaches praising his remarkable focus and potential. High concentration, a thought began to take form in Jiang Nuo's mind. She took a deep breath, grasped the slingshot, assumed her stance, and fixed her gaze intently on the distant bottle's opening, reaching the pinnacle of her concentration. As time passed, she began to grasp that feeling Li Meng had described. With her fingers gripping the stone tightly, she aimed at the bottle's mouth, steadying her breath and focusing solely on that singular target. Gradually, everything around her began to fade from her sight, and the target grew increasingly vivid. In that moment, a spark of inspiration struck her. She realized that the time had come. With a swift motion, Jiang Nuo pulled back her wrist and released her fingers, sending the stone zipping through the air and straight into the bottle's opening. Beautiful, Li Meng exclaimed. Jiang Nuo wasted no time, quickly retrieving a second stone and firing again, hitting the target once more. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A total of 5 projectiles were launched, each accurately landing in the bottle, with the final shot possessing such force that it shattered the bottle entirely. It was only then that Jiang Nuo ceased her endeavor. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloped her, causing her to shake her head, feeling somewhat lightheaded. This sensation had been absent for quite some time. During her previous manipulations of space, exhaustion would often manifest in this manner. It was reminiscent of an occasion when she attempted to retrieve an object from the spatial realm, only to find herself quickly overcome with dizziness. However, since consuming the essence of the spatial spring and engaging in daily rigorous training, her mental prowess had significantly strengthened, and such experiences had become a rarity. The recent, transcendental sensation perhaps indicated that her mental energy had been pushed to its limits, achieving a heightened state of focus. Engaging with the spatial realm daily had endowed her with a formidable control over her mental faculties, allowing her to grasp the nuances of technique with remarkable swiftness. Yet, the repercussions of her actions were equally severe. It seemed prudent to refrain from consecutive shots until her spatial abilities were upgraded. A single shot would necessitate a pause. Deciding against further practice for the day, Jiang Nuo maintained her composure, discreetly nodding farewell to Li Meng before departing with her slingshot in hand. Meanwhile, Li Meng remained momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the spectacle she had just witnessed. Even after Jiang Nuo had left, she struggled to regain her composure, unable to find suitable words to encapsulate the extraordinary event. In less than an hour of practice, Jiang Nuo had achieved a remarkable feat of hitting the target 5 times in succession from a distance of 6 meters, utilizing irregularly shaped pebbles that introduced numerous uncontrollable variables. How had she accomplished such a feat? Li Meng found herself at a loss for words. Had she unwittingly attached herself to a formidable ally? Chapter 54. The rain diminishes following the downpour. Jiang Nuo occupied her time with slingshot practice and organizing her supplies within her space. Each day, she meticulously counted the provisions purchased before the torrential rain, arranging them neatly on shelves. However, since the onset of the zero-cost acquisition, managing everything had become overwhelming. Items were haphazardly crammed into the space. With over 10,000 containers to sort through, the chaos from wholesale markets and supermarkets was daunting. It was time for a thorough organization, which would also serve to enhance her mental fortitude. She recognized that merely practicing with the slingshot was insufficient. By harnessing her psychic control, she could achieve remarkable accuracy, needing only to refine her speed. Li Meng was focused on executing dual shots simultaneously or quickly firing 3 stones in succession. Her goals were speed, precision, and fluidity, which required diligent practice. However, Jiang Nuo was determined to pursue a different path. Her strength surpassed that of the average person. complemented by long-range accuracy that allowed her to utilize larger projectiles for greater distance and lethality. Thus, her immediate priority was to enhance her mental strength, which could be gradually developed while tidying up the disarray in her space, a dual benefit. For now, she left the contents of the containers untouched, given that each had a labeled inventory, making retrieval manageable. The items were organized on shelves, each meticulously tagged, and any interference would only create disorder. A brief inventory revealed a diverse assortment of goods, encompassing all necessities, with high-quality products intended for export. To her astonishment, 2 containers were filled with a unique type of charcoal, labeled as olive charcoal, a term Jiang Nuo had never encountered before. Intrigued, she retrieved a printed information sheet from Looms, referencing the section on fuel, charcoal. Connecting her computer, she conducted a search and discovered that olive charcoal is derived from the pits of olives. This charcoal burns cleanly, emitting a delightful aroma, making it a staple in high-end tea houses specifically designed for brewing tea. Given the high cost of olives, with farmers selling them for around 10 yuan per pound, the charcoal derived from their pits is both labor-intensive and expensive, fetching market prices of 70 to 80 yuan per pound. It was no wonder Jiang Nuo had never heard of it. As an ordinary citizen, she had little leisure to indulge in tea culture and its intricacies. With a total of 20 tons of olive charcoal across the 2 containers, Jiang Nuo decided to extract some charcoal and rummage through the pile from the zero-cost acquisition to find a bag of tea leaves. Although she was unsure of its quality, the packaging appeared appealing. She also located a set of tea utensils, planning to share a cup of tea with her mother. After a morning of organization, Jiang Nuo had managed to stack over 13,000 containers into 300 columns, each comprising approximately 40 to 50 units and nearly 100 meters high, all aligned in the same direction. While the height was somewhat intimidating, it significantly freed up space, allowing her more room for sorting. Before long, the heavy rains would lighten, ushering in a brief respite before the downpour intensified again in about a week, marking the cyclical end of this protracted storm. During this period, the waters would recede somewhat, and the currents would ease, prompting some individuals to venture out in search of survival supplies. Jiang Nuo intended to join them, necessitating the preservation of ample space. However, her primary objective lay in acquiring jade ornaments. After a moment of mental restoration beside the great tree, Jiang Nuo exited her space, realizing that her efforts had yielded only modest progress in organizing her belongings. Sipping tea with her mother, which was brewed with water from her space's spring, filled the air with a fragrant aroma, invigorating her spirit. Yuruhua shared her curiosity about the olive charcoal, experimenting with it for a while. As mealtime approached, seeing her mother preparing to cook, Jiang Nuo suggested, "Let us not cook today. Let us have some ready-made meals instead." With so many prepared dishes in her space, she felt a yearning to dine out. However, Yuruhua disagreed, insisting that the takeaway items lack nutrition. Every mother in the world seems to harbor a bias against takeout. Jiang Nuo chuckled, "Then let's eat what you prepared." Yet, her mother remained resolute, questioning the purpose of the vast amount of groceries accumulated if they weren't to be cooked. "I have little else to do all day but tend to the vegetable garden. Even Ham May is taken to napping instead of keeping me company. If I don't cook, I might as well rust away." Following their usual routine, Yuruhua selected the ingredients while Jiang Nuo gathered the items. To maintain freshness, aside from storable items like potatoes and garlic, her mother typically requested items as needed. Given that Jiang Nuo spent her days either training or immersed in her space, their exchanges had become an essential aspect of their mother-daughter relationship. "I need some chili and beef to make stir-fried beef. You don't need to worry about the scallions. I'll pull some from the garden. Oh, we're running low on soy sauce. Grab another bottle." Jiang Nuo dutifully handed her the requested items. "Mom, we don't need to cook rice, do we? I have plenty. Why not cook the rice you bought?" Yuruhua countered. "If you don't cook now, when it's inconvenient later, you'll wish you had. We should cook while we can. Are you learning how to manage your household?" With that, she closed the kitchen door. Each time she cooked, she ensured to seal the windows and doors tightly. The soundproofing was so effective that Jiang Nuo could hardly hear any noise from the kitchen while in the living room. However, now that the exhaust fan wasn't running. Jiang Nuo worried about the health implications of cooking in a closed environment and urged her mother to consume the ready-made meals instead. Yet, her mother was steadfast in her resolve. Jiang Nuo did not press the issue, but continued to fetch water from the Space spring for her mother to drink. Observing that her health appeared stable, with her skin gradually gaining a radiant glow. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nuo retrieved a mirror to examine herself closely. She had long forgotten the last time she scrutinized her appearance. After a decade of turmoil, she had become accustomed to the peculiar scent that clung to her, and looking in the mirror had felt like a form of cruelty. Since acquiring the Space, her mother remarked on her paler complexion, even as she toiled under the blazing sun. Gradually, as she began drinking from the spring, her vitality returned, and changes were indeed noticeable. Her first impression upon seeing herself was one of striking whiteness. She felt a tinge of vanity in admitting it, yet she was undeniably fair, youthful, and vibrant. The sensation evoked thoughts of the great tree in her space, towering, unattainable, yet profoundly comforting and full of life. Jiang Nuo considered herself a rational individual prior to the apocalypse. It would have been fair to describe her as a delicate young girl, and with a bit of grooming, she would attract glances from passers-by. Yet, she was now transformed. The aura bestowed by the Space was immeasurable. Clearing her throat, she realized that it was rather peculiar to admire herself for so long. Jiang Nuo set the mirror aside, eagerly anticipating her mother's stir-fried beef. Simultaneously, her desire to upgrade her space intensified. There remained countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. In the quiet days that followed, the world outside remained eerily still. The relentless downpour persisted. Due to dwindling food supplies, some individuals could no longer endure, and in times of frailty, illness would seize its opportunity to strike. Jiang Nuo often observed through her window the tragic sight of bodies floating in the floodwaters below. Meanwhile, the cries of despair and pleas for help within the community grew increasingly sparse. People began to acclimate to the presence of death. Jiang Nuo felt little emotional response. Such was the nature of the apocalypse, an endless cycle of disasters and casualties, with only a select few surviving. She was no deity, incapable of salvaging this world. During this time, Wu De visited once, delivering 80 slugs and departing with satisfaction for his efforts. Each of these projectiles is adorned with barbs and hooks, making their extraction from flesh a formidable challenge. In an environment devoid of medical facilities and pharmaceuticals, encountering such a projectile signifies a torturous, protracted demise. As long as there is diesel and metal scraps, these can be produced incessantly, and Jiang Nuo lacks for neither. This particular projectile is designated for Li Meng, who is beyond Jiang Nuo's reach. Her objective remains steel balls of 14 beads or more. Not long ago, she procured an assortment of hardware at no cost, and, while organizing her space, unearthed several bearings, albeit of sizes such as 8 or 9 beads. After dismantling 30, she ceased further efforts. Days later, Li Meng approached Jiang Nuo, shaking a bell. "Do you recall me mentioning my knowledge of where to find firearms and ammunition?" Li Meng inquired. "I've been rather bored these past few days and sketched a map for you. Keep it safe. I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. And should anything happen to me before I can convey this information, I am fulfilling my promise to you." Jiang Nuo accepted the map she had drawn, though it left her utterly perplexed. "If you were to perish and leave me this map, I would likely search in vain for the rest of my life." Li Meng coughed awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. "My geography skills are rather lacking." "Not to worry. Mine are hardly commendable either," Jiang Nuo replied, sharing a moment of laughter. As Li Meng gestured to illustrate the location on the map, Jiang Nuo suddenly proposed, "Let us retrieve it tomorrow." Li Meng paused, taken aback. "Tomorrow? Judging by your notes, this is a shooting range, and it is likely known to many. Once the rain subsides, this place will be swiftly scavenged. It will be too late then. Surely, you do not believe that only Wu De can construct small boats?" Li Meng furrowed her brow, aware that the area was now likely inundated with water, making access exceedingly difficult. "I am trained in diving," Jiang Nuo stated earnestly. "I often practice in the municipal sports center swimming pool. And I happen to possess a complete set of diving equipment at home. I can descend into the water. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. That is splendid, she exclaimed. Moreover, have you not noticed that the rain has lessened somewhat? Jiang Nuo gazed out the window, prompting Li Ming to follow her gaze. Had the rain truly diminished? Each day began with an overwhelming downpour, rendering her desensitized, yet Jiang Nuo's observation urged her to scrutinize the weather anew. Upon reflection, she realized that she had indeed collected rainwater on the balcony today in slightly less time than usual. Li Ming found herself at a loss for words, grappling with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, uncertain of the changes that lay ahead. As the rain subsides, more individuals will venture out in search of resources. Jiang Nuo remarked thoughtfully, "We must prepare ourselves." Chapter 55. The zero-cost outing the following day. Without waiting for Li Ming to ring the bell, Jiang Nuo arrived at the 35th floor equipped with her gear. Yu Ruohua was still at home, and before she left, Jiang Nuo instructed her to secure the doors and windows tightly, advising her to stay in and watch some dramas while preparing a few meals. Although she felt a twinge of concern, Yu Ruohua refrained from voicing it, instead tenderly fastening Jiang Nuo's raincoat. "Take Hame with you. It's been cooped up all day and is bound to turn into a sleepyhead," Yu Ruohua suggested, adding that perhaps the dog could provide them some protection. "No need." Jiang Nuo shook her head. "Let her sleep." At this stage, dogs were merely viewed as food by many, and even beloved pets could meet the same fate. Taking Hame out would only attract unwanted attention. Moreover, the dog was rather hefty, and the limited space in the inflatable boat was better reserved for supplies. Fearing potential delays or unforeseen incidents, Jiang Nuo discreetly left behind some provisions at home. "Hame, while I'm away, you must protect Mama," she said, gently rubbing the drowsy dog's head and lifting its eyelids, "understand? Or else your rations will be at stake." Hame immediately perked up, raising her head in solidarity. Yu Ruohua accompanied Jiang Nuo to the stairwell, where Jiang Nuo activated the high-voltage security across the door, cautioning her mother not to touch it. Li Ming had a folding cart, the same one used previously for transporting bodies. They both felt no qualms about this and loaded their supplies onto the cart, slowly making their way to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was severely damp, water seeping in periodically, and a foul stench assaulted their senses. No one lived there anymore. Jiang Nuo was relatively unfazed, but Li Ming, pushing the cart down from the 35th floor, was visibly fatigued, panting as she leaned against her legs. Jiang Nuo urged her to rest while she tended to the remaining preparations. When they initially rented this apartment, they had considered the elevation, the condition of the neighborhood, and the apartment itself, ultimately finding it to be an ideal choice. It allowed them to rent both floors and included a glass-roofed terrace suitable for farming, making it nearly perfect, save for the excessive height. Were it not for the spatial enhancement from the spring water, Jiang Nuo would have struggled to carry the supplies up and down. For convenience, she had brought a thickened rubber inflatable boat, which needed inflating. After filling it with air and setting up the motor, adding fuel, she prepared for departure. This motor lacked an electric starter. It merely required pulling a cord to ignite it. The motor roared to life, prompting some onlookers to peer out from their windows. They spotted the inflatable boat and saw Jiang Nuo and Li Ming, clad in raincoats, embarking. Their gazes were fixed and intense. "We should return early, or perhaps bring your mother next time. Otherwise, I can't help but worry," Li Ming remarked. Jiang Nuo gently shook her head, assuring her that there was no cause for concern. In her previous life, her mother had boldly chased away intruders with a kitchen knife and had continuously protected her. She was not a timid individual. On the contrary, she was quite fierce. With the robust defenses on the 36th floor, Jiang Nuo felt confident that everything would be fine. She could not remain indoors forever, nor could she bring her mother along everywhere. While her mother worried silently during her outings, they needed to extend trust to one another. In the submerged city, aside from the sound of rain, an eerie stillness prevailed, interrupted only by the motor's hum echoing between the towering buildings. "I'll drive, you navigate. My sense of direction is poor," Li Ming offered, taking the helm. The two of them swiftly maneuvered between the skyscrapers. Previously, They had always perceived the city's streets as too narrow and the buildings too densely packed. Yet now, submerged in water, the spaces between the structures seemed to have expanded significantly. The entire city appeared to float in a vast ocean, as if countless high-rises had sprouted from an endless sea, creating an odd sensation of being in a waterbound metropolis. If it weren't for the floating corpses visible everywhere, the experience might have been more pleasant. This city boasted a resident population exceeding 10 million, and by now, at least a fifth had perished. Fortunately, the flood had washed away many bodies. Otherwise, the city would have been more horrifying than hell itself. Indeed, some have ventured out in search of supplies, Li Meng whispered. Along the way, they observed several groups paddling various makeshift boats between the buildings. None were proper vessels. Some were inflatable mats, others constructed from plastic bottles, and some even had wooden tables strapped with foam as makeshift boats. The sight of their swift, inflatable boat drew envious glances from many. However, Jiang Nuan knew that while not everyone owned an inflatable boat, many possessed similar speedboats. As long as one dared to venture outside, hope for survival increased. Once the rain subsided, a myriad of watercraft would likely emerge. In their quest for survival, people could always devise ingenious methods. When the time came, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, would be starkly evident. Those fortunate enough might return home with supplies, while the unfortunate could vanish without a trace after stepping outside. With no signposts or buildings for reference, locating the training ground proved to be a daunting task. The shooting range's office building had 5 stories, and given the current water level, the 4th and 5th floors should be visible. There aren't too many high-rise buildings around, and there's a gym nearby. It shouldn't be too hard to find, Li Meng stated. Even so, they spent another half-hour weaving through the expansive waters before finally spotting the top of a 2-story building emerging from the water. Is that it? Yes. Look, there are markings on the wall. It's our shooting range's office. Quickly, Li Meng anchored the inflatable boat next to the office building. Together, they secured the boat before climbing over the railing to access the 3rd-floor balcony, making their way directly to the 5th floor. At the end of the balcony corridor stood a heavy security door, the armory for storing firearms. However, opening the door proved challenging, and the surrounding windows were fortified with robust anti-theft bars. If only we had a key, Li Meng lamented. For now, we can only force it open. It might take a while. Jiang Nuo shook her head. This type of professional security door cannot be easily breached. What now? Li Meng inquired. Do you know how to pick locks? Not at all, Jiang Nuo replied, pulling a large hammer from her toolkit and gesturing towards the adjacent office. We'll break through the wall from there. Li Meng paused for a moment, considering the suggestion. That's actually a viable plan. Taking turns, they began with Li Meng. She selected a spot and swung the hammer. The impact reverberated through the wall, and her hands were soon numb from the effort. In a bid to keep pace with Jiang Nuo, she had been diligently training these past few days, but her starting point was too low and her strength was limited. After striking the wall dozens of times, she finally created a crack, her hair damp with sweat. Let me take over, Jiang Nuo said, taking the hammer from her. Taking a deep breath, she exerted moderate force, striking the wall with precision. As middle school physics taught, force is reciprocal. Striking too hard could cause one's hands to rebound painfully or even sustain injury. Thus, it was wise to avoid excessive force and apply just the right amount. With her first blow, the crack widened significantly. Jiang Nuo gritted her teeth and continued, eventually creating a hole in the wall and spending several more minutes enlarging the opening. That's enough, Li Meng exclaimed. The hole was small yet sufficient for their frames to squeeze through. They paused to catch their breath and hydrate before entering the armory together. Inside, half the space was occupied by shelves neatly lined with various models of air rifles and related equipment. Air rifles lacked significant power, inferior even to slingshots, primarily intended for training purposes. However, it can still be utilized for trading. Li Meng took out a large woven bag and stuffed all the air guns inside. After collecting the items from the shelves, Jiang Nuo proceeded to the other half of the warehouse, where various targets and small red flags were stored. Apart from a few stacks of waterproof cloth, there was nothing particularly useful. This left Jiang Nuo feeling somewhat perplexed. Were the real firearms that had been promised? Chapter 56. Leaving no trace soon, she noticed a door in the corner of the warehouse, reinforced with a sliding metal gate and secured with a lock the size of a fist. Jiang Nuo retrieved a sledgehammer, gritting her teeth as she struck the lock repeatedly until it shattered, allowing her access to the inner chamber of the warehouse. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a pungent odor of machine oil, and her heart leaped at the sight of dark rifles lined up against the wall. The inner warehouse boasted 4 rows of shelves, each displaying an array of firearms. The top shelf of the first row held 5 handguns, the models unknown, accompanied by 2 types of ammunition: rubber bullets for training, which were non-lethal yet precise, totaling around 1,000 rounds, and real bullets, approximately 300 in number. Below, she discovered some maintenance oil. The second row was dedicated to rifles, containing 3 in total, with their ammunition stored at the bottom of the shelf. Unlike the first row, these were all live rounds, totaling over 500. Turning to the third row, her excitement grew as she spotted 2 shotguns, accompanied by more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition, likely intended for clay pigeon shooting. Shotguns, effective at close range, required little aiming, making them ideal for urban environments. The fourth row, however, lacked firearms containing only scopes, waterproof bags, and various small tools, which she promptly collected. In total, she had secured 10 guns, 5 handguns, 3 rifles, and 2 shotguns, along with nearly 3,000 rounds of ammunition. An undeniably fruitful expedition. She retrieved 2 waterproof bags, carefully packing 1 rifle and 1 shotgun, while Li Meng struggled to maneuver the heavy box out of the opening. Both women were drenched in sweat, yet exhilarated by their haul. Once the waterproof bags were sealed and reinforced with woven sacks, Li Meng sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank heavens. I truly feared this trip would be in vain." "Did you worry someone might beat us to it?" Jiang Nuo inquired. Li Meng shook her head gently, explaining, "Our management is quite strict. If the shooting range is unattended, all equipment must be sent to the armory. However, I know our leader, our chief instructor. He would undoubtedly keep some resources for himself, and it seems he has not disappointed my expectations." Jiang Nuo understood. "So, you mean your leader intentionally withheld these items?" "Indeed. During the online discussions of the apocalypse, I was busy stockpiling supplies. Initially, he thought I was overreacting, but eventually, he was influenced by my urgency. He also attempted to procure some items, but time was short, and he certainly lacked a stockpile of assault boats. Otherwise, he would have retrieved them himself." Jiang Nuo surveyed the surroundings. "Are you familiar with this building or the area nearby? Apart from the firearms and ammunition, is there anything else worth taking?" Li Meng pondered briefly. "I believe there must be more. The office has a lounge area, and there's a kitchen on the ground floor. We are bound to find something useful." "Well then, since we are here, let us leave no stone unturned," Jiang Nuo declared. Considering the distribution of their energy, Jiang Nuo decided to explore underwater first. Li Meng recalled the layout of the 3 floors below as thoroughly as she could. "We need not visit the first floor, it's just a shooting range. Let us begin from the second floor." As Jiang Nuo committed the information to memory, she swiftly donned her diving suit and equipped herself before plunging into the water. Once submerged, she took a moment to acclimatize before descending the staircase. The water was murky, and even with her headlamp, she could barely see a meter ahead. Nevertheless, the layout of the building was straightforward, making navigation easy. The third floor contained 2 offices and a lounge area. After being submerged for so long, there was little of value. She quickly scanned the offices, finding 2 packs of cigarettes and some tea leaves, which had long since lost their shape. Jiang Nuo hurried to the lounge area, where she spotted an array of red and white wines, spirits, and soft drinks. She opened her net bag and filled it with these treasures, securing them with a rope before signaling Li Meng above, who promptly hoisted the supplies upward. Jiang Nuo swam back to the surface, removed her diving mask, and savored the fresh air, taking a moment to rest. The hall from the 3rd floor was modest. Only the 2nd floor remained. The 2nd floor has a dining hall and a small storage room. I remember there being quite a bit of supplies, but I'm uncertain how much is still worth salvaging, Li Meng admitted, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Jiang Nuo glanced at the time and resolved to dive again, heading straight for the second floor. She quickly located the dining hall and swam through the window into the small storage area. Unfortunately, the storage had once been filled with food, but it had all been ruined by water, and the contents of the freezer were unusable. Fortunately, she discovered several unopened bottles of cooking oil, primarily olive oil, indicating a focus on health for the athletes. Storing the oil in her net bag, she continued her search and was pleasantly surprised to find numerous blocks of rice stored in a space-efficient manner, over 20 blocks weighing more than 200 pounds. Additionally, there was some unopened soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, though in limited quantities. After clearing the small storage area, she moved on to the kitchen. The food was entirely spoiled, and though there were 2 gas canisters, they had been submerged for too long to be safely retrieved. Jiang Nuo collected only 1 basin and a few knives, as nothing else proved useful. However, adhering to her resolve to leave no trace, she also salvaged the wooden tables and chairs from the dining area. Pulling the rope, Li Ming quickly exerted her strength to hoist the items up. Jiang Nuo resurfaced once more, feeling that her collection was not extensive. But Li Ming was exhilarated by the rice blocks. "We struck gold with this rice. This trip was certainly worthwhile," she exclaimed, hastily handing Jiang Nuo a towel to dry her hair. "You should take a break. Diving is exhausting, especially with the strong currents below. Let us eat something to replenish our energy." Li Ming retrieved 2 packs of freeze-dried food, one containing fruit slices and the other beef. She also poured hot water from her thermos into a vacuum bag to steep. Jiang Nuo reached in her own bag, pulling out a vacuum-sealed pack of lemon chicken feet and sliced smoke ham. Remaining in her diving suit, she casually dried her hair and sat on the ground. The two shared their food, enjoying a hearty meal together. As Jiang Nuo prepared to dive again, Li Ming informed her that she had searched the 4th floor, which yielded little beyond a few cans of tea, some coffee, a handful of snacks, and several thermoses. The only pleasant surprise was over 30 exercise resistance bands, which could serve as materials for slingshots, along with around 20 sets of athletic wear team uniforms adorned with the logos of shooting sponsors. Though Li Ming had previously deemed them unattractive, their quality was excellent and they remained unopened. After showing Jiang Nuo everything, Li Ming quickly stowed all the items into her woven bag. "Many people have boats, but few can dive. We should take advantage of the low water levels and continue our salvage operation," Jiang Nuo asserted. Chapter 57. Effortless gains. Jiang Nuo felt sufficiently rested and inquired, "What places are nearby?" Li Ming replied, "I just recalled and surveyed the vicinity. There is a KFC nearby and a domestic car dealership, but it has been thoroughly flooded, so there is likely nothing to salvage there." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuo thought the car dealership might still be worth a visit. What else? That's about it. However, approximately 300 meters away from the shooting range, there is a sports complex featuring an archery club, a rock climbing gym, a go-kart track, and a taekwondo studio. We could take a look there. That sounds promising. After finishing their meal, Li Ming prepared the necessary equipment, untied the inflatable boat, loaded their gear, and drained any water from the vessel. During this time, Jiang Nuo decided to dive once more. The visibility underwater was quite poor, but fortunately, the recognizable logo of the well-known fast food restaurant made it easy to locate. As she descended slowly, she discovered that the entrance to KFC had already been smashed open, likely during the initial flooding when looters struck. With the door in such disarray, it was evident that the contents were long gone. Yet, Jiang Nuo thought to herself, now that she was here, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. The kitchen equipment was substantial and would be difficult to remove. Unlike household appliances, the gear in a fast food establishment designed to handle high customer volumes was considerably larger. Indeed, Jiang Nuo successfully accessed the kitchen, where she found the soda machine and ice cream machine still intact. She decided to collect them, as they could potentially be repaired or, if not, dismantled for parts. Further exploration revealed steam ovens, fryers, freezers, microwaves, and display warmers, all of which had been submerged but were nonetheless added to her inventory. Across from KFC stood the car dealership. Guided by instinct, Jiang Nuo navigated effortlessly towards it. The dealership was securely locked, but she had become quite adept at picking locks, and within moments, she had gained entry. The brand was called Xingtu, and although she wasn't particularly familiar with vehicles, she noted 4 SUVs available on the lot. She gathered the parts and tires she encountered, as well as 6 boxes containing over 200 bottles of maintenance lubricants. The reception area of the dealership was spacious, and within the drawers, she found around a dozen car keys, a pile of waterlogged papers, and several identification cards. Jiang Nuo pocketed the car keys and proceeded to drag a large black dust cover that had been resting on one of the vehicles back to the water surface. By now, Li Ming had finished organizing their gear. Upon seeing Jiang Nuo emerge, she hurried over to help her aboard the inflatable boat, pulling the dust cover up as well. "This is excellent," Li Ming exclaimed with delight. "With all this stuff, it's quite conspicuous. Having something to cover it will at least obscure our hull." Jiang Nuo dried her hair and donned a raincoat, while Li Ming swiftly draped the dust cover over their woven bags. They had brought 5 large woven bags with them, 2 of which were already filled, leaving room for more. Unfortunately, being far from the city center, they could not scavenge any malls and would have to wait until the next day or the day after. On Jiang Nuo's priority list, jade artifacts ranked at the top. As Li Ming pulled the cord to start the motor, the inflatable boat surged forward. "It seems the rain isn't as heavy anymore. It hardly stings when it hits my face," Li Ming remarked. Jiang Nuo nodded in agreement. "Many people are still in a daze. In a few days, more will emerge." The boat traveled straight for over 200 meters before Li Ming began scanning the water's surface. She soon pointed to a stainless steel flagpole that jutted out of the water, exclaiming there, "The buildings of these venues are only 1 story high, but the shooting club has a rather tall flagpole out front." Securing the inflatable boat to the flagpole, Jiang Nuo quickly submerged, without any structures to shield against the current. It was considerably more challenging to dive here than before, necessitating forceful kicks to stabilize herself. However, once inside the venue, conditions improved. First, she arrived at the shooting club, which was also secured with a fenced gate. Yet this posed no challenge for Jiang Nuo. She retrieved a large pair of wire cutters from her inventory and with a decisive snip, severed the padlock. The interior of the venue was spacious and dimly lit. After swimming around for a while, she located the storage room. There, a collection of traditional bows, compound bows, and large bundles of arrows lay undisturbed. Jiang Nuo swiftly stored them in her inventory, but sensed that such a large archery club would contain more than just these items. At the far end, she discovered an office that was barren, save for an open safe that indicated it had already been emptied. However, fortune smiled upon her as she spotted 9 stainless steel slingshots on a shelf in the corner. These slingshots appeared more refined than those handcrafted by Wu Dai, though their efficacy remained to be tested. Jiang Nuo placed the slingshots in her net bag. Instead of rushing to leave, she continued to search, finding several plastic boxes on the shelves filled with steel balls. It was as if fortune had favored her unexpectedly. She had initially intended to scout for steel ball warehouses in the city, but here they were. The steel balls were packaged in plastic bags, available in 5 different diameters, though the quantities were modest, with no more than several hundred of each. Typically, once steel balls are shot, they are not recovered, and they are quite inexpensive, only 20 yuan for 1,000 small ones. Thus, she surmised that the store must hold more than just this stock. It simply required further searching. Adjusting the brightness of her headlamp, she meticulously examined the surroundings and eventually discovered 5 wooden crates in the storage area, their surfaces caked in silt, nearly missed without careful inspection. The crates bore markings made with a permanent marker, indicating their contents. A cursory glance revealed sizes ranging from 8 millimeters to 14 millimeters, encompassing 7 different models, with the largest measuring 14 millimeters. The larger sizes were fewer in number, likely due to their rarity. Few could draw them effectively, and even fewer could do so without straining themselves. Thus, the most abundant were the 8 millimeters and 9 millimeter sizes, each with a full crate. The remaining 5 sizes were distributed across 3 boxes. Jiang Nuo tested their weight. Estimating in the water was difficult, but each box weighed at least 50 kilograms. This implied that there were at least 100,000 steel balls here. The sheer volume was almost surreal for Jiang Nuo. All of it was collected. To her, the significance of weaponry was undeniably clear. The supplies amassed were sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for her and her mother for the remainder of their days, provided they had the means to enjoy it. Whether guns, bows, slingshots, or poisons, any weaponry that could be stockpiled was worth acquiring. Possessing weapons instilled confidence. These items would only grow scarcer with time. Who could guarantee that future opportunities for stockpiling would arise? Adjacent to the shooting club was the Taekwondo studio. Jiang Nuo collected a few dumbbells and barbells, but found little else of interest. Checking the time, she realized she had been underwater for 20 minutes, though still capable. She felt a chill starting to creep in, prompting her to surface. Upon her emergence, Li Ming quickly helped her aboard the inflatable boat, raising the dust cover and propping it up with the loaded woven bags, creating a small sheltered space from the rain for Jiang Nuo. At the same time, she handed Jiang Nuo a spare jacket from their team uniforms. Once settled, Li Ming curiously asked, "What are in those crates?" "They feel incredibly heavy," Jiang Nuo replied. "They contain valuable items. Let us open one and see." The mud covering the crates had mostly been washed away by Li Ming, and as she opened one, her gaze became fixed in astonishment. "This," her voice quivered slightly, "did you find all this in the archery club?" "Indeed. And there are also several stainless steel slingshots," Jiang Nuo affirmed, demonstrating one to test its weight. "I am uncertain whether it is due to my initial encounter with slingshots, which happened to be the slender design crafted by Li Ming. Though somewhat unsightly, it proves to be remarkably convenient in use. Whenever I grasp the other type, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." To my surprise, I discovered that there are individuals at the archery club who also engage in slingshot activities. Fortunately, I did not miss out on this revelation. Li Ming was elated for a moment, then composed herself. She placed an 8-ball in her pocket and prepared a few 12-balls for Jiang Nuo. Subsequently, she secured the boxes tightly and organized everything for storage. Chapter 58. All in one go. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Nuo swiftly restored her energy. She reached in her backpack and found an empty cup. In the next instant, the cup appeared in the space, filled with half a cup of spring water. As Jiang Nuo withdrew her hand from the backpack, she held the cup brimming with water, her movements fluid and graceful. In such weather, sipping the refreshing spring water, Jiang Nuo felt no chill. Instead, she experienced a rapid revival of vitality, a most pleasant sensation. After a brief rest, the two returned once more to the flagpole. This time, Jiang Nuo's first stop was the rock climbing gym, where she discovered numerous bundles of sturdy ropes. These robust ropes would certainly prove useful in the future, so she collected them. Behind the bar, there was a freezer filled with various beverages, and she gathered them all. Lastly, she ventured to the go-kart track, where the neatly lined go-karts awaited. Jiang Nuo claimed every one of them, along with all the tires surrounding the track, as rubber had become a scarce resource. She placed the bundles of rope and about 20 bottles of drinks into a net bag, instructing Li Ming to pull it up. After searching around a bit more, she found nothing else of value and decided to float back to the surface. As soon as her head broke the water, she heard Li Ming's eager voice. "Jiang Nuo, hurry, I just spotted some ducks." Jiang Nuo instantly understood. If any creatures could thrive amidst the deluge, aside from fish, it would surely be ducks. "Were they?" she asked, swimming in the direction Li Ming pointed, towards a cluster of large treetops where the ducks might be hiding. "Let us go catch some ducks," Jiang Nuo exclaimed as she climbed aboard the speedboat. The allure of fresh meat was irresistible, and Li Ming promptly started the boat, heading towards the treetops. Even from a distance, they could hear the quacking of the ducks emanating from the treetops. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she readied her slingshot to take aim. However, Jiang Nuo interjected, "It's difficult to shoot them in the trees. Let's flush them out first." Li Ming nodded in agreement and steered the speedboat directly towards the branches. As the boat collided with the branches, Jiang Nuo seized the opportunity to grab a branch and shook it vigorously. The startled ducks quacked in panic, bursting forth from the dense foliage, and Li Ming swiftly piloted the boat in pursuit. Initially, she struggled with the controls, but now, driven by the prospect of meat, she maneuvered like a seasoned captain. "There are 15, Li Ming declared, her face alight with excitement. Just as they were about to catch up, the lead duck flapped its wings and surprisingly took flight above the water. The others followed suit, flapping away in all directions. "Don't let them escape," Li Meng cried, pulling out her slingshot and aiming at the nearest duck. However, with both the ducks and the boat in motion, her shot went awry, allowing the ducks to flee further. Desperate, Li Meng considered using special ammunition. "No, that would be too wasteful," Jiang Nuo cautioned, remaining calm. "Don't worry, they won't fly far." These were not wild ducks, but domesticated ones, likely thinned from hunger and only able to take flight in a moment of panic. Yet, since they were unaccustomed to flying, they would soon return to the water. Indeed, the ducks barely flew 100 meters before they descended back down, armed with slingshots and guns with ammunition. The two women knew the ducks were not escaping. They simply needed to exert a little effort. The speedboat approached slowly, stopping about 10 meters away to avoid startling the ducks again. Jiang Nuo readied her slingshot, loading a steel ball and pulling the elastic band taut. During practice, she had found that steel balls had a much higher success rate than stones. Thus, she felt a glimmer of confidence. This distance required more force, and Jiang Nuo focused intently on the ducks, her eyes narrowing slightly. She controlled each minute movement of her fingers with her mental energy, concentrating all her focus on the target, waiting for that moment of stillness in her mind. With a swift release, the steel ball flew forth, striking the furthest duck squarely on the head. It let out no sound, flapping a few times on the water surface before falling still. "Beautiful shot," Li Meng exclaimed softly. After Jiang Nuo's successful hit, she paused momentarily. Seeing her success, Li Meng could not resist the urge to shoot. She quickly loaded 3 steel balls and released them in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 more ducks fell victim to her shots. The two worked in perfect harmony. Jiang Nuo targeted the farthest ducks while Li Meng focused on the closer ones. With Li Meng's swiftness, she dispatched 8 ducks in no time, while Jiang Nuo took care of the 4 that had retreated to the distance. Ultimately, all 15 ducks were rendered motionless. Li Meng's face radiated joy upon witnessing their bountiful catch. Since Li Meng's shots had been lighter, 3 of the ducks remain alive, but wounded, their fate uncertain. However, alive ducks meant fresh meat that could be preserved longer, and Li Meng gazed at the little creatures with a sincere smile. "It's been ages since I've had duck neck." Jiang Nuo tied them all together with rope, securing the living ones with extra loops around their beaks to prevent any noise. The speedboat was now filled to the brim, nearly reaching its weight limit. "We should head back," Jiang Nuo suggested. "Yes, let us go home," Li Meng replied excitedly. Once back in the city, Li Meng relied on her memory to navigate the quickest route home, while Jiang Nuo began tallying their spoils from the day. The most significant haul was firearms, 5 handguns, 3 rifles, and 2 shotguns, totaling over 3,000 rounds of ammunition across all 3 types. Additionally, there were 8 air rifles with more than 2,000 airgun pellets, commonly known as BBs. They also collected 9 stainless steel slingshots and over 100,000 steel balls of various sizes. They had about 200 pounds of rice, 8 barrels of cooking oil, numerous bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, and around 20 bags of salt. There were 15 bundles of rope, dozens of bottles of beverages, several sets of dumbbells and barbells, and last but not least, 15 ducks. It was a bountiful harvest. Beyond that, they had acquired 4 SUVs, over 300 tires, a heap of automotive parts and lubricants, and numerous go-karts. They also found a total of 15 traditional and compound bows with 200 arrows, as well as some solid wooden tables and chairs, alongside a complete fast food restaurant setup. Those items that could not be carried were stored in the space. As night fell, their return journey was smooth, with only a distant encounter with someone paddling a kayak. However, the speed of the kayak was no match for the speedboat. The other party could only vaguely see 2 figures, as everything else was obscured by a black waterproof cover. In the dim twilight, nothing else was discernible, and the speedboat sped away. Before darkness enveloped the surroundings, the two returned to their apartment building. With so much weight and volume to manage, it was impossible to carry everything in one trip. Li Meng remained on the speedboat to guard their goods, and to ensure absolute safety, Jiang Nuo instructed her to take a handgun, in addition to the slingshot and steel balls. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Meng nodded and tucked the pistol into her pocket. On the 4th floor landing, still devoid of any sign of life. The noise of the speedboat's engine might have alerted those inside the building, who could very well be peering cautiously from behind their windows. To be cautious, Li Meng pulled the black waterproof cover tighter, effectively blocking the view from the window and concealing their presence. Jiang Nuo unfolded the collapsible cart, loaded 2 large woven bags onto it, and began wheeling it toward the stairwell. Each bag weighed several hundred pounds, making the task quite strenuous. Naturally, Jiang Nuo had no intention of hauling everything up to the 35th floor. Under the concerned gaze of Li Meng, she pulled the cart a few steps forward, rounding the corner of the staircase. Alas, it remains the same sentiment. This house has many admirable qualities, yet the height of the floors is rather daunting. After confirming that the area was deserted, she listened intently, finding no sounds nearby. With her heightened mental acuity, Jiang Nuo's hearing had become particularly acute. Only after assuring herself of the absence of onlookers did she swiftly stow the items into her spatial realm, leaving only the cart in her grasp. She stood still for a moment, observing her surroundings while resting against the wall. Estimating that enough time had passed, she ventured out once more. "You look exhausted. Take a moment to rest," Li Meng remarked, furrowing her brow upon seeing her. The 2 packages Jiang Nuo had previously moved contained firearms, ammunition, and pellets. Even with the assistance of the cart, transporting such heavy items to the 35th floor and back down would surely leave anyone utterly fatigued. Even the oxen from the production team couldn't manage this much weight, she added. "I'm fine," Jiang Nuo replied, shaking her head. "Let us return first." Seeing her resolve, Li Meng refrained from further protest and hastily resumed her tasks. She loaded the remaining 2 packages onto the cart, which contained rice, beverages, and salt. Though substantial, they were nowhere near as formidable as the previous 2 packages. Once she secured the items with rope, she removed the waterproof cover. Together, they maneuvered the cart towards the staircase, only to encounter several individuals in the hallway. Residents from the 9th, 22nd, and 26th floors had gathered, their eyes fixated on the cart and its contents, revealing a palpable hunger. Chapter 59. Unable to become a burden, many had been confined indoors for an extended period, conserving their strength with minimal movement, subsisting meagerly on scant rations provided by the building committee, their faces gaunt and eyes prominent. Though all eyes were fixated on the cart, no one dared utter a word, intimidated by Jiang Nuo's notorious reputation. At least they were alive for the moment. Confronting such a formidable force would only result in a futile demise, benefiting others. Yet, someone eventually shattered the silence. "You, is that food? Is it edible?" Jiang Nuo turned to face Lu Shuqin, who, no longer possessing her former radiant appearance, had grown thinner but remained spirited in her speech and assertive in her gait. As a member of the building committee, she had likely not suffered much from hunger. Seeing that Jiang Nuo merely observed her without reaction, Lu Shuqin grew bolder. She advanced, standing directly before Jiang Nuo, scrutinizing the 2 large packages beneath the black tarpaulin as if attempting to penetrate them with her gaze. "Xiao Jiang, did you venture outside to scavenge for provisions?" Lu Shuqin inquired. "You have a boat. Didn't you raid a supermarket? How can you possibly consume so much? Surely, you have ample supplies at home, don't you? What's it to you?" Li Meng retorted, her expression hardening. Lu Shuqin, less intimidated by Li Meng than Jiang Nuo, raised her voice. "How is it not our concern? We are neighbors. We've scavenged together before. Brother Do shares his spoils with everyone. Even those who don't work receive a portion. What about you? You hoard everything for yourselves, unwilling to share even a morsel, while others starve. Do you have any conscience?" Li Meng scoffed. "Ridiculous. Why should we share with others? Spare me the moral blackmail. Did you all hear that?" Lu Shuqin began to rant. She admitted it herself. They have plenty to eat, but refuse to share it. Li Meng's face flushed with anger. "Lu Shuqin, have you no shame? Before the deluge, you were constantly hauling bags of goods from the supermarket to your home. Did you ever share with your neighbors who had nothing to eat? As a committee member, how much did you embezzle? Do you think no one knows? Lies. You're spreading falsehoods." Lu Shuqin erupted. "I work for the building committee. I'm constantly contributing my own resources. When did I ever embezzle anything? Produce the evidence. Didn't you claim to have no food at home? That you're starving every day? How can you be constantly contributing your own resources? Li Meng countered. Do you have food or not? Caught in her own contradiction, Lu Shuqin, embarrassed and enraged, launched into a tirade against Li Meng. Li Meng, you are a venomous creature. Your best friend took you in, yet you seduced her boyfriend and caused her death. You will be punished. Li Meng froze, the nightmare resurfacing. Clenching her fists, she lunged forward to confront Lu Shuqin, but Jiang Nuo intervened. Li Meng retreated behind her. Jiang Nuo raised her gaze slightly, regarding Lu Shuqin with icy indifference. You're right, I won't give you any. What can you do about it? Lu Shuqin faltered momentarily under her gaze, but desire overwhelmed her fear. Do you think we're truly afraid of you? Lu Shuqin shouted. There's so many of us. One punch from each of us could kill you. You will share your spoils today. She raised her arms, but no one responded, her shrill voice echoing alone. Driven to desperation, Lu Shuqin reached for the cart. You're all cowards. If you won't take it, I will. As she moved, Li Meng immediately drew her pistol. But Jiang Nuo acted faster. As Li Meng drew her gun, Jiang Nuo seized Lu Shuqin's hair, dragging her to the water's edge. Lu Shuqin struggled, emitting piercing screams. Ah, let go of me. Let go. You will suffer. Release me. Her cries were abruptly silenced as Jiang Nuo produced a knife from her pocket, its blade flashing as it swiftly sliced across her neck. In full view of everyone, she slit her throat. Blood splattered on the ground, and Lu Shuqin stared at Jiang Nuo in disbelief, her eyes wide. You! The razor-sharp blade severed her trachea with a single stroke. Lu Shuqin, despite her efforts, could not utter a word. Her body slumped, collapsing onto the platform before tumbling into the floodwaters, disappearing swiftly. Witnessing this, the crowd was gripped by profound terror. Some wished to flee, to retreat to their homes and lock their doors, but they dared not make any sudden movements. Remaining frozen in place, Jiang Nuo sheathed her knife, turning to face the staircase and calling out a name. Wang Chong, come here. Wang Chong, his face ashen, reluctantly emerged from the shadows, his legs trembling. He had been hiding, yet Jiang Nuo had discovered him. He knew this ruthless woman was not one for idle chatter, and being singled out meant trouble. Miss Jiang, you summoned me? Jiang Nuo regarded him, a faint smile playing on her lips. This smile sent shivers down Wang Chong's spine, nearly causing him to faint. Lu Shuqin is a member of your building committee, isn't she? Jiang Nuo stated. She's one of yours. Her words represent your intentions, correct? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wang Chong frantically denied, wishing he had two mouths. I've been wanting to remove her from the committee for ages. Really? That old fool offended you. It has nothing to do with me. It's absolutely not my intention. Miss Jiang, I hold you in high regard. Please believe me. Is that so? Jiang Nuo's voice was soft. Yes, truly. I swear on my life, that old woman was simply deranged. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Nuo's gaze turned icy. Then control your people. I don't want to see a repeat of today's events. As long as I reside in this building, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Understood? Understood. Rest assured. It will never happen again, Wang Chong pledged repeatedly. Jiang Nuo cast him a cold glance. Then why are you still standing here? Wang Chong immediately understood, turning to the crowd of onlookers. What are you staring at? Get back inside, all of you, and don't bother her again. The crowd, eager to leave, dispersed at his command. Wang Chong seized the opportunity to vanish as well. Li Meng was stunned by these events. After careful consideration, she grasped Jiang Nuo's intention. As the rain subsided, they would continue their search for supplies. Today's events served as a stark warning, deterring further trouble. With this in mind, Li Meng wasted no time in threading the rope through the cart and looping it over her shoulders. She pulled the cart from the front, while Jiang Nuo pushed from behind, and together they hauled it up to the 35th floor. After 2 rest stops, Li Meng felt embarrassed, realizing that Jiang Nuo would not have needed to pause without her. After all, she had carried far heavier loads alone earlier. With renewed determination, she gritted her teeth, pulling harder on the cart. Opening the first door to the stairwell, Li Meng was exhausted, her hands numb, her legs aching, her shoulders throbbing, and her hair plastered to her face with sweat. In contrast, Jiang Nuo was only slightly breathless, her fair cheeks flushed, making her appear more vibrant than usual. Li Meng felt a pang of envy. It seems that starting tomorrow, physical training must be intensified. One must firmly grasp the thigh. Becoming a burden is simply not an option. Chapter 60. Resource allocation. Pushing the cart to the 35th floor, Li Meng meticulously locked the door in the corridor. During this moment, Jiang Nuo seized the opportunity to retrieve 2 packages from her space and place them on the floor. After securing each door, Li Meng returned to the living room on the 35th floor, surveying the abundance of spoils before her. To assert that her mood was anything less than excellent would be disingenuous. Jiang Nuo, this is my proposal, she began, leaning against the sofa. I will take 1/3 of the food, and everything else will be yours. Jiang Nuo raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why? I only want food. I have no use for weapons like guns and slingshots. At this juncture, the significance of such armaments is not lost on me, Li Meng replied calmly. Let's focus on the food. The supplies I have can be stored for a considerable time, but daily consumption will quickly deplete our reserves, making food extremely vital for me. Although we ventured out together today, you still have your mother at home. I believe it is fair to divide the food into 3 portions, of which I will take 1. And the weapons? You don't want any? Jiang Nuo inquired. I do not. Li Meng shook her head. I currently possess a rifle and sufficient ammunition. It is adequate for my needs. I primarily use a slingshot, and I have dozens of special projectiles. I am not lacking in weaponry. The speedboat and diving equipment are yours. You will handle the diving. To be honest, I will merely assist you. Receiving such a substantial share of food is already generous. My intent is for all weapons to remain with you, if you require my assistance. You may lend me what I need. I do not wish to keep any excess weaponry in my possession. Jiang Nuo regarded her thoughtfully. Do you not feel at a disadvantage with this arrangement? Why would I? Li Meng countered. When the time comes to use weapons, you will provide them to me. So, why should I hold on to them? I consider myself fortunate to receive this share of food. Rest assured, Jiang Nuo, I am not one to be oblivious to my own interests. I will not shortchange myself or covet what is not rightfully mine. Jiang Nuo nodded in agreement. Li Meng's forthrightness and sincerity were refreshing. Though she was not in want of resources, establishing a long-term collaboration necessitated a rational and transparent relationship. Many conflicts arise from minor details, and she appreciated Li Meng's candid nature. Thus far, her impression of Li Meng was quite favorable. Yet trust would require further validation over time. Let's finalize this. There were 24 bricks of rice, each weighing 10 pounds. Li Meng took 8 bricks, equating to 80 pounds of premium rice. They had 8 barrels of cooking oil, a number that was difficult to divide, leading Li Meng to take 3. Among 28 bottles of beverages, including green tea, sports drinks, and coffee, she selected 7 bottles. The soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and tea were quickly dispensed. All weapons and materials were taken by Jiang Nuo, but she left behind 2 bags of steel balls, each containing approximately 500 pieces, totaling 1,000. These steel balls were Li Meng's most effective projectiles, renowned for their high accuracy and superior control. While hunting ducks, she had skillfully managed her force, and, as a result, had not killed the 3 ducks she shot at. Additionally, she requested 2 air rifles and some BB pellets from Jiang Nuo for practicing long-range shooting. Maintaining a sense of touch was essential for long-range shooting. Every marksman required constant practice to ensure accuracy in real situations. Since the torrential rains began, Li Meng had been unable to practice, making this an opportune moment to catch up. While a rifle could not achieve the same long-distance kills as a sniper rifle, its effective range could reach between 200 to 500 meters, sufficient to instill fear in adversaries, marking it as Li Meng's strongest skill. Jiang Nuo had no objections to this arrangement. Then, the remaining 15 ducks were addressed. The 3 live ones are mine, Jiang Nuo declared. The rest are yours. Li Meng was not entirely in favor of this. That doesn't seem fair. There's nothing unfair about it. Live ducks can be preserved longer and may even lay eggs, potentially hatching ducklings. I prefer to have the living ones. You need not decline. Jiang Nuo's assertiveness prompted Li Meng to relinquish her concerns over the details. Very well. However, with 10 ducks, how to preserve them posed a challenge. Do you have any thoughts on this? Jiang Nuo asked. We could prepare salted duck. I possess a vacuum food packaging machine, Before the rains began, I vacuumed all the freeze-dried items again to extend their shelf life. The machine is upstairs, and I have plenty of bags, but it cannot be used presently due to the power outage. After contemplating, she added, "This won't work. I can coat them in salt, making salted or smoked duck." Jiang Nuo nodded. "Since you can cook, this should not be an issue." Li Ming's expression briefly faltered. In truth, she was not adept at cooking, yet she feigned confidence. "Yes, it should not be too difficult. Cooking is not an insurmountable task. I possess reasonable manual skills." When Jiang Nuo returned to the 36th floor, night had enveloped the sky. The living room typically remained unlit, as they seldom turned on the lights in the evening, leaving the interior dim. With a thought, Jiang Nuo made her way to the kitchen, where Yu Ruohua was busy at work. The kitchen was bright, filled with the warmth of cooking and the enticing aromas of various dishes. Stepping inside instantly instilled a sense of comfort. "Xiao Nuo, you're back?" Yu Ruohua exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief as she approached to close the kitchen door. "Make sure to turn off the lights at night and close the door behind you," her mother reminded her. "The kitchen door is on the inside. It's fine, no one can see," Jiang Nuo reassured. "Better safe than sorry," Yu Ruohua replied, scrutinizing her daughter. "So how is it? Did anyone cause you trouble?" "Yes," Jiang Nuo replied calmly. "Lu Shuqin attempted to rob me, and I killed her." Yu Ruohua paused, her expression momentarily stiffening. However, within the blink of an eye, she regained her composure, her gaze growing resolute. "Well done. Such dialogue would have been shocking in peaceful times. Did you acquire anything?" Yu Ruohua inquired further. "Quite a bit. The rain has lessened, but the water has not receded. Few can dive to retrieve items, so I intend to take advantage of this period to gather more. Once the water recedes, I will refrain from going out, letting others fight amongst themselves." Jiang Nuo no longer concealed the realities of the apocalypse from Yu Ruohua. Whether it involved killing or darkness, she spoke candidly, relieved that her mother accepted these truths swiftly. After discussing the retrieval of items, Jiang Nuo looked towards the kitchen counter, which was laden with an array of food: braised shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish with black bean sauce, shredded pork and garlic sauce, spicy hot pot, and a large pot of corn and rib soup simmering away. "Mom, why did you make so much food? You left a heap of supplies at home, and since I had time on my hands, I decided to cook. I wanted to keep myself occupied and not worry about you." "Before I knew it, I had been at it for quite a while," Yu Ruohua explained. "You must be hungry. Choose 2 dishes you'd like to eat, and the rest can be stored in your space." The mother and daughter carried the dishes to the bedroom, opened a laptop, and played a show as background music while they chatted over their meal. "Will those 3 ducks survive?" Jiang Nuo asked. Having raised chickens and ducks in her rural childhood, Yu Ruohua had some insights. "I checked on them. They should be fine. However, do not hold out too much hope for eggs. If they're all female ducks without a male, even if they do lay eggs, they cannot hatch ducklings. Let us see how it goes." As they ate, Jiang Nuo couldn't help but feel that her mother's cooking was the best. Jiang Nuo had exerted considerable energy today. Although she could replenish her strength by drinking the water from the spatial spring, she was not a deity, capable of existing effortlessly on mere mist and air. She still yearned for delectable food, fine beverages, and a soothing bath before reclining in bed, as that would signify a day well spent. Just as she collapsed on her bed, a thought struck her regarding the seeds she had sown. She had taken seeds from the grand tree within her space and planted them in a pot, uncertain if they had survived, especially since she had yet to water them today. With that thought, Jiang Nuo sprang from her bed and approached the flower pot. Upon glancing at it, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 61. Smoked duck. The seeds not only failed to germinate, but the spring water poured into their space also proved ineffective. Strangely, the soil in the pot had completely turned to sand, losing all vitality, and even the pot itself was disintegrating into sand. It was as if the seed was absorbing all the life around it, spreading from the soil to the pot. If left unattended, it might continue to expand. A shiver ran down Jiang Nuo's spine, prompting her to quickly place the pot into the spatial realm. Within the confines of the space, she attempted to manipulate the pot with her consciousness, aiming to extract the seed. However, upon merely touching it, the entire pot dissolved like quicksand, leaving only a silvery seed behind. Astonishingly, This seed remained unchanged from its original form. It seemed that the life forms of this space could not thrive in the outside world. Their nutritional needs were immense. Jiang Nuo suspected that if this seed were left unattended, it would drain the vitality of everything nearby. The destructive potential was simply too great. Yet, she hesitated to use it as a weapon, as there were too many unresolved mysteries. Who could say whether it might inadvertently benefit others and ultimately become a double-edged sword against herself? She resolved to refrain from casually bringing creatures from the space into the outside world. Only within the space could they truly exist. "Xiao Nuo, have some soy milk," said Yuruahua, entering with a cup of the beverage. Noticing Jiang Nuo's serious expression, she inquired, "What's wrong? Stomach ache?" "I'm not a child," Jiang Nuo replied with a smile. "I was thinking about Li Meng. From her expression, she seems incapable of cooking and doesn't know how to handle 10 ducks. Perhaps I should teach her. To make smoked duck, there are quite a few steps. If too much salt is applied, it becomes inedible. If too little, it spoils. Making it delicious is no simple task. It's not something you can just throw together," Yuruahua explained. "Are you willing to teach her?" Jiang Nuo asked. "What's wrong with teaching? If I don't, will you?" "Letting you two fumble around would only be a waste of food," Yuruahua said, handing the soy milk to Jiang Nuo and urging her to drink it while warm. "I see she's quite similar to you, smart and capable, but too young and muddled in life. Without guidance from an elder, how can she manage?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nuo agreed with her mother's reasoning. Not wanting to delay any longer, she took her mother to the 35th floor. Li Meng had just finished her meal and was staring blankly at the 10 ducks. Upon seeing Yuruahua, it was as if she had encountered a savior. "Ah, Xiao Meng, have you never killed a duck before?" Yuruahua swiftly rolled up her sleeves. "No," Li Meng shook her head. "I always bought them ready-made from the supermarket. How could I possibly kill one myself? But I know the general steps. Bleed it, scald it with boiling water, and then pluck the feathers, right?" "Close enough," Yuruahua replied, weighing Li Meng's kitchen knife before sharpening it on the bottom of a porcelain bowl. "Xiao Nuo, go help boil some water. But be careful not to let it boil over, just scald it. Xiao Meng, follow my lead." With ample firewood on the 35th floor, Jiang Nuo set up a large pot and ignited the fire. It wasn't long before the water began to boil. Yuruahua placed one of the ducks into the pot, allowing it to soak until the feathers could be easily plucked, then quickly removed it and set it aside. After it cooled slightly, she deftly plucked the feathers. She even had a pair of tweezers to remove the fine hairs and blood remnants. Finally, after cleaning it in warm water, a perfectly yellow-skinned, tender duck emerged, its skin intact. "Auntie, your skills are incredible," Li Meng exclaimed, showering her with compliments. "You're absolutely professional. Jiang Nuo is so fortunate. Of course, she loves my cooking," Yuruahua replied proudly. As they chatted, another duck was cleaned, and Li Meng, following Yuruahua's example, grew increasingly proficient. Jiang Nuo busily added firewood and changed the water. The atmosphere lively and industrious. Once all 10 ducks were processed, it was time to move on to the main event. For making smoked meat and smoked duck, cypress wood was preferred, as it could produce fragrant cypress tea duck, a delectable dish. However, since that was not readily available, rice could also be used for smoking, yielding equally delightful flavors. "Xiao Meng, bring out your seasonings," Yuruahua instructed. Li Meng had stockpiled a fair amount of seasonings, but after the torrential rain, the gas was cut off, rendering her unable to cook. She had gathered everything into a large box, and as she presented some to Yuruahua, the latter selected salt, MSG, pepper, and a small packet of spices. "Do you have any tea leaves?" "Yes, I just happened to retrieve some today." Li Meng produced a jar of tea leaves, from which Yuruahua poured a small amount. With swift precision, Yuruahua chopped off the head and tail of the duck, discarding the rest, and removed the innards. She mixed the seasonings together and marinated the duck, coating the inside with a layer of salt. After soaking it in warm water for 10 minutes until the skin was taut and the meat plump, she placed it in cold water to enhance its crispiness. Next, she fashioned a simple smoking apparatus using a stainless steel clothes hanger and a bedsheet. She placed rice and tea leaves into a pot over heat, then hung the duck on the iron hanger above the pot, allowing the fragrant smoke to envelop the duck. After 2 hours of smoking, it could be hung up to dry in a suitable place. When it was time to eat, It could be steamed or fried in oil. If it doesn't taste good, you can come find me, she joked. As the aroma of rice and tea mingled with the natural oils wafted through the air, Li Meng's anticipation grew. Andy, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that ducks could be prepared this way. Thank you. She turned to Jiang Nuo, adding, and thank you to you too. Truly. Jiang Nuo shook her head, maintaining a calm demeanor. In truth, after witnessing Yu Ruohua's aromatic preparation, she too felt a twinge of hunger and decided that they must replicate this at home another day. We shouldn't waste the rice either. After smoking, we can add water and cook it, Yu Ruohua suggested. And we can use the duck heads and innards to make a braised dish. I see you have all the necessary seasonings. This should be simple. I'll write it down for you. It should be straightforward. Li Meng expressed heartfelt gratitude, insisting that Jiang Nuo and her mother stay for a late-night snack. However, Jiang Nuo declined, feeling too full. Yet, Li Meng understood that Jiang Nuo's willingness to come down with her mother indicated growing acceptance of her, which brought her greater joy than the food itself. Only 5 ducks could be smoked at a time, and since the innards remained unprocessed, the rest would be for Li Meng to handle on her own. Fortunately, the marinade was ready. She simply needed to follow suit. After bidding farewell to Jiang Nuo and her mother, Li Meng happily busied herself until late into the night. The smoked ducks hung in the kitchen. Aside from boiling water, she seldom used the kitchen, closing the window and drawing the curtains to prevent prying eyes. However, the breeze from the living room would still allow the ducks to air dry gradually. Preparing the braised dish was simple. She cleaned the ingredients, placed them in a pot to blanch away the blood, then boiled